land the clone. Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
That's just pushing for the last time here with the Snowdrift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's custom winning for his life right now.
That's
But it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holding on, Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the sap is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Bark team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Palace is in so much trouble, and Palace might just go down. He does have the cloak remaining, but he's just dying through it. Can you return? They got him.
And now Laura could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's the prayer.
Hello everybody, welcome to the third and final Championship Sunday before we head into the Grand Finals at the end of May. My name is Aya, I'm here with Chan Van Rookie, and Subti Zico will of course be joining us just a little bit later. We have had 3 cups for these teams to qualify for the Grand Finals to get into that top 3 in terms of seeding. We can take a look at the AWC roadmap. As you can see, they've got those first 3 cups, and then on the right side, the Grand Finals is that spot that these teams are all trying to get into. Top 3, you're guaranteed a spot. If not, you get sent to the gauntlet, and only 1 team from each region will make it out alive from that on May 23rd. Very scary situation for some of these teams that are in danger of getting sent to that. But let's talk about Saturday's games, give a little recap of kind of everything that has happened so far this weekend. Then, of course, yesterday we were in North America. A lot of drama happened yesterday. Ben, walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I feel like this third cup has been the story of underdogs. We had some chaos in the upper bracket with some different stories, actually. So Left 4 Dead, they've gone up against Liquid the last 3 weeks in that upper bracket. But this time, they actually came out ahead. Axton playing on that Rep Paladin was looking very good. And then, of course, with Welcome to the JUNG versus Tiger Toads, Welcome to the JUNG had a very dominant performance. Tiger Toads just could not find their footing in this matchup. They inevitably went down. Then had a very close series against Gustbusters. I mean, this is one of the most damp, long, extended series we've seen. Cubsy, Dazed, as well as Kearney really brought them the distance in this one, but inevitably came out ahead. And then, of course, Liquid in that lower bracket after losing to the side of Left 4 Dead. They kind of had to figure out what they want to do against Ret Warrior, and this is the composition that they came up with. It's going to be that Priest, Trill on the Windwalker, and Samayam on the Mage, but this is another really close series here. Control Alt Defeat ultimately did get defeated, and Liquid ended up winning. So we'll see if they can continue that success, and if they can get that rematch with Left 4 Dead in the upper bracket.
Yeah, definitely curious. So if you'd like to see that VOD, if you missed anything, you can head over to our YouTube. There's also some timestamps available for you if you'd like to skip to a specific matchup. But let's look at the standings of where we currently are within North America. Super Tees, it's getting scary. It's getting scary for a lot of these teams here in certain situations.
Yeah, when we're looking at the standings here in North America, it's going to be a race for third basically right now between Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toads. If you're the Tiger Toads, you are very concerned because Left 4 Dead are in the upper bracket. They can earn double points if they manage to win against Welcome to the JUNG and their Ret Warrior Druid. 3-0'd Liquid, they stomped them. So they're looking like a dominant force to be reckoned with, despite, struggling in the earlier cups. Their compositions weren't really meta, but they held together through that storm. They weathered it out to the third cup, and now they've set themselves up in a great position.
Most definitely. Let's look at the bracket and the games that these teams are going to have to be playing today. Of course, we're going to North America for the second half of the day, Ven. But walk me through some of these matches. I mean, do you think we're going to get as many upsets as we did yesterday on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, these games are going to be coming up a little bit later today, but this is what we have to look forward to. some interesting games. Left 4 Dead, I think they're having a great week. Can they continue that success? Can they best Welcome to the Jung with their Ret Warrior? And what is Welcome to the Jung going to have as an answer? This is one that I'm very excited for. And then, of course, in that lower bracket, you have Tiger Toads. They have Cubsy on that Arcane Mage. They've been playing a lot of Rogue Mage Priest. And I think this could be one of those times where we do see a Rogue Mage Priest mirror match between Liquid and Tiger Toads. And Liquid has been doing surprisingly well in those games. You kind of expect Tiger Toads to be able to win that matchup, but Liquid, they've been looking quite good this season. I think it's going to be a really fun elimination series.
Most definitely. And of course, we are playing in the EU region for the morning. We can take a look at those standings as well. Same thing over here, top 3 trying to make it into the gauntlet, but kind of a lot right now is riding on that 7th spot, that Super Duper Gamer spot. Of course, if Super Duper Gamers lose, they will be, them and Streamer Zone GG will be advancing to the gauntlet. If they win, there's going to be a tiebreaker match. And it's a lot of situations here. Of course, we will be keeping everybody updated as we go along because it can get a little bit complicated. But what you got to know is that that top 3 spot is what these teams want to make it into. And the big story, Echo, of course, nearly getting knocked out of that position. And things have been looking a little bit scary for them, Chan. But let's move into the bracket here for EU for the games that we're going to be seeing in the European region.
Absolutely, and today's games are going to be absolutely crazy on the European side of things with Echo versus Overload first up. Of course, on Friday, Echo bested DOBOB 3-2, nail-biter of a series, but DOBOB was just the first boss. Overload is the second team that Echo has really been struggling with this season, and we'll see if they can reclaim their throne. And then secondly, in the lower bracket, we have Super Duper Gamers versus DOBOB. Honestly, Super Duper Gamers almost looking like a better Chibaku Tensei, who beat DOBOB last week 4-3 in the finals. So I'm very excited for that one. Could go either way, but it's going to be nail-biters really every single series today, so I can't wait to see them.
I could not agree more. So we'll get into those very, very shortly. The teams are gearing up, but in the meantime, we can take a look at the power rankings that the casters did put for the European teams 1 through 8. We line them all up in terms of the pure power that we believe these teams have. And I think the big thing, Super T's, that I can see here is that we all owe Super Duper Gamers an apology.
We all owe them. I think you owe them the biggest apology of all, Aya, putting them in 8th place. I think we all, underestimated, except Chan. Chan gave them a lot of credit, and I think he has been giving them credit. He predicted them to 3-0 Chibaku, saying they're the better Chibaku Tensei. And right now, they're vying for a gauntlet position, and they could have a really deep run. I could see it being possible that they actually win the entire cup.
Yeah, I'm curious also, Chan. I mean, Sid mentioned it. You put Super Duper Gamers higher than any of us. You saw that potential in them early on.
You can never count out Jamie. You can never count out Blizzo. SQX, I don't know the guy too well. Bit of a rookie, but he is playing well. Honestly, he had a bit of a slow start the other day against Chibaku Tensei, but throughout the second half of the series, he was really stepping up, making it work. MVQ as well, of course. Fantastic Demon Hunter player. So, never had any doubts about this roster. 3-0 against Chibaku Tensei. Yeah, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, outstanding indeed. One more leaderboard for you guys. We've got the predictions leaderboard. I wish we didn't have to show this, but we're going to show it anyways because I'm at the bottom. It's very sad. I'm not doing so well. Super T's, you've caught up. We've got the coin up at the top. It keeps evolving like a Pokemon. But what's your secret, Sid? You really made a comeback here in terms of the predictions.
My secret is that I'm the one who's been flipping the coin and just going along with it.
No. Wait,
Can you imagine?
It makes so much sense. I believe it. I don't know. My new
the coin looks like Geode, like the Pokemon Geode.
Geodude?
Yeah. It's just going to be, Geodude. It's going to be, I don't know, continuing to evolve. I think my goal for today is just to beat the coin. Like, I feel like with years of expertise, 10 years casting this game, if I can't beat a coin flip, like, I don't know what's going on. This is not good.
Yeah, we've really talked about it so much that both of these regions are, maybe this is just my copium, but both of these regions are so hard to predict. I mean, Waz said it himself, really anybody could win, and I think that is for NA and EU as well. So let's get into the first series of the day. It is upper bracket. It is Overload versus Echo. Chan, I am gonna start with you, a former teammate of Echo. What is your prediction for this series?
I didn't have any faith before this weekend, but after what I saw on Friday, I'm believing in the Echo supremacy again. 3-2 to Echo. It's going to be a very close one. JT and crew are going to make them, work for it, but I believe in Echo. They're going to reclaim the throne this weekend.
Ooh, all right, Super Tees, what do you got for this series?
See, I'm leaning in the opposite direction. I feel like Echo might be struggling, and the main reason for that is I think Overload's Elemental Shaman I think is going to be a lot different than DOBOB's compositions in this type of matchup. So for me personally, is my prediction wrong here? Am I? Oh no, I did. Okay, sorry, no, I did lean into Echo. I thought I was leaning into Overload on my prediction here, but I guess I'm just muted and leaning in the wrong direction here. But I guess I'm leaning into Echo. Go along.
That's
That's what I did at 8 a.m. I predicted that for Echo, and now I was questioning myself because I looked at it, thought Overload was what I picked, but I'm mixing up the numbers, and I think it's because all my predictions are 3-2s in some type of direction. I think a lot of these series are likely going to game 5s, and nobody can really anticipate the final outcomes. But I got to go with what my past self was thinking. I don't know what my past self was thinking because my current self is thinking something different now. So you won't know what my prediction might be in the next couple of seconds either. Maybe it's just going to flip-flop.
Yeah, we can allow it. Zico did it all the time yesterday. All right, Ben, what do you have for your prediction?
In my mind, even though Echo had a bit of a slow start, they're still the best team. I think Echo's the best team, and I'm actually going even more in favor of them. I think they're going to 3-1. They seem to be this team that sometimes has a slow start in the cup stage, but always end up finishing very strong. So until they're proven wrong, until that's not the trend, I got to go with Echo as the #1 team here, and I think they're going to win this series.
Okay, Zico, I think might be similar. We can see what Zico's prediction is.
Wow.
2-3 in favor of Echo, and I'm actually 2-3 in favor of Echo as well. So it seems like Overload is definitely the underdog here, which is just so interesting to me then, considering how they really have been struggling this season. Overload won Cup #1, and all of a sudden, we've lost faith in Overload, and now they're the underdogs.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that I would be kind of alone going with Echo because Overload has had a lot of success. I wouldn't even say they're the underdog here. They're a really solid roster. They have great compositions. I mean, if Echo wins this, it's going to be off the back of a lot of practice, some solid gaming, because Overload, they are no joke. It's an incredible team. They won Cup 1, like you said, and it seems like they're a roster that keeps evolving, too. They keep coming up with new compositions. They're adapting, and yeah, this should be a great series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Overload, then, winning Cup #1, Super Tees. Do you feel like, despite them sort of not being able to get that success again, that they are still evolving as a team, or do you think they've been kind of stuck since we saw them from Cup 1?
I mean, they're still playing the same compositions, relatively speaking, right? They're focusing on the Elemental Shaman Feral, the Feral Mage, the Rogue Mage. Those are kind of more standardized compositions that a lot of the teams were preparing and expecting to be the best choices. But yeah, I think they're still evolving as far as skill. They're easily one of the #1 teams in the region as far as skill is concerned. So Echo are gonna have to fight for this. Is Waz warmed up?
That is definitely a good question. It is Overload versus Echo, starting off in the European Upper Finals, third and final Cup #3 here before we move into the Grand Finals at the end of May. It is Overload, game #1 versus Echo Chan.
I can't wait to see this, and I really want to see an FMP mirror, and it is amazing. I thought Overload, they want to go with the Ellie. I thought they weren't going to have the confidence to match them in the mirror, but this is exactly what we're waiting for. Ben, I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah, this should be really good. So I'm curious to see how Waz is going to perform and what Overload is going to do here. It looks like Oscar's going to be taking some initial pressure. Nice counter spell there onto Oscar. Raikou going for an ice wall, blocking off JT. Oscar getting bursted down. It's very back and forth in the early stages of this match, but no crowd control has been secured just yet. Raikou getting incredibly low, though. Some big bursts there coming in from Overload.
Something that you really want to pay attention to in this game is which Feral is landing stuns on each other and following up with clones, and which team is able to stop those. Waz going for it, but TJ landing a clone on him. Waz able to turn it around, clones TJ full, and this is really going to spell out the momentum for the game. The Feral that's getting put into those stun clones and not getting stopped on it over and over is going to pull ahead in momentum, in mana, in damage, and slowly inch out the game.
I'm actually really curious to see if Raikou's going to be playing Shimmer or Blink, because that might be one key difference between the two mages here. We'll have to wait and see if he's playing Ice Flows. Looks like he is going to be playing Ice Flows, so he's got the run cast. Both these mages are going to be able to free themselves from stuns, and so we'll have to see how that ends up playing out. Raikou going into an Ice Block fairly early on. Some good crowd control on Meh. He's already traded out his Trinket, so no Ice Block, no Trinket on Hypothermia at the same time. TJ getting hit with a stun clone as they continue to push on Oscar, but a great grip there by JT. Gets him out of the middle of the map.
Yeah, but Echo's slightly behind on cooldowns. Meh, no Trinket. Raikou down 1 block. And this is, very, very standard for Overload. JT always playing super far back,
Raikou.
always managing his defensives beautifully. Raikou should be fine here, but JT always standing so far away and just, you know, being the brick wall for his team, making it so hard for Echo to really get on top of him. Look at Raikou, trying to make a push, but just unable to catch him. JT just doing a fantastic job evading any incoming CC.
Yeah, both mages having to take a little bit of a risk by pushing in and trying to get crowd control, but it's not easy when you're going after JT, going after Meh. These priests are so good at avoiding crowd control, like you were mentioning. Raiku's fully topped off. It's going to be Oscar taking most of the damage. Ice Wall comes down, but is there any damage to follow it up? A little bit of a waste of Ice Wall there, not really able to capitalize on too much. However, it gets Met into the middle of the map, and they get any crowd control. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. And now it's actually JT that gets polyed. Nice cyclone on TJ, a beautiful setup, but it's Raikou who's low on health. The damage just isn't there. This could be the first ice block on Oscar. It looks like he's going to be okay. Dragon's Breath followed up by a potential Snowdrift, but JT avoids it by just ducking into that Angel form.
Both priests, of course, just doing an amazing job avoiding CC. Met deathing the CC when he pushed in earlier this game here. And now starting to push up Met, you know, his signature playstyle, moving in, trying to get aggressive with Echo. They're trying to, you know, force some cooldowns from Overload here, trying to get on top of JT and not let him play his comfortable style. He's sitting in a full poly right now. Oscar has to go into the block. And I love this from Echo because they're finally pushing in. They're able to get on top of JT and make him struggle. And that's where he, you know, does have a bit of a weakness.
Yeah, it seems like Echo, if they can play more aggressively in the match, but it might cost them. Raikou gets so low on health, almost going down without ice blocking, but the Guardian Spirit is there for him. I'm not sure if they procced it. I do not think that they did, so Echo's going to be able to hold on to those cooldowns. It's all tied up in terms of ice blocks. Waz is rotting down, though. A beautiful setup. Meg grips him back to the pillar to avoid some damage here, and Waz could be vulnerable. There's no bar skin. There's no trinket. Some swaps on Waz could definitely pay dividends here for the side of Overload, but Echo has some solid momentum right now.
Waz doing a fantastic job. Him and TJ just trying to clone each other. This little mini game. Waz falling short, TJ landing it, getting covered by his teammate. That was nice to see. But something that I want to point out as well, I talked about how JT, you know, positions defensively and Met started to push on him. JT just instantly, as soon as Met starts creeping in towards his pillar, crossing the map, getting far away, and again, rebuilding that brick wall, making sure that his team is nice and safe. And right now, they're just playing the mid style where nothing is really, you know, neither team is really pushing in.
Yeah.
Right now, Echo is playing to Overload strength.
Yeah, both. So maybe we do need to see Echo just push in, try to play on top of JT a little bit more in this match. Because JT, he is a very passive priest. Raikou, though, getting bursted down. Some solid damage. This is the Icy Veins from both mages, just exchanging blows. Both priests actually maintaining their mana quite well at this point of the game. Oh, nice ice wall here. Oscar gets done. Vortex, beautifully done there by Waz, keeping him locked in the middle of the map. At the same time, Waz getting stunned up. Oscar's low on health. Raikou putting out a ton of damage on both TJ and Oscar. Master Spell comes down potentially. Can they find it? Doesn't look like they're going to be going for it. Finally, it comes in. Raikou using his last ice block. So in terms of ice blocks, Overload is ahead, but if Echo can tie that up right now, it would be massive. Oscar's low on health. Waz is all over him right now and needs to be very careful. He does ice block at about 10% health, and all of a sudden, we're all tied up on cooldowns.
But both teams in the same situation cooldown-wise, but in terms of damage, TJ really getting Waz's number. You know, avoiding those cyclones, getting more cyclones out himself. And once the game heads into dampening, once, you know, we're at the 7-8 minute mark, that is really going to add up. And if Echo wants to win this, Waz really has to avoid those clones and try to keep up with TJ in terms of damage. But TJ, of course, he's known as the monster of damage on that Feral Druid.
Yeah, Waz getting interrupted on that Cyclone. Nicely done there by Oscar. He went for the Snowdrift, but unfortunately for him, both Waz and Med did a great job denying that. Oscar low on health. Both mages exchanging blows, and both priests just completely free from crowd control. There's a Void Shift available for both of them. Both priests have Trinket and Void Shift and mana, so still cooldowns to trade. Raikou actually has his Cold Snap rotating up here very soon. Big heals coming in from Matt. TJ at the same time getting low. Waz looking for a Cyclone. Isn't able to find it. Actually does find it on Oscar. They get a big setup on TJ. Beautiful Vortex. Ice Wall once again. Nice play there by Echo. TJ could fall. He's got the survival instincts. JT is not going to overreact and trade out the Void Shift, but that was a great play. I love these Vortexes from Waz.
Absolutely. And Waz, you know, with the flashy plays always, almost playing like he's a rogue nearly on this Feral Druid, which I love to see. You know, he's focusing on the control a little bit more than the damage, but he is keeping up with TJ somewhat in terms of damage. And right now it's anyone's game. The Veins is up right now, but Incarn is rotating back in about 15 seconds, and that's going to spell the next, you know, bloodbath for both teams.
I'm really worried. Echo might do it. TJ's so low, they drop him. Beautifully done. Echo was a little bit behind at the beginning of the game, but they really started finding their footing. And these setups, I mean, I just love what Waz and Raikou are doing. They're getting the stuns, the Vortex, the Ice Wall. It's denying JT from getting the grips. And just by doing that play, Chan, I feel like they're kind of exploiting JT's passive positioning.
Absolutely, and that's the thing about JT. If you let him play his game, he's gonna beat you. He is, you know, defensively as a priest, as a healer in general, this guy is excellent, really is. But if you make the game a little bit too fast-paced for him, if you get on top of him and make him struggle, you know, like they get his trinket here with the polymorph, he gets bashed into a full clone and TJ ends up going down. That's how you beat JT. You have to play aggressively. You can't play his style. You can't play to his strength. You're going to lose out the game. He's mastered it. And I love that Echo was able to do this, you know, force JT's trinket, Waz form going in, bashing him into the cyclone, letting Raikou with the veins take TJ out himself.
I have to ask you, because you're former teammates with Echo, like, how do you think Waz feels? I think you know the answer. Like, how do you think Waz feels that he's on his Feral Druid and he's beating these
He's on top
Ferals?
of the world.
Yeah, like
he's on top of the world. There's nothing, you know, losing a mirror to an ult it's humiliating, isn't it? And Waz form has nothing to lose today. He's on his ult Feral, he's facing main Ferals, he's having a blast. If he loses, you know, whatever, he's on his ult. If he wins, though, his ego's going through the roof, and he loves it right now.
Yeah, Waz is probably pretty excited about this one. I remember after Cup 2, he basically said, yeah, I'm done with Rogue. And, I mean, when I was asking him a little bit about that, he said it's just so important. He says with the way WoW is right now, and with the way Threes is, like having something like the Incarnation as just like a massive swell of damage, this seems really important, and especially when the games are going into dampening. That's when you can overwhelm, you know, cause some defensive cooldown overlaps and kind of push through the brick wall that a lot of these healers are right now.
And I want to add on to that, you know, actually, Tolvron coming out from Overload, interesting, playing to JT's strength. Tolvron, biggest map in the game. JT wants that pillar. He loves that pillar. He is synonymous with the pillar, and he doesn't want to leave it. So, of course, not surprised by Overload's pick here. Echo taking their time, not insta-locking the FMP. I wonder if they're scared of maybe the Demon Hunter Ellie coming out from Overload, or Feral Elemental. You know, as FMP facing DH Ellie or Feral Ellie. Maybe not so nice for Raikou. He's going to have a very tough game.
Yeah, I'm curious. We'll see what they end up doing. So, going into the mirror match, I would kind of expect if both teams are locking in the FMP that it was going to be a mirror match all the way through. But you are right. Overload, they have other compositions that they could potentially run. We have about 30 seconds left here for the side of Echo. My guess is that it's going to be FMP again from them. I wonder what else they could play.
I agree too, and I think Feral and Mage are just like fantastic in the meta right now. Holy Priest, of course, is the best healer. It is the meta healer, and the thing about Mage and Feral is, you know, the Icy Veins, the Incarnation. In dampening, the problem with Holy Priest is, yes, it has high healing, but it also gets affected by dampening so much because of that. And at some point, the Holy Priest does run out of healing. When Power Word Life is on cooldown, you're out of Serenities, you can't actually top your teammates anymore.
Yep.
And so when you're facing this Feral, this Mage with Veins and Incarn, FMP's locked in, you actually just start dying to air. It's going to be another mirror.
Good.
We are in for a treat this series, Ben. I can't wait to see this one as well.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a mirror the entire way through. So
I hope so.
Yeah, that's exciting to see. This has been kind of like these compositions, the Mage Holy Priest this season in all 3 cups has seemed to be like the main theme. In North America, they're playing a little bit like you see teams like Liquid, they're bringing in the Windwalker Monk, and then in Europe, it's all about the Rogue as well as that Feral. So it's just such a solid base right now. It seems like Elemental Shamans can win, but it's just surprising to see because in Cup number 2, I was like, okay, it's kind of the rise of Ellies, but now in Cup 3, they're opting not to play the Elemental Shaman, which is actually a little surprising for me.
I think mainly for Overload side of things, you know, Oscar, he's actually a very underrated mage. Not much is known about him. I think he competed in Shadowlands with next to Brunhilde at some point. But honestly, he is like a mini Thesia. He's a playmaker mage. He likes to play quick, very fast-paced, fast fingers, and he is very fun to watch as well. He plays the Elemental Shaman on the team is a problem though. And do you want to take away that playmaking mage and stick him on that Shaman where he's going to be very passive, laid back, and trying to stall out the game? You know, playing to JT strength, sort of, but maybe it's a bit of a confidence issue. Facing Echo on your ult, you could get punished very hard.
Actually, I kind of am interested to ask you this, because it seems like we haven't really established what the mages should be doing in these games. Like when we see Tessia, he's playing Orc and Shimmer quite often in the matchups to actually go for those playmaking abilities with Shimmer to get those polymorphs out of thin air. This is kind of a much more passive playstyle on the mage, not opting to, you know, push in and abuse the healer with CC and Shimmer and kind of overwhelm them. So I do wonder which one is better. It seems like both these mages are going to be going for the Dark Iron Dwarf as well as just the regular Blink to just make themselves not as much of a target.
I actually think the regular Blink is super good because, you know, every main is going to be so much trouble. When Oscar taking a lot of damage, Gonna get the GS, so he's gonna be fine. JT in a polymorph though. But I think the regular blink is fantastic because that's when you're really dying. Inside those maims, inside those bashes, and that's when you need to break out. Oscar's still under a lot of fire though. JT's gonna be able to recover him out of that DB. It really depends on the Mage's playstyle as well, then.
Raikou getting a little bit low. It looks like they're going to be able to top off. It's very back and forth in the early stages of the match, but it's going to be JT that trades out his trinket. So Echo comes out slightly ahead, getting that crowd control break from JT. If they can get more CC, that could be the first ice block from Oscar. Nice cyclone there by TJ. Was already trading out his trinket as well. So finally a cyclone lands. TJ trades that out, and it's like you said, there's a bit of a mind game, a mini game between these pharaohs, just trying to control them with stuns and clones as much as possible.
Beautiful, and Waz, landing a clone on TJ there, getting his trinket, TJ bashing Waz up, looking for that clone, but gets covered by Met with the chastless. Raikou taking a lot of damage. I really want to see both teams, cleave the Feral as well while they're hitting the Mage, and take advantage of the fact that one of them doesn't have trinket. TJ has no trinket, Waz has no trinket. Make an Ice Wall play.
Yeah, Oscar taking quite a bit of burst. Needs to be careful. I mean, these mages really just dancing with death at a few of these moments. The sheep lands and Oscar goes into the ice block. He blinks back though. Nice ice wall comes down. Beautiful setup here once again. Can they take him down? TJ's still on health and he gets dropped. That's exactly what we were talking about. Make the feral swaps. Abuse the fact he doesn't have a trinket. Good call there.
I mean, this is textbook Echo, isn't it? You force a block from Oscar, you get the Randy sheep on JT, isn't able to fade it, isn't able to def it in time. Ice wall onto the feral, and this is, I'm sorry Raikou, I love you, but this is the first ice wall I've seen him do that actually did something. He scored a kill with it. Raikou is leveling up, and if that's not a good thing for the rest of the teams on Europe. Raikou, of course, this entire time was behind on that ice wall meta, refusing to play it in Season 1, and now he's pulling it out and getting a kill with it.
Yeah, you love to see it. That was actually a criticism I had of Raikou because it just seems like you just create win conditions out of thin air, and I'm glad he's been doing a much better job of that. Obviously, a phenomenal mage, one of the best in the business for years and years and years. But this is what you're talking about. Oscar, he's forced into the ice block. They get the polymorph on JT, and then they just immediately drop the ice wall, get the maim stun, and take down TJ. I know Echo's going to be excited about that one. A beautiful swap in this situation.
And I also want to say, this is not good for Overload. And this is also, the thing about Overload is that they're younger players and newer to the scene. They're a bit more emotional. When Overload starts off a Series 0-2, I don't have confidence in them. I do feel like they have that tilt factor to them because they are younger, more emotional players. Whereas, Echo, seasoned veterans at this point. And based on how this game went, yes, it was a bit of a cheese kill pre-CDs almost, but not looking good for Game 3 for Overload. I think Echo has this one in the bag. It's a quick 3-0 for me after this.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. And that's the thing, right? Like we talked when we were going over the predictions. Echo, sometimes they have a slow start in the cups. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they lack motivation. Maybe they're a bit slow to adapt. I really don't know. But it seems like they're the type of players that just learn and evolve better than anyone. They figure out their mistakes, they adapt, they overcome, and the fact that they're now winning these FMP mirrors, first of all, they beat Tessia and DOBOB, and now that they potentially are beating Overload here in a 3-0, I feel like Echo has become a lot more scary going into the finals.
Absolutely. Ash remains full, getting locked in from Overload. Once again, quite a neutral map, quite moderately sized, on the bigger end, I guess. Echo, taking their time, a bit uncharacteristic of them. Usually, when I was in the team, if we beat someone like this, it's an insta-lock, put the pressure on the enemy team, and, let's get the ball rolling. So Echo taking their time here, maybe Mercy, saying, guys, let's take a second here, take time to talk about things, VOD review for a second before we jump into it. I'm going to use their full timer here, but I'm expecting another FMP. And on Overload side of things, the question is, do you go for that mirror? You just got smashed 2 games in a row. Or do you switch over to the Elemental Shaman? What do you do? FMP?
I think it would be quite a statement if they switch, because I feel like Overload, I don't know. Okay, they are just getting
insta-lock.
Yeah, I don't need to elaborate on it too much. But also, I used to do this in tournaments where even after winning a game, I would just let the team marinate on the loss, And if it is an emotional team, like you said, sometimes it can cause drama. They're arguing with each other. You know what I mean? So maybe that's something Echo's trying to do. Maybe not, but it is interesting, those mind games that go into these competitions.
Absolutely. It's such a small thing that doesn't really get seen from the viewer side, isn't it? But, Overload, the insta-lock of FMP, what does that tell you? Are they tilted? Are they, saying, okay, it was just a cheese loss. Game 1, we could have won that game. They just instantly locking it in. So they have some confidence in the comp. They want to run it back. They want to beat them in the mirror. They don't like losing that one. They already beat them in RMP. They want to beat them as FMP now as well. And there's no better feeling than beating Echo in a mirror.
Yeah. But I'm sure for Echo, there's no better feeling of beating Overload at their own game. They've been struggling. So it's like, yeah, it was the Feral. All along. That's why we were losing. It's because we were playing with a Rogue. So I'm sure they feel good about that. We can see our predictions once again. All of us went in favor of Echo. And I'm kind of surprised about that because I guess we've all just seen Echo kind of rise to the occasion, in those final moments. So it's really hard to count them out. Like I said, I still rank them as the #1 team in Europe. They have been for such a long time, so dominant. If they beat Overload, then they've basically knocked out their two main competition for the finals in this final cup. And that's a great place to be in terms of momentum.
Exactly. And I mean, the game has already started here. We still have the caster curse. That's possible. Raikou could easily die pre-block. And it sucked to see, on Friday, but these games are extremely volatile. The Icy Veins, the encounter damage is just so high and so consistent that it's very, very easy for you to die pre-block as a mage into these two classes.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to the best of us, right? And Raikou taking some damn right now. He will actually trade out that the Stone Form right away, that Fireblood racial, to remove all of those bleed effects. So just trying to stay ahead in terms of momentum, but still low on health. I mean, geez, Louise. That's going to be the Guardian Spirit there from Matt to keep him alive, but a really close call there on Raikou.
Waz faking the kick, full clone on TJ, no trinket. Beautiful plays from Waz. And this is really important, I mentioned this in the first game, but landing those CCs on the other Feral and just slowing down the momentum means that your mage is more safe. The other mage is under a lot more fire as well, and that's just going to have a knock-on snowball effect. The game gets out of hand. Full sheep on JT potentially fades it.
Ooh, Raikou just, I love the Raikou. Not only is he using the Ice Wall, he's also using the Snowdrift. Picking up some of these talents. You don't see that often, going for that instant crowd control. It's very effective. You can go over to the Priest, just get a Dragon's Breath into a Snowdrift, into potential Polymorph for Ring of Frost. It's a lot of crowd control that's really hard to avoid. So I think it's a great play. Echo under a lot of pressure right now. Nice grip there from Matt, bringing Raikou to safety, but at the same time, Waz is getting a little bit low. He lands the Cyclone onto TJ to slow down the offensive overload and allow Matt just a little time to recover here.
And I want to see another play like last game where they went on the mage hard. Ice Wall switches to Feral when the mage pulls back so that he can't assist his teammate. Met getting into the poly, but looks like he defs it. Nice plays by Met always, and of course from Waz and Raikou to play bodyguard for him, preventing Oscar from playing his game.
Ooh.
Ice Wall and Raikou.
Yeah, getting a little bit low on health there. Raiku's been getting dangerously low in these games, but greeting it, holding onto those cooldowns. He gets interrupted on Frost. Waz gets feared away. Both Oscar and Raikou just exchanging blows here, and Matt and JT doing what they can to keep them alive, keep them topped off and healthy. As the Icy Veins, once again, this is where the game becomes very unstable for both of these teams. Matt just makes the immediate trade, trying to stay ahead of the damage here with his Divine Hymn and Angel Form, but this damage is just overwhelming Echo. Matt gets caught into a stun. This could easily be an Ice Block here. If they have any damage to follow it up, Raikou needs to be very careful.
Oscar faking that kick there as well, but Met well-timed fade to avoid all that CC. Oscar's getting under fire in return, but that was the Incarn, that was the Veins. Expect the game to slow down a little bit more. Not much CC has landed on JT this game. Met has been the one who has been under fire, and Waz right now having to skin. He has no trinket for 30. It's going to rotate back up soon, but TJ just used his skin and has no trinket. Look for a swap onto TJ right now and in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, beautiful Snowdrift there onto JT. Oscar going down, really close to getting low on health. JT actually trinkets. He gets polymorphed on his trinket. Great plays there by Raikou, and I just love these offensive plays. This game, more than the other two, it seems like the mages are willing to just go for the Dragon's Breath into the Snowdrift, just playing more aggressive. Raikou getting low, big heal comes in, but Met into Dragon's Breath. Do they have the Snowdrift to follow it up? They do. Waz playing lovely defense, bash. Like you said. A beautiful bash denies that Ring of Frost. At the same time, Oscar's getting really low on health. May have overstayed his welcome, pushing in for crowd control. Echo might be able to punish Oscar and get that first Ice Block. It looks like he's going to be okay. Ice Wall comes down, isolating Waz just for the time being, but he immediately bear forms. So good heads-up play there by Waz.
Absolutely. And I'm loving the plays here from both sides. Raikou and Waz doing a fantastic job protecting Meh, but also Oscar and TJ protecting JT every time Raikou tries to push in, tries to go for something. Something that's been happening the past 2 weeks is that Meh has been getting CC'd. And Echo hasn't really been able to stop it as well. But this series here, and on Friday as well against DOBOB, they've been doing a fantastic job coordinating with each other, communicating and saying, hey, I'm going to stop the Feral, you stop the Mage. I have 2 stops, me first.
Yeah, I think that's really important not to overlap. Raikou
Raikou.
gets feared away, really low on health, but the Guardian Spirit, Serenity comes in at the same time. Oscar's low, greater invisibility, will trade. He drops out the ice wall. Shifting power gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Waz. Really important to interrupt that shifting power. It's such an important cooldown reset. Waz getting stunned up. JT in a full polymorph, very back and forth, but it's going to be Meh who goes into angel form. Echo has a lot of momentum right now. JT doing the same. So both priests mirroring each other for mana efficiency and just staying ahead of some of these burst cooldowns.
And Waz, TJ popping Incarn on Waz. As soon as Waz comes out of that stun, what does Waz do? Pops his Incarn, reverse pops on TJ, fakes the kick, gets a full clone right on the end of TJ's Incarn, just reversing all the momentum. Excellent use of his cooldown there in terms of efficiency, making sure that he has uptime on his Incarn and shutting down TJ's. Trying to pull ahead in that way. Raikou go on a solo mission to CC JT, gets the full poly. Oscar in a bit of trouble. JT does have Trinket to save his block if he needs it.
Raikou, I think he trinketed it out there. No, he didn't trinket it out. So the polymorph gets dispelled. The Raikou tries to go for the follow-up. Does great push for crowd control. Another polymorph on JT. Oscar getting low. JT grips him behind the pillar. This line of sighting is the same thing that happened where they went after TJ. So Echo knows that they can swap around on both targets quite easily. TJ needs to be careful he doesn't overextend and get caught behind an ice wall. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, Raikou pops the Icy Veins to get aggressive. Oscar goes down to 10% health. Massive heals. His health's looking like a yo-yo. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. Raikou, though, at the same time, getting absolutely blasted. The game is becoming increasingly unstable at the 5.5-minute mark, but it looks like Meh is able to recover his team. TJ and Oscar still rotting down low. This is very back and forth, and this could easily be an ice block here if Oscar is not careful. Double Dragon's Breath, potential Snowdrift. Do they get the stun to follow it up? They do. Great crowd control coming in, and Meh is just falling further and further behind at this point. But the heals are rolling. Both teams are just doing a great job, both offensively and defensively.
And neither team really is able to get any CC rolling.
Oh, nice
TJ
wall.
getting ice wall, double wall. They're both going to cancel, and TJ's going to be fine. But both teams aren't able to get CC on the enemy healer. They're just doing such a fantastic job protecting. Oscar getting cloned, Trinket's out, and Incarn's rolling around in 10 seconds. This is going to be brutal. Waz,
Nice Dragon's Breath.
Incarn.
Yeah, Raikou doing a good job with the Dragon's Breath.
Does commit his skin though.
Yeah, Oscar.
And a result of that is that TJ can Incarn on Waz the next DR, and Waz is going to be in a load of trouble then. There's no skin. He's going to have to trade out SI. Dampening is now ramping up as well.
Yeah, Waz is very vulnerable, like you mentioned. Not going to have many defensive cooldowns, and a lot of damage going to be available here for TJ. Pops the Incarnation. Who are they going after? They're pushing in to get the rakes done, but Waz preemptively survival instincts the setup. If not for that, they're actually reversing. TJ might just go down. JT is forced to use the Void Shift. I can't believe it. Waz completely turned that on a dime. Raikou just free casting in the back line, getting out a ton of pressure, and both these Ferals are just in a ton of trouble. TJ in bear form. He's on the run. They're making a swap here onto Oscar. Echo trying to get pressure on multiple targets. Waz looking like he might want to go try to get a stun onto JT, but might not matter. They just completely overwhelmed. Master Spell comes out on the ice block, and Echo is looking to make a potential final push, but they need to be careful. Waz is very vulnerable here.
JT is almost and I'm loving what Waz did there. 3 walls.
Could be it
right now.
Yeah.
Full sheep. He has to Trinket out. But he has nothing left. He's out of mana. And Oscar is under so much trouble. TJ is under so much fire as well. And Veins is rotating back in 10 seconds for Raikou. That's going to spell the end of the game for JT and crew.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Oscar might have to use the second ice block. Raikou just blinking in on top of him. Echo has a lot of pressure, but Waz, he gets caught into a stun. Man has the Void Shift. He gets the Void Shift off to keep him alive. It's so back and forth. And at this point, Echo needs to be careful. They overextend. They're still going to be blasted by damage. Both Oscar and TJ just known they're heavy hitters. They got a lot of pressure available. So if you overextend, you will get punished. Unfortunately, that ice wall, not it there for Raikou. TJ able to get on the other side. The clone lands here by Waz, and that is Echo's opportunity to push in. But Raikou has both ice blocks here. I think Echo's feeling relatively healthy.
And I'm loving this. It's deep and dampening. It's 41%. Waz is rotating clone on TJ, onto Oscar, and they're just doing these 3v2 situations, just doing damage to anyone because JT is All they have to do is right-click someone, do a bit of damage, avoid damage themselves, and they're just going to clinch out this win.
Yeah, it's
methodical, very, very clean play.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, this is
running away. They're on Oscar.
Yeah, really the end of the match here. Raikou, no!
Oh,
he dies without the ice block. No!
I mean, I had to do it to him, but this was Echo's game. They had this one in the bag, and Raikou, that was the slowest step of all time, mate.
It happens.
And I mean, I can tell you right now, Waz and Meh are screaming at him in anger. Can't believe that he's just blinked in and thrown it away like that.
Yeah, you were calling it. They were in such a good spot. Echo not only had a mana lead, but they also had an ice block lead. So we'll see exactly what happens here to Raikou. He's throwing in damage, Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt in the back line. Where does he go? So he blinks in, And he gets bit, interrupted, and killed. Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. DJ punishes that.
Echo. They were in the driving seat this game, and you saw, this past minute, TJ eating clone, they swapped the Oscar, TJ running behind, they're just sitting on Oscar, PvEing, just pulling ahead and ahead and ahead. Then Raikou blinks in to stop the clone, and it's kicked on poly, doesn't react. Such a shame, and it could have been a 3-0, but of course the caster curse is too powerful, but
You're gonna blame us?
in terms of momentum,
You're gonna blame us? It's not our fault, you know?
this is Echo series to lose, in my opinion. I think they've got the matchup in the bag. They know what to do. As I said already, they're in the driving seats. They're preventing any CC from hitting meh. It's a step up from the last 2 weeks. This FMP, they're cooking, and as long as they keep this up, they don't throw away any more games, I still think that they're going to win the series.
Here's another thing. Since you were on Echo, one thing that I notice about Matt a lot, which I think is a very interesting characteristic, is he is the master of efficiency. Like, he almost outmanas any healer he goes against. And even when looking at the details, the scoreboard, he had to do more healing than JT and still managed to outmana him. So that's got to be a good feeling here for Echo, knowing that Matt is just so efficient that they'll likely have that late game advantage in the priest versus priest mana department.
Of course, I mean, that's the thing about Echo, is that you can trust that each of your players are the best in the world at that class. Having that behind you is incredible. Matt especially. For me, I think he's the best healer in the world, and I think he has been for a couple of years now. He's going to beat you on mana, he's going to beat you at every style of play that you come at him with, and it really is, it's such a treat to have that pillar, that foundation to work off of if you're Echo.
Yeah, it seems OP. You just know you're going to have a late game.
You can always trust him.
It's very good. I mean, listening, I think that's one thing that it's fun to listen to, when like Waz is streaming or Raiku's streaming or Matt is streaming, just listening to their comms. The way they communicate as a team, you always know what's going on both offensively and defensively. They're always like 5 steps ahead in their gameplay, and I think it's one of the reasons why Echo is such a good team. But that last series was back and forth, and I kind of mentioned it. Even in a matchup like this, even when you have the lead, you need to be very careful, because it's like we were saying, I mean, the burst damage of the Frost Mage and the Feral Druid, it's really high, especially when you're pushing 40-50% dampening. It becomes really difficult for Met to keep you stable. So, it's easy when you look back at the games, but I feel like Raikou, if he just threw out like a block at 50% health, just avoided all that incoming burst damage, he would have been in such a good spot. I don't even mind him blinking in to interrupt the clone. I just think he had to make the trade sooner.
Me too. I mean, you interrupt the clone, you keep Waz form ahead, you keep him up in terms of momentum. You just trade out your block, you still got another one. You still have you don't have swap, but you're in the driving seat. You're probably not going to die in that 30-second hypothermia window. Just stay ahead of the game. Don't let the enemy team develop any sorts of pressure. Don't give them a chance to claw their way back into the game. And Raikou having a gigantic blunder and throwing that game. Pre-block, unfortunately, but the prophecy is too strong.
I mean, Chan, I'm not gonna lie, man. One of the first things you said is you want to cast games where Raikou doesn't block. Like, that's what.
Absolutely. I've been on the receiving end of this one too much, and I love to be, third party here, getting to laugh at it instead.
Oh, that's so great, and it's nice for me too. I get a lot of, grief for dying without ice blocking. But these best mages, it's consistent. We're seeing it every single weekend, so it's not only me. And that was a long time ago too. So But I guess people just don't forget. Don't forget.
What do you think of this map? It's Echo's pick, I believe.
Yeah, so I like this map in general. It's interesting because the pillars are quite large, and there's actually like little nooks in the pillar that you can use to line of sight. So we're kind of mentioning that it seems like JT is favored when playing a very defensive playstyle. So I like the fact that Raikou is actually pushing in and trying to punish that, play in his face, go for the snow drifts out of the Dragon's Breath, and we'll have to see if he can continue to do that on this map, or if these large pillars are going to favor JT here.
Exactly, but I'm surprised that Echo didn't, go for something a little bit smaller, maybe Hook Point, Dalaran Arena. Start of the game, a lot of damage going out, Icy Veins in-card traded out, but of course the healers are going to be able to keep them up quite early on. Serenities, Powered Lives, no real pressure developing yet. Once those cooldowns fall off though, and it's safe, they're going to start pushing in. Raikou going for an Ice Ball play. Doesn't amount to much, maybe just trying to beat the grip.
It looks like JT is easily able to just get in line of sight, so I don't mind the play, but it wasn't really with a stun or anything like that. TJ, however, does not have a trinket. Good setup here. It looks like TJ's going to get a bash. There's no follow-up, though. Oscar, unfortunately, not able to get there for a polymorph. Great defense here by Echo. Now we're going to be seeing Raikou looking like he wants to maybe push him for CC. He's getting in position, just throwing out a lot of damage. He gets stunned up. Blinking back defensive. JT just kind of swats him away with that stun and forcing him back to his side of the map.
Yeah, excellent job by Raikou Blink CSing TJ on that bash cyclone attempt on Meh. Shutting it down, but Waz is on the back foot here. Was in the full clone, has to trade out his skin. But TJ, no trinket, no skin. Unfortunately, Raikou doesn't have the ice wall. Bit of a waste earlier. Maybe could have amounted to something here. Waz looking for the clone and gets it.
Ooh.
Echo really pulling ahead. Oscar gets traded GS. He's going to be fine with that. JT realizing his teammates in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so scary. Ferocious Bite, a Comet Storm, a Flurry combo. Like, all of a sudden, you're just outright dead. TJ still low on health. Ice Wall comes down once again. JT just immediately going to be ducking in line of sight, trying to keep TJ alive, but he gets caught with a Snowdrift. Great plays there by Raikou, trying to extend the chain. Full Polymorph lands. JT might have to trade out his Trinket, but no, it unfortunately breaks. I think some AoE broke that Polymorph. TJ does trade out the Bark Skin. Finally, that's going to be a trinket from JT as well. So Overload is burning through a ton of defensive cooldowns. That was a great push there by Echo.
And look at the positioning of this game. Echo has fully taken over the pillar, and JT instantly crossing the map, getting out of dodge. He does not want to be a part of that in typical JT fashion. But I love this from Echo. They're pushing in on top of JT. TJ in a lot of trouble, getting knocked out. PTSD from the other day. Flapper's watching this, not liking it.
Yeah, Waz Form really known for those knocks. He does a good job. I know he's very excited about his play. So we'll see if he can utilize that more. And that's one of the things you can exploit against a very defensive Priest. However, Meh is forced to trade out the trinket. Good burst damage. Overload. Just overwhelming Echo right now. It looks like Meh is going to be able to recover the Guardian Spirit as trinket, but Waz is still low. Raikou is low. Can they push in and get any crowd control on Meh? Looks like he's just going to be able to free cast here. Raikou baiting out or getting the interrupt there from Oscar, allowing Meh to just free cast. So that's the thing. We'll have to wait and see. It's a decent ice wall here. They get the Chastise done. Big setup here on TJ. Do they have the follow-up stun? The bash is there, but it does not look like they have the damage. TJ doesn't overreact. He just trades out the Bark Skin, realizing Echo didn't have that much damage, and that's minimal damage for that kind of setup.
Yep, and interestingly enough, JT actually pushing in onto this pillar because Oscar wants to get active on top of Meh. Gets the full sheep here, pushing on top of Echo. But one thing is that is kind of surprising to me is that JT is actually behind Meh in terms of mana, about 20% behind. And if they're playing this, you know, this style where they're sitting back, they're actually going to slowly lose. So I like that JT is moving in a little bit. Now he's retreated backwards, but they need to get something done if they're going to win this game because they're losing on mana.
Yeah, they're losing on mana and in terms of setups. Like, Echo's just ahead in every way. They might just win the game. Big setup here on Oscar once again at the same time. TJ's getting low. He gets interrupted. Beautiful counterspell there by Raikou. Both these mages exchanging blows. Raikou is going to be landing a polymorph. Does he have any follow-up? It's a Dragon's Breath into a Snowdrift. A beautiful setup. Oh, TJ, nicely done, though. That knock just frees JT from that stun from Raikou, that Snowdrift. Really good defense there by TJ.
JT actually trinketing the poly there, though, when his team was at 100% health. Not sure if that was necessary. Maybe just wants to stay ahead in terms of momentum. But now the in-kind push on Waz. He trades out his skin. He should be fine. Waz is in Angel form as well. Double walls are committed. But this is going to be, you know, 2-3 more minutes in this game until the end, really.
Yeah, already 4.5 minutes, 20% dampening. It is ramping up. It's becoming more unstable. But Meh, he's got twice the mana. Nice grip there, or nice setup there onto TJ. He gets knocked into enemy territory. Waz looking for a Cyclone. Can he slow him down? Good avoidance there by TJ. He's making a swap here onto Oscar, potentially. Waz still looking like he wants to find a Cyclone. Can he find it? He gets Dragon's Breath. They've just been denying him. But at the same time, Raikou is incredibly low. He goes for crowd control. He gets bashed up. Meh saves the day with a grip, but I think Overload, they have some solid pressure right now. However, JT still doesn't have a trinket. So if somehow Echo can push in, they can get crowd control on JT. They might be able to close out this game. But a lot of burst onto Waz. But Meh, with no crowd control on him, easily recovers.
Oscar faking the kick there, getting precog, trying to shoot Meh, but of course, Meh not letting him get that. Raikou in a lot of fight, blinks out of line of sight, is able to get topped. Meh not letting Oscar have that free sheep, deathing, baiting at the exact right time, to not just, gift it to him. Meh always outplaying the mages.
I mean, he's got great positioning in these games, putting on a masterclass here for his team. But also, I mean, anytime Oscar and TJ are pushing in, I feel like Waz and Raikou are doing a great job defending him. So Echo, in terms of their defensive play style really on point. Ice Wall comes down. Waz might get completely smoked. A beautiful setup by Overload, but Mad ducks in. He gets the Void Shift. A beautiful play there by Overload, though. That's exactly what you want to see, but Echo's looking to strike back here onto TJ. He's getting low. JT trying to position away from Raikou just a little bit. Waz looking for a Cyclone, finds it onto Oscar, but at the same time, Waz gets Cyclone, so they're both going to be taken out, and TJ just continues to push. Gets the stun on Raikou. Raikou blinks in the middle of the map, but Echo still has that late game advantage in terms of mana. So back and forth. I mean, both these mages have both ice blocks at this point. It might turn into a feral race, maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, if you're in Echo's position right now, you see that JT, he's at 25% mana. Matt is at 35, 40%. He's a little bit ahead. All you have to do, avoid damage, do as much damage as you can. It's damp now. It's time to just full swap Z it up, play the brick wall. Waz under so much fire. Gets GS. Is gonna be okay. But Waz, they're punishing him. They're really taking advantage, Overload, of Waz form on that Alt Feral Druid, trying to make it uncomfortable for him. Not liking him getting those stun clones off over and over again. Right now, it's a double Incarn up, so DJ under a lot of fire. Same with Waz. Oscar and Raikou both need to watch out.
I mean, this is just unreal. JT is just struggling to stay alive, but a big setup here onto Waz. No bark skin available. Matt doing what he can to keep it alive. He still has his trinket, but basically no throughput. Raikou also gets interrupted on Frost there. He goes for a shifting power, and that will free him from the interrupts. And he now can use the ice block, but at the same time, Oscar's getting low, and just damage at this point is going to win the game. 35% dampening. Priests are running on fumes. Oscar, this is where the game is going to completely spiral out of control. They have pressure on Oscar, pressure on TJ. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. TJ might just get dropped. The Chastise here onto JT. Echo, they smell blood in the water. They want to win this game, but they had the same thing happen. No! Again, there's two blocks. Raikou. This cold snap. He gets interrupted on Frost.
It's so hard to watch. It is so hard to watch. Raikou.
I mean, to be...
I mean, it's an Echo win.
It is, yeah. I think you can't... I like... So for me, I like Greed at the beginning of the game, but later on, it's like you mentioned, the Holy Priest kind of just fall off, right? It becomes a real chore healing through this kind of damage. I think you just have to make good trades. Raikou greeds it. He gets interrupted on Frost, but he knows he can just cold snap. Like, every mage in the game knows you can just cold snap and still ice block. So he gets kicked. Really good kick, but this is where the game just kind of gets thrown. I think it just has to be a cold snap ice block. He's just making it so difficult for his team. And the thing is, Echoes, they're having such good games. They're just tripping at the finish line.
I mean, I talked earlier this game when Overload was down 0-2 killed. It was going to be a quick 0-3. What do you do if you're Echo and you're in this position? I can tell you that the team comms sound like a war zone right now. Raikou dropping the ball again and gifting 2 games to Overload, bringing it to game 5. I still think Echo have it in the bag. They're playing the series better overall. Yes, Waz almost died in that lovely Ice Wall swap. No trinket, no skin. Masterful punish from Overload, really. Realizing that Waz form, stun cloning too much. We need to catch him in human form. We need to prevent that, go on him a bit more, punish him on that ult. You know, it's a good adaptation from Overload to shut down Waz and on his Feral Druid, but right now if you're Echo, you don't like this. You've just gone from a 2-0 lead, 2-2, and the curse is strong. The curse is very strong.
Oh, I mean, if Echo loses this, talk about mental...
It's not my fault, just so you know. This is not my fault.
This is your fault. I'm going to be honest. I get blamed all the time for this kind of stuff, so this is exactly your fault. You said at the beginning of this weekend that all you wanted to do is see Raikou not use Ice Block, and now you've seen it here, so... I mean...
on Friday.
Yeah. I know. We're just, you know... It's for the show, you know? Just causing up, you know, a little drama, all that good stuff. But, yeah, in a serious note, this is crazy. Overload somehow has managed to come back in this game. It's hard to believe, honestly, because it did seem like in the last 2 games, Echo was ahead. They had the mana lead, they had the cooldown lead, and they kind of just fumbled. It was their game to lose, and they ended up losing. Overload's going to take it, and I don't know how it is for you, Chanimal, but for me, I would much rather be in a situation where I'm on track to get the reverse sweep. Like in a 2-2 situation, it's much better to be the team that won the last 2 and you're about to reverse sweep than the team that was so close and you're just about to fumble the series.
Absolutely, because you go from the team, you know, you go from this position where you're under this immense pressure at 0-2, and you're turning it around now. You have the momentum. The ball is rolling in your court, and Echo, how can you not be tilted after that, right? Like, you got both games won, both block. Now you're going to game 5. You lose this one, you're going to the loser's bracket. You need to face Ezia again, or you need to face Jamie and co. I mean, you've thrown away, you know, a free ticket. Terrible. Terrible result for them, really. And one of the worst ways to lose if you're a competitor is dying 3 cooldowns and just throwing away something that was gifted to you. You already had it in the bag. We're going to Tiger's Peak. 5 games of an FMP mirror. You know, couldn't have asked for anything more.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Raikou, like, you know, at the final moments, it hasn't been going well, but I think Raiku's actually having a great series. So, he's getting out a ton of damage, great crowd control, great defense. I think he's just greeting it a little too hard when I think you just need to make those more efficiency trades, just not get greedy, and just stay ahead in terms of momentum. So that's what we want to see here for Echo.
Exactly, and Raikou right now, in the middle of the map, they're just trading their cooldowns on Icy Veins Incarn. Both healers trading out the Apotheosis, should be fine. Looking for a swap onto Waz, and like I said earlier, really pay attention to how Overload is going to punish Waz, going for these Bash clones. Last game, they caught him in human form plenty of times. Force his skin, force his SI, his trinket. And if they get him, like, you know, if they catch him too many times, he's going to flop.
Now, Oscar pushing in aggressively, actually, going for the Dragon's Breath. Does he get the Snowdrift? He does. Raikou a little bit low on health. TJ making a push here with Oscar. They gets the Ice Block off, so isn't going to greet it. Already trading out the Cold Snap as well, so trying to get that on cooldown. And honestly, it's not that big of a deal to trade out that first block, because I do think, realistically, you can get 3 in a matchup like this.
Yeah, it'll rotate back. Not a big deal. But look at the positioning, right? And this is... Raikou has to cross the entire world to get the JT.
Was! Oh no!
Was! Has to swap. Echo are crumbling. Game 5. The last 2 games of the Raikou pre-block is cursing them. I mean, this is not the start to the game that you want. Oscar, full confidence, playing on top of Meh, making it an absolute nightmare for him to get away and have some space. And Meh, I wonder if maybe he should just cross the map, go to one of the platforms, just get out of dodge.
Yeah, might need to. I mean, look at Waz. He has 0 cooldowns. I mean, right now, Echo is in serious danger. The Bash lands, double stun combo. Is there any follow-up? Ooh, TJ looking for a Cyclone. He fakes out the interrupt. He's got precognition right now, but it doesn't look like he's going to go for a good positioning there by Meh, but I'm still afraid for Echo. There's no Trinket, no Void Shift, no nothing here for Waz. Luckily, he has his Bark Skin available if he needs it. He gets feared away. Tries to go for a push, but JT just fears him away. Really good play there by JT, and they're actually making a move. I feel like at this point, Overload, they might be able to take that lead and run away with it. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do.
Overlap the Poly and the clone. JT trades his Trinket out just to stay ahead in terms of momentum. That is Waz's Incarn TJ's as well. TJ pulling ahead, getting the stun on Waz's Incarn, so Waz not liking that. Has to turn it around on him, gets a maim. Can he follow up with a clone? Opting to do damage instead. And this is going to spell the end of Veins, end of Incarn. Echo, though, down cooldowns. Down in momentum. Overload are cooking right now. They are playing on top of Mech. JT is pushing in. He has confidence.
Yeah, Raikou gets interrupted. He uses shifting power to free himself from that interrupt. It was a frost interrupt, so that could have been dangerous, but looks like Echo's in a much better spot now. Meh has his Trinket back and available. Still has the Guardian Spirit. Once again, a nice defensive fear there onto Waz, just forcing him a little bit away. He gets caught into a bash. Let's see if there's any crowd control here on the Meh. Oscar's pushing up. He's in a very offensive position right now. TJ getting swapped too, but I think he should be okay. Great positioning from both of these priests, but it is going to be a full Snowdrift on the Meh. Oscar blast waves him away. Doesn't look like he's able to get the full polymorph there, as both mages just trying to find opportunities in the game. TJ potentially looking for a Cyclone. He gets blasted away. Just a masterclass by both of these teams on how to avoid these setups.
Absolutely. And TJ just struggling. Casting clone 4 times. Finally lands on Waz to get some pressure on Raikou, but missing the Comet Storm just waddles out of that one. You typically want to use the Comet Storm on a stun so people can't get out of it, can't blink, can't, you know, avoid all that damage because it is your source of biggest burst. Ice Wall doesn't amount to much, just to slow down the game. Waz has Trinket. Waz has skin. TJ has no Trinket. Does have skin. I really want to see these feral swaps right now. Echo dragging backwards. If they want to win this game, they need to drag TJ back and punish him for the fact that he doesn't have a Trinket.
Yeah, Waz getting a nice little CC there. Looks like a Snowdrift might land out. Full Ring of Frost lands. Raikou could be in trouble, but he's doing a good job. Oh no, he's so low on health. Oh, it needs to be very careful. Looks like Meh's going to use the Guardian Angel to keep him alive. This is the Icy Veins. Raikou greeting it, but in this case, greed is good. He holds on to that precious cooldown. He's got Cold Snap coming up in 2 minutes, and Echo once again is not in a bad spot. Massive damage coming in. That is going to be an Ice Wall. Raikou just snipes that off immediately. And that was defensive Ice Wall there from Oscar, just trying to keep Raikou at bay from that damage. Oscar is blinking away, not in the best position right now to get crowd control on Met. TJ's pushing in. He gets caught into a stun. JT just going to be trading out that Angel form, just trying to stay ahead of the damage. And this is where the game gets crazy because both priests no longer have Angel form. Dampening is getting high, and this is where the fireworks begin.
Absolutely, and TJ has no skin for 30 seconds. Waz still has his Incarn up. He is absolutely cooking TJ right now. Oscar under fire, has to get his GS traded out. Waz getting cloned on the end of his Incarn, but TJ in trouble. I want to see him, if Echo want to win this, keep dragging backwards. Don't let the Feral and the Mage, Oscar and TJ play on top of Meh. Look at this. Look what Meh has to deal with. He's getting snowdrifted. He's getting DB'd. He's under so much pressure. They do a swap on TJ. Waz only able to connect late, so he's going to be fine. But they do get JT's trinket out of that exchange. And, you know, if you're Echo, you're winning on mana. You're behind in momentum. Slow the game down. Win from mana and just draw the game out. Let your defensives rotate back up.
Yeah, one thing for sure, I feel like Echo has worse positioning here, like just playing on top of Meh as opposed to JT, just 50 miles away. You know, he's playing at max range. Meh and Raikou are going to reposition. Like, they realize this is not going how it should. Nice grip there from JT. Oscar under a little bit of fire, but he's putting pressure out onto Waz, creating a bit of a panic here. Massive Combat Storm coming in from Oscar, and Meh is going to be caught into a polymorph. Great CC there by Oscar. And we'll see what they can do. Overload has a lot of momentum right now. The Icy Veins come in, but Oscar's getting low. Does not want to throw away the game. He's in a great position. Overload, I think, is winning this game. The full sheep lands. Oscar, can they take him down? He's got the ice block. He's playing very far away. Big shatter combos on Waz, forcing him defensive, and they really can't capitalize on that sheep.
But right now, they're realizing Waz is taking too much damage. He's just going to drag back.
Oh, ice wall!
TJ. He's going to be fine. Made a sheep. He has the trinket. He has no swap.
This is dangerous. Waz is so low on health right now. He's got the bar skin. Is he going to make the trade at the same time? TJ gets Cyclone. Waz doing a good job slowing down the game. This is where sparks fly as the Icy Veins from both the mages. That has subsided, but dampening is getting higher and higher. Incarnation rotating up for both of these druids. So both Waz and TJ are going to have a massive amount of damage available. Waz just gets gripped away immediately on the Incarnation. Mez is going to be going into the Angel form. Spirit of the Redeemer just trying to stay ahead of the burst, just spending as much as possible. Ice Wall comes down. Beautifully done, and TJ might just go down. The survival instincts is going to be enough, but JT with the Divine Hymn looks like he will keep him alive. A great push there by Echo.
That was double Angel traded out by both priests, but at this point, they're running on Fumes. 15% mana on JT. If they live to the next Incarn, Echo is going to win this game. The question is, can they survive till then? Waz caught in human form trying to clone someone, doesn't have skin, doesn't have SI. Met does have his Void Shift rotated back, but Oscar, lining JT, has to trade out his block. Positioning a disaster for Overload, tanking the full poly as well.
Yeah, I like this. Echo finally making some plays, pushing him top of JT and punishing him. Raikou doing a really good job, potentially getting a Snowdrift here. He gets feared away. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to land. A big stun comes in. Raikou has to be careful. It looks like, in terms of cooldowns, right now, Echo has a lead. The Void Shift are going to be rotating, or is up. Trinket's almost going to rotate up here for Meth. They can hold on just another 10 seconds. TJ might just die. A beautiful Ice Wall knock once again here from Waz. He pre-bear forms the stun. Nicely done there by Waz, but it's a polymorph on Meth. Still dangerous here for the side of Echo. Waz did a good job of reducing damage, but damage is just so high. Dampening is so high. Can Echo recover? Meth has a lot of work ahead of him, but Raikou's just going to trade out the Ice Block. Oscar's low on health, but right now, Overload is looking to get the reverse sweep here on to Echo. This is not looking good.
Matt doing miracles, recovering them with the GS. But the problem is Raikou's down one block. Waz, TJ, both of them going to be fine. Incarn coming up in 20 seconds now. JT, he's so close to This next Incarn is going to spell the death if Echo can stay alive.
And Raikou has one Ice Block. He has the Ice Block. We're looking for the efficiency trade. It hasn't worked out for him in the last 2 games. I do feel like Echo has the tools to win this one. Trinket, Void Shift, Ice Block is available. Dampening is just so incredibly high. Cooldowns rotating up here for both these classes. Incarnation for both these Feral Druids. This is where the game is likely going to end. Both Feral Druids have a massive amount of damage available. Waz gets gripped back nicely to pre-bear forms and grips. Great plays there by Echo. And now it's their opportunity here to strike back. They're dragging TJ to the other side of the map. Both Priest and Angel form. Oscar might just outright die. The Priests do not have the healing to stabilize through this kind of damage, but this is really anyone's game. Waz could easily fall. TJ could easily fall. Who's going to come out ahead here, Chen?
I don't know. Waz in a full stun, no skin. Met does have the trinket. He has a swap, so Waz will live for now. He's probably going to swap him at the very last moment. Needs to be as efficient as possible. TJ, nothing left either. And JT's he only has the mana for the Void Shift, and that's it. After that, Overload are going down to the loser's bracket, potentially. If Echo can hang in there. Oscar having to run away. TJ in a clone. Waz playing masterfully. Needs to go back to TJ now, though. TJ gotta die. It's GS. Still has the swap. JT just being greedy with it. Trying to be as efficient as possible.
Ooh, this is Veins.
Veins is up now, though.
Yeah, this is
Raiku's Veins, Oscar's Veins.
Yeah, both mages with veins. Oh, an Ice Wall was! He might go down. He does! A beautiful play there by Oscar. It's going to be an Ice Wall. The veins is just too overwhelming. And Overload, they get the reverse sweep on Echo. It was looking so good for Echo. They were up 2-0. Wasp form on the Feral. They were owning. But Overload, they're able to punish just little mistakes. They stay in the game. They stay cool, calm, collected. There was no tilt factor, it seemed. And they managed to battle it back. I can't believe this result after those first 2 games.
No, I mean, we all predicted wrong, didn't we? Overload had it in them. We counted them out. I counted them out 0-2. I thought they were going to tilt off the face of the earth and just throw the next, game. But they showed a lot of resilience here, and they pulled it back. Raikou dies pre-block 2 games in a row. Beautiful Ice Wall. Yeah, beautiful Ice Wall. Just clipping Waz right on the corner. Waz sees the opportunity for them. He tries the pre-move, but it's just not enough. He's just on the corner. Met can't get into line of sight to use that Void Shift, and look at the mana. Echo are ahead. It's their game to win. They just have to live this one last Ice Wall go. Look at this. Waz sees it. Pre-bears. Gets stuck on the corner. Oh my goodness. Gets stuck on the corner.
Yeah.
Isn't able to just clip around, and if he does, I can't help but feel that's an Echo dub.
Oscar.
That is.
I feel like Oscar played this beautifully. He actually fakes out the Ice Wall, so you'll see it here. He goes for a pretend Ice Wall. I think he baits out the inner. He actually trinkets out of the Cyclone. Goes for another Ice Wall. Fake cast the interrupt here, I think, from Raikou.
Beautiful.
And then he can get that.
I'm telling you. This guy's like a Thesia, and then Vaz walks into the wall, gets stuck, and...
That's heartbreaking.
Good punish. Absolutely. And I gotta commend JT. Such a good job on this Holy Priest. Hanging on until, hanging on with threads, really, with strings, until his teammates can just pull off a miracle. Oscar, looking like a real magician out there with the Ice Wall, flipping Waz on the corner and just securing the dub when really the game is over for the next 30 seconds. Fantastic work.
Oof. Oh my gosh, you gotta feel bad for Echo in that situation. I'm really curious, Chan, on your perspective. I know you mentioned it a bit throughout the actual series, just kind of like what Echo must be saying behind the scenes right now, but how do you think they're gonna try and recover from that series mentally for their next one?
I mean... Echo has come back from worse. I'm sure you guys remember the cross-region Trill 2v3 against us, where it was just heartbreaking. You can never count them out. Right now, they're probably tilted off the face of the earth, and they're not having a good time. I can only imagine the comms on Discord at the moment are not good, but they're passionate. They're competitive players. You go from 2-0, you throw 2 games, and then the third game is, the 5th game here, it's your game to win again, and you just crumble at the finish line. It sucks. You gotta bounce back.
Yeah, you really have to. I can imagine, after that 3rd game loss, it just got only more and more tilted at that as that series progressed. But nonetheless, that does mean that they are going to fall, and they will be playing the winner of this next up series. It is a lower bracket matchup. It is Super Duper Gamers versus DOBOB. Super Duper Gamers, of course, this is the team that everybody also underestimated, and they could just get a win here against DOBOB, who have also been having an incredible season. But this one is going to be, I think I'm the most excited for this one, Ben, especially considering just kind of how far Super Duper Gamers has been able to make a run for it this weekend. They started off the day, the top of Friday, in the lower bracket and beat Chibaku Tensei.
Yep, this is a very good team. They kind of came out of nowhere, but it's going to be MBQ and Jamie. They've been kind of partnered up, doing a really good job on that Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman, and Demon Hunter seems to be a lot more popular in Europe than it is in North America. We're seeing basically 0 players in North America play it, but it seems really solid, especially when you have a Demon Hunter like MVQ on your roster. It's a very high-pressure specialization. Then you have Blizzo as an option, too. I feel like Fury Warriors are absolutely insane right now. I mean, we're seeing them just completely one-shot people, so I think this team, not only do they have the compositions, they also have the experience, and I think they could really cause some chaos in this lower bracket.
All right, well, let's see if DOBOB can handle it. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is a lower bracket matchup up next. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, you missed an incredible series. It was the first one of the day, the upper finals. Overload reverse sweeping Echo and knocking them down to the lower bracket. Now they will be facing off against the winner of this series. It's either going to be Super Duper Gamers or DOBOB Zico. There's quite a lot also riding on this particular series.
Yep, absolutely. If Super Duper Gamers win, then there will be a tiebreaker for Streamer Zone and Nap Time. However, if Super Duper Gamer loses, then there will be a three-way tie, and points and head-to-head and math will decide
All kinds of stuff.
who makes it in to the to the gauntlet.
Yeah, we'll get
furthermore, with Echo losing, DOBOB have a chance to really just climb up the standings here, and it doesn't really matter for the finals because second phase is third anyway. But it's nice to have that momentum for DOBOB as well. So they definitely want to get in there and have a really good showing here on the last cup.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they've for sure had a good showing so far. I was talking with Flappers actually before they started the series. They said, you know, they've had some rough series, one of their hardest matches last time we did see them, but today they're going to be giving it their all. So I'm excited to see what they are capable of. Super Duper Gamers, though, they're kind of on the come-up, Super Tees. If you remember right, they beat Shibaku Tensei. They sent them out of the tournament, and ever since then, they've just been sort of riding that momentum, and I think they're going to carry it into this series.
Yeah, they've stolen all of Chibaku's thunder, basically, and looking to replace them and prove that they're an upgraded version in this tournament. And they're running that Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman composition, which won the second cup, and it gave teams like DOBOB, it gave teams like Overload and Echo a run for their money. So have DOBOB been able to adapt from week 2 to 3 in order to kind of overcome that? Do they have any other different strategies? Are they going to incorporate any different compositions for this type of matchup? Because we have seen some classes in particular very difficult for Super Duper Gamers. I think Subtlety Rogue has been kind of the main culprit that's really kept them from previous cups getting to the top 8. So if Trimaz has a Subtlety Rogue, I think that could honestly be a really good pick for them.
Yeah, could not agree more. All right, well, given that, Super Tees, what is your prediction for this series?
I think that I'm leaning a little bit more into the Super Duper Gamers. I think they're about to maybe make an upset. I'm going underdog line this weekend. I think I'm probably going to do it in North America as well. Going underdog line, Left 4 Dead as well, I think, over there in North America. But for EU, I think the Demon Hunter Ellie is really good. Venruki's lining up with me. I wonder if I've cursed you all, though, by lining up with you in the last series and now in this one.
You
like,
did.
as we're revealing this, like, are you guys getting cursed? What's going on?
I know.
I don't think this is the underdog, bro. Like on standings, it's the underdog, but I have a feeling a lot of us are going with the Super Duper Gamers because DOBOB did lose to Shibaku last week, and Super Duper Gamers just seems like a better Shibaku, at least this week.
Oh, no.
So I'm going with them as well.
Dude, it's like The Substance. I don't know if you guys watched that movie, but things are about to get real wonky here. All right, let's take a look at Chan's prediction for this. 2 to 3. Man,
Ooh.
I love Chan's predictions. I wish he could be here to explain this one. But my prediction, we can reveal that as well. And yeah, I think you're right. I think you are cursing us, and I hope to lift that curse. So I'm siding with Chan in this one. Hopefully it works out for me. I'm already down 1 in this today on Championship Sunday, and you know what? I've got nothing to lose. I'm down at the bottom in terms of predictions. It's bad. I just got a message from Chan. Thank you for picking same as me. So hopefully this works out for me. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a good point. Like, I don't know who the underdog really is, like, because, you know, we've got DOBOB, they're very high in the standings, but just based on what we're seeing from Super Duper Gamers as of late, they may not be the underdog. So they are going to prove who is the real underdog in this series. We're starting it off. It's in the lower finals. Loser of this one knocked out of the tournament here for the third and final Championship Sunday. It is game number 1, best of 5 on the Grand Arena. Super Duper Gamers versus DOBOB, Sid.
Yeah, it's the last week of the season, last chance to qualify, last chance to climb through the ranks. It should be an exciting finale with a lot of big upsets, I think. Overload getting reverse swept, or Echo getting reverse swept by Overload was super entertaining. And oh my god, Blizzo's coming in off the bench. They knew there'd be a Subtlety Rogue. They knew there'd be a Subtlety Rogue, and Blizzo is the tech that they're going to be initiating to try and counteract that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be a sub-rogue into Blizzo here. This guy is just a brick wall when it comes to defense. He's so good at disrupting the setups from RMPs specifically, but we are already seeing one of these setups come out. But SQX is in Ancient of Lore, so he's going to be able to just deflect that. And already MVQ looking after Tessia here. Nice swap onto SQX, but he's in bear form. He's still going to trade out the bark skin there to respect the Icy Veins and the Shadow Blades. But here comes MVQ, Metamorphosis, and it's going to be the big one. And they catch Trimaz here, forcing his trinket, forcing the vanish already from the sub-rogue. Triple DB coming out there for Tessia. Tessia actually fake casting the kick of SQX there as well. They're going after the Resto Druid, it looks like here once again. He's sitting in bear form. They're just going to launch the attack into it. Beautiful peels though onto Tessia right there. Imprisonment onto Tessia. He trinkets and then gets fell erupted on his trinket, so he can't do anything in that go onto SQX.
It's all defense from Blizzo and MVQ. Their crowd control allocation is to stop the attacks of Trimaz and Tessia and just outlive them at every turn. But here we see triple crowd control isolating MVQ for a moment, but he's just taking 0 damage. They make a swap. Is Blizzo going to be able to help out SQX here as he's taking a lot of damage? Here comes the fear, but he's just dead. Oh my god, how is he alive right now? He survives at just a millimeter of health without trinketing during that. He has his tree form. He wants to line that up when he comes off stun DR. So he's going to wait a few seconds here, but he gets caught in a polymorph. I feel like SQX is getting pressured, and we see Resto Druids in these positions where they kind of start choking because they're so confused with what the other team is doing. Are they going to kill me? Are they going to kill my Demon Hunter? What's going on? And then they get lost in the decisions of their opponents. And now we see the tree form. SQX likely off stun DR here, wants to immune it with the tree, get his team fully hotted. Trimaz needs to avoid this tree because I do imagine that he wants to switch back to the Druid very soon.
Dude, Tessia's making play after play, just constantly setting up this Druid, catching him out of form with Sheeps, swapping to him, landing mass polymorphs on MVQ as well as SQX, just doing a great job with the playmaking. But he is going to have an Icy Veins here. I think it's actually his real Icy Veins are going after Blizzo. Big damage onto Blizzo. Huge amount of damage. The late smoke bomb gets dropped into a gouge. Blizzo's just going to Blade Storm out of that one. Blizzo trading out the Enraged Regen there. I didn't actually like that smoke bomb that much. It was kind of a cool play. But Blizzo already had the Enraged Regen active there, and they land a full Ring of Frost, they land a full Fear on the SQX. MVQ might just get dropped. MVQ on 1% HP. What? That's not often we see this kind of play. MVQ is going to trinket, trade out the Netherwalk, and first aid. SQX sitting through another setup. I feel like DOBOB is completely styling on Super Duper Gamers here with the sub RMP. Even though Super Duper Gamers seem to have gotten rid of the Ellie Shaman out of the equation and seem to kind of be on top of the blind pick, it just doesn't seem to play out in their favor at all with how well DOBOB is playing.
Kidney shot, another engagement. Blizzo intervening, stunning the mage. Trimaz is chasing down the Druid. He catches him in cat form. Barskin immediately, they imprison. Trimaz trinkets to go for it. He gets stunned on his trinket. In-cap roar out. Tree is going to activate for SQX. He survives another swap, but that was the medallion of Blizzo. Blind is available. Trimaz is looking to load and move out here for the next attack. And unfortunately, Super Duper Gamers, I think with this strat, they're looking to kind of just win on mana, but it's not happening. Relza is just managing his mana so effectively. 3.5 minutes in, they're really not building any sort of significant advantage there. They send a setup here on Blizzo. I think it's to bait Hots, and then they're going to swap targets here. MVQ sees the swap, and he blurs. He anticipates the attack. Now they're stunning Trimaz, limiting his ability to engage. Vortex down, so he can't step to the Druid, but he's chastised. Pre-darkness, but they're going on the Druid. They don't care. Nice. Surprise attack. They catch SQX, and he's being greedy once again, sitting through that out of bear form, but an intervene comes through. Now they blind him and swap back on Demon Hunter. I don't think he's going to go down here. I think he was on stun DR, so maybe dropping the ball a little bit there with that swap back on Demon Hunter. Relza, he knew he was a target here, so he's playing the Divine Ascension, so he can fly up in the sky whenever Blizzo looks his way. SQX is jumping in offensively. I guess he feels confident here. He's got Barkskin, he's got Trinket, so he's trying to get a little cheeky in cat form, get some stuns out, but a Fear might connect here from Relza. Double Fear hits, but it looks like they're running that Berserker. Big wall play, no Trinket. Can Blizzo get there? He intervenes the cheap shot. Blizzo is such solid defense here. MVQ holds on, ducking back to the pillar, and this is why Blizzo is on the roster.
I feel like, Blizzo definitely saves the day right there, but he might just go down right now. So much damage coming out. SQX is going to trinket, pop the tree, and Rage Regen coming out. And the way DOBOB is switching around on this RMP, like, I don't even want to see them play FMP again. And their FMP is so good. I want to see them keep Flappers on the bench and just keep playing this, because they have been close to KOing Blizzo, they've been close to KOing MVQ, and they've been close to KOing SQX. And I feel like at some point, something's got to give. Huge setup coming out here. Reverse magic there on the fear, but they land the sheep shot. Blizzo is in so much trouble. He might just go out right now. Tessia gets stunned by the Stormbolt. Blizzo once again with the defensive fear plus the Stormbolt on the mage, surviving yet another close call. Now trying to get aggressive onto Relza. Beautiful stun there onto Relza, forcing him to trinket, ducks out into the sky. He's going to be able to spam out some heals with that Divine Ascension. Tessia looking for the mass polymorph there onto SQX. They want to swap to SQX here. They catch him in a kidney shot. Looks like they actually want to set up with the Ring of Frost, but Tessia gets interrupted there, so they're not going to be able to land it, but it might not matter. Relza is there with the fear. The damage is there, and Super Duper Gamers are looking solid on the Sub-Rogue RMP.
Okay, I don't think you can play MVQ into a Sub-Rogue. I don't think you can. I've watched him. He lost to Big Mix. He lost to Ski Instructors in Cup 2. That's why they didn't get to top 8. Like, I feel like you can't put him into that matchup voluntarily. It's just not... It's not going to work for him. It's just so fragile. Even with Blizzo's sick plays, his intervenes, and his pre-crowd control. Look how they set up MVQ. They polymorph him, so he can't use anything preemptively. He didn't have anything anyways, and then they wait for the blur, and then they just 100-0 him. And could he have got Nether? No, there's no way. It was just evaporated in 1 millisecond there. And where did the intervenes go? So Blizzo, I don't think he has intervene at this point. He used it a little earlier. I'm just trying to see like what they could have disrupted as far as crowd control. He pummels Frost, so the mage can't do damage, at least. And then he shockwaves. Maybe the shockwave on the rogue? Maybe? Would have been better, I guess. It's like such a tough call right there, because you don't really have a lot, it looks like, as far as in the toolkit to get them out of crowd control at this point. And he didn't really... Yeah, they waited for pre-blur. They literally just polymorphed his pre-blur. So they're just sheeping him. They know he doesn't have a trinket. Wait for the blur, and then blur ends at the end of the sheep, and then they can just KO him.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could have done maybe is to try to stop the fear timing a little bit better with the shockwave there, but it's just so hard when Tessia's there spamming Ring of Frost, and then you got Relza also running at the healer, trying to land that Chastise Fear. He even landed the kick on Frost, so I think Blizzard did a pretty good job in that situation, but not that much he could have done. Just a clean setup. DOBOB's RMP, man, I am a big fan, actually. They played so good in this match. Like, the way they're switching around, they're landing setups onto SQX. SQX is just scared for his life the whole game. He honestly should have died in the opener when they forced his bark skin. Then they blinded him and swapped to him. The fact that he didn't trinket there and he lived on like 2% HP, that was honestly a bit lucky. Like, if they got a little bit more damage off on the side of DOBOB, something crit, something procced.
What is this?
All of a sudden, the game would have just ended instantly, right?
Why are they putting Blizzo on the bench and not MVQ?
Yeah, I don't know about this. I feel like the Thunder is probably the best option, actually. But I guess this is their most practiced comp on the side of Super Duper Gamers. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they wanted to lock that in to begin with. Do you think they wanted to lock in the Warrior to deal with the FMP specifically? Or do you think that the Warrior... why do you think they locked in Blizzo in the first place? Do you think that was a counter to the RMP, or was supposed to be?
I would have thought that it was for the RMP, because I could maybe see Thunder and FMP being annoying for the Warrior. But RMP, typically Warrior can kind of like shut down a rogue, especially a subtlety rogue during goes. But I guess we'll see. We'll see what their thought process was based on the result of this game here. Super Duper Gamers, man, they're already in the gauntlet no matter what in this. They're basically playing spoiler for nap time to potentially be able to qualify. But they're blasting. Big damage around the Tessia. He's going to use Greater Invis. Relza jumps into Angel. SQX, big swap onto him here. Catch him in the gouge towards the tail end. But he's got that Ancient Allure. He should be able to easily recover. And now, where are they going to go? Chastise to set up MVQ, so he can't preemptively use cooldowns. That's really dangerous for him, but SQX just jumps right on top of him, so they can't smoke bomb. That's a really nice heads-up move from the Druid. Now he's in bear form. He knows he could get swapped too. Trimaz is stepping around. SQX has to be a bit careful here. He's going to get caught in cat form. He's not careful. Double fear, massive damage. Gets an in-cap roar, but it's a big shatter combo. Tessia is there. Trimaz is still on his tail, and he's just dying through Heart of the Wild at the moment he gets gouged. He should be able to recover. He uses the Shadow Meld, gets a maim stun. I feel like SQX is just, he's playing so aggressive in this matchup, and they're just going to punish him if he keeps this up.
Yeah, honestly, if Trimaz had another, if he had the 2 DR stuns right there, SQX would have just died potentially. But he survives. He did have to use his trinket. So an opening here for the RMP. They could blind SQX into a go and try to 100-0 him like that, or they could try to blind CC him with a long CC chain like Kidney Shot, blind sap, go after MVQ and force his trinket, or they could just maybe get Ice Wall on MVQ, force his trinket that way, and then go for a blind play later. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're setting up for, maybe. Yeah, they're going to sheep him. There's the smoke bomb. There's the ice wall. Can they get the trinket? They get the trinket. They have a checkmate situation. It actually swapping to SQX here as well. They have a complete checkmate situation on the side of DOBOB. That's the Ancient of Lore as well. This is very, very bad news. In 20 seconds, Tessia has Icy Veins. They have blind. They can, and also they just forced Barkskin. They can literally blind SQX. If he's in caster form, they can just 100-0 him. Or they can just Kidney Shot, blind sap him and go after MVQ, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Good night, MVQ. There's no way he's gonna survive this. There is no way. There's just no way.
Put him on the bench.
That was a perfect.
Put him on the bench. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
That was a perfect setup. Yeah, get him out of here. Get Blizzo in. Play Thunder. There's no way.
Like
that ice wall play was so good because that was the goal of that ice wall smoke bomb was we just need to get MVQ's trinket. After we get MVQ's trinket, we have all of the cards. We can just blind the Druid and go on the Druid, but then MVQ could technically Darkness, but we can also just DB MVQ, so he can't pre-blur, he can't pre-darkness, he can't pre-do anything, and then just kill him. And that's exactly what they do. Chastise onto MVQ, blind onto SQX, and then just... They don't even use the Icy Veins, actually. They could have waited 2 more seconds.
They killed him 100 with nothing.
Yeah, they could have really KO'd him
2 seconds
there.
away from coming off cooldown, and they just send the go.
And they had Shadow Blades though, so I mean it's
a Rogue go for sure, but Mage go is kind of, I guess it's a Comet Storm. Rogue and 1 little Ice Lance. I think mostly Rogue. I guess we'll see in the Deathlog. Jamie's trying to heal him. Even Trima Trimmer toned him just in case there was a fear when it was even a possibility. He's like, "What do I do, bro? Like I put grounding down." It's just not enough. The Rogue does so much damage in those moments. You just can't play a Demon Hunter into a Subtlety Rogue. I feel like I've watched MVQ die to a Subtlety Rogue. Like, anytime I've seen him on a broadcast, or open weekend or whatever we call it, and then on the main stage, like, if there's a Subtlety Rogue, MVQ is dead. So it's just like, I just don't see this. I don't see this being a possibility for him. They've got to try something else. The Warrior makes the most sense. I don't think it's guaranteed either. But I would think it has to do a little bit better. Or if they've got a Ret Paladin alt. Like a Ret Paladin alt wouldn't be bad.
Does anyone play Ret Paladin on their team? I don't think so. I think... Okay, we're going back to comp number 1 here.
What is this?
Oh, we're going to the Cage of Carnage. I feel like this is DOBOB's map though. Like DOBOB, I'm pretty sure is undefeated on the Cage.
Yeah, you just picked.
Like,
you just
cool.
picked
Home field
DOBOB's
advantage.
Yeah. What is this? DOBOB plus 20% damage on Cage of Carnage. Thank you, super duper gamers. And your Demon Hunter is still there, we see. It's just Demon Hunter Druid also together. Like, what even healer is immune to Rogue Mage as far as swapping, like a Disc Priest maybe? But then you're susceptible to crowd control. I just don't know about keeping MVQ in this situation. I don't know if it's just like he's the leader of the team and he's the one making the calls on this stuff. But as far as like matchup, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't like the Demon Hunter versus a Sub Rogue is just it's like it's been done so many times, you know, over such a long period of time. When the Demon Hunter doesn't, like, the Demon Hunter has to play so well, and MVQ is playing really well, but he has to play extremely well, and not just him. He has to have perfect synergy with his healer, and he has to have that for such a long period of time. If he ever messes up, we saw what happened last game. That's going to happen again. And honestly, the only way he can survive that situation is if he doesn't trinket the smoke bomb. But it's like smoke bomb plus ice wall. So it's just like, if you don't trinket there, you're probably dead. And if you do trinket there, well, you're dead on the next DR. So it's really hard for the Demon Hunter navigate this matchup, he has to pre-glimpse, he has to pre-darkness, he has to pre-blur. And DOBOB's RMP is, you can tell this is something they put a lot of work into, because they are fantastic at this. They are always landing a chastise onto MVQ, so he can't preemptively use any cooldowns when his trinket is down. They're constantly landing Dragon's Breath. They're constantly sheeping MVQ to prevent him from pressing any button, where he just goes from being a sheep or being chastised into a stun, into death, you know? He just can't control his character until he's dead. So DOBOB is really, really playing it super well. And MVQ has a really tough job ahead of him. It's going to be up to Blizzo here. He denies the opener.
Just going Warrior, maybe? No, they're going Druid. It's a one-shot wonder. Oh my god, SQX. Is he going to die through tree? We just goes down! DOBOB absolutely annihilate SQX in game number 3. What a stomp. He just logged out after that. He didn't even leave the arena. He just straight up logged out. He's offline.
Picking Cage of Carnage into DOBOB. What are we thinking here? They have 20% damage buff on this map. And Tessia, man, I think he had like 1.6 mil DPS when SQX went down. Let's see the opener here.
Pre-Blade Storm.
SQX we pre-Blade Storm, we get the rogue out. And Dragon's Breath, it's the whole team. Kidney onto Blizzo. And look at this cleave damage. Tessia is just killing the whole team. SQX doesn't even know who should I heal. He trinkets, renewals, NS, Ancient of Lore. And before he can get the big heal, since it ramps up, he just dies.
They just killed Gigatree. I didn't know it was possible to kill Gigatree. I'm just sitting here during the cast is like, oh, tree's up. They're probably good. They're going to be able to live. They just chopped down the Gigatree. What?
It's like 30% damage reduction, right? When you're in the Gigatree?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. And I think, did he Barkskin too, or did he not Barkskin?
No, he didn't. He didn't Barkskin.
Barkskin? What?
He sounds so shocked. No, he didn't Barkskin. I don't know why he didn't Barkskin.
Oh, he Trinket Treed. He thought it'd be enough. I think he just thought Gigatree would be enough. And if he Barkskins at the same time, I guess is his logic, right?
Yeah,
like,
he's just dead.
His logic is if he Trinket skins, he's dead next go. I guess.
He could live next go, though, with Darkness.
I guess you just never open on the mage. Like, why did he open on the mage? Like, he's got Warrior, Demon Hunter can stun. And Mage just blinked out of it. He just blinked out of the turret.
They just stacked up, too.
This got AoE'd, blendered, just... What?
Yeah. I want to see DOBOB just lock this in for the rest of the tournament. This RMP is looking sick.
This comp. Could not agree more. Yeah, there's you guys are both stun locked, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, they just cheap shot us as well. Like, Trimax just reached in the street and cheap shot the casters on the go. Like,
usually I let you guys kind of like round off your thoughts, you know, reflect a little bit before I step in. But these two are literally just staring at the at the replay here. But we're gonna watch it one more time. As the DOBOB wraps up their 3-0. Very quick game, very quick 3-0. And me and Chan are going to take that dub as well for the predictions. But yeah, I mean, what do you think they were thinking with locking in Cage of Carnage? I mean, I know you kind of already reflected on that a bit, Supatees, but like, what was their plan there? It's just an interesting move, an interesting choice.
I mean, maybe it's hard for the mage to kite, because like blinking is weird with the way the bridge is built, and you can also rush the map and maybe not get sapped. Would be like some advantages, but it's just melee cleave into a frost mage is already a disadvantage. Demon Hunter into a subtlety rogue is another big disadvantage. Honestly, I think Resto Druid into a subtlety rogue is a disadvantage. So you're like picking you're like triple stacking all of the disadvantages.
I'd say quadruple with the map, because it's like that's kind of their home turf, if I had to say. But either way, here we go. 3-0 for DOBOB, and now they will be moving on in the upper bracket to face off against Echo. DOBOB says they are going to give it their all, according to Flappers, and I think they certainly did that with that victory that we just saw for them. Overload, they're in the grand finals. They're waiting for a competitor here, and they are either going to face Echo or DOBOB, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be exciting to see who comes out on top. I don't know. Let's take a look at the gauntlet here for a second. So Super Duper Gamers and Streamer Zone are now qualified to the gauntlet. Because this was the match, right? If Super Duper Gamers won this match, then there would be a tiebreaker between Streamer Zone and Nap Time for the last spot. But because there's a three-way tie now between Super Duper Gamers, Streamer Zone, and Nap Time, there is some math. I don't know. There's some kind of head-to-head score. I don't know.
No
there's some kind of math.
Just trust
that,
us.
Decides. Yeah, just trust production on this. But yeah, there's some kind of math that decides that Naptime will not be making it into the gauntlet. So it will be Streamer Zone and Super Duper Gamers who will be in that first round. And then we can already see here they will be going up against whoever wins that will be going up against Forged RMP. Winner of that will go up against Locked In. Winner of that will be going up against Shibaku Tensei. Winner of that is the last qualifying team to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is looking like a very scary gauntlet for EU. So these are our final teams. One of the teams will be making it out alive for the gauntlet to face off against the other three teams that will qualify for the European Grand Finals at the end of May. So with that being said, we are going to head to break. When we come back, it is the EU lower finals. Winner of this one will go on to face off against Overload in the Grand Finals for the third and final cup. It's going to be either Echo or DOBOB. Stick around. We're going to head to a break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the EU lower finals. It is Echo versus DOBOB. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals to face off against Overload for the next matchup. We were talking a lot back and forth here between all the casters on what our predictions are going to be. We didn't share, no spoilers between us, but I think the main consensus is, Super T's, that this one has been really difficult to try and get a prediction out for.
It's always been back and forth between these teams. Echo was looking strong initially, but then reverse swept by Overload. And now it's like, are they going to spiral out of control? Are they going to get into their heads? Does the blame game start here? Because DOBOB, on the other hand, come off of a really fast 3-0, and they were just absolutely styling. They're all warmed up. They're ready to go. So from a morale standpoint, I think DOBOB are in a better position. And I feel like they've also got like a little bit, maybe a little bit, I don't know if I want to say a little bit more to prove. I feel like Echo also has a little bit to prove with their performance these past couple cups. So I think just morale standpoint is leaning me more towards DOBOB right now.
All right, well, given that, what is your prediction? Okay, we're spoiling it all. Right, Ven, what is your prediction then?
Actually, I had a last second change. So my original prediction was that Echo was going to 3-0, and then I really thought about it, and I was like, I don't think this is going to be a close series. I think y'all are saying it's going to be a 2-3. I think it's going to be a 3-0 either for Echo, who comes and plays, and they just shake off the rust and they rise like a phoenix from the ashes, or they're just going to get owned. Like, they're just going to continue the trend of kind of tilting, and DOBOB just going to walk away after, they just had such an incredible game, a lot of momentum. I am going to go in favor of DOBOB, and I think they're going to win every game.
Wow. Okay. I think I am most excited for Chan's prediction, former teammates of Echo. He knows them. He knows their headspace. He knows where they're at right now after that loss. So my prediction, I was kind of going off the same thing, just like Echo might be tilting right now. They might recover, but they might not. I don't know. It seems like Chan does believe in them, though believes that they are able to, take that loss, put it behind them, and get out the dub against DOBOB. But yeah, I'm kind of with you, Super T's. I think like morale for sure. DOBOB is probably in a little bit better of a mood. Kind of the question is like, who can put that behind them? Is it Echo that can put that loss behind them and rise to the occasion, or is DOBOB going to take the momentum from that last victory and bring it into this matchup? So now I'm really curious, Super T's, what do we think DOBOB is going to bring out? Is Echo going to stick with their bread and butter compositions? How do we feel like that blind pick is going to look like for game number 1?
That's what I'm sitting here wondering as well, because I feel like Trimaz on the Subtlety Rogue looks really good. So I kind of wonder if you just like throw that as a curveball. You saw Raikou going down, no block a couple of times. Like you throw a little Subtlety Rogue into the Feral Druid. Waz is going to be really tested in that matchup because there's no room for error. Or do you just go in main comp and just, say, we can win. We can win. We're DOBOB. This is our comp, Echo.
DOBOB.
We might have lost earlier, but we're coming back in with flappers, and you're not going to get the best of us. So DOBOB, I think, do have a little bit more leeway. But Echo, I'm expecting FMP.
Okay, let's see if you are correct here. Blind pick going to be very important for this. Winning that game number 1, also important for the momentum of the series. This may go to a game 5, which means you do not want to end up on the back foot in terms of the draft process, between the games. So we'll see what these guys do. It's Echo game number 1 versus DOBOB. Winner of this one, moving on to the grand finals to face off against Overload.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. It looks like it will be an all-out mirror match. And I think at this point, the teams have basically decided Feral is better than Rogue in this matchup. So I think it's likely going to be a mirror the entire way through. We've seen Chanimal talk about Tessia being such a playmaker for the roster. Let's see what he can get done in this game. It was Echo that came out ahead the last time these two teams met, and that's why DOBOB is finding their way in that lower bracket right now. Very back and forth in the early stage of the game. We always see these priests just trading out, their Guardian Spirit, the Spirit of the Redeemer, very early on, just to stay ahead of the damage.
Ice Wall line of sighting Raikou. They're just going to get rid of that wall. Waz kills it off pretty quickly. Tessia takes some big bites. Down at 50% health. Veins is still up for a moment here. Chastise done on Tessia. Waz looking for Cyclones. Looks again. He gets one on Flappers. He had to use his medallion, though, to escape from that, so I think later on, I guess he sees that Ice Wall's on cooldown, so he's going to use his trinket a bit aggressively, but we've seen when the Feral Druids use their trinkets, they are susceptible to an Ice Wall go in the future. So if Tessia gets a shifting power, can reset that Ice Wall a little bit faster, it could be dangerous. Flapper's also trinketing here at this point. Waz caught in a maim stun, big shatter combo, but Met is not crowd controlled. Now he is with a Blink Dragon's Breath, big hit off the tail end of that bash onto Waz with a full polymorph here. Waz gets interrupted. They're just gunning for the kill right now. He's critically low. Survival Instincts at such low health. Meh does not feel confident with that trade and overlaps his trinket as well. It was a big payout for DOBOB.
I love this too. We talked about it with Chanimal in the last series. We saw the FMP mirrors, and Tessie is actually playing Shimmer. So he's opting to get rid of that blink defense where you can just get out of stuns, and he's just going to play much more aggressive in the face of Meh, try to find those crowd controls, and really play to the strength of being a playmaker for his team on that mage. Let's see if he can do it. Snowdrift potential here onto Meh. Manages to find it. Tessia gets knocked. He's looking for a Ring of Frost, looking for a Polymorph. Great defense there by Waz, slowing him down, and Tessia takes a hit of damage, but that's a big difference in this match. As Tessia playing that Shimmer, that's going to allow him a lot of offensive freedom if he can survive the stuns.
I feel like Raikou is getting pushed out of his comfort zone. He's going to have to play aggressive. We just saw him on top of Relza trying to get a Snowdrift. So can he outdo Tessia at his own game here in terms of style? Because Raikou is more known for that defensive, just all-out throughput play style. And we see that on the damage meter, right? With Raikou and Waz topping Tessia and Flappers. But one style play could just end the game. Waz is doing a great job of protecting Meh away from Tessia here. He's just stopping him from getting any crowd control whatsoever. But an Ice Wall comes down. Unfortunately, Flappers got left on the other side of it, so they got to cancel it. They just go for it with the sheep, and Waz is getting dunked. He's critically low again. Yeah. He goes down, and DOBOB pull it off in 2.5 minutes. Some of these matchups are like 10 minutes long, 2.5 minutes. I think the tilt is setting in. The tilt is setting in, but you can tell there's some jitters as well for Tessia. Like that wall, not so good. Like he walled off his own Druid. I think we're going to see it in the replay. He walled off Flappers, and Flappers is like, bro, cancel this wall. I gotta win the game. Cancels the wall, wins the game without it. And they're like, I didn't even need the wall. What wall? I didn't put that wall down.
All right, let's see what happens here. So these final moments, Tessia going for a Polymorph. It's interrupted, chastised there by Meh. Ice Wall comes down. Flappers is isolated, like you said. But Tessia just manages to find the sheep either way, and they could just pull off the win. So
the counter spell too.
Yeah, I like I said, this is one thing that interests me a lot is it seems like these players are still deciding, you know, what are the best talents, what are the best loadouts in these matchups. When we saw Raikou going head-to-head in the last series, they were both playing Blink, and that slows down the game a lot. If you don't know, mages basically have two options. You can either play Blink, which makes it so your main teleport move brings you out of stuns or roots, or you can play Shimmer, which allows you to cast. So cast while shimmering, while teleporting around, which is very powerful. So Tessia is able to get off these polymorphs kind of out of thin air, avoid crowd control and interrupts during those moments, and it makes him a lot less predictable. That's the thing about Shimmers. It's way harder to deal with a mage running at you with Shimmer than it is a mage that just has Blink, because he's not going to be able to get off those Blink casts. And it's just interesting to see that he is still opting to play that, and it worked out here in Game 1.
All right, DOBOB, they're looking for revenge. They are thanking Overload for reverse sweeping Echo and maybe tilting them a bit here for this series. And DOBOB just looked really fresh as well. I think that last series, they just looked remarkable. And we haven't seen the Subtlety Rogue, right? We've only really seen Flappers, maybe Trimaz occasionally, but I feel like Trimaz got a big debut in that last series. They're just fully synergized, knew exactly what targets to swap around to. And DOBOB are looking lethal here in Cup number 3. And are Echo going to go out of this series not winning a single cup? When has that happened?
I don't think it's ever happened.
That's never happened that Echo finishes the cup stage not winning a single cup. We might be seeing history here. We might be seeing the crumbling of an empire right now for Echo if DOBOB can manage to pull this off.
I said it was going to be a 3-0. So I kind of still am leaning in that direction. I feel like there was a little bit of pressure on Tessia, but I like the fact that he's basically forcing them to go after the mage, because he doesn't have that freedom to just blink out of stuns. He becomes a better target, but I don't know. He seems quite durable, and it adds a little bit more freedom to the Pharaoh Druid as well. If we're seeing, Tessia eat all of the stuns, then all of a sudden, Flappers is a lot more open in the match. So I'm curious just how this works out. We're going into Game 2, Elimination Series. Echo had a kind of a devastating loss in that upper bracket. Let's see if they can get it together and come back here in this series.
Both mages just charge in. Typically, it's like double Frozen Orb. Feral Druid's open on mages, but Flappers got pulled out of stealth. He's going to have to commit here with the Incarnation to get a stun, so he's a little bit like one stun behind. He swaps back on Waz with a maim, but it looks like it's not too long of a stun there. Mez going to Mass Spell the wall, try and get some damage going here, building up their bleeds, and Waz seems to be more of a focus point. They're trying to, figure out if Waz is a weak link on the Feral Druid or not. Flappers is looking for Cyclones. He gets one on Waz. He gets Waz's Trinket. Raikou is low. Big blast of damage. Tessia is getting aggressive. Dragon's Breath looking for a Polymorph. Doesn't get it. Shut down. Nice shutdown from Echo in the opener, but a bash engagement from Flappers. If they drop Waz in a bash, it would be remarkable. Guardian Spirit is on Tessia. Waz bear forms. They recover with the mass barrier. Tessia's repositioning, getting away from the AoE. Flappers is getting swapped to at the moment. He's going to Heart of the Wild. Look for a Cyclone. Another Cyclone on Waz, and I feel like Flappers is having a good game here.
Oh, not bad. Definitely a full
counterspell.
Cyclone's going to be landing. Nicely done there. Tessia, though, looking like he's going to get bursted down. He just trinkets out of the stun. He goes for the Dragon's Breath. Very, very active in the game. And now Waz is in trouble once again. Great crowd control here from Tessia. Going for a Ring of Frost. Baits out the interrupt. Raikou with great defense follows it up with a Dragon's Breath. But now he's gone to a stun. And Tessia is just such a nuisance. He's such an annoying player to play against. He's just always in your face. He plays reckless. He goes for crowd control. And it's been difficult for Echo to deal with that so far.
Waz shuts down Flappers on a Cyclone. Tessia is spamming Polymorph. They want Waz as the target. They just removed all the bleeds, but Flappers is in a bash, and Tessia is getting owned by Raikou. Raikou is doing a tremendous amount of damage right there. He's getting on top of Relza. He gets Polymorph. Waz gets gripped out on the Maim stun. Nice life grip from Meh. Repositioning away from the engagement. Flappers is staying back with Raikou, not breaking that fear deliberately, so it repositions Raikou far away from his team. Tessia gets a Polymorph, but now he's Cycloned. Waz jumps over to stun Flappers and stop this. He gets blast waved on his Cyclone. Flappers repositioning, getting some bleeds up on Waz. Tessia is trading. Another Polymorph attempt, shut down. They knock Raikou away on his Snowdrift. Really good disruption from both teams here, just playing goalie for their priest so well. But a big shatter comes in onto Tessia. He trades out the barrier, but Flappers is getting cleaved as well. Raikou is letting it rip, but an Ice Wall comes down. It doesn't look like they have a Mass Dispel. They're going to wrap around it to kill the Ice Wall. Vortex is down, pinning Raikou for a moment. He knocks Flappers away from the Cyclone to buy a little bit more time. Waz Shadow melds the Cyclone in that exchange as well. Raikou's trying to ramp, but now he's on the back foot. Tessia is also getting blasted, just constantly back and forth. Another Flurry Shatter combo incoming. Ice flows Polymorph, no trinket. Big play by Raikou right here. Flappers is at half. Tessia is the focus target. Ice Block will be forced, and Raikou is forcing his team back into a good position.
Yeah, really good job offensively there. At the same time, Flappers is getting swapped too. They might just end the game. Echo looking to strike back, but it looks like Flappers will be okay. Relza able to top him off. And now, once again, DOBOB can continue their push. Tessia one Ice Block down to this point of the game and might just go down. He's in so much trouble. Hypothermia is almost gone. Just a few short seconds. Relza definitely doesn't want to have to trade out that Void Shift at this point in the game, but Echo is looking nice and stable. As soon as I say that, Raikou and Waz are both just outright dead. Tessia manages to get the Snowdrift. Can he find the Ring of Frost? He gets... Oh, no! Down goes Tessia.
It looks so funny with him just falling on his back in the life grid.
A little dwarf, yeah.
Just a little dwarf just falling back like he's going to take a suntan on the ground. I guess I'll just go down here. Seems good.
This is a good place to.
It's a good place to die. I don't know. Like Waz and Raikou were just. Oh, Raikou really forced this game. Raikou did so much damage this game over Tessia. I think it was like double by the end of the game, or close to double by the end of the game. Like right here, he's a third ahead of Tessia. Raikou was not happy about going down without ice blocking in the previous series. He was really trying to show like why he's on the roster still at this point, even despite how many years he's been competing in the AWC. And he just had a remarkable amount of pressure all throughout this game. And he was playing the ice flows, so he was getting a lot of move cast sheeps that I think Relza wasn't really anticipating as he was like starting the cast, moving around the corner, and he caught Relza in a lot of those positions. So could they have made a trade here, like a Trinket Void Shift? He's worried about Flappers because he's getting chomped, and Tessia is too aggressive. He gets kicked on Frost or stunned on Frost. He got DB'd. It was just so much damage in like a millisecond, and he was probably still thinking like Flappers was the main target.
Oh no, disaster. I think it's just one of those things where Relza got like microed. He got micro CC, just a really short interrupt with the Dragon's Breath. So as soon as the grip goes off, maybe he thinks the Void Shift's coming. Maybe that's their comms, like, I got you. And then it's just the Dragon's Breath from Raikou who closes it out. So great play there by Raikou, making sure that his team is going to be coming back in this game. They tie up the series. It's not going to be a blowout. I was wrong about that one. We'll see if they can come back and what DOBOB is going to do. But yeah, it's good for Echo. Like putting a point on the board is important there. Confidence booster.
Relza's life grip is actually death grip. He's playing a death knight. Targeting grips dies. Oh my god, he retired 1-1. Echo just auto locking in. DOBOB, I'm expecting is going to be an auto lock in too. He's just a little bit of a choke. You can tell that there's jitters. You can tell it's the final cup. Even the best teams in the tournament are nervous. They are susceptible to making mistakes. It's their last chance to really show what they've got before Europe's grand finals. So I don't really blame the teams. And a lot of the damage sometimes just catches you completely off guard. And you just get absolutely blasted. So keeping that level of play for the entire day, like you've got Overload sitting in the finals. They're just chilling, watching Echo and DOBOB furiously tilt each other with their mages not blocking. And they're just like, yep, this is going to be a good final for us.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it shows you, it's a lot of this comes down to like the explosiveness of the match. And I also think mages are in a very interesting spot right now where they're actually quite durable. Like, you're kind of difficult to take down if you do a good job, rotating through your overpowered barriers, your alter times, your movement, your mass barriers. You can survive for a while, and I think sometimes it can bait you into false sense of confidence at your survival capabilities, because there are moments when you don't have anything up, you can die quite quickly on mage. So I think sometimes these mages, and why we're seeing so many mages die without using their ice block, is because the name of the game right now is just greed. Just trade through your minor cooldowns to save your big cooldowns. But I just think they're kind of overestimating their ability to survive in certain moments.
Yeah, it's definitely, but it's so tough to say, because like if you can get away with the greed, then you're just really far ahead. So it's like you kind of want to try, overpowered barrier. I'm a mage. I can't die. Like, I got to try and get away with this. I'm going to snowdrift the priest at 30% health. That should be fine. I can get away with that. So you're trying to be as greedy as possible, and it is a tough line to walk. You're like a trapeze artist on a high beam, and you're just trying to keep your balance and greedy as possible. But if you fall, it's a long fall down. There's no second chances now. They're in the lower bracket. If they lose this series, they're out. So Echo... and DOBOB also looking to try and get some big wins here and kind of prove that they're the best team in Europe, moving from the third cup, earn the prize obviously from this tournament, and have confidence moving forward. But in terms of seeding, I don't think anything changes. They're still number 2 and 3, so they'll actually face each other no matter what in the grand finals as a result of this series, which is good for us, because this series particularly, I think, has been the most entertaining throughout all 3 cups. Is Echo versus DOBOB, and seeing how Raikou and Tessia adapt to each other, and which playstyle archetype is going to end up on top. Is it the kind of fatigue dampening playstyle where Raikou focuses on damage and raw output, or is it this crowd control flashy setup play from Tessia that is going to rise up? And in that last game, it was damage. Raikou's raw power was a lot in that last game.
Yeah. But, sometimes, it's a difficult line to walk, like you said. For Tessia, he wants to be the one pushing in. He wants to be abusing Shimmer and movement and just trying to get as much crowd control as possible. But if you overstay your welcome, and if Echo denies the setup, that's key, right? If Tessia is throwing out all his movement and looking for setups and getting denied every step of the way, that's when the game becomes really awkward, because then you kind of just get stuck. Tessia, though, once again, blinking into the middle of the map, using that Shimmer, gets fully stunned up. It's a lot of incoming damage. Overpowered barrier comes down. Raikou drops the Ice Wall, immediate Mass Dispel there. So very standard trades. At the beginning of basically every game, both priests just go immune. Both mages drop down an Ice Wall. Both priests trade out Mass Dispel. It's a very familiar story at this point.
Ice Wall down. Raikou gets crit, big damage. Mass Barrier gets shredded. Full Polymorph secured. Tessia is playing even more aggressive than Raikou the last time around in the first couple seconds of this game. Big Meteor connects once again. Raikou's still trying to stabilize. Mez in a stun. Big bites are coming through from Flappers. Guardian Spirit activates. And it looks like Meh will save him, but they could swap to Waz. He's already rotted down. Apotheosis for Meh. They actually get out of the exchange pretty scot-free. I think the big opening right now is Waz. No trinket, no skin. And he makes that overlap a lot. So an Ice Wall from Tessia, if he gets a reset here in the future, could definitely be an option. But maybe they feel like they wasted too much time on Waz. Maybe they actually need to focus Raikou more to keep their pressure going. We see Flappers jumping over to Waz with no trinket, trying to punish that. They polymorph Meh. Raikou is desperate. He's trying to assist Waz with polymorphs on Tessia, and it does buy enough time. Waz survives that setup. Now they're trying to get back onto Raikou. He blinks out of the stun, still playing that Ice Flows. Frostfire bolts here. Gets counterspelled on Frost. Dragon's Breath. Can they get a big shatter on Raikou here and just kill him in the lockout? Not enough damage. Barrier and heals come in from Meh. Waz is still cloned though. Meh wraps around the corner. And I feel like Raikou is on top of Meh, at least a little bit too close. Tessia is able to actually harass Meh way more than Raikou is able to harass Relza. So Raikou's repositioning and trying to get closer to Relza and get him involved in the game, get him pressured. But it's just so much damage, so much on the line here. As far as ego, like, Echo want to win this. They are not going to be happy coming out of this tournament with anything less than first.
Yeah, Tessia actually has adapted his talent, so he's going for the standard blink once again. He's just going to be running in with those ice flows, so that's why he's just getting out of those stuns for free. Fear now onto Tessia, shifting power. Good job there by Met. At the same time, Raiku's getting blasted with a huge hit of damage. Let's see who goes for crowd control first. Both mages, both druids in the middle of the map right now. Tessia casting out a mass polymorph, looking like he wants to get some interrupts. Ice Wall comes down once again. Counter Ice Wall here from Tessia. It is back and forth. Both pretty straight out the Mass Dispel, and these teams are just so evenly matched in terms of skill and strategy. It is just so back and forth.
Still Icy Veins is going to get really spiky here. Their HP is going to go down and then up and then down and then up, depending on how fast they can react. Waz is rotting down. Raikou gets kicked! Oh my god, Meg gets bashed. Almost going down. Tessia tries to get crowd control, but now he's locked out on Frost. Raikou blinks the stun. Waz is looking for Cyclones. He gets knocked, but he gets the clone. The Blast Wave was too slow from Tessia. Flappers is cloned at low health. Ralph is going to fear the Mage, try and slow down some of his aggression. Waz is cloned now by Flappers, as they're trying to play a little bit of big chomps from Flappers right there, but huge heals from Meh. Takes Raikou back up to full health. Just a couple big crit ferocious bites. Flappers on top of the damage meter. That is bad. This is bad for Echo. If Raikou is not beating Tessia on damage, if Flappers is beating Waz on damage, it is going to get really bad for Echo.
Yeah, it's really important that they can equalize that. Let's see a full cyclone now onto Flappers. Waz looking to set up his team. They're going after Raikou, though. And it looks like Tessia is able to put out a ton of pressure. Relza just fearing Raikou away. He's pushing him for crowd control. Both mages looking like they want to initiate some CC, a Dragon's Breath into a Snowdrift potentially, but they're just getting out positioned. Both priests doing a great job. Finally, Raikou gets there, goes for the Snowdrift out of the Dragon's Breath. It gets knocked away. Great defense there by Flappers. Raikou getting low. Tessia gets topped off, and it is back and forth, but it's getting a lot more scale. There's been so many close calls here on Raikou, just going down to 20% health. If you're Meh, I mean, this is just a nightmare situation. The amount of damage and how spiky these games are, it's just really difficult to deal with.
Defensive Ringer Frost to catch his Waz. He's not getting dispelled here. He's going to be out of the game for a little bit. Tessia spamming Polymorph. They set up a swap on Waz out of the ring. Meh repositions. Barkskin should be enough, I think, as he's not stunned anymore. Meh repositions. But now Meh is in the middle of the map from that wall. So Tessia can cancel this wall, maybe go for a Polymorph. He does it. Cancels the wall, gets the Polymorph. Meh doesn't see it coming. And now Raiku's in trouble. Meh trinkets. He jumps into Angel form. So that wall did get some big value there for Tessia. Raikou has his wall, though. So is he just going to wall the Angel? As a standard wall on the Angel, not going to be too big of a deal. They don't have to worry about Master Spell on the block, at least, in this position. They're still even on blocks. They're still even on mana, but a stun on Meh with no trinket is dangerous. Can they chain it into anything? They're desperate. They fear Flappers. But a Polymorph from Tessia. Tessia just has the gas pedal on the floor right now. He's getting so much crowd control out at this point. He's leading in damage over Raikou. He isn't able to chain it, unfortunately, and now he might have to pull away from this engagement. Raiku's getting crowd control. He gets a Polymorph, and now Flappers and Tessia could be in trouble. They cycle on Tessia. They isolate Flappers. He's going to trade Survival Instincts. He's in bear form, trying to tank damage. He can't cancel bear here to avoid the Snowdrift. He might get stunned out of form. Waz gets counterspelled on a Cyclone. Flappers is trying to get some damage going on Raikou. He barriers it, and they're looking so evenly matched now at 5 minutes in.
Yeah, this is so back and forth, but I'd say Echo has a little bit of a momentum lead, also a mana lead, but it might not end up mattering. Waz needs to be very careful. In the late game, Echo has been a little bit greedy, so as we get to this 5, 6, 7 minute mark, we have to really make sure that Echo is making the right trades, that Raikou isn't getting overly aggressive, overly greedy here, as it did cost them that upper bracket series. Still, Waz is low on health. Ice Wall comes down. Nice Ice Wall. Beautifully done. Tessia could fall. Maim stun. That's a great setup. Is Tessia going to have to trade at the block? Raikou!
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious. 10% health. Does manage to get the Ice Block off. He makes the trade, and now they're trying to strike back here and get something on the Tessia. Waz is still low, though. Meg gets locked out. This is not looking good. Tessia just still trying to push forward. Playing a little bit more passive right now, going for just a Snowdrift here on Waz, trying to slow down that offense. He gets the full stun. Big setup here onto Waz, the Comet Storm, and Tessia just really keeping Meg guessing.
All right, Raikou invises. He gets gripped out, but Waz's wall has now fallen. He's at half health, but Tessia is getting destroyed by Raikou at the moment. Almost soloed by Raikou, but Raikou is low now. It's constantly back and forth at the 6 minute mark. Mana is getting slim pickings here. Flappers is getting owned by Raikou. He has to get out of there. He's almost dead. He might just die to one more shatter. He manages to recover for a moment to catch Waz, but Meh is in Angel form, spamming out heals. He should be able to recover his team. Relz is in Angel form. He should be able to reposition his team into a better spot. And now they're ahead on blocks. They've got Meh and a Bash. Can they get anything out of the bash? Tessia fakes the kick. He gets another polymorph. Waz, I don't think Waz should be the target. He just got bark skin, but they can't get to Raikou. Raikou is just farming right now. They're giving him too much space. He's just owning. Flappers gets stunned up by Mel on his trinket. He's getting rocked by Waz right now. It's so much damage. Flappers could just go down at any moment. He gets kicked on his cyclone. Raikou is tearing things up now. He's really starting to catch up onto the heels of Tessia on that damage meter, and the closer that he gets to him, the pressure starts to swing in their team's favor. Rels is desperate, but Mez in the middle of the map. He gets caught into a polymorph. This could be bad news, but they still have pressure. Is Mech going to continue to push in? Tessia goes for a wall. Wall hits, but he pre-grips Waz on the wall. Met is in a great spot now, actually, in the middle of the map to avoid crowd control with that life grip. He's trying to get damage up, but Tessia blinks on top of him. He gets him into a snowdrift stun. It's going to be a big shatter combo. Mass barrier from Raikou. Trying to get a little bit of a reset here. Trying to find their footing and try and take this game out because it's still so close.
Yeah, Icy Veins immediately popped off here by Raikou, trying to get the damage rolling, and they overwhelm Tessia. Tessia goes down once again. Was he on hypothermia? I don't think that he was he?
I want to say he wasn't.
I want to say he wasn't too. What is going on? This might be the most missed ice blocks we've seen in a day.
Yeah. You know what's funny? People are still going to bring up your one no ice block. They won't mention any of these mages who haven't blocked like 8 times in the last cup. They won't ever bring it up. It won't ever be a meme. I guess it's also just the line, the commentary that led into it that was maybe made it more legendary. Also, it wasn't just like a just a little flop over. It was like really set up with that. And maybe just because it was the first time, like the notoriety. What was that? What even like? Did Raikou block just to show Tessia, like, yo, this is your block button, bro? Is that a BM block?
Yeah, a little BM block there.
Did Raikou's got a BM block? Even though he did block twice in the last series. They knocked Tessia over. Like, Tessia thinks he's fine because he fakes a kick, I think. So he fakes a kick and he thinks he's fine. And then he just gets popped.
He gets...
and then Raikou BM blocks him. I guess he was cloned. It's not really a BM block. We're antagonizing the block a little bit too much.
Sheesh. I mean, I mean, these games are insane. It's just Feral, Frostmage, Holy Priest, the amount of burst you have as this composition, someone could just drop so fast. It's like you have to play almost a 10-minute match exceptionally well defensively. I feel like, once again, this is just such an even match. For me, casting today, what is that? I think that's my 8th game in a row of Frostmage, Feral, Holy Priest games. It's just been back to back to back. It seems to be a very important composition in Europe. And I think for Echo, we kind of mentioned it already. In terms of stakes, it's not that big, right? For the winner, like, it doesn't really matter if Echo or DOBOB wins us that much. Of course, you want to do better in the third cup to increase your prize pool and stuff like that. But at the same time, no matter what happens, they're going to be playing off against each other. So I think it's definitely better to win the last competitive series. Like, if Echo wins this, they get to go in with like that mental edge that they did beat DOBOB the last time they played, which I think is going to be important for the finals.
All right, here we go. Cage of Carnage. DOBOB taking it to home turf. They're desperate. They know what needs to be done. But I feel like Waz has actually adopted some of that knockback tech, right? It's what won them their last series in this cup. And we saw the last time these teams went head to head that it was Flappers knocking Raikou down into one of the bottom pits and winning the game. So if Waz has now figured out the knockback strats, that this might be the first map that DOBOB lose in the cage. I think do they still have a 100% win rate? They might have lost once, actually. I want to say they have an extremely high win rate on the Cage of Carnage for DOBOB. Echo, they're taking their time. Are they trying to let DOBOB like settle in with their 2 no block situations? Is that what this is? They're like,
just marinate a bit.
Let them simmer a little bit in their own, like, why didn't you block, bro? Like, we're gonna win that game, man. Like, did you see how many times I death sheep? Like, why didn't you just press block, bro? All right, Echo, they're locked in, and I don't think we're gonna see any changes. It would be very surprising at this point between them. It's just a matter of whether or not how fast they want to get into the game. Maybe if they need a bio break is also something, right? Like, as you get older, you gotta start going to the bathroom a little more frequently. So like maybe they gotta take a little bit more time to go to the restroom in between games here now, unlike their younger selves. So they're taking a little bit of time on the clock. Hey, we're getting
sure most of them are still in their 20s, Super T's. Like,
no. Raikou is in his 30s, okay? Maybe Raikou needed to take a little restroom break. That's why they're taking time on their lock-in here. DOBOB are taking their time. So we have to wait and see what they can do.
Like, I don't know what's going on right now.
You get older, you have to go to the bathroom more frequently. What is it? It's just it's just something that happens. It's not a big deal, okay? It's not a big deal. They got to take a bio break. Like, these are long games, long series. It's a marathon. Like, you don't want to just be going in there and then you got to go to the bathroom the whole game. Like, it's going to be hard.
You know what I just thought of? If Echo wins this, I said that, you know, this is like that was my 8th game casting FMP mirrors. For Echo, that's actually their 8th game playing FMP mirrors. If Echo wins this, like, let's say DOBOB wins and then Echo wins, they just played 2, you know, back-to-back Game 5 FMP mirrors. Now they have to go into the finals, a Game 7 FMP mirror once again. They're going to have a lot of reps at this composition after today, that's for sure.
Okay, I mean, this is, it could be Game 5 and then Game 7, like you said, of just FMP mirrors. You know, who's able to land the polymorphs, who's able to death more crowd control, who's able to get, you know, key ice walls. A lot of teams use these ice walls to just line of sight the Angels. And Chan, I think, was critical of that, thinking that, you know, just save the wall. It's like a game-winning mechanic. Like, why are you just trading it 1-for-1 with the Angel? So that's a trade that I'm looking for here in this series as well. Is, do they just keep trying to wall the Angels and they mass spell, or are they going to save it as like a little pocket play? This is a chaotic map. It is a new map for patch 11.1, the Cage of Carnage. It's similar to Blade's Edge in a lot of cases with the, you know, kind of a bridge type of formation, but it has pillars on the side that Blade's Edge doesn't have. And it's the craziest. It's the wackiest map in the pool, and it could be the last game for DOBOB in Cup 3.
All right, here we go. Raikou throwing in a Frozen Orb early on. Let's see the early trades. Both these priests likely going to be going into Angel form. Divine Hymn. It's just a script at this point. Oh, Raikou, Ice Wall comes down. It looks like Tessia went for an Ice Wall, but all 3 members... Oh, I love the Ring of Frost through the Ice Wall. A beautiful setup. Can they net an Ice Block? That's a really cheeky strategy you can do on Mage. You can actually angle your Ring of Frost through the Ice Wall, so you can get people on the other side in crowd control. Tessia really showcased that well.
Nice play from Tessia, but pressure is rising. There's not a lot of good positions to blink on this map. You can see how narrow it is. And look at that Waz. Flappers is knocked off the side. Waz is chewing in onto him here. He catches him downstairs, but he actually manages to recover. Now he catches Waz into a Mame Stun, looking to turn around, jumping back up onto Raikou, and things are going to get crazy with every Typhoon, every Blast Wave here as far as positioning, and they're going to have to adapt to that on the fly and reposition. Rel's is in Dragon's Breath. Snowdrift is channeled, but Raikou gets feared away. Big blast of damage on Raikou, but he blast waves Flappers off the side, looking to reposition back to the center of the bridge. Met has no trinket to avoid crowd control. A Snowdrift connects. Raikou is isolated. No pre-blocks here. I'm just, anytime they get low, I'm thinking it's like one more big shatter and they're going to die. Full polymorph on Meh. Tessia clutches that up, but Flappers can't do anything. He's stunned from Waz. And can they chain it? It doesn't look like they can chain it. And Waz able to jump back in. Big bites onto Raikou. Another big shatter. Oh my god. If I was Meh right now, I would just be screaming. Do they have trust issues after this as far as not using block? Both teams going down in critical matches with major cooldowns available. Meh and Abash, Ring of Frost, but it's on DR. A little bit. I think it's the first misplay from Tessia, really, but he gets a Dragon's Breath. Maybe it won't matter. Maybe they can still get a block. They can't. Meh gets a big heal. Flappers is shut down on his clone from Waz. Waz and Flappers are just trading bleeds with each other in the middle of the map at the moment. Rel's is positioned at that bottom ramp, though, that bottom side pillar, as opposed to Meh on the top side. I think it's going to be more difficult for Raikou to get to Relza right now than Tessia for Meh.
Yeah, this is still such a new map, too, so I think utilizing some different positioning techniques is actually really nice. I love Relza's positioning, actually. Gonna have to steal this for solo shuffle, but we'll have to wait and see. Flappers gets topped off, and Ice Wall does come down. Do they have the damage onto Flappers? Relza is actually going to reposition and go to the left side box. Angel form here from Mez, going to be mirrored by Relza. Looks like it will be immediately. The Divine Hymn comes in with the Power Infusion. Ice Wall comes down. Tessia blocks that off. It comes Mass Dispel. These teams just exchanging blows, exchanging strategies. It's so back and forth. They're so evenly matched, and I mean, we'll see if Echo can come out ahead in 3-1 DOBOB. DOBOB has to win this if they want to stay alive in the tournament.
All right, Flappers is kind of low here, just continuing to push in on Raikou. Flappers fakes an interrupt. He's looking for Cyclones. He Cyclones Raikou. Can he swap that over to Meh? Meh is repositioning on the bottom of that ramp. There's a lot of cheeky points of line of sight. That ramp behind that pillar, you can avoid crowd control. The box, obviously, right there is a great spot. Snowdrift coming through, but Waz is dodging the Snowdrift stun by shapeshifting, so they're going to bash him instead. Raikou gets chastised. He blinks, but he doesn't really go anywhere because of the narrow bridge, but there's double crowd control. Raikou is isolated. They need to get a block from Raikou. Nice Vortex holding him in place on the altar time, but he manages to blink back behind the corner, shifting power, resetting some vital cooldowns. Good reposition from Raikou, but I'm a bit worried that they're stacking up, and anytime they get near the healer and they stack up on their own healer, it ends up being very bad for them later in the game. Tessia gets knocked, but he's able to land the poly. The Vortex was downstairs. They're really trying to make this hectic, but it's Tessia is on the back foot from this push. That Polymorph is on diminishing return, and it feels like Tessia might be just a tiny bit over eager as far as crowd control. It's the second Polymorph that he's got that's been on DR.
Yeah, and needs to be really careful with that. Waz actually getting stunned up. Nicely done there by Flappers, and this is really a chaotic map. Oh, Tessia gets interrupted as well. So back and forth. Flappers is low. Relz has a lot of work cut out for him right now. Icy Veins very soon here for Raikou. He gets interrupted on Frost, but looks like he's going to be more than fine. One thing I love that Raikou does is when he gets interrupted on Frost, he just immediately uses shifting power and actually lowers the lockout duration on your Frost tree. So smart moves. Icy Veins for both mages. Tessia forced back here. And Raikou, I think, has been doing a really good job capitalizing on these Icy Veins windows, just getting out a ton of pressure for his team.
All right, Raikou fakes an interrupt. Alter time. Big shatter on Flappers. He barks skins.
Ice wall! Ice wall!
The wall comes. Massive spell. I think he's fine. Oh, the knock! Oh my god. Almost hit Flappers off the side right there, but he's going to stay up top. Raikou blinks in aggressively. Ice wall comes down. Mez divine hemming, but it might be out of range. Oh, but he's able to displace back through the wall. Nice placement there from Raikou, but now Waz is getting swapped too. Bleeds have been applied. He's rotting down. He's trying to get aggressive on Tessia still, even despite that, but Raikou's getting chewed up as well. Tessia gets stunned up. And he's just going to trade block. He's not playing games with that one. Waz into a Cyclone. They're one block ahead. This is looking good for Echo. DOBOB need to make a move. How are they going to get on top of Meh? They're just trading damage in the middle of the map right now. Tessia is looking for Polymorph with, with his Icy Flows right now, but Meh is line of sighting him, just going around the corner. Waz gets knocked downstairs. Now he knocks Tessia downstairs. Tessia needs to reposition. Oh, the Vortex was too late from Waz. Would have pinned Tessia down there. Now Flappers is knocked down there. He's going to land an interrupt over on Waz. Make a little bit of a swap there. Raikou into Chastise. He blinks, but he blinks away from Relza, so Relza will be happy that they're playing that far away. And that Blizzard on Meh is just root procking him on the corner. It's going to get annoying. Waz gets bashed. Tank damage incoming, but Meh's there with the Guardian Spirit. They should recover. Setting up damage on Tessia. They blast Tessia off the side, but it's towards Relza, so he should be fine over there. Raikou's still taking some hits, trying to get shifting power, trying to get to that next Icy Veins. It's coming up in 2 seconds, and I think fireworks are about to happen.
I think you're absolutely right about that. Raikou pops the Icy Veins at the same time. Tessia has 1 second on his, and they're just racing right now in terms of all-out pressure and damage. Haste is sky high. Damage is sky high for both of these mages. It looks like Icewall will come down with a beautiful grip once again, but Waz is now isolated. Matt immediately jumps down to keep him alive. Really good job there by Matt. Not only does he save Raikou with the grip, he's immediately in a position to also help out Waz. I really like that positioning.
Waz fakes an interrupt. Flappers gets gripped before the wall. Nice life grip from Relza. Both priests are playing out of their mind, but Relza's using way more mana when we look at that. And maybe that's going to be a problem, maybe not. Ring of Frost on Meh into a Mame Stun. Raikou in trouble. Could be the first block for him. Cyclone now on Meh. Flappers is getting great crowd control. And Raikou, don't go down without blocking, man. Oh my god. Ice block at 1%. Tessia now on the back foot, but they catch him into another stun, keeping Raikou pinned. He blinks back, but he blinks into the frozen orbs. He's going to get cleaved a bit here. Relza goes for a him. Raikou almost got knocked off, but he had an alter preemptively. Flappers jumps the blast wave, staying on target, but Flappers has to be careful. He's getting targeted. He's going to use Bark Skin, pull away from the engagement for a moment. Waz pre-bear forms, anticipating the attack here during the incarnation. That is another scary window in this game. Defensive Ring of Frost. Is it going to land on Waz? Mame Stun on Meh. Flappers is playing so aggressively. Raikou blinks back to assist. Counterspells the Cyclone. Flappers is coming back over to Waz, trying to punish him for overextending there, but not able to stay on target. He's back on Raikou. Mage into Mage, just right in front of each other's face right now, trading shatters, but Raikou's falling further behind. He blast waves them off the side. Waz is rotting down. Meh is struggling to keep his teammates topped in this position. He pulls Raikou back up. He stabilizes Waz. He grips Waz back away from the engagement on the stun, but now they're stacked up to get cleaved at the pillar. Flappers knows he'll get stunned if he goes around the corner, so he's in bear form, anticipating the stun. Waz jumps back in on Tessia, kicks the Ring of Frost. They don't want to play on top of Meh. They can't play defensive. They need to keep pushing them back, but it's just so close. It's so close. Tessia into a stun. Raikou gets interrupted. Meh walks into a Ring of Frost. Waz could be in trouble. He barkskins with no trinket. Raikou's in trouble. Oh, are they going to make the trade? Are they going to make the trade? Raikou's back with Meh at the pillar. Waz is stunning everyone up, but now he's got to be careful. He's in bear form. Jumps off the side. Wall gets no value. Oh, he cancels the wall to counterspell Meh. Crazy play from Tessia. Really trying to mix it up here. Into a Mame Stun. Flappers is trying to carry the team with these Mame Stuns. He's just throwing so many Mames on Meh. He catches Waz in the rake. It's going to be a void shift. I think he gets knocked off the side. And DOBOB styling on Echo on the cage. And this is why it's DOBOB's Cage of Carnage.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put their names up on the wall or something. I mean, that was really nicely done. I was going to comment during this game that I feel like over all the Feral Druids, I feel like he tries to win with the Typhoon more, but it ends up costing them. In my brain, I guess I caster cursed the Waz in that one. He gets knocked into a great position. Flappers just gets him out of line of sight, and despite Mez's best efforts, there's just really nothing he can do here. You see exactly what happens. There's a Maim stun. Flappers rolls back. You can see as soon as Waz gets up, he gets caught into a stun. Typhooned off the side, and this is just a perfect isolation. Nothing Waz can do, and that's why this map is just so chaotic. And I feel like DOBOB, this map fits their playstyle so incredibly well.
Okay, we're going game 5, and there's no more cage. They used their cage pick. It got them to game 5. They have to win now on Echo's turf, which is going to be those big maps where they can get space, where Raikou can build an advantage as far as damage. But I feel like Tessia is leveling up. I feel like he's matching Raikou's damage. First game, it felt like he was really far behind. Like, I didn't really know how they were going to be able to catch DOBOB's damage up. They kind of just clutched to kill fast on Waz. But now his damage is equal, sometimes higher than Raikou's. And if that's the case, this is not going to be easy for Echo, even despite their map pick. The win rate continues here for the Cage of Carnage. A crazy little setup, crazy little boop. I know Waz was celebrating his boop in the series earlier on in this tournament on Hook Point, I think that it was. So this is always tragic. Like, look where Waz goes. He's trying to get back up to the mage, and then Flappers is like, yo, Waz, why'd you jump down there, bro? I think you should be down there again. I'm going to knock you down there, buddy. Bye-bye. Chomp, 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 chomp. They all just jump on him like a shark. Just little piranhas just jumping on Waz as soon as he's down there.
It's actually insane how evenly matched these teams are. Like, it really is incredible. There's so many moments at the game where both teams are literally doing the exact same thing. Like, both mages are, shifting power at the exact same time. Both mages are ice walling at the exact same time. Both priests are in angel form with power infusion, mass dispelling, channeling out divine hymn at the exact same time. It's just so back and forth. Really, this is anyone's series. I said it was going to be a 3-0. Totally wrong. Y'all were right with the 2-3 kind of situation. Don't know who's going to win. It really feels like it's still anyone's matchup here. Chan is going in favor of Echo. The rest of us think that DOBOB is going to do it, but I don't know. This one's too close to call. I kind of wish I just flipped a coin because, yeah.
God, I just wish I flipped a coin. I'm telling you, that's what I've been doing the entire time, okay? That's what I gave up on trying to predict these cups because this season makes no sense. You previously Echo, just a dominant team in Europe. It's basically everybody fighting for second place, and they're just expecting Echo to be number 1. But Echo hasn't won a single cup this season so far. It's remarkable, the performance from every team in the AWC this year. DOBOB now taking them to a game 5. We're going to Tolvaron. It's a big map. It fits the playstyle much better for Echo. They're not going to get these cheeky, chaotic plays that they got on the Cage of Carnage. And they're going to have to beat Echo at their own game if they want to win. We're zoning in. We're just 7 seconds away. The last opportunity for these teams to show what they've got before Europe's grand finals.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. Elimination game. And yeah, I'm excited for that finals. Just like you said, Sid, it should be very exciting. But I mean, these are taxing FMP mirrors, and I think we're likely, no matter what team wins this, I think it's going to be FMP mirrors in the finals as well. So we'll see who the best team is in Europe with this composition. But we'll have to wait and see which one of these two teams come out ahead. Raikou gets interrupted. Mez holding onto his angel form a little bit longer, so a bit off sync and behind compared to Relza. Relza trades it out a little bit earlier on. Tessia gets interrupted on Frost, but looks like he's going to be more than okay. Cyclone, actually. Flappers really getting the stuns, getting the Cyclones. Ice Wall comes down. I think DOBOB has a little bit of an early lead here.
Flappers gets interrupted. He's just going to get bleeds reloaded. Raikou taking a lot of damage. Again, it feels like Raikou's playing too close to Meh. He's going to blink in the middle of the map, get a little bit of distance there, but he's getting shattered. Tessia is getting shattered. They're both playing with confidence right in front of each other's faces again. Raikou blast waves Tessia, but he passes him to Meh for a Dragon's Breath. Tessia's like, thanks for the blast wave. Oh, no, but then he gets chomped up by Waz there for a moment. Flappers is getting cleaved down. Raikou gets a polymorph, but he's low health. Might have to block. Big heal comes in from Meh. Then they swap to Waz, punishing the Guardian Spirit allocation here to Raikou. They can't force anything major from Waz, unfortunately, but Relza can dodge the Snowdrift. Raikou gets stunned. He's getting blasted, so much damage towards him. Raikou is trying to stay offensive. He's trying to not turtle up. He's playing much closer to Relza, but in exchange for playing closer to Relza, he's going to take more damage.
Yeah, Raikou, Tessia, back and forth. Shifting power comes in. Flapper's in a good position right now to potentially get some sort of crowd control if he needs to. He's going to be pushing forward here, trying to cross the middle of the map, but both Feral Druids just playing goalie for their priest. He's trying to get control of the mage and not let them overextend, go for the Dragon's Breath, go for the Snowdrift. It's really important. So bit of a stalemate right now, but at one point, some mage is going to try to pull ahead. It's all about just getting the damage rolling and then going for the crowd control. So it becomes a lot more difficult for these priests to react. Nice grip on that wall once again. These priests are honestly just playing so incredibly well, and Flappers might just outright die. Was doing a really good job with the Typhoon, keeping Flappers out of line of sight there.
Yeah, he was using Tessia's wall against him there, but Tessia just canceled it. It was like, that's my wall, bro. I can cancel it. Now another wall comes down. Big combo on Waz, almost dying through Angel, and we did see SQX go down through that Giga Tree earlier, so I'm not counting anything out in these series. The damage is so high, it's remarkable between both sides. They're absolutely skill-capped. Everybody's doing over 1 million sustained DPS for 2.5 minutes at this point. It's going to be so tough for the healers to keep up with this. They're playing at max range, anticipating the moves of the mages. Raiku's getting close to Relza. He fades the polymorph. Raiku's rotting. He's rotting. He has to block on top of the grip. It's an overlap with Guardian Spirit. Waz has no trinket. A maim stun on Meh, but Tessia is getting low health as well. Flappers is rotting down. Another clone comes through from Flappers onto Meh. I feel like Flappers is getting so much more control than Waz in this game. These last 2 games, he's getting way more CC out.
Yeah, be interested to see the stats on that one. Full stun now out on the Flappers. A counter stun here on the Waz. Waz could fall. Does Meh have the heals to keep him alive? He has Trinket and Void Shift, so both priests have their final answer. They can just exchange their health for their team at some point in the game. Cyclone goes out on the Flappers. Waz trying to do what he can to get control of the situation. Big Frozen Orb here coming out from Raikou, but he's getting blasted once again. It's been close call after close call, and I'm a little bit afraid for Echo here. And you see Raikou is positioning very far away from Meh, forcing Meh into the middle of the map, and that is not where you want to be when you're playing against a player like Tessia. I think Tessia is going to strike and try to go for some CC here soon.
Flappers going for clones at low health. Trying to get some bleeds going here. Dragon's Breath defensively. Cyclones from Waz get skull bashed. Raikou blast waves the next Cyclone. I don't think they can stop that one. Waz out of the game for a moment. Raikou counterspelled. Meteor comes in on Raikou. Relza's getting a bit aggressive here. I think he just wants to maybe look for a chastise in the near future. Flappers getting bleeds going on Raikou. Big shatter once again. Raiku's on the back foot. They're playing from behind. Guardian Spirit for Meh. Raikou gets knocked out of range of Meh. Could be scary for a Meh. It's actually Frost Nova out of range by the Water Elemental. That was a nice play from Tessia, but it doesn't really matter. He's still falling behind. Raikou trades out Barrier. Waz is looking for Cyclone, so there's a wall attempt here. Flappers is Cyclone. Meh repositions. And Meh takes Relza's Pillar, I think, at this point in time. He's playing a bit more aggressive. He's going to jump into Angel to avoid crowd control. Relza has Angel. They mirror each other once again. Raikou is still it just feels like Raikou is falling more and more behind right now. His damage is beginning to equalize. Waz is taken to the top of the meter. It's very important that they can maintain that momentum if they're going to swing the game back in their favor.
Raikou once again blinking towards Meh, just playing a little bit scared in the match right now, realizing his team's a little bit behind, but they do have good damage. I mean, Tessia and Flappers are both getting low. Relza right now has some work ahead of him. Tessia getting low. Flappers rotting down. Tessia trades the ice block out. No crowd control on Relza. It's just pure raw damage getting that CC. And now the full polymorph lands. Echo in a good position to maybe win this game. Matt is there for the fear. Relza just immediately uses the Will of the Forsaken to break free and try to play catch up for his team. But they are rotting down, and Tessia could fall. The Void Shift comes in, and all of a sudden Echo has all the cards in their favor. They get a lot of cooldowns there from Relza.
Yeah, Raikou just passed Tessia on the damage meter. He's getting more crowd control, but now Tessia turns up the heat with a polymorph of his own, pushing for that ice block, but they stack up to break the polymorph. Flappers looks for a clone. He gets the clone. They can't stop it. Raiku's getting cut through his barrier at the moment. Guardian Spirit's still active. Palms are bouncing. Tessia in a bit of danger here, trying to go for a Snowdrift stun. Meh escapes it. Raiku's on top of Relza, trying to go for a polymorph. He can't fake the interrupts. He goes for a Snowdrift instead. Flappers is dodging the Snowdrift. Relza fades away from it. Raikou can't get the sheep. He has to blink in the middle of the map. Meh deaths the Ring of Frost, putting himself on DR. And Meh is playing much more aggressive here. They have the advantage. They want to press it. They want to close it out. It's game 5. Everything on the line. The last chance to prove that you're the best team in Europe in Cup number 3. Ice Wall comes down, isolating Flappers, but not getting too much value. Tessia is now looking for an Ice Wall of his own, I think, in the near future. Flappers is looking for Cyclones. He can't get that one. Meh repositions out of it, range of it. Big shatter on Tessia. Ice Wall comes down. Meh is rooted behind the wall. He dispels, repositions. Raikou blinks to his side. Flappers is looking for Cyclones. He can't get it. He's trying to fake a counterspell, I think. He's not finding it. Waz is getting punished on his Cyclones alive from Tessia, just spamming polymorph on him. But every time he polys him, he removes the bleeds. I wonder if it actually... Oh my god! Damage! That damage is disgusting! He gets mass dispelled! He might just go down, but Waz gets caught at the same time! Flappers is finding a miracle! Almost taking down Waz in that exchange, but now Tessia has 0 ice blocks. And I think Raikou wants to go for this very soon.
Yeah, I think so too. What a close call. Waz almost going down. Tessia almost getting smoked. It was a big shatter combo there by Raikou, causing that explosive damage. And once again, Raikou's ahead on ice blocks, but doesn't want to throw the game. He's got the tools. He needs to stay ahead. He's getting low on health. Is he going to stay alive? Man, what are you going to do? The Chastise stun comes in. It's the Guardian Spirit, but Echo might be throwing their lead. Waz is behind on health. Matt has really nothing left. He's got the Void Shift. He needs a trade. He makes the trade. Waz stays alive, and now Echo, they got to find some momentum.
Relza has almost 0 mana. Flappers gets chastised out of 4. Met is in position to play aggressive. He got so much more mana, but Waz gets cycloned by Flappers. Can they push the pace? Tessia solo. He's got Invis. He needs to trade it. They cyclone the mage. He's holding Invis, trying to be greedy. Met is rotting down. Maybe you swap Holy Priest. Maybe you just do something completely YOLO right now, because Raikou has 2 blocks. It's got to be Waz as the kill target. You can't win the race anymore on Raikou at this point. They're trying to go for it with Dragon's Breath on Meh. They're throwing everything they've got. DOBOB on their last leg right now in game number 5. Can they manage to pull it around? Waz gets shatter comboed. He's in trouble. Tessia's getting crit. Raiku's going for the kill. Alter time is up. He gets polymorphed on it. They're desperate. Tessia is floundering. He's trying to blink back to Relza, trying to buy some time to recover, but Raikou doesn't care. He's blinking in offensively, finding him back there. Waz gets knocked out of line of sight, possibly by Flappers. He's looking for Cyclones. He gets counterspelled. He goes for the Snowdrift, but the wall hits and Flappers gets shattered by Raikou. It's over. Waz finds the kill, but maybe it's a reversal. Waz is low. It's going to go down, and it's a 2 versus 2 to decide who is going to the grand finals.
I can't believe it. Tessia versus Raikou, Meh versus Relza, but I would say Echo is in a much better position. Raikou has an ice block, and well, Meh has a lot more mana. I feel like DOBOB is way behind. If they somehow pull this off, it would be a miracle in this situation. I mean, that would be absolutely incredible. Meh gets interrupted. It's back and forth. Both mages racing here. Meh gets caught in crowd control. Can they force out the ice block? Relza gets interrupted. Going for a mind control. Really like that. He gets interrupted on damage and just goes for the mind control for the duration of that lockout. A very smart play.
All right, Angel Form for Relza. Gets walled off. Relza's got to find a way to get mana. That's the name of the game for Relza right now, because after that Angel, he's got 0. 0 blocks, 0 mana. Raikou has the advantage. Needs to play aggressive. Frozen Orb is down on Tessia as he's shattering. Met is pushing in aggressively, but he gets met by the Dragon's Breath. Ring of Frost. He gets the Ring of Frost. Raikou barriers. Relza's drinking. He needs mana. He needs mana. He's not drinking yet. He's not on the ground. He can't drink. He's not sitting. He's not dropping combat. He can't drink. He gets Chastise stunned. He's still so low on mana. They're trying to find their footing, but Tessia's Cold Snap just came up. His Cold Snap just came up, and I don't know how this matchup plays. I've done a lot of 2s here, but especially as a Mage Priest mirror. Maybe killing the Priest this deep into dampening might be an option as well. They're trying to reposition. They probably don't do a lot of 2v2, man. Can you believe that this is coming down to a 2v2 Raikou versus Tessia to decide who gets in the grand finals right now? Tessia's cooldowns are resetting. He's so close to 2 ice blocks, but Relza still has 0 mana. But Meg gets polymorphed on his trinket. Tessia's critically low. He grips into the pillar. They're trying to be greedy, trying to hold out for that second ice block. They want to Cold Snap before they get 2 of them. If they can get 2, they're going to have huge value. Raikou will only have 1. Meh is spamming Smite on the Water Elemental, resetting his stun, trying to min-max. Defensive Ring of Frost. They did it. They stalled. They've got 2 blocks. They Apotheosis. Symbols. Blink Counterspell, maybe? Not going to go. It doesn't have the Counterspell. He's just going after the Priest. They don't know what to do, man. The pressure is on. It's so much on the line, and they're just figuring out the matchup in the middle of the game.
Yeah, it would be. You can actually go after the Priest in this game. Meg gets fully polymorphed, but look, I mean, Relza just has no mana to keep Tessia alive. I don't know how Tessia has managed to maintain his health for so long. Just really good evasive maneuvers. Polymorph coming in. What are they going to do? They do both have the Snowdrift available. So getting a Snowdrift on the enemy healer out of a Dragon's Breath, doing a big Comet Storm, especially as dampening is so high, can put you very far ahead in the match, and that's exactly what Tessia is going to be going for. But Raikou denies it. Beautifully done there by Raikou. That Blast Wave frees Meh from the crowd control. He's getting shattered now. Pre-poly's coming in from Raikou, who's really just trying to keep his team ahead. Both these Priests in polymorph right now as both mages are just exchanging Frostfire bolts.
Oh, he missed the ring. Missed the ring here. Meh's going to free heal an Angel now. And, I mean, this could be the longest game of the entire season in a 2v2 like this, man. Mage Priest is probably the most damp 2v2 mirror throughout the history of the game for World of Warcraft. So this is going to come down to the wire. Is it possible that Raikou survives to his second block for 2 minutes? Are we really going to see a 13-minute game here? Game number 5. Icy Veins is up for Tessia. He's letting it rip. Raiku's Icy Veins is coming up in a moment, but Meh's in a polymorph. It's on DR, though. It's not going to be a lot of time. Ice Wall comes through, but Raikou blinks back to Meh. They're adapting well to the fact that there's not a lot of stuns using the blinks like that. Ice Wall. Relza, he can't MD. It's too much mana. Don't MD it. It's cost too much. He grips Tessia back to the pillar. They're trying to recover. They're trying to drag this out, but he's blinking in offensively. He doesn't want them to drag it out. Walks into a fear. Big shatter. He's out behind the pillar, but he's actually smacking Tessia around, looking for that ice block, looking to even it out. And Raikou is actually getting pretty close to the cold snap with a couple more shifting powers. They chastise Met. They get a polymorph. They need to get on top of Raikou. Frozen Orb is down. They have to both attack Raikou here. Tessia's polymorphing. Relza's trying to do damage. He just doesn't have mana. It's such a tough decision for Relza to allocate his abilities offensively at this point. He's trying to get out of range to drink. Maybe you trade a block for a drink? Maybe so he can purge a little more in the barriers. He's trying to sit. He gets a tiny bit of mana here in this position. Big shatter on Raikou. Mez trying to keep up with him. If Echo lose this game, they will have not won a single cup. That is an unprecedented situation for Echo, a team of their caliber.
Yeah, they had a massive lead going into this 2 versus 2 as well. Jesse putting out some pressure here, getting interrupt on Raikou. Met still maintaining his mana, just so incredibly efficient. I cannot believe how efficient Met is as a healer, but dampening is getting higher and higher. Inevitably, one of these teams will fall. 66% dampening. This is a very slow-paced game, but it is very calculated. You have to find interrupts, crowd control, burst damage at the right time. Icy Veins rotating up for these mages, and I think this next Icy Veins could close out the game. One of these teams, I think, is going to lose after this next Icy Veins coming up in just a few short seconds. I think it's going to be too much pressure.
Defensive ice wall here from Tessia. He's looking for Ring of Frost, Polys. He gets a Poly. Oh, it looks like Met was able to death it. Relza's still trying to drink, but he has Angel. Oh no, here come the Veins.
No.
Tessia's way out of position. Big combo. That's going to be a block. They catch Tessia way out of position. He gets Mass Dispelled. Met wills out into Angel form, but dampening is so high, 70%. Can Met pull Tessia back to full health with 70% healing reduction? He line of sights Raikou at the pillar. Desperation Ring of Frost at the pillar. Goes for a shatter. He's just trying to trade, but Raikou is up a block right now with no hypothermia. Met into a polymorph. Maybe Tessia can do it. It's a risky exchange at this point in the game. Both priests and polymorph. Tessia is scared. He's running for his life, but that barrier is absorbing almost nothing at 72% dampening. Tessia, he displaces back away from Raikou. Met is rotting down. Maybe you poke Met here a little bit. Tessia is trying to poke a couple ice lances. Relza's in trouble. Big shatter. He desperate prayers. He fades. He's lost all momentum. Relza and Tessia have lost all momentum. If they can get in on top of them at all, I think it's game over for DOBOB. They're just not going to be able to recover. Dampening is too high.
Oh, nice ring. Ring of Frost on Matt. Looks like he trinkets out. So Matt actually trades out his trinket, which means he's vulnerable. If they get a snowdrift, I think they can kill. I mean, right now, Tessia, he realizes the win condition. He gets the Dragon's Breath into the snowdrift. Can they get the win? A massive meteor comes in from Tessia. They are looking to end this game. Dampening is so incredibly high. What is Matt going to do? Raikou is in so much trouble. Hypothermia, massive shatter. DOBOB might be able to do it. Tessia takes him down. A beautiful play. They were way behind in the 2v2, and they somehow managed to do it. A beautiful final push there by DOBOB.
Oh my god, we're seeing the third cup without Echo in the finals. They're out. They're out of the competition. DOBOB come out of that absolutely brutalized. Game 5, the distance, a 14-minute Game 5, and this was the cross-kill moment where Flappers goes down, but Tessia plays it out. He's not giving up. He finds a polymorph. He finds a shatter. He keeps his team in the match, and now he's got to go into 2v2 with no blocks and an Priest. He somehow turns a 2v2 around with 0 blocks and an Priest into a victory when Raikou and Meg get caught out in the midfield and blasts down Raikou in these final moments of the match. Unbelievable from DOBOB.
Yeah.
Play the audio clip. Play the audio clip. we need the DOBOBs. Where's the DOBOBs? We need like mega like dubstep bass boosted DOBOB sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I kind of knew at this point when Med traded out his trinket and Tessia goes for the snowdrift. That's when the game becomes unpredictable, and Med doesn't know. Are they going after me? Are they going after Raikou? And that's the kind of chaos that DOBOB thrives in. That's the kind of chaos that Tessia can really take advantage of. He gets the polymorph onto Matt. Raikou blinks away, and at that point, the game is just over. So, I mean, I'll say it again. Echo, they had a big lead. I don't know how Med does it, but he just never runs out of mana. It's unbelievable that he can just stay ahead on mana forever in every matchup. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing it. And unfortunately, it just didn't end up mattering. And Tessia closes it out. Relza played it incredible too. I mean, just a great game by this team.
We need to keep a log of this. If DOBOB ended up winning and we get an interview, we got to ask him what was Relza? What were they thinking when they're at 14 minutes with no blocks, and they're fighting Echo, they're fighting Raikou, they're fighting Meh. They actually keep playing it out and they actually win it. It's actually wild here from Tessia and Relza They get into the grand finals, but they have another team, and they must be exhausted, man. They must be completely exhausted, and they're going to have to go into exactly the same series, exactly the same caliber of play against Overload.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Overload. They were the team that sent Echo down to the lower bracket in the beginning of the day. They've been sitting nice and pretty in that grand finals position for a couple series now, but you're absolutely right, Sid. DOBOB has played series after series. One was a 3-0, but that last one was a very long and grueling five-game series, so I can imagine that they are definitely starting to feel it just a little bit of exhaustion, and I feel like Chan, he was actually talking about it a little bit earlier, how these guys are kind of younger, so I kind of wonder if they have like less experience in this kind of situation where they've had to play these long and grueling series over and over again in a row, again against a team like Overload 2. I hope that they can ride that momentum, Ben. I mean, what do you think is going on behind the scenes from DOBOB? How do you feel like they're feeling going into their third series of the day in a row?
They're probably feeling good. I mean, you can't not feel good and hyped up after that, what just happened, right? Like, it comes down to a cross kill. You're in the 2v2. You're behind. You're going the distance, 80% dampening. You come out ahead. Like, these guys are yelling. They're screaming. They're probably a bit tired, but it's time to go to the bathroom, splash some cold water on your face, drink some ice water, do some jumping jacks. Get focused out, because they're in for quite a series here, I'd have to say.
Definitely, yeah. I hope Flapper's neighbor. I hope that Flappers is at his remote location. I don't know if you guys remember, but he had to move after Cup #1 because his neighbor was getting mad at him for getting so hyped up from these series. So, all right. Well, this means that we are in the grand finals. No more Echo, no more Super Duper Gamers. It is just Overload and DOBOB remaining in the EU region. With that, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the third grand finals of Europe coming up next after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the Europe Grand Finals. It is Overload versus DOBOB. If you missed it, you missed an incredible lower finals, Chan. It was Echo that got knocked out of the tournament and DOBOB that ended up continuing on.
Yeah, and unfortunately for my predictions, I think I'm joining you in last place over there, which is not good for me, but
Welcome.
terrible for Echo. I mean, it looked like they were coming back. It looked like they were starting to finally find their form again, perhaps reclaim the throne tonight. But unfortunately, such a heartbreaking loss. First to Overload and then now to DOBOB, and coming down to that 2v2, ahead in mana, ahead on blocks, and fumbling the bag at the very last moment. Echo needed that win for their confidence as well, but absolutely shattered for them now, and they're gonna have to be licking their wounds for the next month until the finals to have a second chance at redemption.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It was definitely heartbreaking to see, but DOBOB definitely riding that high from that victory for sure. So now here they are against Overload, Cup #1 winners. So this is about to be a great finals. I'm so excited for this. Couple of things to mention though, Overload and DOBOB, they have a 3-3 record against each other. They played twice. It's gone 3-0 and 0-3, so fairly evenly matched teams. The winner of this will have the better match record and will be the first overall in the season, earning the first place spot in the grand finals. Here is a look at the points and where they currently stand. So basically, to summarize, both of these teams playing for the first place in standings Zico for the grand finals in May.
Yep. So basically, if DOBOB wins, they will tie in points with Overload, but they will have the overall match record. They will have more wins in the overall match record against each other. So DOBOB will be first place. If Overload wins, then they will just win on points, and they will finish first. And the reason why that is a huge deal is because whoever is first will be facing the team that comes out of the gauntlet. So second faces third, and first faces fourth in the finals later on. So you're going to be facing potentially a much weaker team if you end up winning this matchup here. So it really is a big deal. And for DOBOB, it's been a fantastic day of games. They have really shown, like the full flexibility of their roster. They just came off of an epic win as well against Echo. They are definitely feeling themselves right now.
For sure. I'm curious, Chan, on your take of kind of the comps that we're going to see. Do you think there will be more mirrors in this setup?
Absolutely. Last week we saw DOBOB versus Overload, and we saw the RMP come out with Brunhitty at the start. Didn't look too hot. Switched over to the Feral Elemental. Didn't look too hot either. So what are they going to do? They have the Demon Hunter Ellie. Brunhitty is a fantastic Demon Hunter. They could go for that. Try it out. They do have 7 games to work off of. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to come down to that FMP mirror. And I got to say, after that last series, FMP mirror against Dezia, Lapis, Relza, that's a bit sketchy. I'm going 4-2 for DOBOB here.
4-2 for DOBOB.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, Zico. I think you have a different take also on what comps you think they're going to see. Do you want to explain that?
I think maybe... so there's 2 universes. Either we just see FMP mirror versus FMP, we just see FMP mirror all the way through. I could definitely see that happening, or I could see them trying the Feral Ellie again on the side of Overload. We've seen a lot of success with that in North America, and they have brought it out in the past as well with different degrees of success. So we could see them go for that on the side of Overload, and DOBOB could lock in the sub RMP to try to deal with that. So I feel like there's going to be a bit of a mind game in the blind pick, or there's just going to be no mind games. Both of them are just thinking, well, if I lock in FMP, I have a good shot into either of these comps. So I'm just going to do that, and then that might just be what we see all the way through. Either way, I'm also going with DOBOB. I do think that Overload looked pretty hot in that upper bracket. So I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be a 4-3. I think we're going all the way to Game 7 to really close out EU here.
Interesting. All right, let's reveal Venruki's prediction for this series. And I have the same prediction as you guys. Ven's going the opposite. Ven is the only one that thinks Overload is going to take this, which I mean, historically, I think that's fair. I think something that we were mentioning a lot, Chan, you know, before we're heading into a break, is how many series DOBOB has played in a row. You've been in this position. What is that like when you're almost at the finish line? You played 3 series in a row. Maybe some of them were quite grueling. Like, how do you mentally get through moments like this, like what DOBOB might be experiencing right now?
I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather be in this position where you're playing back to back to back to back, because then you're going into it with momentum. You're like a snowball that just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Whereas if you're Overload, yes, you beat Echo, but you got to marinate, you got to wait to play, and you slowly get a bit cooked during that wait time. So going into this, you know, winning that 2v2, very exciting, obviously. Yes, they are probably a bit trained, but they're cooking now. They've got the snowball rolling for them, and DOBOB are going into this with a ton of momentum. Overload, let's see how JT and crew can handle the offensive onslaught of Thesia.
All right, let's see it. Fighting for the first place seed in the standings for the championship in May for the EU region. Lot on the line here. They want to prove themselves. It is Overload versus DOBOB, game number 1. This is best of 7 here in the Grand Arena.
All right, game number 1, last cup finals in Europe. Who is going to be crowned king? Both of these teams playing for first place seeding of the entire season, and we are going to be seeing both teams going with that FMP mirror here. Who do you think is going to have the upper edge here, Chan?
I don't know. This is so hard to say. This is going to be anyone's game, really. You know, Oscar, I praised him as well. He's sort of like a mini Thesia. TJ, big monster of damage. But so is Flappers. JT, you know, known for his defensive play. Let's see how it's going to come together.
Yeah, I feel like very similar playstyles all across the board here. Both Feral Druids, Lords of Damage, both Priests. Definitely a bit more on the defensive side. I would say Relza is probably a little bit more offensive.
Grip.
Ooh, nice grip there on the ice wall. That was beautifully done there by JT. Reading that play ahead of time, not giving Tessia any value. And Tessia is going to be the one to try to make the first play, but it's not going to work out for him. He's actually pushing forward on top of JT here, looking for the crowd control. TJ getting counterspell there on his Cyclone. Flappers also looking for some Cyclones in the backline. Nice bash attempt here onto TJ, and they're actually isolated right now from Relza. Looks like they are going to be completely fine though on the side of DOBOB. Relza, I think, maneuvered around that ice wall, and Oscar is actually taking a lot of damage. Double DB, double Snowdrift, fake cast on the kick, because is trying to make some big plays there. If he lands that Ring of Frost, that is going to be JT's trinket, but still, they do get the Guardian.
We look at Relza's positioning, you know, he's sneaking in. He realizes, hey, I don't like the way JT's playing. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to start to get a bit closer so I can support my teammates. And the other side of that as well is if your teammate doesn't have Trinket and you play far away, there's the opportunity to get the Ice Wall kill. Something that's happened in this game so far that I've loved from both majors is they're not just trading the Ice Wall. Flapper's taking a bit of damage, but he has skin. They're not just trading the Ice Walls on the Guardian Angels. They're doing it, you know, to try create opportunities. So both teams playing a bit aggressively, and I like to see that.
Yeah, both teams not trying to trade it just into that Guardian Angel where they can just freely master spell it. So really looking for opportunities, and that's another Ice Wall attempt here from Tessia, but AT is just going to run around the corner. But that is going to force him to run into Tessia's line of sight, which gives him an opportunity here to maybe get aggressive. Guardian Spirit already forced there onto Tessia. Looks like he's going to try to get the play, but look at that. We see JT immediately ducking into Angel form and should be able to deal with the damage. A lot actually coming out there onto Oscar, but Tessia also taking some return fire.
Yeah, and JT crossed the map there when Relza crossed towards his pillar. Thesia taking a lot of damage, has to go into the block that is on the Angel. Nice Ice Wall from Oscar. But I really like how, you know, Thesia plays where he's just this constant mosquito on JT's pillar, forcing JT to go left and right, zoning him out of position. TJ under a lot of fire now as well. No skin in the human form. Catching Flappers in a full clone. Can they set anything up off this? Oscar pushing in. Snowdrift. Flappers does have skin, has to commit the SI as well. Thesia gets swapped. Trinket swap from Relza. Overload.
Huge overlap. Huge overlap there. Big opening here for Overload. They try to get something back onto TJ, but the Guardian is going to deny the kill. Flappers had to trade his survival instincts in that setup and his renewal, but so did Relza. He traded his trinket swap there, so there's a big opportunity on either the next Ice Wall or the next setup to try to take Flappers down, and this could just be it right now. Stun onto Flappers. Tessia is moving in again, buzzing around around that pillar like a little mosquito, looking for the CC, but he gets kicked there on the polymorph, looks for the Ring of Frost as well, manages to get it. Just a defensive ring. He's looking at nice ice wall attempt, but not going to be able to find it. And meanwhile, Oscar pushing in as well. This could be danger time for Flappers. What are they going to do? But at the same time, Oscar's pushing in too deep. Tessia finds the Snowdrift. Oscar in a stun. Big damage setup here. JT gets polymorphed on his trinket, and they force the ice block. DOBOB strikes back.
Yep, DOBOB with a lot of momentum right now. Obviously, still behind in cooldowns, but loving the positioning right now. Thesia playing
MD clone.
Oscar, here's a trinket. He dies.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Huge CC chain. They chained the CC there with the Cyclone, and they're able to get the kill off of it, MDing the ice block.
I just want to check that in the replay, but I think JT actually, aggressively early trinketing the Snowdrift from Thesia to prevent Oscar from blocking. Gets caught on global, perhaps no fade, no death, full sheep, no trinket, force a block, MD follows up with a beautiful Cyclone. Beautiful plays, and this is the thing about facing Thesia. Even when the game is going bad, this guy's Harry Houdini. He pulls some absolute tricks out of the bag to secure the dub. Look at this. Full clone, they connect. Oscar barely dying. Just a microsecond from getting the voice shift off.
That was absolutely beautiful. And right there, you can see the trinket come out from JT on the Snowdrift. Gets caught on global. Sheep into resheep. Master Spell comes through around the corner. Actually, the block might have just
expired,
ended
actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it just expired. And then they get the follow-up Cyclone, and then Flappers comes in. Massive bite from Flappers. They get the kill. And just like that, we've seen these matchups take a long time to finish. We just saw one go to, like 70% dampening with that 2v2 that we just saw in the lower bracket. But we can also see it end very early like this if a long CC chain like that connects. And again, it's a bit of a misplay from JT for sure. None of this would have happened if he just waited to trinket or they just traded the ice block. But, that's what makes these players so good as well. They always try to find those moments to greed and hold on to it and stay ahead of the game. This time around, though, he makes a miscalculation and DOBOB gets a big punish.
Absolutely. And also, Thesia and Flappers realizing here, taking advantage of that. Instantly locking in another FMP mirror. So these guys,
Yeah.
Overload think, nah, that was a fluke, whatever, we'll go next. We're playing the same matchup, and to be honest with you, Z, that was looking great for them. Overload were in the driving seat, they were forcing the swap, they were forcing so many more cooldowns, so much more momentum than DOBOB was really getting. But, at the end of the day, DOBOB clinching out that kind of cheese dub, a good punish, but it was pre-CDs.
Yep. Beautiful stuff, but Overload, like you mentioned, they had a really, really solid opportunity onto Flappers there, and I feel like that's something. You called Oscar a mini Tessia.
Absolutely,
and that's the way I understood that is that Oscar is also kind of a playmaking mage. He's not really like a very consistent, like high damage dealer, kind of dampening style mage, and he does like to go in and make those plays. So what do you think about Oscar's performance in that game so far?
I think it did great. I mean, unfortunately here it really was up to JT to sort of save him. I like JT's thinking, you trinket here, you top him before he has to block, you save the block, you trade healer trinket for block in that situation. Unfortunately, the full poly lands and they end up just CCing through and killing, but it was very, very close. The trade-off almost worked. In general, I like this kind of play. It's JT saying, hey, I want to stay ahead, I don't want to fall behind, I want to keep my team nice and safe, comfy, trinketing early, but amazing punish by DOBOB.
Yeah, we'll love to see that. And do you think, because you've been in a lot of finals as well, losing game number one like this, is that something that could potentially set in a little bit of tilt, or do you just forget about that and lock in?
Normally I would say yes, but after the last series against Echo, they bounced back from the 0-2. These guys are growing up, they're doing well, and Thesia starting off the game right on top of JT as per usual. They'll trade out both Guardian Angels though, and everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, let's see. Tessia fake casting and gets the early ice wall there, isolating JT away from his team. They get a good punish here onto TJ. They force out his trinket. JT also gets caught by a polymorph, and he has the trinket. And DOBOB actually having a checkmate situation right now, where potentially they could, if the stars align, take TJ down in a stun. I don't think they're going to have the damage to do it in quite some time, but Tessia is resetting his cooldowns here with the shifting power. Icy Events just subsided, and so did Incarnation for both of these druids. Oscar, though, looking for a play onto Relza, but he gets caught caught by a stun, and Oscar kind of getting forced away from that pillar. Tessia now looking for the play here onto JT. Can he find the Dragon's Breath Sheep? He's definitely moving in for it. He finds the counterspell onto TJ, and if he can get that Dragon's Breath Sheep without being interrupted, TJ could just go down. This could be it. Beautiful Typhoon right there onto TJ. They try to take him down, but JT not in crowd control, able to deny.
Yep, and if you look at the pressure of this game, it is in, Overload's advantage. They are ahead, but Thezia pushing in, full sheep on JT, does break to the orb, gets a resheep.
Breaks.
I do want to see them punish TJ though. No, Oscar has the block. I do want to see them get onto TJ.
Holy.
No trinket, no skin. They can take advantage of this. Thezia's using his shifting power, resetting the ice wall. JT no shrink for 20 seconds. They have an opportunity. Oscar goes first, cancels his ice wall. Doesn't really do anything. They try to go on Flappers, doing the reverse. He does have skin. He does have trinket. Maybe they're looking to force something there, but TJ is still vulnerable. Full sheep on JT, gets a deft. Wonderful job by JT defensively. Follows up with DB. See if they can get more. Oscar taking so much damage. He's off hypo.
Oscar is just dead again. What an insane play there from Tessia. Just continuing the chain. Even though JT defs the polymorph, he gets repollied, he gets Dragon's Breath, he knocks them away with the Blast Wave. They just continue the chain, and I think Oscar might have been still on that hypothermia. If he was, I think it was like a second or two left. Maybe we can see it on the replay, but I don't know, dude. I think Tessia is just, I don't know what is going on with him today, but he's just God mode today.
He's
just
a mosquito.
God mode. Look at that. Fake cast the kick, lands the kick, gets the sheep on the def, and here, double Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Frost, double Blast Wave with the Ring of Frost, then double Ice Wall attempt there as well. Goodness. I mean, this guy is just disgusting on the mage. Look at him.
He's 1v9.
So
He's 1v9. Look at him. He solo makes this play happen. And the game doesn't even look that great from Overload's side, right? I mean, from DOBOB's side, right? They're losing in damage. But look at this. He's just a mosquito on top of them. Beautiful. The knock. The blink as well to force him to blink forwards.
Yeah.
Into the Ice Wall. JT just can't get there. Beautiful.
I mean, so the way the Blast Wave works as well, if you do it in a Ring of Frost like that, you actually knock away the opponent. But if you do it in a polymorph, it doesn't actually work the same way. So getting that double ring into the double knock to actually kind of separate this corner of the map and then landing the ice wall like that, masterful, absolutely masterful. Tessia is just on fire today. It's just like every game that DOBOB has played so far, like obviously the rest of his team is doing really well too, not to take anything away from them, but the biggest factor is just mage diff every single game.
I mean, this is why I'm praising Tessia. At this point, I'm glazing him a little bit too much, but it's true. How do you play against this? It's the finals, you're under so much pressure. You just lost in 2 minutes in a mirror. You're down 0-2. I mean, what do you do now? Do you lock in again? Does your ego make you say, hey, fluke loss again? Just like game 1. Do we run it back? Do we FMP or do we swap off now? It's such a hard position to be in if you're Overload right now. I think they're going to use the full 2 minutes. That's what I would do. Take the time, calm down, get rid of the tilt, the emotions from those first 2 games, and really just, regroup, re-strategize, and say, maybe we should queue something else. Maybe an Elemental Shaman here, which we're playing Thezia's. Okay, 30 seconds to lock in. FMP Mirror, round 3. All right.
So in your experience, would you say that's a tilt lock-in, or like, do you think what do you think is going on here mentally for Overload side?
You can't experiment at this point, can you? If you experiment and it's awful, if you try the Demon Hunter Ellie and try to just key that into the FMP and it turns out horrible, you're down 0-3. What are you supposed to do? So, if anything, the time for experimentation were the first 2 games in this best of 7. You're down 0-2 now. You kind of got fluked out on, right? Thezia made some plays, but you had cooldowns, just weren't able to react in time. Just gotta play better at this point. I think it's gonna be an FMP mirror if they're locking this in. But all the pressure is on them as the newer players. Can they bounce back? Can they find the resilience they had against Echo? It's not over for them yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And what a season for Flappers. Flappers just coming back to competitive and winning potentially the first season on points, coming into the finals as the #1 seed. That would be just quite the statement. He disappeared a little bit for a second there, but now he's back united with Relza, and watching this team form and what they've been able to do so far this season has been absolute magic. Just such a great team to watch. And we'll see if they can ride this momentum all the way through the lower bracket and all the way through the finals here. Game number 3 is live, and already we are seeing a bit of a setup happening on the side of Overload. Oscar's looking for the ice wall, but so far Double Angel is active, and so far they're not able to find any crowd control.
Yep, TJ trinketing offensively with his Incarn up. He always likes to
Ice
pick
wall.
Oscar. He's gonna be okay. Not trading out the GS just yet, just playing it safe, but Dezia gets GS from Relza. TJ, you know, always trading his trinket on the Incarn, gets stunned up now, has no skin, gets locked out for a second. He just wants to stay ahead in terms of momentum, and Flap is, you know, just being a little bit more conservative, playing a little bit slower. TJ, you know, he is just bringing the damage. Not in this game just yet, but in general, he's such an aggressive player.
Yeah, we love to see that, and we'll see, because now there's an opening onto TJ where they could potentially take him down. He still has the bark skin though, so they are going after him quite a bit. Might be an opening. Tessia's taking some damage as well, but Relza repositions. Dragon's Breath coming out. Look at Oscar here, making some cheeky moves here on the side. Nicely done here by Oscar. Yeah, utilizing that ZY axis. Gonna force out Relza's trinket. Really nicely done there, finding a play for himself. But TJ gets caught up in the stun, pre-bears it though, gets the bash onto Relza. I think it was on diminishing return from that snowdrift earlier, and Relza also positioning into the frozen orb there to make sure he can't get caught up in any CC flappers. In a stun, they are being pressured a little bit here on the side of DOBOB. Tessia once again pushing into JT, and JT is just afraid for his life. Look at this damage that Oscar is taking just by Tessia forcing JT to move around the pillar and take the long way around. They're able to just get the Guardian Spirit because he's just basically CCing himself when he's repositioning, but also a counter Guardian Spirit onto Tessia.
And now the positioning has reversed. You know, right before, Relza was the one close to his teammates, but now they're flipping around. Oscar looking for an ice wall. Will that amount to anything? Does catch them on the corner. Flappers in a bit of trouble, trades out his skin. Should be okay, I think, with Relza there to support. Dezia as well, though, under a lot of fire. Does use the barrier. They should be fine now. Relza has to do a bit of work. Enters the Guardian Angel. Will recover. Dezia trades out the ice wall. JT using him, though. Won't have to commit the MD. Won't have to, you know, save that cooldown for a rainy day.
Yeah, Tessia also caught up in a cyclone right now. Power infusion, icy veins. He's going to subside, but look at Flappers. He's taking a huge amount of damage. TJ is doing so much work right now, and Tessia as well, getting very, very low. Relza, though, working miracles here, manages to keep them both alive, but Flappers has no cooldowns left whatsoever. He's not feeling safe at all. At any point, Flappers could perish here. He's still down to 50% HP, gets a stun onto TJ. Double fear defensively there from JT onto Flappers and Tessia. And Tessia is rotting down again. He actually uses his ice block there. He gets a full ship on the JT, but JT manages to Shadow Word Death it there into a Dragon's Breath, into a Snowdrift. We've seen this movie before. There's going to be a Blast Wave potentially as well. Manages to get it onto the Cyclone there of TJ to interrupt it, but TJ is going to get that Cyclone now, and things are actually looking really good here for Overload.
Yeah, Overload are doing a fantastic job avoiding Thezia. JT just using the pillar, moving around, full 180ing Thezia, not letting him get there. And of course, Oscar and TJ protecting JT when they need to. Every time Thezia is trying to make a play, he just can't reach to, reach JT. He's just struggling so hard to get anything going. And if you shut Thezia down, they're going to be in trouble. Gets GS now, should be fine on this Comet Storm, but Thezia is not having his game. And if he isn't having his game, they're both going to struggle.
As you say that, Tessia gets a polymorph with icy flows. He jumps and casts while runs and forces JT's trinket. So big pressure there coming out from Tessia, but Flappers also still dropping low. And now they have something that they can play off of. JT with no trinket available, they could look to push for an ice block or maybe even a downright kill here on TJ. Nice fake, as you see that.
Yeah,
actually, no, the wall did actually go off there. It looked like Tessia actually had icy flows active there. It looked like he wanted to fake cast the ice wall to bait the grip there, but wasn't able to do so. And now Angel 4 coming out. Oscar going for an ice wall play of his own. Relza master spells it though. DOBOB will recover and Overload as well.
This is going to be the Incarn though. Flapper's already popping, but TJ looking to get his Oscar going to a block. JT doesn't have trinket. Can they fall up? Gets a kick. Very good job by TJ protecting JT there from Thezia. Oscar coming out. This still is the Incarn though, and watch out for Flappers. He has no trinket. His skin is running out. Full clone though. Oscar's in a lot of trouble. He's going to be fine. TJ's
play here,
but JT's got him. Oscar still gets knocked down the line.
For the follow-up. Oh my god. What was that? Was that a Void Shift? No, that was the Guardian Spirit. That was such a close play there. Flappers continuing the chain, finding the Cyclone right there. That was beautiful. But now Flappers getting punished quite a bit here as well from the side of Overload. They're looking to see if they can get maybe his cooldowns on the side of Relza. Still has the Void Shift, still has a lot of things to work with. Flappers still down to 50% HP though. No Guardian just yet. TJ down to half. They try to get a low Cyclone there onto Flappers, but not able to find it. And they are going to be punishing TJ quite a bit here as well. JT has his trinket rotated back up, but they did proc JT's Guardian in that exchange. So JT massively behind in terms of cooldowns now. And Oscar could be in huge trouble. Oscar forced into the second ice block. Now with no Guardian as well on JT. They're swapping to TJ. They're pushing for it. Can they get it? Beautiful ice wall coming out, but TJ manages to get back to the pillar there. I think that was a leap of faith from JT. Flappers overextending for a second. They interrupt the ice wall though from Oscar, and that should be enough to keep Flappers alive.
And just like a switch, DOBOB have turned it around. And look at TJ right now. No skin, no trinket. He's in so much trouble. He might have to commit the swap here if JT can do something to save him. Flappers though, trading out his skin as well. But DOBOB have all the momentum all of a sudden. Full clone on JT, and they're just collapsing on Oscar right now. Look at this. Relza's moving in half fear onto JT as well. They're just taking complete control over the game, Z. Full sheep!
Yeah, and they get a full sheep right there onto JT. He's forced into Trinket. That's going to be the Angel form. And he still doesn't have Guardian Spirit for a long time. I am very afraid for Oscar here. This is looking like a win for DOBOB unless they make some big defensive mistake here on the side of Relza. And they have Incarn. They have Icy Veins. TJ is getting absolutely blasted behind the pillar. But JT ducks there, manages to recover him. Flappers now caught up in a big stun here. What are they going to do? Do they have something? Relza is going to trade out the Void Shift. And he manages to recover his teammate there. Tessie actually trading out the ice block as well. They know they have the momentum. They know they have the cooldown advantage. They have the damage rolling. Can they get the CC? JT's trying to avoid it, but here comes the Snowdrift. Tessia, can he find it? It doesn't look like it. JT manages to avoid it, but there it is. Full sheep connects. Oscar is running for the hills. Is he going to be able to survive? The defensive Dragon's Breath, counter Dragon's Breath coming out. There's the sheep. Can they close it out? And they will. DOBOB up 3-0 in this grand finals. They are playing with such confidence, trading out the ice blocks, trading out the Void Shift. They know, Oscar, you got nothing. We procced the Guardian earlier from JT. JT, you don't have a trinket. We just need to land one more CC chain and the game is ours. And they just push in with full confidence and run them over.
Z, I just want to say, I love this team, DOBOB. They complement each other as players so well. Flappers, you know, this guy is an absolute pumper. Relza coming in, fearing TJ, covering the stops. JT getting put into a DB. Flappers going for a follow-up stun as well. Just finishing off Oscar. So good. I love seeing this. 3 players working together as one to push in on top of JT, to abuse him, you know, to expose his weakness. You know, when people collapse on JT, that is when he's at his weakest. And DOBOB are doing it absolutely masterfully.
Yeah, it feels like this mirror is coming down to a battle of offense versus a battle of defense. It feels like Overload, if they can keep JT out of crowd control and they can keep Tessia kind of away from him and throw everything at Tessia and make sure that he never gets rolling with his CC, it feels like Overload is slowly, you know, getting some advantages. They're slowly pushing ahead. But the moment Tessia starts rolling and he gets these sheeps, he gets these, you know, Snowdrift setups out of nowhere, that is when DOBOB are so good at playing around it. And I just love that you highlighted that as well. They are really good at helping Tessia set that up because they're realizing, hey, TJ is stopping these setups. They are stopping these setups on the side of Overload. They are being very defensive. JT, he's constantly switching pillar. He's constantly repositioning away from our mage. We need to also push in and help him get these setups. Otherwise, TJ's damage might just be too much for us to handle.
Yeah, they know they're going to lose the long game, you know. TJ is absolutely cranking it, and that's crazy to say because Flappers does so much damage as well. Oscar is out DPSing Tessia, but the Mosquito gets there in the end. And I want to highlight, Relza was the star of the end of that game for me. That sequence, he chastises JT, Tessia follows up, and then he covers TJ with the fear. He's not afraid to walk forwards. He's not afraid to trade out his swap, keep his team aggressive, and they're just working together like a well-oiled machine. FMP Mira locked in on Enigma Crucible. Overload's pick, big map, JT wants to get out of dodge.
Yeah, I don't know. 3-0 right now. Have you ever been in a position where you're down 3-0 in a finals?
Oh yeah, the vibes are terrible, and you know, the reality is you try to stay positive, you try to hype your teammates up and convince yourself that you're still in it, but reverse
Yeah.
sweeping from 0-3, that's tough. You got to go through 4 grueling matches, and you also got to consider the fact that they're probably a little bit tilted. Going 0-3 in a mirror, it's like I've always been saying. I keep saying this, but losing a mirror sucks. It's the worst feeling, and for new up and coming players, it's not a position you want to be in.
Absolutely. And do you think, like, in the back of their head, they're thinking like, oh man, this is just GG, but they're trying to keep their spirits up?
And maybe
I feel like on the side of Overload right now, they just need that one win, just like one quick win to bounce back, like just for the mental reset. Let's see if they can get it, or if DOBOB is gonna finish the season. This is the last game, potentially this match point of the grand finals here in Europe. And if DOBOB wins this, Oscar already getting interrupted. There's that double ice wall. Everyone is boxed in, and the mass spell is coming out from Relza, but not from JT. They're able to hold on to their cooldowns. TJ is gonna trade his trinket there, so a bit of an advantage on the side of DOBOB already. And if DOBOB wins this game, they will end the season as the #1 seed in Europe.
Absolutely, and I would be surprised if they did. I think this is such a good meta for Thesia, Flappers, and Relza. It's this fast-paced, brutal Mage Priest mirrors, and it's Thesia's strength, right? This is his meta. It's been a treat to watch them play, of course, and at the start of this game, just trading out the cooldowns from the Priest, the GS, the Guardian Angel, nothing developing too much. Thesia under a bit of fire now. Relza gets the Snowdrift, and Oscar snipes a ring. Relza instantly trinkets, keeping him ahead. Just like in game 1, JT trinketing. You don't want your teammates to fall behind in this matchup. You want to stay ahead of things and use your healer trinket early.
Yeah, make sure that you rather trade the short trinket CD versus the long ice block trinket CD. Tessia is pushing in. He's looking for the double. Can he find it? Oh, nice. Fade Fear right there by JT. He is so good at that defensive play, and he manages to shut down this. But look at TJ. He gets caught up with a chastise down. Oh, that was a nice leap there. He leaped onto Flappers right before he got leapt on. And oh my god, Tessia almost dying here. Look. That's, wait, did he actually ice block there as well? Yeah, he blocked and instantly canceled it, and they traded it as well with the swap. So, big defensive overlap, but Tessia once again looking for the offensive play. Can he get it? Gets the Snowdrift. Can he find the polymorph? He finds it as well.
TJ, no trinket!
He's got no trinket! What are they going to do? JT is going to trinket and trade there, but that was a beautiful setup. They get something back, but it costed them a lot of cooldowns here. DOBOB might be a little bit too aggressive in the matchup here.
It's absolutely crazy. Thesia has the block and just instantly goes in again, but Overload finding a little bit of a window of opening here, getting the swap and the overlap from Relza and Thesia. You know, they have an opportunity here. JT deathing the ring out of that Angel. Good job.
Nicely done. And TJ now gets a stun onto Flappers. Still taking a lot of damage, though. It feels like TJ is actually going to be the main target. Double Incarnation is rolling here. Big heal from JT. He's going to keep TJ back to topped. And Tessia activating the ulti time there for a second. Flappers getting counterspelled. They are trying to set something up here, potentially onto TJ. There's the main stun. Can they find a polymorph? He's looking for it. I think he got faded there and then line of sighted by JT. So JT, again, with a good defensive positioning, but a semi-low Cyclone. It is on diminishing returns, though, so they are going to pause the game there for a second, but Tessia, he's falling behind. Oscar is looking to make a little play of his own. He's being a mosquito. There it is. Full Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Relza. Relza is just going to trinket it. Even when nobody was like under the threat in terms of HP, he just trades it out.
Ice wall! TJ's in trouble!
Beautiful ice wall! Can they take him down in this ice wall? JT ducks around the corner, manages to recover TJ once again.
Beautiful, and he tried to life grip the ice wall, but it bugged out, made him run back into spot. You know, I love this punishment that DOBOB is putting out on TJ. Oscar in a lot of trouble as well. This ring, he's gonna die.
Oscar,
almost dying pre-block.
Yeah, he almost pulled a Riker right there, and he does. Oh my God, Oscar gets absolutely blasted, and DOBOB win the finals 4-0. How did they do that? What happened to Oscar? He dropped to 1 HP. It looked like he altered time back to full again, and then he just got blasted once again.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly what happened there. We're gonna have to see it on the replay there.
He started off getting marinated inside the Ring of Frost, goes back to full, but Desi just completely blasts him. I mean, you know, this is the losers bracket momentum. This is what I think, at least. Whenever you go into the losers bracket and you have to play back-to-back series, you're just on fire. Look at this. Oscar goes back to full, uses the barrier, they double connect, and JT can't even react in time. He just gets absolutely destroyed.
Jesus, that damage. And I think it is what you said there. He got a little bit marinated, a little bit buttered up there in that Ring of Frost. You can see what Flappers is doing here. Flappers just applying some bleeds there onto Oscar, and then gets a big bite, almost takes him down. But Oscar manages to alter back there with his trinket. And then, yeah, they just have so much damage with that Comet Storm Meteor combo, plus what looks like a bite, maybe a Flurry Ice Lance combo as well. And they take him down. JT doesn't even have time to react, like you mentioned. He did have the Guardian, actually. So Oscar can't really be faulted for not blocking here. The standard trade would be JT just trading out the Guardian, but JT using maybe one global too many there. And
it's like,
yeah, unlucky.
I feel for Overload in this situation because, you know, Z in this series, you know, game 1, game 2, game 4. They die pre-cooldowns every single game, right? You know, that's such a tough position to be in because you're in the finals. You know, yes, you have 4 losses to work with, you know, potential 7-game series, but you just keep losing with these cooldowns up and just not reacting quickly enough. And the game isn't so bad for them in terms of, you know, damage done. They are ahead on damage. They're gonna win the mana war, but they just get choked out. DOBOB executing very, very well, closing the game up before it reaches that critical mass where they're going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just the playstyle. The playstyle of DOBOB it seems to be so hard. Like, you can avoid them for a while, but eventually they are going to clothesline you behind that pillar. They are going to find some kind of crowd control, and that's when they're going to take you know, a big cooldown or maybe even a kill if you don't react appropriately. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. I mean, just complete domination, 4-0 against Overload, and they're going to claim the #1 spot in the EU region now. They are going to be going up in the gauntlet against whatever comes crawling out of the gauntlet. So DOBOB, they got to be feeling really solid at this point in time. But 4-0 against Overload, and DOBOB obviously losing to Echo 2-3 earlier, but bringing it back today 3-2 with that epic 2v2, and it really comes down to that 2v2 in a lot of ways, because if they lost that 2v2, we would have seen a completely different finals. They wouldn't even have made it to this point where they could potentially take the #1 spot. But because they got that cross kill, because they won that 2v2, they are able to also ride that momentum into the finals, make quick work of Overload, and now they have avoided Overload and Echo. So now, like, whatever comes crawling out of the gauntlet has to be better. Like, you'd rather face that than Overload or Echo.
You know, on the flip side of things, yes, that might be true. But remember, last season, IL2 came firing out of the gauntlet, all cylinders, and dominated everyone. And the issue is, if you're in Seed 1, you have to practice against, you know, 4 or 5 other teams. Whereas Overload, Echo, they only need to really focus on each other to start off with. Yes, they can put some time towards the other gauntlet teams. But DOBOB, it's unpredictable. Yes, the gauntlet winner could be an easier team than Overload or Echo, but they have to split their practice up into, you know, segments.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of preparation for sure. I mean, how do you even prepare for something like that, Shan? I mean, obviously get, you know, as many war games as you possibly can, but yeah, you just can't at all. You just hope for the best.
We didn't get a single practice game into IL2 last season, and it showed. We, you know, YOLO picked the Roguelock Priest into IL2, got smashed. I wanted to RMP, I just want to get that out there. Team didn't listen to me. We just didn't have any practice, and that's the problem with facing the gauntlet teams is, who do you prep for? You know, I think we were prepping for another team, and IL2 just smashed them, and then suddenly we're caught with our pants down. We don't know what to do.
Oof. All right, well, we do have the bracket for the EU region that we will be seeing in the championship at the end of May. So as you can see, we've got Overload, Echo, DOBOB, and then DOBOB will be facing off against that gauntlet winner which could be a number of teams. So yeah, DOBOB's going to have to hope that they're prepared, but it sounds like that's going to be a potentially impossible task. But I mean, what would you give advice to any of these teams, Zico, if you could, from just like based on the performance that you've seen from these 3 teams, to sort of work on as we head into the finals?
I think that just adapting is going to be the biggest thing. There could be some changes between now and finals. So just staying on top of the meta, practicing and adapting, and getting a lot of practice in. And it seems to be a playmaking meta. So if you're a bit more on the passive side as a player, you might want to try to develop a little bit more on the aggressive side, because at least today, that is what won DOBOB this entire bracket, right? Just the aggression, Flappers doing his damage, getting the Cyclones, chaining the CC, Relza setting up the CC, pushing in for Fears, and Tessia just landing a lot of crowd control. So I think as a style, it's good to be aggressive right now, and I think that's what these best teams are really good at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the same question goes to you then, Chan. Echo, obviously we did see them struggle, kind of uncharacteristic for them. If you were still on the team, what do you guys think you'd be working for? What kind of advice would you be giving them for the finals?
The thing about Echo is that, yes, slow starts to the cups, it's actually quite normal. We're all just used to seeing them on top, getting first place as the Kings of Europe. But the reality is, the cups sometimes have a slow start. Season 1 of Dragonflight, Season 3, Season 4, slow start in the cups. But by the time the finals rolls around, the meta's been developed. Everyone knows what's good. Everyone knows what to practice. And I still think that they're the best team in Europe, perhaps the world. Really, with that knowledge, they're the best learners, the best at adapting to a different meta. Give them some time. Cup 3, they showed it. They were back. Yes, they lost, but it was good. They were looking really good, almost back to form.
Definitely, and here is the gauntlet right now. Super Duper Gamers versus Streamer Zone GG. Zico for that first matchup.
Yeah, we are locked in here. We see the entire gauntlet. Super Duper Gamers versus Streamer Zone, game number 1. Winner of that will be fighting off against Forged RMP. Winner of that versus Locked In. Winner of that versus Shibaku Tensei. And winner of that will be blessed with a qualification to the grand finals and rewarded by playing into DOBOB.
All right, well, for sure. With that, we have an interview with DOBOB Cup number 3 winners. I'm joined with Tessia and Flappers. Hello.
Hello. What's up, everybody? Hey.
Hi. First of all, loving the bunny ears. Very cute. Were you wearing that all day?
Thank you. I actually played every game I played today, I wore it, and when I was watching my team win.
Oh boy. Okay, so I think that means you're just gonna have to wear them now for every tournament that you play in. Bad news.
Well, I think it's more of an Easter thing, but it is what it is.
Gotcha. That's your good luck charm now. All right. First, my question is, either of you can answer this. You guys started off this season, you got 3rd place, you got 2nd place, and then in Cup number 3, you 4-0'd this team with a mirror. It just seems like the jump from 1 and 2 to now 3 was tremendous. What happened there?
So, the 4-0 of the finals, I feel like it doesn't really reflect how close the games were. That team is very amazing. Amazing players, and we had a lot of war games against them as well the past week. They're just extremely good, and it could have gone either way, but they're obviously very happy with the performance. 3rd into 2nd into 1st. It's good. It feels good.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome. I was just gonna say about the mirrors, the matchups is so crazy. It's so much RNGs involved in a way. They all are really, really good players. Like I said, every series can go any way. You just proc a Ferocious Bite at the right time, you press an Ice Cleanse, and you win the game. It's crazy. But I just wanted to say, for me, this I've not competed in 6 years, and I'm playing with 2 of my best friends, and Trimez. This is amazing for me. A great feeling. We're best friends in real life. We go to holidays together and everything. So it's it makes you emotional, but I love playing with these guys. It's super nice.
Yeah, you deserve that. That was going to be one of my questions actually to you, Flappers. What made you decide to come back to competitive play?
Well, yeah, the main reason was my teams have always been playing a long time in the past, and they were playing with Tony, and then Thessia was playing with Waz at points, and like kind of like in the last 3 or 4 years, I became really good friends with Tezia, or a couple years. And like, you know, when the time shines and we play on ladder and we have so much fun and we like play so well together, and like if I get a chance to play with my best friends who happen to be the best players in the game, I'm not going to swear. In my opinion, Tezia is the best mage in the world by far, and Miles, in my opinion, is the best healer. Like I know like Mare and everybody else is insane, but my team are insane, and they're my best friends. So if I don't play now, I'm going to regret it in my afterlife, you know. So
Yeah.
I got to get in there. So yeah, exactly. And it's just so much fun.
I mean,
to play.
it's gotta be. I feel like, you know, I've been with AWC long enough that I've seen players that are in the scene for so long, but they don't find what you guys have seemed to find, which is like friends that play together but also win in your case. So it's really awesome to see, and I'm happy for you guys in that sense. So this is my question then for either of you. Flappers, you told me a little bit in DMs like how the name DOBOB came to be, but I'd love to hear it one more time because it's a kind of a silly story if you want to reiterate that.
Sure. Do you want me to say it as you? I can. So basically,
you can say it.
Sure. So basically, like it's kind of a double meme. So like obviously, me and Miles Relza, we basically had a meme of the word DOBOB. We was used to like troll around in like voice chats and say we're from a country called DOBOB. We just made it up. It was just completely random. For like 5 years we've been doing it, or 8 years. And then randomly one day, this year just appears online in WoW, and he's got a character called DOBOB. And we're like, what the hell? How has he randomly got this name? It makes no sense. And then we messaged him, and he's like, "Oh, it's from a mount. It's a crab." And it goes DOBOB when you mount the crab. And I was like, "Okay, well, let's go with DOBOB." It's just such a meme for us, and it was like so funny how he randomly got that name, and we had it as a meme in the past, so it was like it had to happen. You know? So it's very random. It's just a cool word that we like, basically.
It worked. We've been memeing it on the desk too. It's fun to spam DOBOB. I think even like the observers in production are starting to just, you know, DOBOB. So, great name.
Exactly, yeah.
So, question about that 2v2. What were the vibes after that 2v2 versus Raikou and Meh? Walk me through that. Walk me through the emotions. What exactly went on behind the scenes?
Oh, I mean, obviously it was a 2-2, right? So it's you get that 2v3 finish, and you calm down a bit. You get into the 2v2, but we had like they had a big mana lead, so it was definitely you know, have to calm down a bit. But it was very high intense moments, and it feels very, very good to win that one. Obviously, it's you know, it's a mirror into a 2v2 mirror. Obviously it feels really good. It was very back and forth, though. You know, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds when you play those mirrors. So
yeah, crazy. I have it on record, the reactions when we won as well. Maybe I'll show that to the world one day.
Yes,
definitely high emotion for sure.
Yes, please post on socials. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Might be a weird question for you, Thessia. A lot of people in chat, some of the other players, some of the casters, they're calling you the best mage in AWC right now. What do you think about that title?
Well, I think it's a bit hard for, you know, me to self-proclaim anything, or for me to have an opinion on that. But
you can have an ego up here. It's fine. You just won. You're allowed.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, I feel like I've been playing really good these weeks. It feels great. I've been, you know, playing with my best friends. Feeling good about the games, feeling good in war games, feeling good overall. So I feel like, yeah, I'm playing good right now. Now, you know, I want to thank everyone who's supporting chats. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. And everyone showing love. It feels really good. Thank you so much. But, you know, it's something for other players to proclaim.
That's fair. Very humble. All right. Cool. Well, what is your plan now? Final question. What is your plan now between now and the finals? You guys are playing the Gauntlet winners, so you're not really sure who it's going to be. So how are you going to prepare for that weekend?
I mean, we have a month to prepare, and you know, the meta is it's possible that it shifts a bit, especially with the corruptions upcoming. So it's going to be a lot of homework, a lot of looking at what other options there are, but. Now we obviously have to prepare for many teams because we face the winner of the Gauntlet, so it's not just a prepare for one team if you're a seed 2 or 3. But we're feeling confident. We feel like obviously this is the first time we play all 4 of us together in a team, so we're building up synergy as we go. It was really good to incorporate Trimas today. I'm very happy we did that. He didn't really get to play that much. He had 100% win rate on the Warrior, but now he stepped up on the Rogue, and that feels really good. So we're just going to continue to build synergy and put in the work for the finals.
100%. I was going to say just a special shout out quickly. It's actually my girlfriend's birthday today, so I won the cup on her birthday, which is a really really cool thing. And she's like sacrificed her birthday for me to be here and play all day, so that's cool. So we'll celebrate that tomorrow. And yeah, it's been super cool. And also, I got to finally break the curse because Miles Relza has been second in cups like 15 times or something, and he's never won. He's always the last game and he
really?
loses. One,
Oh.
broke the curse, and I'm like so happy that we broke the curse. And now, thanks to me, obviously just me, we won. So I'm kidding. But,
Awesome. All right,
yeah, it was a
before I
great
let you-
time.
If I can hijack
Before
very quick as well, just
Yeah,
to
of
do
course.
a shout out as well for the. I just want to say big shout out as well to my girlfriend as well for making the DOBOB logo. Actually, the crab with the. I saw you play around with it on the podcast. It's amazing, and so she's the one who made it. So thank you to her for being super supportive and.
Ah,
100%.
it's a very cute
Best
logo.
logo.
Amazing. All right, well, real quick, who do you guys think wins NA?
Ooh, that's a tough question. Which
think
teams
Welcome to
are in
Young.
right now?
So it's Left 4 Dead versus Welcome to the Jung, and then Liquid versus Tiger Toads.
That's a very difficult question. Very.
I would say
I
I think Jung can win. Yeah, Jung will win.
Okay.
Yeah, I would probably say the same thing, but it's going to be really fun to watch. It's going to be, I think
just
it's
gonna take-
overall this season,
Yes,
both NA and EU is a very high competition, very back and forth. I feel like anyone can win
So
any
true.
matchup. It's very surprising. I feel like it's a breath of fresh air, maybe especially so as a viewer. You don't have just one team stomping everyone, and you don't have counter picks here and there. A lot of mirrors, a lot of explosive matchups, and so it's always, for me, it's going to be very fun to watch NA. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the same thing. And I think if a team can play a bit more aggressive, because I feel like Welcome to the Jungle are doing a good job with these tanky dampening comps. So if someone can find a way to play a bit more aggressive into them, kind of how we play, because I feel like that's how you beat those kind of like tanky overlord, dampening comps. Not saying they're dampening, but they're really tanky and they kind of win on long games.
Yeah.
And if you can if someone can try to bring the game to them, they might have a chance. But it's obviously very hard, no doubt. So
Right.
that's what I would say. But I think Welcome to the Jungle is really solid. Yeah.
All right. Any final thoughts before I let you guys go?
Well,
I think.
thank you to the commentators, the hosting, all that. That's really amazing. It's always really fun to watch you guys, commentate and host these things. So thank you to you guys.
Yeah, you did a really good job. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks so much. All right. Well, congrats once again, and looking forward to see you guys perform in the finals in May.
Thank you
Sounds
so
good.
much.
See you
Take
soon.
care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are hopping over to North America. If you missed it, DOBOB is the champion of Cup number 3 for the EU region. You can go to the VOD over on YouTube to check that out if you missed it. But now you're heading into Left 4 Dead versus Welcome to the JUNG. Welcome to the JUNG is the team that DOBOB just said that they think could take it all. But Left 4 Dead, Zico, are they up for the challenge?
I think they are. I think Left 4 Dead has leveled up in a big way. The Red Warriors looking really solid. They already beat Liquid. I think this could be kind of a dark horse in the tournament right now, but I don't know. It's going to be tough. Welcome to the JUNG has also looked extremely solid so far at the top of the standings.
Most definitely. Here is a look at the standings where they currently are. Top 3, of course, is that spot that they want to be in. Ghostbusters and Left 4 Dead tied for 4th currently. So it's looking to be a very competitive region as well. Then, what is your prediction for the series? I'm curious.
Left 4 Dead. I'm going with them. I know it's a bit of a pocket pick. Welcome to the JUNG. They're kind of that unbreakable wall, but I believe in Axton. I feel like I've been an Axton fan. You know, he's one of those people who hasn't had that much of an opportunity to compete, but I think they found a solid roster here, and I think the Retribution Paladin is looking really strong. So right now, I think Ret is very good into these mage teams, and they're even beating the mage teams. And I don't know what else possibly that Welcome to the JUNG will have prepared, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, Zico, what is your prediction?
Same as Van.
No way.
I'm thinking Left 4 Dead on this one. Yeah.
I keep thinking, like, I want to pick something no one else is going to pick. What is this? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Welcome to the JUNG is the obvious pick, but I don't know. I think Left 4 Dead, they've looked so good this weekend. And like you mentioned, the Red Paladin has been really strong for them. So, I don't know. I feel like they got it. I feel like they can do this.
I'm a little worried about my prediction now. I'm curious what Shan did. Maybe we're in sync again. Because I went 1-3 in favor of Welcome to the JUNG. Aha! Look at this. We're synced up. Last time this happened, it worked out. I think, obviously, you guys are right. Left 4 Dead, they've had a great weekend so far. They've had a great season. But I don't know. Something about going against Welcome to the JUNG doesn't feel right. DOBOB believes in them. I believe in them. Chan believes in them. So I feel like they could make it work. But I think either way, you know, just based on your guys' predictions, especially Zico, you definitely think that these are two very close teams as it stands right now.
Absolutely. I think both of these teams are really, really solid. And you can see kind of their progress as well throughout the season. You know, they both kind of started out a little bit on the weaker side, where Team Liquid, for example, came in really hot. But they've been picking up a lot of steam here moving forward.
All right, let's see if they can keep that steam going. It is game number 1 here in North America. It's the upper finals. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals for the 3rd and final cup here in season 2 of the War Within. It's Left 4 Dead game number 1 versus Welcome to the JUNG, Ben.
All right. How did I know? This is what I thought might happen. It's like, what are they going to do to beat Ret Warrior? Well, they're going to play Ret Warrior. And the thing is, Welcome to the JUNG, they're so insanely good. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm going to be honest. We're going to see Clapper versus Nick, Drake versus Axton, Tuna versus Zhang Bahai, and we'll see who comes out ahead. But this, to me, just speaks volumes to how strong this composition right now is, at least in North America.
Yeah, it is interesting comparing the meta in North America and Europe. But we'll table that discussion for maybe after the game. Right now, we got the big trees popped here from both Druids. Clapper getting caught up in a Cyclone. They're going after Axton here with the Spear of Bastion, Nick with the Bladestorm as well. And I really think that the Druids will be the biggest difference makers in this matchup. If they can... Oh my god, Clapper is getting absolutely clapped right now, taking so much damage. And Zhang Bahai actually finding more and more Cyclones here all over the place. Axton forced to already trade out the Shield of Vengeance. And a bit of a bad start here for Left 4 Dead. Zhang Bahai finding a lot of Cyclones. And I really think that whatever Druid can manage to shut down these melees, find Cyclones onto the enemy healer, can really put their team ahead. And it is going to be an early Cyclone here from Tuna onto Zhang Bahai. Finds the reclone as well. And good pressure here onto Axton, though.
Yeah, Tuna doing a great job moving in, getting stuns, getting Cyclones, but he gets caught into a blind. Good opportunity here for the side of Welcome to the JUNG to potentially close it out, but I feel like this is going to be one of those games where unless one side drops the ball completely, it's probably going to require a little bit of dampening, but don't blink. I mean, we've seen these Fear Warriors just absolutely one-shot. I'm not going to miss it this time. Axton getting really low on health. Disorienting Roar comes in. Zhang Bahai gets the counter cyclone here onto Tuna, and then immuning the follow-up CC. Beautifully done there. Clapper's just so low on health. Tuna has some work cut out for him right now. Drake is basically just harassing him, playing on top of him, attacking Clapper from range, and also just threatening the Hodge, the interrupt. I like that play from Drake.
Yeah, actually swapping to Zhang Bahai here a little bit. Clapper going after the healer. That could be a ticket to victory. We haven't really seen these matchups. Instant Sanctuary coming out right there on the stun onto Zhang Bahai as he gets caught up in that momentarily. Full Cyclone coming out onto Zhang Bahai as well at half HP. Tuna really doing some work here for his team. Gets the follow-up Cyclone as well. Fake casts the kick there from Drake as well. Zhang Bahai in big trouble. Pre-Iron Barks himself, ducks into bear form. Should be enough defense for now, but there is actually a window here where they potentially could take Zhang Bahai down. He's got no Trinket, no Iron Bark, no Bark Skin, and Nick as well is getting absolutely sent right now, trinketing aggressively here in this position, and they're going to swap to Zhang Bahai, but he fake casts the interrupt. Beautifully done there. Looks for the Cyclone, not able to find it. There's the full Hammer of Justice. Here's the big setup, but a nice sacrifice coming out there from Drake will deny the kill.
Yeah, very interesting to see the damage differential, too, between these two teams. You can see Nick has a massive lead over Clapper, as well as Axton having a big lead over Drake. So some differences there. Axton right now trending out the Blessing Protection. He's got no Divine Shield, no Lay on Hands. Axton basically has nothing left in terms of defensive cooldowns. Welcome to the Jung. They're looking like a brick wall once again. Drake has everything to trade if he needs it. Big Stormbolt comes in, Blinding Light, Hammer of Justice onto Tuna. Drake setting his team up for a potential win. Axton's getting low, and this could be the end of the game. Disorienting Roar, Tuna going for the Tranquility. Drake rolls over, looking for a potential interrupt, but Tuna at least has to stop that Tranquility. Now finds a full Cyclone, and it's going to be Left 4 Dead looking to strike back.
Look at Tuna's mana. He is getting absolutely clobbered here in the mana department. Zhang Bahai has almost like 50% mana lead. Nick, though, is taking so much damage here. Activist in Rage region. Tuna looking for more Cyclones. Gets it low onto Nick, but not able to find anything onto Zhang Bahai. He is in that Ancient of Lore right now, so he's immune to crowd control. But there's the fear onto Tuna. Can they do something with this? Axton is going to be in big trouble here. Big Spear landing as well. There's the Cyclone to follow it up as well. Nick, though, in the meantime, is taking so much damage. Both of these Druids, anytime they go for these offensive Cyclones, it seems like their own team is the ones dying. Full Maim stun onto Zhang Bahai. Clapper, though, meanwhile, taking so much damage. There's the full Cyclone onto Zhang Bahai. Clapper manages to recover, but again, Tuna's mana is a big win condition here for Welcome to the Jung. Can they beat Left 4 Dead at their own game? Drake is dropping low. What is he gonna trade? He trades the Divine Shield. Drake will recover with that. Finally, Left 4 Dead strikes back.
Yeah, definitely. Nick doing a great job on this warrior right now, but with no cooldowns, could be in trouble. Nice pummel there. Clapper leaps over, pummels, Disorienting Roar. Great control on Zhang Bahai. They managed to get the full Cyclone. He's forced to trade his Trinkets, and all of a sudden, Left 4 Dead, they put themselves back in the game. Tranquility comes out from Zhang. He gets maimed. Tuna just really doing a good job. He realizes his mana is not looking good. I feel like Left 4 Dead, they realize they are on a timer right now, way behind on mana in terms of the late game. If Welcome to the Jung can just survive an attack, I think they're going to win this one, but Left 4 Dead definitely not making it easy.
Yeah, they do have the bubble on Axton coming back up here, but the big story, like you mentioned, is going to be the mana. If Welcome to the Jung can just keep up this pressure, things are looking great for them. And the biggest damage diff has to be Nick on that warrior, really outperforming Clapper, and Clapper actually taking a lot of damage, but Nick could be in trouble. Zhang Bahai has no Trinket. He was caught up in the Cyclone. Nice Blinding Light there onto Tuna, shutting down his CC for a moment. Drake takes a big hit, but manages to recover there. There's the Spear of Bastion coming out as well. Double Blinding Light defensively here from Drake, and Zhang Bahai gets caught up in yet another stun. There's the Sanctuary coming out from Drake onto Zhang Bahai, but Drake is dropping low. He's got no bubble. Could they take him down? Iron Bark connects for Zhang Bahai. Clapper, though, in the meantime, taking so much damage. Clapper might just get sent right now. Catches a big heal from Tuna, but that was his last mana.
0 mana left, but Axton has the Lay on Hands, just has to cut it out a little bit longer. And of course, Ancient Lore in 15 seconds is going to give him completely free healing. That's what Tuna is going to need. Zhang Bahai moving in, looking for a stun, looking to set up his team. Gets the Rake stun there onto Tuna, or the Maim. And he find a Cyclone. Clapper's playing good defense right now, just playing on top of Zhang Bahai. Left 4 Dead falling apart, but at the same time, Drake is vulnerable. Drake could easily die. Does have the Lay on Hands, but still, Doesn't want to flop without using it. This is finally Tuna's opportunity to catch back up. Ancient of Lore casts out for both Druids. Once again, exchanging those cooldowns to try to stay ahead of the damage in the match. But Tuna has 0 mana. There is nothing left whatsoever. Welcome to Jung has kind of taken to the distance, and they have a clear win condition.
Yeah, what is Tuna going to do right now? He's getting caught up in a full cyclone. No Trinket. Clapper could just get sent right now. They have nothing left. He's down to 50% HP. They can find the Recyclone as well. If they just have a little bit more damage, they could push him over the edge. Clapper's down 10% HP. He leaps away, but there is Nick with the Blade Storm. Welcome to the Jung, coming in with a mirror match and takes game number 1 against Left 4 Dead.
Man, I should... Thinking of my prediction, I knew this was going to happen. Welcome to the Jung. They just take the composition and play it better. Jung Bahai reminds me a lot of like meh. We don't often talk. Well, we do talk about healers, but I mean, it's just so incredible to see. I don't know how Jung Bahai, no matter what healer he's playing, he just plays it at that top level. He plays it so efficiently. There's really just no mistakes being made quite often. You know, it's just like perfect defense, execution. Welcome to the Jung. They always get that late game advantage, not overlapping. You know, they just have their fundamentals. The fundamentals are so good. You know, they're not the most flashy players, but it's like they do their damage better than anyone else. They do their rotations, you know, their interrupts, like all the things that matter most. They're just so good at it, and they don't need to make the fancy plays. They're just so consistent, and that's why Welcome to the Jung is just such a threat.
Absolutely, they're just consistently good, and they're so good at reading the game as well. They always know when they're in trouble, when they can get aggressive. They just have such a good game sense on the side of Welcome to the Jung. And we can see the final moments here. Tuna gets caught up in a Cyclone, and then they do find the Cyclone onto Axton. Tuna has basically no mana left. Nick connects with the Blade Storm and the damage. And sure, let's highlight Welcome to the Jung's Jung Bahai, but Nick on the Warrior. What is going on with this guy? This guy is just playing Mage, he's playing Rogue, he's playing Warrior, he's playing all kinds of things. It feels like he just picks stuff up and he just outperforms people who main it consistently. Every single time we see Nick pick something new up, it just looks like, okay, well, he's been playing Warrior forever, obviously. He is that good. So I'm so surprised to see that damage differential between him and Clapper in that game. That was like a 80 million difference or 70 million difference between Nick and Clapper.
It'd be fun to compare their damage breakdown to see like where that gap really is in the match. Because yeah, Nick, he did a great job, and we kind of knew Nick for a while as the Rogue, you know, and then it was Nick the Mage. Nick wears many faces in this game, but a little interesting fact about Nick is he's actually gotten rank 1 on every single class in the game and every role as well. So I don't know if he's got it every spec, but at least every class in the game he has a rank 1 title on. So really good multi-classer. I mean, this guy's just a phenomenal WoW player and a huge pickup for this team. So it gives them so much comp flexibility. They can play the cleaves if they need it. They can play the wizard setups. They can play basically every variant of melee caster healer. Like I said, it seems like every single week they got a new composition that they're just the best at, and it makes it really difficult to deal with this team.
Yeah, no, he's one of the most versatile World of Warcraft players, period. And for Left 4 Dead, this is a really important match here because if Left 4 Dead wins this match, they will tie themselves on points with the Tiger Toads. And if the day ends with them tied on points, then they will play a third tiebreaker for that third game, or for the third seed between Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toads. So a lot on the line here for Left 4 Dead. They need to bring it home. And I mean, right now they're just getting outperformed in a mirror match. Welcome to the Jung, showing a lot of versatility here. Can they take game number 2 though? Left 4 Dead and Welcome to the Jung trying to get the upper hand. Both Druids with that Ancient of Lore subsiding have a bit of a catch up to do. Tuna gets caught up in the Hammer of Justice. Nice stun here onto Axton. Beautifully done there by Jung Bahai, covering that sanctuary from Axton in that moment.
Yeah, nicely done. It's a battle of efficiency here, just making the best trades possible. Nice maim once again. And that's one thing we've seen consistently here from Jung Bahai is he's getting these maim stuns out. It's really giving his team some extra, control in the match, but he's getting swapped to. Needs to be a little bit careful. Trades out the bar skin, has some catch up here. Nice disorienting roar on a Clapper and Tuna. Youngbahai getting some control. Goes for an interrupt, but gives a precognition there to Tuna, who fakes out an interrupt. Full Cyclone now. Nicely done there by Tuna, playing nice and aggressive, but it is still Axton, who's incredibly low. Has to trade out the lay on hands to survive. So even though Left 4 Dead was looking for an offensive push, they really got punished there. Now Clapper might just die there, falling behind. Welcome to the Jung. I mean, look at Nick's damage right now. It's just sky high. Really just putting his team in a good spot.
Yeah, but at the same time, Clapper is kind of keeping up better, at least in this position. But still, so much damage coming out from onto Clapper. Actually, huge potential. Gonna activate the rallying cry there to try to stay alive. He's got the avatar rolling as well. Axton though gets Cyclone on low HP. Bubbles actually out of that Cyclone. There's so much pressure here on both sides. Axton almost getting aggressive with this bubble. Clapper is getting absolutely destroyed, and he is just dead. Welcome to the Jung. I mean, this is one of those matchups. If you blink, you might miss it. We got 2 Fury Warriors. This is what happens. There's just so much damage. At any point, the Execute can come in, the Avatar gets popped, the Blade Storm is being popped, and at any point, if you blink, somebody might die. We saw it yesterday. We saw these Feral Druids get absolutely chopped up in a matter of seconds, 100 to 0. And we can see it here once again. Nick gets disarmed. Axton bubbles out of that Cyclone. And then they turn their attention over onto Clapper. And the Blade Storm comes out from Nick. You get the Storm Bolt there onto Clapper as well. And Drake is there to back up his warrior. And they just take him down through the Ancient of Lore. That was actually a really nice pummel on the Ancient of Lore there of Tuna as well. Look at Drake actually. They're both just stalling that Ancient of Lore. They're putting Tuna severely behind in this position with those interrupts, forcing him to NS Ancient of Lore. So the reason why they got this kill is actually because of those interrupts on the Ancient of Lore right there. You see it at the beginning of the replay. Tuna goes for it in the back there, and then Nick just goes over there and at the last second interrupts it. And then Drake knows, okay, it's my turn to stop it now. And they're just playing really well with their interrupts around that, which is exactly what you highlighted in the pregame, Van. They're so good at their interrupts, at doing their rotation, and at finding these win conditions and being consistent. And that's exactly what led to this kill.
I'm just making a rule from now on. I'm never going to predict against Welcome to the Jung. Like, I feel like it's just a low percentage play pretty much always. Welcome to the Jung is just looking unstoppable. They take the mirror match. I mean, I really thought for Left 4 Dead, it's like, okay, this is their week. They have a composition that's strong. What can beat them? Like, what is Welcome to the Jung going to do? Mirror. Okay, well, that's a tough one. Left 4 Dead can come back in this. I mean, in terms of damage, I do think Axton is doing a really good job with at least the scoreboard damage. But I think what it comes down to is just it's the interrupts, right? They just make it so deadly for Tuna. Drake is constantly threatening Tuna by just playing in his face, and I think you can do that as a Rep Paladin. Rep Paladins have a ton of range damage, so you can play at range, and you can play on top of the enemy healer and threaten Hodges and blinds and interrupts, and I think it's something that Drake is doing really well in this game.
Yeah, it's really pressuring Tuna, and it's forcing him into those situations where he has to use the Nature Swiftness just to even get the Ancient of Lore off, but it has a bit of ramp-up time, so he doesn't get enough healing once he makes that decision. And it is Drake and Nick just forcing these mistakes. So it is interesting to see how fast they're able to pick this up. Obviously, we saw Welcome to the Jung actually play this composition in the open bracket on Wednesday. So this is something that they've had in their back pocket the whole time. But it's interesting to see that they're feeling confident enough to lock that in a straight-up mirror match against Left 4 Dead here. And they are just one game away from qualifying to the grand finals. Welcome to the Jung. Will they be doing it here? Double tree being popped here from both Druids as they look for the biggest opening potential.
Yep, let's see what they can do. Full Cyclone goes out onto Drake. Some early control here by Tuna. Welcome to the Jung, up 2-0 in this series. A bit unbelievable, in all honesty, going into this mirror match, but it's just, that's their style. Just take the composition and play it better. Clapper and Axton still just rotting down low for the time being. It's very back and forth. Seen a ton of mirror matches actually played out today in the AWC. We'll have to wait and see if Left 4 Dead can come back. And this one for Axton's just going to die. He's getting so low. He's trying to kite away. It's a close call. But now Clapper! Oh no, the swap on Clapper. What is going on? This damage from Nick and Drake. I mean, this pressure is just so high.
Absolutely insane opener here for Welcome to the Jung, forcing everything from Clapper once again, but Axton was able to hold on to the Divine Shield. Jung Bahai getting the Cyclone onto Axton, slowing him down, and once again Drake just moving over to Tuna, trying to pressure him there, but it looked like Tuna actually fake casted the interrupt there from Drake, so he is going to be able to recover somewhat, but at the same time Nick is taking quite a beating, dropping to half HP, but manages to recover. Nice fear coming out onto Jung Bahai. They do have the Sanctuary for it though, I think. It looks like it might have just broken there actually onto Jung Bahai. He gets into the Ancient of Lore. Big heals connecting on both sides from these druids. So nobody should be in any real dangers. But as soon as these trees are down, that is when the damage is really going to start to settle in. And I'm super worried for Clapper.
Me too. I mean, just Axton, once again, this could be the Divine Shield. Blessing of the Protection is going to trade, so that means he doesn't have it available for Clapper. So Clapper's actually vulnerable right now. Axton decides to just trade that defensive on himself, hold onto the bubble, but they're all in Zhang. Zhang, how are you going to respond? It looks like he's going to be okay. He doesn't even bark skin. I mean, just playing so greedy here. Just a Cenarian War, looking for Cyclones. He is unafraid in this matchup. Welcome to the Jung. They're pulling ahead. Tuna trades out the Iron Bark to try to stay alive, but Nick is just soloing him. Nick might just kill him. Tuna's on the run. Can they keep him up? There's no Blessing of Protection available. Clapper's now getting swapped to. Nick is just devastating. Left for dead. Clapper leaps away. Nick just chases him. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. I don't think Clapper's going to live, and he might get executed somehow, some way, just dancing with death, but the crowd control is still there. Axton and Clapper are so incredibly low. How is Tuna going to survive this situation? Axton trades out the Divine Shield, doing what he can. I think they weathered the storm. Left 4 Dead somehow miraculously survived.
That was a great defense from Axton. Actually got a Searing Glare off into a triple blind there to really stall all of the incoming damage. Tuna did have to trinket though, as he was caught up in a Hammer of Justice Cyclone. Ancient of Lore being casted here from Tuna. Jung Bahai's just faded. They're swapping to Jung Bahai, but again, Drake is there with the Sanctuary to block the setup. Nick though could be in trouble. Takes a lot of damage here in the Stormbolt. Clapper looking for the revenge. Not able to find it just yet. They go after Drake on the side of Left 4 Dead. Good pressure here onto Drake with the Blade Storm. Clapper seeing if he can find something, and look at Drake again doing the exact same thing here, just walking on top of Tuna, spamming range damage, not allowing him to cast, not allowing him to get Cyclones off, and threatening constantly with the CC, but Tuna manages to find it first onto Drake. Full Cyclone connects. Nick could be in big trouble here. He's gonna leap away for the safety with Jung Bahai, but now they swap onto him. Beautiful stun here, potential onto Jung Bahai, but it looks like he's gonna be able to recover from that. Gets a nice stun onto Axton. They follow it up with the Hammer of Justice. The Spear of Bastion drops as well. Nick is getting aggressive here in this position, but at the same time, he's taking a lot of damage too. Blade Storm's actually out of a Cyclone right there, and manages to time that delay on the Blade Storm perfectly to DR himself and also avoid the CC, but now Clapper and Nick both caught up in a stun. Tuna gets caught up in a disorienting roar. Jung Bahai in a Hammer of Justice. NS, Tree of Life coming out for Jung Bahai. Should be able to survive and keep his team aggressive, and Axton, he's feeling the brunt of this exchange.
Oh no, Tuna has his Ancient of Lore, but he's getting kept there from Drake. Oh, leap pummel. He fakes the leap pummel. Nicely done there by Tuna.
Nice. Realizing
they wanted to shut them down. Good teamwork by Welcome to the Jung, but Tuna pulls ahead in the mind game and manages to get his heals off, and now he can stabilize his team for the time being. Jung Bahai pulling away, trying to bait Axton out of line of sight. I mean, Axton has no defensive cooldowns. The Divine Protection comes in. Nick is there, but Nick's getting low. This actually could be an opportunity for Left 4 Dead to get a point on the board. It's not looking too bad in terms of pressure, but now that Ancient of Lore has faded, I'm once again a little bit worried here for Axton. Hammer of Justice will land. Drake just trying to control him, put out as much damage as possible. The follow-up stun here onto Tuna, into the Intimidating Shout, into a Cyclone. Great control from the side of Welcome to the Jung. That might secure a win. Cyclone now out onto Axton, just stopping him on that Searing Glare, but Axton eventually gets it off, and it looks like they will survive. And Clapper doing a really good job pressuring Zhang right now.
Yeah, Zhang caught up behind the pillar in a Hammer of Justice, but looks like he's going to be able to walk away from that one. And Mana's looking a lot more even here between both teams. Nick, though, is going to drop the spear, and he is looking for some counter pressure. But at the same time, look at Nick. He's taking so much damage. Clapper responding in kind, dropping to half HP, though. It's a bit of a race between these two warriors as Clapper leaps away to Jung Bahai, interrupts him on the Cyclone cast. Nick, meanwhile, stuck in that Cyclone over there in the midfield, and they find the stun onto Jung Bahai as well. Tuna looking for the Cyclone, but it gets cleansed by Drake. Jung Bahai interrupted with the disorienting Lightning Roar, but he doesn't have enough time to go for his own Cyclone. Has to abandon that and just keep healing Nick as he was taking a tremendous amount of damage. Young Bahai is still finding stunts and finding ways to get aggressive, but he is getting punished heavily right now. Big swap here. Clapper's doing such a great job pinning Young Bahai down and slowing his momentum down.
Yep, really good job. Back and forth game in number 3. Nick could fall. They might just kill him through Frenzied Regen. Nick is on the ropes. He leaps away. The Blessing Protection comes in there by Drake and ultimately will survive. But that was a great push for Left 4 Dead, but Clapper may have overextended. He might have overstayed his welcome. Frenzied Regen trades out. Is it enough? Nature Swift is a blind on Tuna. I think Clapper could fall. He manages to intervene. Somehow stays alive, but the double Shockwave Blade Storm. Nick finishes it 3-0. Left 4 Dead is going down to that lower bracket. They'll be a menace, but I mean, welcome to the Jung. What a statement, you know, just picking up this composition. I actually did see them play a little bit on Wednesday in the open bracket, but I mean, this looks really good. This team is always just so prepared. They 3-0 Left 4 Dead. I did not expect this.
That is so confident as well. And welcome to the Jung, and just coming in and 3-0ing Left 4 Dead here. And Clapper, at the end of this one, definitely getting a little bit too excited. Young Bahai was taking a lot of damage. He was stuck behind the pillar. They had a good opportunity there onto him, or onto Nick, actually, sorry. Clapper saw that, but the moment this Bob came out, I think he got a little bit too aggressive, completely line-of-sighted Tuna in that situation, made him fall behind heavily, and then Tuna just couldn't recover. As soon as he came into line of sight, he just got blinded into a shockwave, and they were able to finish Clapper in that position. So really good punish from Welcome to the Jung, realizing that Clapper was a little bit out of position there. But Left 4 Dead looked a lot better in this last game. This last game was actually very competitive in terms of mana, in terms of cooldowns. They had good opportunities. Just got maybe a little bit too aggressive, but it's got to sting a little bit if you're Team Liquid, though, because this is the team that knocked you down to the lower bracket. You're already there. You're already going to have a tough match, and now you know that the team that knocked you down is you're on the path, if you win, to face them again, as well as the fact that you got Welcome to the Jung also revealing, like, hey, we can play that exact same comp too.
Yeah. Definitely tough.
Yeah, not looking very good for Left 4 Dead. It was a 3-0 also from that Liquid series, so I'm worried for them for sure. But we're going to get another match in here to see who exactly they will be facing off against, because if they're going to have a rough time against Team Liquid if they do end up winning this series. But what about Tiger Toads, Zico? What's your take on that? Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads, if we do see that series in the lower finals.
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to call. I feel like comp-wise, I want to go with Left 4 Dead, but at the same time, Tiger Toads, they, in my opinion, they shouldn't even be here right now. Like, they played out of their minds yesterday, and they were able to claw their way back into Championship Sunday. So I don't know if you can really count out the Toads. We'll just have to see if it gets to that.
Yes, certainly will. That is going to be that next up series, Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Very quick 3-0, courtesy of Welcome to the Jung. This is the team that, DOBOB expected to win, and me and Chan, so happy for that on my predictions. I think I might be clawing my way back up from the bottom of the predictions leaderboard. But in the meantime, we're going to let these teams get a break, and we're going to head to a break ourselves. It's Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Coming up next after this break, winner of this moves on to face off against Left 4 Dead. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. If you're just now tuning in, welcome to the JUNG. Quickly 3-0'd Left 4 Dead. Now they're waiting in the lower bracket for a winner from this series to face off against. Kind of a lot is getting determined here within this series. Tiger Toads, they want to strengthen their spot in the standings, so they kind of need to win this one. A lot is hanging on the line for these guys. And then Team Liquid still also are going to be putting their best foot forward for sure, especially considering how they did on yesterday's games on Saturday. So I'm excited for this matchup. Super Tease, during the break, you said that this was going to be a dampener and that we should buckle up. Do explain yourself.
I mean, whenever Cubsy's in the game, Chanimal's played with Cubsy. He knows what they're capable
I
of
see him
putting
smiling.
teams through.
I see him.
They can
smirking.
drag games on. They like to drag things on, and just drain their opponents completely and just ruin their morale basically into the late game. They'll just wait, and they'll just wait until the perfect moment, 8-10 minutes into the game to close it out. But maybe not. It really depends, because I feel like Calvish has said that he's been working on his Frost Mage a lot. So it's possible that they want to incorporate Calvish a little bit in this type of matchup. Curious to see if they do decide to lead with RMP at all, or if it's going to be Windwalker Mage from Liquid on the other side, because I don't think it's like 100% set in stone what composition each team is going to lead with here.
Okay, Chan, what's your take on that? Do you think we're going to see these teams try to push it into the late game?
I don't think so. It really was yesterday against Gustbusters where they took it deep into damp against the Elemental Shaman, that Resto Druid. But today, hopefully, we've already seen some fantastic Mage Priest mirrors on EU. I want to see that continue into NA. I want to see some RMP mirrors, maybe some RMP into Windwalker Mage Priest from Liquid. But Cubsy on the Blue Gator also playing the Elemental Shaman. They can pull out the Outlaw Rogue Ellie, Sub Rogue Ellie into the Mage Priest. And if you're a Mage queuing into an Ellie Shaman, you're not having a good time. So Cubsy with the flex pick there, hoping to see that one come out. If not, I'm satisfied with some Mage Priest mirrors.
All right, well, given that, Chan, what is your prediction for this series?
It's going to be a close one, but I have to support Cubsy 3-2.
Okay. That's fair. Super Tease, what you got?
I'm in opposition here. I'm leaning into Liquid 3-2 here against the Tiger Toads. I feel like Liquid have something to prove, especially after getting kind of just like thrown around in that upper bracket. I think that they've started to figure out what their composition is, what their strat's going to be, how to react to that type of damage. So I really think they want that rematch. They want to end Cup 3 strong as a roster, a #1 position, or at least a Cup champion position for Cup #3. So yeah, I'm leaning more into Liquid.
Okay, let's reveal Ven's prediction here. 3-1 for both of us. All right, so it looks like we are all on the side of Team Liquid. Chan, you've been kind of like, you've been the contrarian today, this weekend, I feel like. I respect it. I mean, it's working. It's not like you're, an outlier with the prediction leaderboard, but I like it.
I think I'm near the bottom of the leaderboard. People keep letting me down, and my predictions, I thought they were right, but people were just letting me down game after game. So hopefully I haven't cursed Cubsy and the crew here, but it's going to be a good series either way, hopefully.
Okay, all right, well, let's see. I don't know if we do have time with this match. I know it's Team Liquid, and they tend to take their time sometimes when getting into the arena. So in the meantime, maybe we can look at the prediction leaderboard and confirm where we are. Oh no!
Oh my God, what happened?
Dan, you're down here with me. That's bad.
That's terrible. I mean, people have been letting me down just series after series. What is going on?
I'm just happy I'm not in the 30% anymore. But in the meantime, Super, you're continuing on your redemption arc here.
What do you mean, chat? You're just gonna ignore chat? Is that what's,
Yes.
that what's happening right now? Chat is just in its supreme position. I'm getting a lot of perfect ones, though. I don't even know how I'm doing it. I feel like there's no way I've been doing this well. And the coin's starting to fall behind. It's lost its arms. It's starting to panic. It's not smiling anymore. It's not smiling anymore.
Oh man, okay. Yeah, I think the coin was at like 66%, so everyone's fallen here in the predictions. But I mean, that really just like brings home the idea that these teams are so hard to predict. Anybody could win. It is anyone's game to win in this series, and just how evenly matched and how competitive every single one of these teams are for both regions. We are starting off game #1 here in the lower semifinals. It's Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads.
Oh man.
Chan.
What do you think, Sid?
I mean, this is bold, but I think it could work. They saw Liquid get owned with it, so they're bringing in Dazed on Warrior, Calvish on Ret Paladin. Is Ret Paladin difficult enough that Calvish could pick it up overnight to face Liquid, one of the top 3 seeds for North America? Kearney's coming in on Resto Druid. Trill's trying to find somebody in stealth here. I don't know if Sam and Trill were expecting this matchup. They're running the Dwarf Mage here. Not gonna be. I guess it can be decently effective against the Warriors' bleeds, but could have maybe got a little bit of extra value here. They're going to open up on the Warrior with a cheap shot. Catch him in midfield. Calvish in the sap. Try and bait Kearney out of stealth. Ice wall down. Really aggressive stance. Mind control at low health so he can't run behind the wall. Cheap shot on Calvish. Swap over to him. Kearney's in tree. Should be able to recover. That wall's going to come down soon. Dazed is back to full. Honestly, not a bad opener for Tiger Toads. I feel like they got off that pretty easily for Icy Veins.
Not at all. And in this matchup, right, the Rogue and the Mage, they're never going to out DPS the Ret Warrior in a long game. Tiger Toads playing it very slow. Big swap onto Kearney, trades out the skin and should be fine with just that. Trying to get the Frenzied Regen proc, does proc it. But Tiger Toads, the longer the game goes, the better it's going to be for them. Deep into dampening, 6-7 minutes into the game. Liquid isn't going to be able to keep up. Sea-Doo is just going to fall further and further behind, and that's exactly why Tiger Toads, as Kearney gets sapped, is going for a slower opener.
There we see blind into sap. Big setup on the Warrior. Nice mind control. Smoke bomb comes through. Samion blinks into the bomb. They don't even get enraged regeneration, though. Oh my god, that's devastating. A smoke bomb, a blind. They don't get a medallion from the Druid. They don't get a trinket from the Warrior. They don't get an enraged regen. They get nothing. You get nothing. It's just Willy Wonka right now in the chocolate factory. Kearney, big swap. He bears it with Heart of the Wild. Nice play from Kearney. Is he still going to go down? He's being greedy. Oh my god, where's the lay on hands? I can't believe he just sat on his hands there. No lay on hands. He survives again. They do manage to get Dazed trinket here in this position. Trill's kind of getting blasted. Evasion gonna have to trade. They swap back on Sam. Blade Storm on 2 targets during that storm. Bolt big cleave, but Dazed gets low. Enraged regeneration. He's gonna have to exchange. And then you see that wall is just line of sight. Dazed is gonna slap that wall down really quickly. Charge back over onto Sam. Kearney's still in tree, restabilizing. Dazed, definitely a liability in this position for the next Icy Veins, though.
I really don't like this pick from them. I mean, in terms of the comp, I think it's great. I just don't think that they have enough practice on it. I mean, look at Dazed's damage. He's doing Season 1 damage on the Warrior right now. He's having a tough game, and they're really getting exposed. Kearney, obviously, not a main wrestler druid. Big damage on Dazed here. Kearney having the trinket, Iron Bark to save him. Dazed still in trouble. They gets half shept, and I just wonder how much practice have they actually got on this comp, you know? Not just Calvish on the Rep Pally, but Dazed on the Warrior, Kearney on the Wrestler Druid. They've been focusing mainly on the RMP. Nice to see them flex and try something else with some variety, but Dazed not having his game right now.
Yeah, his damage is not high enough for this composition to end up working out in the late game. They go for a blind. Dazed, cheap shot, no trinket. That's it? Is it just over? Bubble, lay on hands?
Lay.
Doesn't have it. Or he traded it right there. He just bubble off-healed him a little bit. It looks, but there's a full polymorph. He's still in trouble. They disarm Rogue. Limit some Rogue damage to try and... Oh, Sam fakes the kicks. Gets another polymorph. He's a little deep there. I need to block if he continues to stand right on top of the Ret Warrior, but he just seems to not care at all. Dazed damage is not high enough to threaten him. If the mage can stand on top of the Ret Warrior, I mean, I don't know how they're going to pull this off. Massive damage crashing in once again. Kearney fakes an interrupt, and he goes for Ancient at 1% health. He gambles it. He fakes Counterspell. He gets the Ancient of Lore off. They're playing by the skin of their teeth right now.
The problem is that Liquid is just walking all over them. Sam I Am is melee range mage. Seadu's in the middle of the map, getting active with his mind controls, just harassing them constantly, and they're just not able to get away. Yeah, I'm taking a bit of damage though. He should be able to stabilize with the GS from Seadu, but you know, they're just pushed in, and Liquid is just choking the Toads out. They're going on Kearney now, here's the skin.
Alright, big swap. Let's see what they can get done. Gets around the corner. Calvish is mind controlled. I mean, Seadu's spamming mind controls. Sam's just standing on their face. Like, they're just getting bodied right now. Maybe if they can catch Trill in a stun here with no trinket, but they're just catching more and more polymorphs. I think a big swap on Trill needs to happen. They're pressuring Sam right now, but I would really like to see a swap. He's got no evasion, no trinket. They have a Storm Bolt. Just look over at it. Yeah, swap to Trill. Big damage. He's going to pop a Vanish defensively, and that's great. That means you're going to have to deal with less of the subterfuge, but they get... Oh, the wall comes through, but Dazed has in-range regen. He's going to be durable. Sam blinks through the wall, it looks like there. He displaced through the wall to get a ring on the other side onto Kearney. Dazed is recovering, I think, with the wall here. Victory Rush probably coming off cooldown. Another mind control. Big swap. No intervene with the mind control. Nice catch, but Seadu's in a Hodge. Double fear on the DPS, and Tiger Toads are pulling it back with a swap on Trill and that Storm Bolt. Seadu connects the Ray, but he had to use his trinket. It's an overlap of evasion, cloak, and wall, but the counterspell on Kearney. Dazed falls behind. He's in tree, but that tree moves so slowly. Is he going to do it again? Is he actually going to do it again? He pulls Dazed back to life from 1%.
Dazed just not having a time at all to play. He's just getting stunned into MC. Seadu playing fantastically with his team to control Dazed, stopping off the Kearney. Has to skin this, but he has no trinket now. Dazed has no trinket as well. And, you know, the Toads, they're hanging on by a thread, it feels like, every single time. But they're finally developing some form of pressure. Of course, dampening is starting to ramp up now. We're at 24%. And once that gets deep, yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage. Having to block, instantly coming out. Dazed in so much trouble right now. Blind on Kearney. Can they follow up?
Alright, Sam's on hypothermia. Seadu's in angel form. Trying to restabilize. Keep his team aggressive. Cheap shot set up on Kearney. Catch him out of form, but they can't get any crowd control and they can't commit the swap. They're coming back. Sprint. They're swapping Seadu. I actually don't mind that. He's not playing Divine Ascension. So going after Seadu with no Medallion and no Guardian Spirit with a full Hodge. Another mind control. Calvish needs to stop this.
Ice Wall maybe?
He just can't get there. Mind control into a poly, into a wall. Big Storm Bolt. Ice Wall. Trill comes out. Cheap shot. Dazed leaps it.
Nicely.
Kearney jumps out. Kidney shot. Doesn't matter. Maybe they just go for it. Blessing protection instantly spell stolen. Oh no, they can't hit Sam and there's a full fear. Dazed. Is it over for you? He gets a fear defensively on Trill, but he doesn't hit Sam. He's mind controlled again at low health. Did he hit a Nature Swiftness with that? That's what you're trying to time, is you try and make the Druid use Nature Swiftness on themselves. He's got Nature Swiftness in 2 seconds. Dazed is so low. 3 seconds from in-range regen. Kearney's back into tree. They're pushing Sam over. Can they recover again? Dazed is getting shatter comboed by Sam. Ancient of Lore. Looks like it's too strong. Kearney once again recovers Dazed.
I mean, the Toads are just hanging on by a thread. It's so close every single time. Kearney in a sheep. Dazed barely getting any time to play the game. Just constantly stuck in stuns into MC. But they're starting to unload. You know, dampening is ramping up now. 32%. We're hitting that point where the Holy Priest just can't heal the damage anymore. And if the Toads can just hang on for a minute or two more, I can see them take. Yeah.
Oh, bye-bye.
Okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh my god, bro. These mages just...
They're exploding. I mean,
they just can't block today. It's just, is it a cursed day? Like, they just can't block. And let's be real here. I feel like this wasn't the best game for the Tiger Toads, and they still won.
No, and that's a horrible sign for Liquid for the things to come. this looked terrible. I gotta say, the Toads looked terrible out there. That was not it. Dazed was not having a game at all. The first 2 minutes, he was just getting crushed, stunned into MC over and over. He wasn't even playing. But Liquid, I like their playstyle. I like them playing aggressively, realizing, hey, late game, we're screwed. We need to play fast. We need that, we need to force cooldowns early and try to close the game out. And they almost did several times. Just wasn't enough. Toads finally just hanging on bit by bit. And unluckily for Liquid, Yam just going down. Let's look at his death right here.
So he's
50-0.
That's low. Can we watch this in like 25% speed or something and like put a timer for how fast he just died? He's not on hypo. His barrier just got cracked, so he doesn't have any shields. He has no invis for damage reduction. He's 60%, 70%. Dazed moves over. Calvish is there. Skadoosh.
Insane.
Was he died through GS too? I think he got GS'd. I swear he got GS'd as well. Did they proc it and kill him through the proc? Wait a minute. So he's got Guardian Spirit.
And it's so
Watch.
sad.
Guardian Spirit. No, it's on Trill. It's on Trill. He doesn't have Guardian Spirit on Sam.
And it's their go. It's Liquid's go on Kearney, and they just say, we don't care. We're just going to turn it around. And yeah, the majors today, not having a good time, that's for sure. This is a cursed day for every mage out there in the AWC, dying pre-block over and over again. I don't know what Liquid are going to answer back the Red Warrior with. Sid, what do you think?
I mean, they've been trying some stuff. At least Calvish had a good game, to be honest. I felt like Daze was kind of struggling, but maybe it's actually hard as a warrior in this matchup. He can kidney shot disarm the whole game. But Calvish seems to have had a really good game here on Ret Paladin, given how little prep time I think that he's likely had in this situation. And he was the one that dunked him at the end, too, if this deathlog is correct here. I guess the Execute was a pretty big contributor, too, at the 2.4 million into that Divine Arbiter for 2 million final verdict. So what is that, like 4.4 million damage in one global or something like that? It's a lot of damage to the Tiger Toads. We're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum. I wonder if Tiger Toads don't have to blind lock that on a big map, though. Maybe they can play like one of the more dampening-oriented compositions.
Maybe. I mean, Liquid want Maldraxxus, right? Okay, Insta Red Warrior. All right.
They're just saying, do you have an answer, Liquid? Can you beat it? Like...
CD loving to take his time with the picks here. I expect the full 2 minutes from him. Like I said, it is the CD special. Whenever you face CD, whenever you face Swapsy in competition, they always like to make full use of that time, fully dampen you out. He's one of the oldest players in the AWC, and that's how they used to do it as well. I remember Azael's influence on that. I have no idea what they're going to answer this with. It feels like Red Warrior Druid is the brick wall. The new brick wall. Welcome to the Jung, have picked it up. Left 4 Dead, now the Toads. Do they have an answer? Windwalker Mage? No. Warrior Mage? No.
Do they have, I mean, the Augmentation comp or a Devastation comp. I think we were off camera, I think Zico was talking about like a Devastation Frost Mage. Some type of like double caster. Might be a decent option, and then you got the Fire Breath Purge from the Dev Evoker. It's a high mobility, a little bit more sustained damage in between the deep breaths, that type of composition. But Liquid, I think, will go back to Windwalker Mage if they're going to use what they used in the last series, which is also a Ret Warrior. So that's kind of my expectation.
Okay.
And yeah, that's what they're going to go with, but it's not guaranteed to work. Although I think it's probably going to be a bit more smooth than the Rogue. It's just a little bit more threatening. We've got some score breakdowns here as far as like win rates, and Rogue Mage 10-8, Windwalker Mage definitely their highest win rate 10-5. The AUG, it only got one game, and honestly it was against a team that knew exactly what to do, and it's kind of a cheese setup, the Frosty K AUG. If a team knows what you're up to, your tricks, and they know how to trade it, they're not going to die to it.
No, and I don't like the AUG pick because, you know, the RP last game on Nagrand, I do think the Windwalker right now in the meta is stronger than the Rogue. You're just dealing a lot more damage, and that's really what you need to crack that brick wall, right? They had opportunities to win last game. Obviously, with the Windwalker, they're going to have a little bit less control, less setups, but the damage is also going to be drastically higher as well. And they really do want to close out the games sooner rather than later. I don't want to see them pivot to that Frost DK AUG pick. I think it's a bit of a cheese kind of pick. Liquid are fantastic players. I think they can pull it off as Windwalker Mage. But the Toads are building a brick wall. Dazed, maybe, you know, needed to warm up a little bit on that Warrior. I didn't like his performance earlier on last game. I thought it was terrible, but, you know, they're practicing it now as they play it, and if they can improve, just get better defensively, get something going offensively as well to put Liquid on the back foot, drag it to dampening, Red Warrior could reign supreme.
All right, Tiger Toads do you call in Liquid's bluff? Do you have an answer for Ret Warrior? Are you just going out of this tournament before even making it to the grand finals? Wouldn't that be crazy? Echo not in the grand finals for Europe. Liquid not in the grand finals for North America. This would be a precedent-setting event in Cup number 3 between both regions. And the Tiger Toads have made a bold move here, knowing that Liquid was struggling with this composition. They must have prepared this literally overnight in order to try and combat them. But Trill on that Windwalker did give previous Ret Warriors a big run for their money. But at the same time, the Tiger Toads don't have to Ret Warrior in this matchup later on. They have the swing match advantage because they won the blind pick. So if they have a better matchup in the Windwalker, then what did Liquid do? It's going to be such a difficult series for Liquid.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in, losing the blind pick sometimes when there's a versatile team that can counter pick you, it's going to be really hard. But I don't think this Ret Warrior Druid is that solid of a pick at the moment. I think they're a bit too weak on these classes. We'll see what happens. Big start onto Yam here with the Spear Bastion.
Oh, it's a triple, and Cedu just immediately jumps into Angel form. Ice Wall comes down. I think they're going to be able to kill that wall really fast. It literally died instantly. Oh my god. Demolition Crew. And look where Calvish is. He's playing max range with wings to avoid leg sweep. He doesn't get triple stunned with the team. Now he's coming in. That leg sweep's off cooldown. Making a push here on the mage. Trill's getting crowd controlled at the moment. But counter spell. Nice counter spell. They could swap Kearney. It looks like they want to. But Sam is getting blasted by the warrior. He blinks forward. They're getting aggressive. But Kearney is in that Ancient of Lore. Unlikely to die here as he's switching his hots over to Dazed. Sam trying to get a shifting power. Needs his mobility to maneuver around this double melee. But a Hammer of Justice connects onto Cedu. Big hit of damage on Sam. Blinding Light for follow-up. Blade Storm chopping him up. Trill is stacked. Sam displaces. They immediately reconnect. Calvish with Freedom. They Dragon's Breath it and stun it. They're trying to get rid of the Freedoms as soon as possible so they can get some distance. Paralyze on Kearney. Trying to make a power play. Ring of Frost connects. Looking to force that in-range regen. Nice knock behind the wall. Dazed leaps back to Kearney's line of sight. Should recover. Big damage on Sam again. And those Star Surges, when they fly in from Kearney, they buff the heal over time effects, but it also does a substantial amount of damage. It can hit something like around 900,000 to 1.5 million. So if that comes in at the same time as an execute, you can just evaporate.
Look at Trill, though. They're trying to collapse on him. One thing that I'm loving from Calvish on this Rep Paladin is, he's just hitting from ranged while he's just trying to walk on top of Cedu, constantly harassing Cedu, making it annoying for him, and, always being in range of that Hodge, of that kick. And right now they have a sweep on the DPS. Ice Wall comes down. Day's going to be in a bit of trouble, but fears Trill defensively. Love that usage of the Intimidating Shout. Tiger Toads realizing we're going to win this in damp. Let's just use our CCs defensively.
Big swap.
Stall the game up. Big swap on Cedu. He does have GS though, he's gonna be fine.
He's so greedy, he doesn't even use Guardian Spirit right there. He just sits through it, Apotheosis, pops himself back to full. Now they're trying to swap back on Sam. Trill is trying to pressure Kearney still quite a lot, but he's just in Ancient of Lore. He's not going to find any opportunities there. I guess he has all of his cooldowns, but now he's into an in-cap roar. Does he get Cycloned behind the pillar? Kearney's not risking it. Sam blinks in offensively. They force C to an Angel. They swap the Trill into Stormbolt, but here comes a Shatter combo. Dazed is trying to leap away. He gets clashed back for a moment. Big crackle from downtown from Trill onto Dazed. 2 targets getting cleaved. Sam found some good opportunities there. Double leg sweep. Nice punish from Trill, finding that. Max range, knocking Kearney behind the pillar, but Dazed is repositioning, so he doesn't line up. But Calvish is getting left behind. He will trade. Nature Swiftness recovers with Shield of Vengeance. Maybe swap Trill here. He's pushing it. Now Trill's out of there. He's not going to overextend. Compromise his positioning. Dazed and Calvish taking a moment before they want to make their next big push. Hammer of Justice. Stormbolt. Love the double stun at the same time. Kearney jumps in to restun Trill. Sam blinks in to punish. Dragon's Breath. Polymorph connects. Big Meteor incoming. Calvish needs to be ready. I think it's a lay on hands here if he dips low enough. They fear, but Trill trinkets. Won't be too greedy in this position. They're managing to get away with it. Fear doesn't hit Kearney. He's fully hotted, and it looks like they should recover. They're swapping Cedu. He's got no trinket. He pre-desperate prayers. They shockwave Trill. They're not committing, though. I think they want to go on Sam here. They're just having a tough time. They catch him in a Stormbolt. Nice leg sweep. Ice Wall gets kicked instantly by Calvish. Nice interrupt there, but they still have Hammer of Justice. They're chasing Sam. Kearney's in tree form. Everyone on the team's invulnerable. They can make their push here.
Right now, they're a little bit behind the Tiger Toads in terms of mana and stuff, but I expect that to equalize, a minute or two deeper into this game when the Holy Priest just really starts struggling. Trill taking a lot of damage. I like how the Toads are playing, just hitting whatever they can, running back on the Veins, Yam now having it available. I want to see them run backwards if they want to win this game and just dampen the Liquid out completely. Look at Calvish. He's running at Sea-Doo and harassing him relentlessly. On Liquid's side, though, if they want to win, big damage on Daze here. Ice Wall comes down, Leap, gets Clash back in. Kearney takes the sheep, but Daze gonna hang on.
It's so close to touch of death. Karma, not. Oh, I don't know. It's too close to call. It's Icy Veins damage at this point. Sam's getting cracked, though, at the same time. Massive damage.
Yam again!
Oh, my God.
Oh,
He's
my
going to
God.
trade the block. He's going to trade the block. It's not going to be a no blocker. He stays alive. Sea-Doo's in angel form. They're starting to recover. Kearney's drinking. Oh, my God. How much mana is Kearney going to get? He's back above 50%. Daze takes a hit. Nice fear defensively on the Monk cooldowns. I think it's a really good allocation of the Intimidation shout. Kearney sneaking in. It's a double in cap roar. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to do a rake stun. Nice, paralyzed. Daze could be in a bit of danger. Ring of Frost doesn't connect. Dazed is blade storming, avoiding any potential stuns. Well. Nice Hammer of Justice. Big swap on Trill. But Sea-Doo's ready. Guardian Spirit connects. Now they swap off the Guardian Spirit. Is Sam on hypo? I don't think he is. He can use his second block, but big damage incoming on Daze. Huge pressure. Almost goes down through the in-range regen. But now Sam on the back foot, and it's just constantly back and forth.
Oh man, I mean, this is crazy. The Tiger Toads finally finding some opportunities to get offensive here, which is nice to see. They're improving in the matchup. Calvish looks pretty comfortable on the Red Paladin. Daze, he's starting to cook now. He's getting better at the matchup, at this Warrior, which is nice to see. Liquid, though, they're just trying to survive. And I don't think you can be playing like this against the rest of the Druid melee cleave. You need to be able to attack the Druid. You need to be able to punish and get some setups going. Here they try. Ice Wall doesn't really amount to anything. Daze able to leap back. Good job. Sank on the fear. Calvish doing a fantastic job protecting Kearney, getting him out of that fear from the priest.
Shifting power. Nice rebuke. He can't blink for a moment, but Daze can't get there. Trill has cooldowns. They're trying to swap and force them right here, but Trill gets gripped away. They're going to just switch to Sam. He pre-shimmers the Stormbolt, but Trinket's anyways. A bit surprised, honestly, that he would Trinket there. It wasn't his veins. He wasn't getting pressured. Will he regret Trinketing like that? Now he's stuck in a spear. Sea-Doo's in a hammer. Trill paralyzes the Druid. They're setting up for damage, but Sam is getting absolutely annihilated. He pops the Greater Invis. They fear Trill before the cooldowns. They fear the Veins, but Trill has cooldowns. Trill has a big opportunity here to make a move if he can survive. He's caught in a Maim Stun, big Blade Storm, tearing him apart at the moment. Sea-Doo's trying to power through it with Apotheosis. It seems like he's doing a decent job. Now he's in a Stormbolt. Maybe not. I don't know if Trill's going to make it out alive. He's trying to be greedy. Daze is charging in, and he karmas. They don't have a bot. They do have a bot to remove it if they want to. They're not going to commit it. They're in the Polymorph anyways. Karma stabilizes Trill. He's in Angel, but I feel like they've got Trill and Sam pushed so far back. Kearney's having an easy game, playing max range, just keeping Hots up, tossing Star Surges in. Big push on Dazed, and they get nothing from that. I can't believe it. There's no Iron Bark. There's no in-range regen. Kearney's drinking. Oh, he Ring of Peace his drink. That was nice from Trill, but he's caught in a Stormbolt. He trinkets. Full Hammer of Justice. Is that it for Trill? He's on the run. It's game 2. They'd be devastating if they fall this far behind. Sea-Doo gets Ray of Hope. They paralyze the clone. If he gets cloned on his Ray here, it's so bad. They get a Fear on Kearney. Sanctuary. Where's the Sanctuary? Sanctuary comes out, breaking the fear. Dazed to stun. Big crackle from Trill once again as he rolls forward. He's trying to go for the kill, but the wall actually puts Trill out of line of sight of his Warrior there. Double knockback, but they have good pressure right now. They might just win with raw damage at this point. Dazed is struggling. It's Icy Veins, and now they're forcing Tiger Toads back.
I mean, the Toads, they just need to hang on here, and I think it's going to be lights out for Liquid soon. They've reached a point now where the Holy Priest just can't heal this anymore. Beautiful double fear. Trill's in so much trouble. He has no karma for 30 seconds. Sea-Doo just using his trinket now. Spear bashing on Trill. He's going to be in a world of hurt. Kearney doing miracles to recover his team. But, this is where the Toads are going to start taking over. Look at Yam. He's just taking so much damage. He has no block, and how is Sea-Doo going to heal this? As long as the Toads can find some uptime. Yam, there's a swap. Sea-Doo. Calvish running over to Sea-Doo maybe, trying to punish that swap. No?
I don't think they got. He grips him away. Trill and a Stormbolt could swap back. Not going to. Chasing the mage down. Sea-Doo struggling. He's trying to go for mind controls. He's desperate to try and slow down the damage. It's so much pressure. Ring of Peace is pushing the Warrior away from Sam, buying him a couple more seconds on the clock, but there's just no major cooldown. Sam is getting crushed. Greater Invis just came up. Blind on Sea-Doo. He barriers, but Trill is getting cleaved. He has to karma. Sam gets connected to. Dazed is there. They get Dragon's Breath, trying to peel them away. Blast Wave to buy a second. Dazed leaps in, and I think this could be it. It is.
Oh my
absolutely insane damage from the Tiger Toads, and now Liquid are on match point, and they might just be facing their kryptonite. They
can't crack through the Red Warrior brick wall. And, I did like how they played at the start of last game in Nagran. They were playing super aggressively. I just don't like to see them play this Mage Priest into a Ret Warrior and sit back. You just have to get in there. You have to close the game out before it reaches 8 minutes, before it reaches 40% plus dampening. You just can't heal as the Priest anymore. You just run out of cooldowns. Your HPS is just too low to deal with it. And the Ret Warrior, too tanky for Liquid to crack through at this point. I have no idea what they can do at this point. The Rogue didn't work. The Windwalker, you know, better offensively, but it didn't look great either. After the first few minutes, they're just constantly playing behind. Yam is just trying to run around in circles, trying to live, and it's just not working out for them. They need to change something.
What is it going to be? Like, what? You just try and run a caster comp? I think typically, like, double caster...
Need Mortal.
Yeah, it's just not...
Need Mortal.
It's not enough pressure, and even if you drag it to damp, it's just you connect one time on the caster, and it just lights out. Just immediately destroyed. Instantaneous destruction. Is Ret Warrior adaptation. None of the teams in North America in Europe opting to try and really give this composition a real run. Whereas, so you see this big like divergence in meta from North America and Europe, and it is my hope in the future that we will eventually get to see an EU versus NA, because that type of divergence going head to head would be so entertaining. But right now, Liquid, this worked for them yesterday. It beat one of the Ret Warriors. It beat Control Alt Defeat. But Tiger Toads, they seem to be playing it on a different level here. Calvish is just getting really good crowd control. He's maintaining his damage in the #1 position for most of the game, trading effectively, defensively, and yeah, an overnight success on Ret Paladin for Calvish.
Absolutely. I don't know too much about how much practice, you know, Dazed has it on his Warrior, Kearney on his Druid, Calvish on his Paladin, but they're making it work. It doesn't look clean, I will say that much, but they're adapting to the meta, you know. As you suggested, Ret Warrior is the new meta now. You a little bit behind, perhaps, but they're making it work. They're playing it well enough to get the W against Liquid. At this point, it's so tough if you're Liquid. You just don't know what to change. You don't know what comp to pick to beat this, to crack that brick wall. It's such a tough position for them to be in. What I think they should do is maybe go for the Windwalker Mage again, small map, and just try to run them over. Try to hit the Druid as much as you can. Cover the Ret on those stuns to prevent the sank, and, you know, just overwhelm them. They are playing their ults. They're gonna be weaker on that. They picked Tolver on Arena, so Liquid wanting to try and damp them out. I just don't think this is the right decision. Maybe they're gonna pick something else.
I think they're picking the same thing again. Or they're doing the
I just
AUG
don't want to
stuff.
see
If
DK.
they pick
No,
AUG,
please.
yeah, they pick AUG, they're
No.
super despy. I'm stealing
Very
your lingo.
despy. I mean,
I'm
it's
stealing your
Trevor.
lingo, but if they
Yeah,
do
it
AUG,
is
that's
despy.
super despy.
I think it was yesterday when they pulled out the AUG. It just looked terrible. I understand the thought process, you know, the curveball, try to change it up, but maybe it'll work against Tiger Toads because they have looked a little bit weak defensively, but it's just such a despy pick, and honestly, there is a chance if they keep to the Windwalker Mage, I can see them pulling out the win anyway, if they just change the playstyle up. I just don't like this big map. I don't like this run around in circle strat. We have to, you know, get in there and do something. Switching back to the Rogue. Okay, Trill wanting more control perhaps. Maybe they think it's better. Game 1 was pretty good. You know, Tiger Toads could have died multiple times.
Yeah, that's true. It looked better than Game
Tolveron.
2, I think. I think there was only maybe
Tolveron.
one moment, whereas Game 1, yeah. It's going to make it easier for the Tiger Toads in the late game. But it's also nice for walls. I feel like if Sam can get some good walls, a big map could pay off. But so can a small map. You get a map like
Exactly.
Cage, and you just knock the melee off the side, wall them off. Like, a small map could actually be good for that as well. So maybe Liquid are playing too conservative, you know, and giving too much respect, and they could actually take advantage of Tiger Toad's inexperience on the composition a little bit more, as you've been alluding to here in this conversation. And your prediction is looking like it's going to be spot on.
I love
Also, this is important for the Tiger Toads because right now they're battling for third place. So they want to maintain that third place position against Left 4 Dead, which is in the next round. So if they can win this, everything will be in their hands as far as qualifying and getting that #3 position.
Absolutely. And what better way to do it? To log on triple ults, to play the new Fodom, pull it off against Liquid of all opponents. I mean, if you're Dazed, if you're Calvish, if you're Kearney and Cubsy rejoicing on the bench right now, you are loving this. Because, I mean, Ret Warrior Druid it's looking like the solution to this Mage Priest meta. It's crazy how good it looks. Every series we've seen it in.
Yeah, just a couple of buffs away from being god tier here for the Red Warrior. It's looking dominant. Trills are coming back in on the Outlaw Rogue. Liquid's last hour, their final hour, man. If Liquid get eliminated here, it'll be like Echo in Europe. They don't even make it to the grand finals in the final cup to assert their dominance in the North American region. Can Liquid pull it together here? It's a lot of damage, and Sam's going to be on the edge of his seat, trying to time his mobility and when he needs to ice block because it's such a huge amount of damage. They get a nice sap, grapple over. Oh, Blade Storm!
Nice storm.
But they might just go for it anyway.
What?
They just go for the wall. Sam blinks away on top of Kearney, gets the Dragon's Breath, shockwaved on his DB
Nice
though.
DB.
Good shutdown. Kearney's in bear. They recover. Oh, I thought that was going to cost them a lot, but it actually cost them nothing.
I mean, I like the slow opener, right? The Toad sitting behind the pillar, really, until Calvish gets sapped, and Dave's trying to get some distance. Swapping onto Kearney now, doesn't even have to commit the skin yet. That is a big save for them. Like I said earlier, oh my god, Yams is taking so much damage. The Toads, you know, if Liquid wants to win this game, Dazed, taking a lot of damage. Here comes the bomb. He does have the trinket ready. He's gonna be okay, I want to say. The Toads have to get on top of Kearney, and that's what they're doing. Look at Sirius positioning. He's getting in there. Chastise Fear on Calvish covering him, and they're just trying to, you know, close the game out. I like to see that adaptation. They're realizing they're going to lose eventually.
Yeah, play aggressive. Try and make a lot of swaps here. Power down the Tiger Toads. Pulling Calvish a bit far away from here. Shifting power. Charge pummel. Sam is able to shimmer away. Cedar's out in the open. Spam healing, but they're stacking up. This could be bad, because Calvish can get hammer adjusted pretty easily in this position with how near Sam... Double blind. They punish it. Sam's got barrier. They crack through the barrier. Star Surge incoming. Stormbolt connects. They grip Sam back into the corner. Mind controls, pulling the Red Paladin away. Cedar's doing a good job of controlling the Red Paladin. Kidney shot on Daze. Another shatter combo, but Kearney's uncontrolled, so he's just keeping full hots there. He will stabilize Daze. They polymorph and they swap. Sam blinks in offensively to polymorph off the Chastise. Big swap on Calvish. High value swap right here from the Tiger Toads. It gets a trinket from Kearney. They poly the trinket. Sam is making plays right now, but Dazed is there. Charge pummel, disrupting the chain. Cedar's now in a hammer of justice. Calvish is low, but Kearney, I think, should recover with Iron Bark in a moment. And Sam is getting cracked. He alters back and almost just goes down. Getting zapped. Kearney's an Ancient of Lore. Everyone should become restabilized here. Sam needs to pull away from the tree. Wait for that. Ice wall. Tree is slow moving. You might want to cancel it at this point. Dazed, low. He tries to kill it with a Star Surge. Not able to drop it. Big swap, catching Kearney out of bear form. He didn't anticipate that. He bark skins, and now he has no trinket and no bark skin. So swapping,
and no sank as well.
Swapping back to him later, but Trill gets caught.
Trill?
It's match point. Oh my god. I think he's alive with evasion. He's at low health. Sam just loses half his health in a millisecond. Cedar doesn't trust.
There's a swap.
He void shift. He doesn't trust at all that Sam is going to block.
I mean, this is terrible defensively for Liquid, but they do force the trinket from Kearney. There's no sank on the red. Calvish under a lot of fire. If they can force the bubble, he ends up bubbling. Okay, so now they have a win condition. Look at Kearney. No trinket, no Iron Bark, no skin. If they can go on Kearney right now, they're opting to go on the Red Paladin instead. That was your opportunity to win the game. Liquid making a mistake with target selection there, in my opinion. The Druid is just so juicy right there. You have to take advantage of this if you want to kill the rest of them. Calvish! Actually going down.
I just wanted to prove you wrong. We can still win. We can still kill the rat. Okay, Liquid, they're still in it. It's close. It's dicey. You can tell that there's nerves. You can tell these priests are getting tilted at their mages for not blocking at this point throughout the entire day between Europe and North America. Such high intensity. They still wanting to play this out, but I think this is very unlikely that they're going to be able to pull out ahead. But the Rogue is honestly looking better, I think, than the Windwalker. It's just more stuns, more frequently. It's more pressure for the Druid to deal with. Whereas the Windwalker, it's pretty easy to see them coming, right? Like, they have to be in melee range, and you know when the damage is coming, so it's more predictable. Rogue opens more opportunities. Sam was able to capitalize and get a polymorph there at the end. That was very critical to their success. I think it was a Ring of Frost into a polymorph right here at the end. So he blinks forward for the kidney. He gets kicked. So he uses Dragon's Breath while he's kicked on Arcane. He uses Ring. He gets the Ring of Frost. Repositions. I think he fakes an interrupt or just goes for the sheep. Oh, they cheap shot so he can sheep again. And they just crack Calvish. See, just spamming damage, and they know that he's got no Divine Shield. So really good setup there from Sam. He was able to... Did he die through Lay?
He has Trinket, he has Lay. He did bubble, just before this.
Oh, he's on forbearance, 100%, right? There's no way he's not on forbearance right now.
Yeah, he pre-shields it.
He's dead anyways.
Could have trinketed, but...
Daze could trinket too, right? Daze could, trinket intervene or something.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried to. He trinket rallied here a little bit late. Maybe didn't have intervene. And Calvish actually got the blind off too, but I think it just instantly got dispelled. He had to be on Forb, so, what trinket even really matter? We're not tracking fear, so I don't know if Dazed had fear or not. I'm kind of doubting that he did, because a trinket fear would have been obvious on the cheap shot or something here. I don't
I
think
love
he
the
had
cheap
it.
shot from Trill though. I mean, anticipating the warrior can stop Yam, protecting his teammate. That's what makes that's one of the key markers for a good rogue. Trill, of course, one of the best rogues in NA, if not the world. Good foresight on that one. Liquid cracking the brick wall, but to be honest with you, there are a few cracks in the brick wall of Tiger Toads in this comp already. Good punish, but it doesn't look good. It's so spiky. Trill in trouble, Yam suddenly in trouble, has to get swapped, and we'll see if Liquid can pull it off 2 more games. But this Ret Warrior Druid just seems so strong. It's so spiky, it's so sturdy. You have so many cooldowns to rotate through.
Alright, Liquid, they put a point on the board, but now we're going to be going to the Tiger Toads map, and they don't have to play Ret Warrior, so... No. But, like, Liquid, I think you have to lock RMP blind, and then if they lock RMP blind, does Tiger Toads mirror them?
They can, Calvish sub, but Outlaw into sub, tough. Okay, so they lock blind. Hook Point was the map pick, okay.
Wouldn't they do Calvish Mage and Dazed Outlaw?
They could mirror them fully, or they could go for the sub Kane, or sub Ellie.
Hook Point's a Ret Warrior. There's no way.
Ah, there it is. Okay. They trust in the comp. They want to get better at it as they keep playing. Honestly, I kind of like this. RMP mirror, if you go for that, it becomes more of a skill matchup. Here, even though they look a little bit, shaky on their ults, they're doing well.
All right. If Tiger Toads can pull this off, I feel like it would be a decent upset. Not that they're not, highly skilled players, but I think as far as expectations, you're really expecting Liquid, to be going the distance in a series like this and not dropping out at what, in 4th, I think? If they go out in this, maybe it's...
Yeah.
I think 4th, yeah. Coming out in 4th. Definitely not the best showing for the final cup for them, but that last game was really well played. I feel like they knew exactly what they wanted to do with it. Zedu was getting great crowd control and Calvish throughout the game, constantly making swaps. Sam was top damage. This is the best game we've seen from Liquid, so they're not going to go down without a fight. Tiger Toads are still pressing this Ret Warrior composition. They're going to a hook point, small map, where it'll be difficult for Sam to kite the way that he did. They're going to be a lot closer to each other, which means the Ret Paladin crowd control is a lot more threatening for Zedu. He's going to constantly be harassed in that sense. He's going to have to be on his toes, on his A game, trying to fade the Hodges and avoid that crowd control.
It also goes both ways, right? We're playing on a smaller map here, hook point. Kearney on the Druid. He's going to be in tight quarters as well. It's also going to be easier for Trill to get to him, land the gouges into the stun behind the pillar, and just get setups off of nothing just because of the size of the map. So defensively, this game's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be quite volatile. The game won't go as long as it could have on 12 Veer, but it's really up to the Toads. Can they rotate the cooldowns? Can Calvish offer that Ret Paladin support to stall out the game to reach that point where the Toads are going to win?
Alright, Trill sprinting in immediately to try and get a sap, I think. Not going for it just yet, but he's worried about a Blade Storm. As soon as he saps, Daze is probably going to Blade Storm. So he's waiting. He saps, Blade Storm, doesn't get it. They get the cheap shot.
DB.
Good opener. They get the wall. Kearney's in Bear, anticipating a swap, but now he's in a Chastise. Daze is still line of sighted from his team. He leaps in for a double fear, and no one is trinketing on the side of Liquid here at the moment.
Though.
Sam gets caught in a spear. He alters. How much damage is going to connect here? Could get scary, could get dicey. He manages to get away from the spear. Seedu's an angel. And should be able to spam out some big heals in a moment. They're keeping good control of the warrior with Polymorph. They're swapping Kearney, keeping him on his toes, trying to test the waters, powering him down through bear form. It's a lot.
Not using
no
skin.
Sanctuary and no skin. Okay, skin's a little late. He survives. Now they swap back on Dazed. Beautiful swaps right now from Liquid. They're really pushing the pace right here.
Dazed.
I mean, not enough.
This is fantastic from Liquid, though. They're pushing in, they're getting the CC. Look at Calvish's health, Dazed's health. Kearney has to do so much work, and this is exactly what you want to do as Liquid into this Ret Warrior Druid comp. You can't play a long game, you need to play super aggressively. Loving Zedu getting involved.
Oh, Kearney's dead, he's dead, he's done.
Kearney's in so trouble.
Oh, can Calvish get there?
Intervene. Saves him.
Oh,
Kearney should be fine with this.
If he dies, I feel like it's a blunder, but at the same time, Trill is really pressuring him right now. They polymorph, they catch him again. It breaks, though. It breaks to the Meteor, but look at this damage. This is insane. Sam and Trill have leveled up so much in these last two games.
No trinket, he's gonna die.
Lay on hands, Divine Shield. They get 2 more major cooldowns from the Tiger Toads, and I mean, Kearney just doesn't know what to do. Liquid are just absolutely controlling the pace of the game, and DAZE is getting rocked. Liquid look like an entirely different team. They want this. They want to stay in the North American region. They want that rematch against Left 4 Dead. They want to get to the grand finals. They want to take the entire thing, and I think if they keep playing like this, they're going to be capable of it.
I mean, this is brilliant. This is exactly what you want to see out of an RMP, out of an RMP of Liquid's caliber as well. They're just playing so aggressive. Look at Sidu. Look at him. He's starting to move in. They're looking for the next opportunity, the next window to get a cooldown and close out the game. It's lovely to see.
All right, Sam getting some distance here. DAZE, no medallion. Ice wall available. They could go for a kidney shot wall. Cyclone. And he's not going to get it. Trill is a bit of trouble. Kidney shot. Nice chastise. They're going Ret Paladin with no divine shield. Nice steal and a blessing protection. That's it. That is it. Liquid. Liquid Beautiful. Woke up. Liquid are like, yo, guys, we need to wake up. Like, we are not playing like ourselves. Like, we need to get this together. Like, we can't lose to Tiger Toads day one Ret Warrior. Like, get this together. Liquid are pulling it together. We're going to game 5.
I mean, to be fair, this game is partially because of the map, but this is what I've been saying all along. When you face this Ret Warrior Druid, you can't sit back and AFK, you know? You can't just payphone 80 yards away at a different pillar. You gotta go in there and do something. Look at this. Sidu fades the clone, and then look what he does. Chastise Fear on Kearney, Trill Kidney's dazed, covers the Sank from Calvage, stuns him, and then stuns him again before he can get the Sank off, punishing perfectly. Can't get Kearney out of that Psychic Scream. He's in the poly, closes out the game. Brilliant setup from Liquid. I want to see this in game 5 as well. I want to see Sidu walking forwards. I want to see Samayam walking forwards. No kiting backwards, because that's exactly how you're going to lose. Look at this. Textbook.
Push the
Absolutely
base.
Beautiful.
Full out aggression. Small map backfires. Tiger Toads. Do they pick a big map and try Ret Warrior again? Do they pick a big map and try a mirror? I mean, because right now, I mean,
now it's tough.
This game looks so good that I'm like, I don't know if the Ret Warrior is going to work. Like, I don't think they can play it at this level and win if Sam is able to top the meter. Typically, it's like the Ret and the Warrior topping the DPS, but Trill and Sam are top of the DPS. They're pushing the pace. They're making the swaps. They're controlling everything. All 3 players on Liquid, man. They are out to prove why they are Team Liquid right now here in these last 2 games. They're not going to be pushovers. They're not going to be walked out of this tournament in 4th place. Game number 5, Tiger Toads have a big decision. I think the map is the first one. So they're going safe. They're going middle ground. Not too big, not too small. Just right in the middle, so that if they want to consider an RMP, it's an option. And if they want to do Ret Warrior, Liquid instantly. Yeah, all right, Tiger Toads. Okay. Make your decision. Make your decision. Tick-tock. You don't got a lot of time here, Tiger Toads. What are you going to do? It's game 5.
Liquid are heating up. I love to see it. I love to see an aggressive RMP. It's the best thing in the world to watch. You know, as much as I hate facing it, it is fun to watch in a tournament. Let's be real. One thing that I want to say is, yes, playing aggressively is great and everything, but it's also good defensively. When you're getting setup after setup after setup, the DPS get controlled as well, which means you're not taking damage, you're not dying, and, you know, it's actually better defensively to go in there and get a setup going sometimes. Especially in this Ret Warrior Druid, there is no ranged kick, right? So Samayam really can take control of the game, whereas if he's facing an Ellie Shaman, it's going to be a lot harder. But we do have a minute left on Tiger Toad's comp pick here. Do we see the Ellie Shaman? Maybe?
I feel like it's either Ret Warrior again or a mirror. I don't know about Ellie.
I have faith in the Ellie Shaman, actually.
Whoa.
Okay, FMP. All right, so this is a matchup that has been FMP favored on the European region. We'll see how it goes on NA. How much practice does Dazed have on this Feral, Sid? Do you know?
I don't know. I know that when I see him in a solo shuffle on Rogue, he goes 6-0 every single time, and it's impossible to beat him on Rogue. So,
okay.
And Feral plays pretty similarly to Rogue, so if he's like Waz and he plays Feral like Waz did, then I think this is not a bad option from the Tiger Toads. And obviously RMP has been losing this matchup if Waz was going to pick up Feral. So on paper, it makes sense. It's just a matter of whether or not Calvish is prepared enough, Dazed is prepared enough, because Sam, Trill, Sidu, all 3 of them, they don't want to let go of this tournament. They want to go out in first place based on their performance in those last 2 games. The first 2 were a wake-up call. It was like, bro, we're losing to day 1 Rets. Like, we got to get our act together after those 2 games. And they've certainly put themselves back together, looking in tip-top shape. But can they deal with FMP? This is the composition that just took over Europe, right? It was literally the last 2 series of the entire tournament. So this is somewhat heads up from the Tiger Toads, as long as Dazed is ready for this.
Absolutely. And like you say, it really just depends on Dazed's preparation, how he is on the Feral Druid. If he's good enough, I think FMP takes this one. But I love to see this pick from them. Actually, I didn't even consider Dazed on the Feral Druid beforehand. Didn't know that he was even playing it. But if he's practiced enough on this, prepared enough, FMP is really good into RMP. You just do so much more damage than the Rogue, and you have pretty good control as well. And of course, something that isn't really thought about much is that the Feral Druid casting Cyclone is soaking interrupts constantly for the enemy mage. And so, if you're on the FMP side as the mage, you're going to have, much more control of the game than you would from the Rogue side, potentially.
It does make a lot of sense. And I think the Rogue is also maybe a little bit more predictable as far as mobility. I think the Feral just does more damage, so you can kind of just attack, whereas the Rogue will have to engage. You'll see them grapple. You'll know when they're sending their go. You can pre-bear. You can start spamming Cyclone and Roots and limit the Rogue's mobility. Greater Fade, play max range. And Calvish is playing all the stylish talents as well. He's got the Snowdrift, he's got the Ice Wall. Calvish needs the Spirit of Tessia right now on his Frost Mage if they're going to take out Liquid, because Liquid looked like lean, mean fighting machines after these last 2 games. They were just cleaning up the Tiger Toads so rapidly, just constantly keeping the pace, pushing the match, and just toppling them over. And I wonder if playing too many ults is going to end up being backfiring on the Tiger Toads. This is a big swap to go from a ret to a mage. That's a big brain swap as far as how you got to be thinking about the game.
I do love the variety though. This team known for just the RMP, the Sub Arcane, the Owl of Frost, now branching out Ret Warrior, Sap on Calvish. Let's see what they do with this.
No opener just yet. Dazed is waiting. Deep shot on Kearney. Trill engages. Calvish gets caught. Sam triggers immediately. Repositioning. Trill is going all in on Calvish. This is really aggressive. Maybe they know they need to win early, so they really want to push the pace, but it's... Oh, nice fear from Sidu. That gets Will from Kearney. Calvish recovers. Dazed in a cheap shot, but he gets feared. It looks like Trill can't connect during that cheap shot. Ring of Frost trying to pin Trill. Take Trill out of the game with that Chastise. He jumps over the ring. Calvish gets Shatter Combo. He blinks in for a sheep. Sidu fades it, I think, but it's still a lot of damage on Sam. Sidu Angels. Calvish walls him off. I think he has to Master Spell it. Master Spell. Smoke Bomb. Big opportunity on Calvish here. Trill is really aggressive in this game.
Yeah, I like this, but I also like this, like FMP, into RMP. This is gonna be one of those matchups where if Calvish can hang on with Kearney 6-7 minutes into the game, they're gonna win just like the Red Warrior Druid. They're so advantaged in dampening. But Calvish, under so much fire, Kearney has a trinket. Procs the GS, I think. He might have to block anyway.
If it's a proc and a block, I think it might just be game over with the way Trill is playing. Calvish gets a ring at least. Maybe there's a chance here. We'll see when it stops. It did proc. They procced it. 3-minute cooldown Guardian Spirit. They need to make a play right now on Sam if they want to stay in this game. But another cheap shot. Trill is engaging once again, and Liquid looks so clean in these last 2 and now almost 3 games. Does he get crowd control? He gets a double ring. Calvish is all alone. Trill is going in for the kill. He's breaking through the barriers. I don't think... Does Sidu have Master Spell again? I don't think he does. He's going to have to block. He has to block. Oh my god. Kearney gets a heal at the last second. Block trades, but Trill's waiting to re-stealth behind here. He's not going to get stopped. He gets a re-stealth. He kicks him on the shifting from stealth. He's not going to get any shimmer. He grapples over to stop the clone. Trill is all over the map right now.
It's back on Calvish. Daze gets feared as well. And if you're Tiger Toads, you're out of cooldowns. You only have Void Shift left. What are you going to do? Kearney needs to hold on. They need to stabilize. Calvish just hasn't really done anything in this game yet. It's RMP in the driving seat completely.
Oh man, they're not doing enough damage to win. They're getting absolutely colossal in damage at the moment. Sam is playing out of his mind throughout this game right now as far as damage. Sam is trying to get in there for crowd control. Calvish is desperately blinking away from Trill. Nice fear on Trill. Calvish line of sights, but Trill's going to connect here pretty soon, I think. He's got to vanish. He's ready to go. Massive damage. Calvish second block. Massive spell not available, it looks like, but they can just swap Dazed and Cleave. Ice Wall comes down on Kearney. He's trying to wrap around the side. Does he get blast waved? He gets the Void Shift off. He's not playing games, but now they're down 2 blocks. They're down a Void Shift. They need to start getting something going here. They're running out of time. An Ice Wall comes down. They're trying to pull off a miracle on Sam here. Big damage. Big Incarn bite. Sidu life swaps. Sam stays alive here in this position. Dazed fakes an interrupt, looking for Cyclones, but Kearney's in a full blind. Calvish, no blocks remain. Cheap shots. Trill is controlling the universe right now. Massive cleave damage is incoming, but Sam gets counterspelled. He's looking for Ring of Frost. He gets Skullbash. Sam gets locked down. Great penalization here on Sam, but into another polymorph. He has Trinket, but no life swap. What's he going to do here? No major cooldowns to trade. He's just tossing out the prayer of mendings, trying to fake an interrupt, but another polymorph comes through, and it might be it for the Tiger Toads. Trill wants this more than anything. Liquid look like an entirely different team off the first 2 games. They have complete control. Trill engages once again. Sidu's in position. Full fear. No breakers. Calvish fakes the kick. That fake on the kick might be the only reason he lives here. Poly on Sam. DB on Trill. He buys time. Kearney is out of the fear. Dazed lands a stun. Sidu into a clone. He trinkets immediately. Sam recovers. He wants to keep Sam aggressive. They want to keep pushing the pace here. Maybe you swap Dazed, though. He's kind of low at this position. He's in bear. He's ready for it. Calvish with some crazy plays, but Tiger Toads are working with nothing on match point, and Liquid are looking for the reverse sweep.
I mean, the Toads are running on fumes now. They've got nothing left, and Calvish, no block. Dazed, no trinket, does have the skin, so he should be fine. I don't expect him to die 100-0 through skin, but Kearney is having a tough game. Calvish is having a tough game. They've really done nothing offensively, and RMP, the Liquid RMP, are just walking all over them. Look at him. Kearney's just trying to get out of dodge again, and Liquid are just constantly pushing in, knowing that if they get one CC on Kearney, they can close out the game.
Dazed, getting close to Sam. He has no bleeds at the moment. He needs to get bleeds up here. He gets the rip, Adaptive Swarm. Looks like he dispelled the Adaptive Swarm, trying to limit that increased damage from the Feral Druid. Trill's getting rooted a lot here. He can't really do much. He's trying to get in. He grapples in. Still no blocks for a long time, but Kearney's buying time for his medallion. Holy Ward gets spell stolen. Oh no. Does Sam get a sheep? He gets Typhoon. He blinks in. Double ring. Double ring. Trill's ready to go. Ring. And does he connect? He can't. Calvish is cutting away. The Chastise into the cheap shot, but they connect the Guardian Spirit. He's got greater invis. Can he live it? Can he live it? They proc it. They kill him through the proc. They kill him through the proc. Liquid, absolutely out of their minds right now. Totally cracked.
Love this, Sid.
And now it's Left 4 Dead. And if I'm Left 4 Dead, I'm not even thinking like, I'd be worried. This looks like a completely different Liquid.
My predictions are an absolute shambles off this one, but this game was cinema. I mean, the last 3 games were absolute cinema. Liquid, a completely different RMP in these last 3 games, and this is exactly what you need if you're playing RMP. You cannot be sitting back and waiting to lose, trying to damage people, going in, getting these beautiful double DBs constantly from Sam Yam. I just want to say, I think Yam, this game fantastic, but Trill as well. He was all over them. He was all over the place. He was stunning this guy, stunning that guy, and just, this was absolutely brilliant, and the Marination DB at the end as well, I think. And
look at Sidu. Sidu pushes in aggressively. Watch what Sidu does.
He's covering his team.
If he doesn't get the fear, I think Calvish survives. Maybe not though with the bomb. He could maybe hit like a Sanctify through the bomb, buy time to invis, but Sidu's aggressive. He's like right there, right next to Kearney. He's ready to fear. And they drop the bomb, kill him through Guardian Spirit proc. Sidu's in position to fear. Fears his trinket. And he could, the bomb is still down. There's not much he could really do there anyways. So this was really good aggression from Liquid. And honestly, I wonder if Flapper's team has like inspired other teams in the region, because it feels like a lot of teams fall back on this defense run away play style. And now we're starting to see it tilt more to aggression is actually valuable.
Absolutely. And like I said earlier, the more aggressive you play, the more setups you get. Enemy team can't play their game, they can't do damage, and it ends up being better defensively. Not only that, you're in game 5 of a tournament. You're gonna choke, you're gonna be under so much pressure. And if you just have Sam Yam, Trill, and Sidu running at you, it's so hard to respond. And it's so hard to respond in the correct way as well. And you saw in this series here. Beautiful, beautiful adaptation from Liquid. I love seeing this. I love seeing an aggressive RMP just go in and steamroll the Tiger Toads like this. It's brilliant.
This is a great game from them. Looking like a solid team here. This next series, I'm disappointed I'm not on it, because I feel like this one's going to be crazy, I think.
Well, give us your take then before we go to a break. What do you feel like? How do you feel like this is going to work out, especially considering that comeback that we just saw from Team Liquid? I mean, these guys are so locked in now, and I think they can handle them. But Super T's, what do you think?
I mean, it's gonna be Ret Warrior, right? Left 4 Dead. That's their best bet right now. They don't really have another option, so Ret Warrior. But Liquid's aggression, and now I wonder if Liquid learned something from that series, that the small maps are actually good for them, because they won so fast on hook point in that matchup against the Ret Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, it might be kind of risky having to rely on the small maps. Obviously, it worked out for them here in numerous ways with this series. So I am also very curious how they are going to do against Left 4 Dead. Of course, Left 4 Dead, we saw fall from Welcome to the Jung, fall from that upper bracket earlier on. And they actually did beat, like these guys have been saying, 3-0. They beat Team Liquid on Saturday. So this is a different Liquid, though. As you guys have said, they really locked in. Something snapped mid-series there. So I have a feeling that we're going to see a very different series on our hands than what we saw Saturday. So that being said, that's going to wrap up that series. We're going to head over to the North American lower finals. The winner of this one will be moving on to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung. Chan, I am curious, who do you feel like is more favored to beat Welcome to the Jung? Do you think it'd be Left 4 Dead or Team Liquid here?
I think Liquid. I mean, to be honest with you, I think Welcome to the Jung is the ultimate brick wall on NA. You can't crack them. They're Feral Ellie, they're Ret Warrior. It's just too clean. It's too clean. Liquid, I don't even think he's going to be able to beat that as RMP. And if they can't beat that as RMP, what choice do they have? Left 4 Dead, we saw that against Welcome to the Jung. Disaster. Clean sweep. I think no matter what happens here, it doesn't matter. Welcome to the Jung have already secured it. They've got it in the bag. They're rejoicing. They know they've won. It's got to be Liquid, but I don't have much faith.
Ouch, alright, well, we'll see that series when we get there. Last one of the day. But first, let's go to Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're in the lower finals for North America. It's Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. A lot riding on the line here for both of these teams. Team Liquid, they have the potential to get first in the standings for North America if they win the next two series. Left 4 Dead are fighting for their spot, Zico, into the top 3.
Yeah, so there's an interesting situation here for Left 4 Dead. If they win right now, then they will guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker for third place versus Tiger Toads. If they win the potential grand finals as well, then they're just in. If they lose right now, then they're just in the gauntlet. So Left 4 Dead, their fate is in their own hands right now. So we'll see if they can rise to the occasion. And similarly for Team Liquid, there's also a very interesting situation, because if Team Liquid wins here and then wins the grand finals, then they will basically pull a DOBOB and just finish the season in first place. So both of these teams have a lot to play for, and it's all getting decided in this series and in the next one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, so I cannot wait for the rest of this bracket, because the games so far have been so exciting, and I'm sure that that's going to continue. Chan, what is your take on this series here? Liquid, they have ramped up this weekend, considering that they have previously lost to this team, but they had just had an incredible series against Tiger Toads. What do you make of their competition for Left 4 Dead?
I mean, yesterday the matchup was not looking good. Today against the Tiger Toads, very slow start, but Liquid are back. 3-0 reverse sweep after that. It was good to see. I think they have a lot of momentum going into this. They're feeling good. I love the RMP into the Red Warrior Druid, the way they're playing it. Obviously, I think that, Left 4 Dead is probably much better defensively than the Tiger Toads on that Red Warrior Druid. The question is, can they crack that brick wall, the Red Warrior Druid? I have faith. I think Liquid are going to win 3-2, but it could go either way.
Okay, all right. So that's your prediction, 3-2 in favor of Left 4 Dead?
In favor of Liquid, sorry.
In Liquid? Okay. Zico? Oh, spoilers! I think those were the old ones. Just kidding. I saw the Liquid logo and that's all I saw. All right, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
I'm going with Daddy Do. I'm going 3-2 for Team Liquid as well. I feel like they showed, they were battered and beaten down, but they rose to the occasion. And I think that right now they look locked in. So I think they're going to ride that momentum into this series as well.
Okay, I am the exact same prediction as you guys, 2-3. I think the team, wow.
Oh my God.
All right,
Oh my
second time
God.
that this has happened this weekend, and ever actually, that we've been all exactly alike in terms of the score. But I'm with you guys. I think Team Liquid could beat this team, but I don't think it's going to be easy. Especially if you compare Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. That was a day one Ret Warrior composition, and Left 4 Dead might have, a little bit more in store for Team Liquid, but time will certainly tell. We're going to head into this series. Winner of this one also moves on to face Welcome to the Jung. That's going to be the final boss, the ultimate challenge here. So really, these teams are having a tough day no matter how you play it, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, Welcome to the Jung is just looking like a unmovable object at this point. They're just looking like a brick wall. And I don't know if either one of these teams is going to be up to the challenge. But we'll see. First, they got to get there as well. And I think just for Left 4 Dead right now, they're just happy if they can. Oh, the coins prediction. Left 4 Dead. Okay, so that is not a good omen for Team Liquid. The coin has been on fire, actually. Are we, beating the coin? I feel like the coin... I'm actually getting farmed by the coin. I feel like my predictions today have not been going good.
The coin was actually falling a little bit in the leaderboard. So, chat was rising, but the coin was falling. So, I don't know what that means. There's definitely something in the water today with all the upsets that we're seeing. So the coin is definitely speaking some words here, some wisdom to us. So here it is, updated. Chat is kicking our butts. That's embarrassing.
Oh, this was before last match, though.
Before the last match, okay.
We did hit a perfect prediction. I don't know what the coin predicted, though, so we might be beating the coin right now, but it's barely. Jan and you guys are losing to the coin, though.
I know. It's bad. I know. I don't know. I don't have anything to say for that. Supa, he's made his comeback. You know, last weekend he was down at the bottom. I think he finished the weekend at like 30-something%. And, you know, I made fun of him, I think, a little bit too hard. So, you know, Supa Tees, if you're listening, I apologize, because it's not fun down here. It's not fun getting your predictions wrong. But, I mean, I say it every single time before we go into a series when we do look at this predictions leaderboard. Like, this really just goes to show, Chan, how difficult it's been to predict these series, how they're going to go. Everyone is so evenly matched. Everyone is really on an even playing field, and just playing out of their minds, basically, especially today. These teams are locked in.
Absolutely. And, you know, I thought my predictions were fantastic going into this weekend. Admittedly, I've been let down by a few teams. To be fair, there have been some mistakes, some throws, some deaths pre-block, etc. But very unpredictable, and that's what makes it exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, in the interview that we had with DOBOB earlier, Thassia himself was saying that it's got to be fun as a viewer to watch kind of the diversity that we've been seeing come in. The diversity and also all of the mirrors, which personally I think are so fun to watch. Because, you know, you kind of get to figure out who's going to be able to best them in that mirror composition. All right, it looks like we are getting into the game here. It is Left4Dead versus Team Liquid. Winner moves on to the grand finals, the third and final grand finals of Cup number 3. It's welcome to the JUNG that they'll be facing off against. Left4Dead versus Team Liquid, game number 1, starting off now.
All right, let's see what comps are we getting. It's gonna be the RMP once again, going up against the Red Warrior Arrested Druid. So they just beat, let's say like the bottom tier Red Warrior. Now they're against the mid tier Red Warrior. And then welcome to the JUNG is waiting in the grand finals. But we're seeing an extremely aggressive opener here coming out from Team Liquid. And that is something that we absolutely love to see. A very aggressive RMP here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference between these two teams here. Left4Dead and Tiger Toads the game before. As soon as they recover from the onslaught in the opener against RMP, they're instantly turning it around on Samayam, and it's just a comfort pick for them compared to Tiger Toads, just relogging one-day Red Warrior and trying to make it work.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you are making the meta versus when you are adapting to the meta. Left4Dead, though, needs to be careful. Tuna actually had to use his renewal as well as his bark skin, and you can tell Team Liquid, they are finding some ways to maybe take this composition down. Has been rough in the past, but so far the Outlaw Rogue seems to be doing pretty well here for Trill. Needs to be careful though. Sidhu is in a Hammer of Justice. Disorienting Roar connects here in the midfield as Samayam is fishing for the polymorphs. They get the Chastise down into the Full Fear. Do they have anything out of that? Maybe. It looks like a Ring of Frost actually connects. Clapper is still in big trouble. A lot of damage coming out here. Team Liquid doing so much work. The delayed smoke bomb right there on the edge, and they fight each other.
MC.
Oh my god, the MC coming through. I actually thought he died there for a second. MC was really clutch there by Sidhu, but Clapper and his team will recover.
Liquid under a lot of fire though. I mean, the Warrior and Red doing so much damage. I really want to see Liquid getting back on that Druid again. They forced his skin earlier, forcing the Sank. If they can just constantly make swaps to the Druid, force out the Trinket maybe. Look for another opening on Clapper.
Yeah, let's see if they can do so. Right now, though, Trill getting gripped back to the pillar. Activated his evasion right there, and Samayam is definitely taking a lot of damage here with that Spear of Bastion, but he actually polymorphed himself there, so going to be able to slow down the pressure for a little bit. Polymorphs Clappers as well, as Trill now is looking for Tuna. They get a counterspell onto Tuna, actually. They could maybe chain that with something. Tuna pushing in towards the pillar, looking to reposition away from Trill. Sidhu is close-lining him on one side. Oh, they get a double fear. No Sanctuary for that one. Trill, can he find a follow-up? No, it's going to be Sam who finds the follow-up. There's a kidney shot. There's the ice wall. Do they have the damage to take Clapper down? Nice sap onto Tuna. Beautiful stuff coming out here from Trill. They do manage to force out the Trinket there. An absolutely beautiful play there. Fear into ice wall, into sap, but now Trill in danger again. He is going to activate the Cloak of Shadows there, but now Trill has no personal cooldowns, and he could be an opening for Left4Dead.
No, and CU is the one who's going to have to save him. Going into the Hodge now. Trill, no Trinket, no evade for 5. So when he does have the evade back up, he should be okay. Yam early on is going to be okay as well. Tuna looking to get aggressive. Here's the setup on Trill, but beautiful pre-kidney on Axton to deny. And here is going to come a fat triple fear, maybe? Giga Tree. Beautiful from Tuna.
Nice tree right there. Tuna realizing the situation and upping the Nature Swiftness into the tree to avoid that. Because that could have just been a KO moment right there if Sidhu actually managed to find that one. They're just taking a lot of damage. trades out the evasion, but it's overlapped with the Guardian. Zidu is in a Hammer of Justice, though, so it was a good trade, I think. Sometimes you do have to overlap your cooldown. Sam actually preemptively blinks out of that spear, so that spear is just going to whiff completely. Clapper in a Dragon's Breath into a Nova. Sam I am caught up in a Stormbolt. They're looking for it. They find the Triple Fear once again, and they actually Berserker Rage it with the Clapper's Berserker Rage. So really nicely done. Sam I am finds it. The hole-in-one into the Ring of Frost right there as they continue this onslaught. It's going to be Axton who's going to be the target of choice for Team Liquid, but Axton just trades out the Shield of Vengeance, and he's going to be completely fine.
Sidu is just so annoying with these mind controls, but Axton taking a lot of damage here. One thing I do want to point out is that Tuna showing, you know, he is a main wrestler druid. Looking at how active he's getting in these games, constantly going cat form, coming in for these rake stuns or maims on Trill, and then just getting out of position as well. Look at this, Tuna avoiding Trill, disorienting Roars him on the hook. Gets sprung by Yam, going on Axton. Trill in a blind though. I think he lay on hands himself, should be fine. Good trade. Triple Fear from Sidu, no Berserker Rage this time. Axton actually bubbling.
Yeah, because of the ice wall there from Samayam. That was a beautiful ice wall there, separating Axton from the rest of the team. And look at Tuna. He might just get dropped right now. Tuna getting swapped to huge damage coming in. And that is going to force out not only his trinket, but his bark skin as well. And all of a sudden, Team Liquid with a big opening here. They can blind Axton, go after Tuna. They can blind Tuna, go after Axton. And there it is.
Can they follow up?
Blind. Do they have the follow-up? Polymorph gets casted. No, he denies it with the tree. They leave a gap in the CC. They pull the trigger a little bit too fast there. And as a result, they immediately lose that kill window. Unbelievable here. Team Liquid, they had it right there, but it's still a good situation that they're in. They can still go after Tuna. Dragon's Breath, full Ring of Frost onto Axton and Clapper.
No trinket.
Can they take down Tuna? He's got no cooldowns, but the stun lock is faded. They don't have the damage, and Tuna will recover.
Axton is in so much trouble still. He can sank this fear, actually getting a Berserker Rage. Full sheep on Tuna. Axton in a full kidney shot. No trinket. This could be the end.
Yeah, full sheep. Do they have the follow-up? They get the sap right there onto Tuna.
One more sap.
Nice mind control onto Axton, but I think Tuna is going to be able to keep Axton alive here. They don't have any more lockdown, but that Icy Venge from Sam in 10 seconds is going to be deadly. They also have an ice wall for it.
Absolutely, and you know, Left 4 Dead using a lot of defensive cooldowns in the past minute and a half. Just kind of crumbling here. Tuna overlapping his skin and trinket. Just panicking a little bit too much. Axton also, in my opinion, bubbling a little bit too early. But here it goes. Fear on Axton, Kidney on Tuna. He does skin this go. I don't expect him to die through unless... Cheap shot again. Gouge low. He's going to be fine. He procs the frenzies. And he's going to be okay. Getting MC'd by Sidu. But they're actually switching to Sidu. He's in a bit of trouble. Clapper connects now.
Nice re-poly there onto Tuna. Nice ice wall as well, but Tuna maneuvers around it and now going after Trill here on the side of Left 4 Dead. Trill actually forced to trade out his trinket as well as the cloak in that position. Sidu also having to trinket there. So good opening here. They had a KO situation on the side of Team Liquid, but can they make it happen now? Onto Tuna once again. It looks like the Sanctuary comes out there right before Axton. If he hit the Ring of Frost there onto Axton, he wouldn't have been able to sank that, and that could have been Tuna's trinket. And Team Liquid right now, it's not looking good for them. All of a sudden, Left 4 Dead are picking up a lot of steam. They're cleaving down Trill. They might just KO Trill in this position. The Ray of Hope comes out. Guardian Spirit as well for Sidu as he continues to heal his team back up to full. But Shamayam actually sniping a sheep onto Tuna. Who can they take down? It's going to be Axton on the chopping block. Still a minute away from that Divine Shield. Double Fear as well, but Clapper, he's just going to Berserker Rage it and cleanse it off of his healer. And I feel like Left 4 Dead have done it. They've kind of weathered that storm, and now it's going to be Team Liquid here on the back foot. Tuna going for the game-winning Cyclone, potentially not able to find it. And Trill is in so much trouble. Sidu had to use the swap there as well.
The problem is now, if you're Liquid, what do you do? Sidu's in so much trouble. You have no cooldowns left. He's at 20%. Stuns Axton. Axton breaks out of that. It would have just... Clapper's connecting. He's going to be fine with this. But if you're Liquid, there's no kill opportunity. Trill's in so much trouble now as well. Has to group him backwards. Axton has bubble in 15 seconds. Tuna has skin. And Axton and Tuna both have trinket. How are you going to force those and go through and not just die before then?
That is the question. They don't have any defensive cooldowns either that can kind of buy them time to do that, but maybe with just raw damage. They have a smoke bomb. It has to be a smoke bomb play onto Clappers. That has to be the only win condition right here. Trill is disarmed though. The ice wall comes through. Tuna reads the play though. Can they get something onto Tuna? Dragon's Breath into a full sheep. Surely they can take him down, but Trill at the same time is taking so much damage. They're being greedy though. I think they can do it with a smoke bomb right now onto Clappers. Will they drop him? And there's the disarm. Tuna is hugging Clapper right now, making sure that they can't go for that kind of play, and they realize the danger they're in. Meanwhile, Sidu is just flailing to stay alive, ducks around the corner. Samayam, here's the smoke bomb, here's the play. This is it for Team Liquid. Can they do it? Axton blocks it with the Divine Shield, lay on hands, and that is the power of still having cooldowns left at this point in the game. And now Team Liquid, what do you do? How do you stay alive? Trill gets gripped away. He trinkets out of the Stormbolt. He's trying to kite a beautiful Ursol's Vortex coming in from Tuna, a massive heal with the Guardian, but Axton has no Divine Shield. They have a full blind onto Tuna. They force his trinket. Can they just kill him through his trinket? Gouge onto Tuna. Mind control from Sidu. Half sheep onto Tuna. Can they take him down? There's the fear as well. Tuna gets Berserker Rage out of it. Does he have the healing? The Blessing of Protection comes through onto Axton. Samayam spell steals it and denies it. Beautiful blink counter spell onto Tuna, but Trill might fall. No, the Ray of Hope is going to block the kill. This is so back and forth. Who is going to fall first? Team Liquid have done it. They have somehow stalled long enough to force the entire spellbook from Left 4 Dead.
Full fear though from Clapper on Trill and Samayam, just helping Tuna to stabilize. If Tuna can catch him back up here with the Giga Tree, they're gonna win. Clapper in so much trouble though. This is the last push from Liquid right now. Sidu is so close to being run out of mana.
Yeah, Clapper, what are you going to do here? He trinkets out. Actually, he just gets Sanctuaried out, and now is going after Trill. There's the Spear of Bastion. Trill, how are you going to survive? They got no CDs left. Sidu has the Guardian in 10 seconds. How are you going to survive? He hooks away. He tries, but he cannot. At 51% dampening, Left 4 Dead claim victory in game number 1 here against Team Liquid, but I feel like this was Team Liquid's game to lose, kind of. I feel like they had so many good opportunities, especially towards the end of the game here as well, where they forced everything once again, but at that point it was just too late. I think if Team Liquid cleaned up their offense a little bit and had a little bit more patience, maybe, they definitely could have won this game.
Yeah, the problem is once you hit that 7-minute mark, dampening is so high, and both your rogue and your mage are just sitting at 50-60% health. They can die at any moment, and Sidu is just struggling so hard. And when you're in that position, it's so hard to look for anything offensive. You're just playing to live, you're stunning to live, and as soon as you start doing that, your offense just goes down the drain. And of course, if you're Left 4 Dead, the Red Warrior Druid, you're loving that. You have so many breakers, the Berserker Rage, the Sank, you know, trinkets, and of course Bubble Lay on hands, saving Clapper at the final hour.
Yeah, it's that tree, and there was a couple of moments where Tuna really, if he did, like right here, if he didn't have it, it was just game over. But Axton as well with that earlier Bubble Lay on hands play onto Clapper, that was really, really nicely done. Left 4 Dead playing a solid game, but I really believe in this answer from Liquid. I feel like
I do too.
It's convincing me enough that in a best of 5, both sides can win. And I feel like if Liquid just played a little bit more patient with their damage and with their blind that one time, I feel like this was their game. So I think in a best of 5, they have a really solid shot here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they're showing signs of life. It's not like Left 4 Dead are just rolling over them and preventing every go. Liquid are finding opportunities, catching people with no trinket. Axton, of course, almost dying, you know, 2-3 times this game. Who knows? Left 4 Dead, they might make mistakes defensively. They might rotate wrong. Liquid can punish that. Instantly locking in the Red Warrior Druid on Asher mains. Quite a big neutral map. We'll see what Liquid cook up. They got 2 minutes to work with here. I do expect the RMP. It did look quite good. Yes, the last 2-3 minutes of that game are sus, but that's just how it's going to be in this matchup.
Yeah, that is how it's going to be. And what do you think about the current mage meta? Because we keep saying it's kind of a playmaking meta right now for Frost mages, and obviously you have played a lot with Samayam. How do you think his playstyle fits into the current meta? Would you say he's more like Raikou? Would you say he's a bit more like Tessia? How would you say his playstyle works out here?
I think Samayam is incredible on that mage. He is literally a magician. He makes the magic happen. He is very much closest to Tessia than to Raikou. He loves to play the control style, go in there, do some crazy stuff, and get some setups going. I love Sam I Am. I love seeing him on that mage. That's why I don't like seeing him blink backwards. They lock in the RMP. I don't want to see any blinks backwards. I want to see the Thesia roleplay get completely on top of Tuna and take advantage of that. Try to close the game out early. Because if the game goes long to 7-8 minutes, you got to deal with the bubble lay on hands. You got to deal with the Giga Trees. How are you going to get a fear that sticks between Zerka Rage and the Sank as well?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because you have the Sanctuary and you have the Zerka Rage to remove those fears. So Seedu's crowd control, it's not going to land that much. It's going to be mostly up to Sam. Obviously, Seedu can help set up Sam landing stuns. Trill can help him out landing stuns and setting him up. But it is going to be up to Sam. They casting these interrupts, landing these plays, going sometimes for solo plays as well. Dragon's Breath, Sheep, Snowdrift, things like that. Actually, I don't think he was playing Snowdrift in the previous match. I don't think I ever saw him use it. But it's going to be up to Sam to... he's got a big responsibility, but I do agree with you. I feel like Sam is definitely somebody who can play make quite a bit on the mage. And it's nice to see him back on the mage because he has been opting in for other things like the Boomkin. So it's nice to see them actually lock that in with confidence. Their season is on the line here. If they win here, they win against Welcome to the Jung, top spot in the region for Team Liquid. If they lose here, that's for Dead have a chance to get their spot in the gauntlet, get their spot in the top 3 and avoid the gauntlet if they can win that tiebreaker after, or if they can just win the entire thing as well. So both of these teams kind of having their fates in their hands, which is, I imagine, a very good feeling.
Yep, exactly. And like to add on to that, Sam I Am on that Boomkin, a treat to watch as well, especially with Trill and Seedu on that Preservoker. Now seeing him back on his signature mage, this is what he was known for when he first started competing. He was one of the best mages in NA. It's lovely to see him, and I like that he has a responsibility here to make some plays on that mage. He has it in his control, essentially, whether they win or lose, in my opinion. Can he go out and just completely carry, or is the Red Warrior Druid too much of a brick wall for him?
That is the question. It's such a weird thing to think about because, like, historically, you lock in the mage to counter a red paladin, but right now in the current meta, it feels like you lock in the red paladin to counter the mage, and it is just that consistency. You have a lot of cooldowns, you have a lot of utility for your teammates, and unavoidable damage more or less. You're basically just like a ticking time bomb in the matchup, and eventually, if the mage side doesn't score a kill, then the red paladin is going to come out ahead. And that's what we're seeing a lot of these matches. Axton just playing a really solid defense and keeping up the pressure. And that's kind of what allowed Left 4 Dead to win that game. So we'll see if Team Liquid can clean up their offense here. Are you still feeling good about your prediction? 2-3? All of us, including the chat as well. Everyone except the coin betting for Team Liquid.
I mean, every prediction I make is a disgrace and gets cursed for the team that I vote for. So I'm sorry, CD fans out there, Sam I Am, Trill, Mez fans, I've cursed you guys. I do think Liquid has the better chance against Welcome to the Jung. So I think they're gonna win because if they can beat this, and maybe Welcome to the Jung can't cue the Red Warrior Druid into the RMP. We'll have to wait and see. But it looks so tough to crack that, that Red Warrior defensive shell. And I think a big reason for that as well is, Berserker Rage removing fear, that's relatively new, but also the fact that the Red Paladin has so much damage from range now. I think it's called the Holy Wizard or whatever it's called, where you can just sit 30 yards away and hit people still. You don't get kited by the mage as much.
Yeah, I mean, even when you are getting kited, you're just being so effective in the matchup. But game number 2, Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. Qualifications on the line for both of these teams.
Sam's the seed?
More or less. And already we're seeing Seedu sitting in that angel form, getting some work done. Tuna actually forced to pop the Giga Tree, doing some healing as well. And it looks like both teams will recover without having to use any major defensives.
Yeah, but a pretty slow start to the game. Sam I Am is blinking backwards though. I am critical of that. I do think, it's just giving the enemy team time. But Chastise comes from that. Full blind, forcing Tuna's Trinket. Big go on Clapper, but he's going to be fine. Can they turn on Axton? Can they turn on Tuna? That's the question.
Yeah, let's see. Axton is taking a lot of damage here. They're pressuring Tuna quite a bit. Already getting his Trinket with that blind earlier, as you mentioned, gives them kind of an opening here. So Now they have to play around the Sanctuary. Sam I Am, though, needs to be careful. We have seen a lot of majors get deleted pre-block. Actually, Sidu getting a little bit swapped to here. What are they going to do? It looks like they want to go after Axton. If they go after Axton, they don't have to play around the Sanctuary, but Axton still has his trinket, and you really want to punish the fact that Tuna doesn't have a trinket. So if you can CC Axton and go after Tuna, that could be a big play, but it looks like they're going to go for the CC play here onto Tuna, who is going to be the target, though, for Team Liquid. They used the Chastise Stun there to land this Ring of Frost, and they're not really getting anything done with it. Just looks like they're going to be shrugging that off, and now instead it's going to be Sam I Am on the back foot here, dropping to half HP, manages to displace back, goes for the counterspell. I actually think he got fake casted there on the counterspell, and now the Avatar and Wreck is popped for Clapper. Sidu needs to do some serious work here, keeping his team alive. Sam could just get absolutely destroyed. And there it is. Oh my god, the amount of damage that Clapper is able to do. I mean, you gotta see that coming. You have to see it coming. But even like, he died from 50%, but like, you know, there's a lot of damage coming. The Wreck is popped, the Avatar is popped. You have to respect it. We've seen it happen so many times. Oh, what a brutal loss here for Team Liquid.
This is so bad if you're a Liquid fan. You know, 0-1, sure. Asher mains here, hoping to equalize, and then just going down pre-block. Admittedly, it was very quick. It's such a tough position to be in now. You have to win 3 in a row in this matchup, or, you know, try something else. And just look at how fast he gets chopped up by Clapper.
It's 40-0 yeah, it's just 40-0 in one hit.
I mean, the Fury Warrior is looking super strong, and same with the Ret Pally, and I'm super surprised that no one has really picked this up in EU, because Mage Priests are not having a good time on NA.
He gets Stormbolt on 50%, and then ba-choom,
execute.
It's just insane. I do agree with that, because that is an interesting thing. Do you think EU is behind on the meta right now? Because as a spectator and as a European, I hate to say it, but it really does feel like we are.
It seems that way. It seems that way. I mean, this is the best region after all, isn't it? NA always cooking ahead of the meta. The Warrior Red love to see it. You know, if Welcome to the Jungle were on EU, maybe they would have won this cup. Who knows?
Maybe. Man, we need to see some EU versus NA games here to decide, to settle the score, but I want to see the death log here on Sam. Like, how hard did he actually get hit there? Because that was an insane amount of damage. And yeah, I really feel like the Red Warrior seems like a really, really solid answer to basically any Mage Priest X composition. It really feels that way. So, I don't know. It feels like NA is cooking right now with these Resto Druid Red Warrior teams. It doesn't seem like there is a lot of openings. The thing that has looked somewhat convincing that we saw in EU was that sub RMP, but that was against Demon Hunter, obviously, and not a Ret. But that did seem decent. But yeah, look at this. Look at this damage. He died so fast.
3 million from Execute, Slayer Strike for 800k, and 1.2 million Rampage a second before that. Just completely chopping Sam I Am up, turning him into a ham. Clapper is having a field day on this Fury Warrior. They're gonna lock it in again. Maldraxxus Colosseum is their map pick, and you know, I hate to say it, but last game Asher main's fall, that was fine, but kiting around in circles, trying to damp it out. You're gonna die anyway. They're gonna connect to you anyway. You need to get on top of Tuna. You have to force it. You really do if you want to turn the game around. Now we're picking Maldraxxus, one of the biggest maps in the game. How are you going to get the Tuna? You're just going to get dampened in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like Tuna is the key to the matchup.
And he's playing well.
He's playing very well.
Watching the difference between Tuna and Kearney, you know, Tuna's getting in there doing stuns on the Rogue, going for Disorient, Raw, clones, faking the CS from Sam I Am, and just applying so much pressure. You know, he forced Sidu's Trinket last game with a Raw clone after faking the CS. Beautiful play, of course, but you really see how comfortable he is on it. The main Red Warrior Druid here just cooking a bit too hard for Liquid. But it's not over yet. Maldraxxus Colosseum, we could have a real dampener on our hands.
Yeah. And what do you do when you're in a position like this? Because surely this has happened to you in the past, where you're facing elimination, your fate's in your hands, you're 0-2, first game looks fine, second game you just completely get wrecked. just die with everything still available. How do you bounce back from this if you are on Team Liquid? Like, what do you do? What is the comms like? How do you bounce back?
It's mentally draining, and you're so desperate at that point. But, you know, Liquid were in this position last series against the Toads. They were able to unload. They were able to untilt, be resilient. Let's see what they can pull out here. I want to see them play aggressively. I want to see the return to form from that last series for Liquid.
Yeah, can they do it? Team Liquid facing another strong opponent here. They need to shake off that previous game, and they're going with a very aggressive opener here onto Clapper. And they do get the pre-Iron Bark, actually, on that Ice Wall. So really nicely done. Tuna gets caught up in a kidney shot. Going after Tuna, but the Sanctuary is there for Axton. Anytime Axton is not covered, he's going to be able to remove those stuns. Tuna not even trading out the Bark skin. So Team Liquid definitely not getting the opener they're hoping for. Disarm coming out onto Clapper. He's popping his cooldowns. They need to make sure that they're respecting these avatars, because we've seen these mages get absolutely chopped if Clapper gets enough uptime.
They did get Axton's Trinket, though. He Trinket, I think, a Poly or Chastise to sank Tuna there, which was, you know, a good play from Axton. Stay ahead in terms of momentum. Trill under a lot of fire right now, but Liquid have to turn this around. They need to make something happen. Here it is. They're going for Fear. Full sheep on Tuna. Big damage on Clapper. Swapping on to Axton immediately.
Yeah. And they get a follow-up Fear. No, Sidu actually gets stopped by the Hammer of Justice. Nicely done. Axton's doing a great job here, but they have the blind. Follow it up. Looks like it's going to be a DR Fear there as well, and it does get cleansed by Clapper, and Tuna holding on to his Trinket there in a very dicey situation, just trusting his teammates, but here's a smoke bomb with Clapper. Potential, but Axton is in that smoke bomb. Clapper refusing to trade out Trinket, refusing to even trade out his Rage just for the healing, and all of a sudden, Left 4 Dead, they just don't trade anything, and now Trill is in big trouble. Ray of Hope, though, blocks the kill.
But Tuna playing this so well, you know. Trill doing his setup there, and Tuna immediately hooking in and stunning him on his own setup, shutting Liquid down single-handedly. Lovely play by Tuna. I love to see him on this Rested Druid. He's cooking so hard in this series, and it's just making it so hard for Liquid to get anything going.
Yeah, Tuna definitely making some big plays here. He wants that rematch against Welcome to the Jung. He wants to show that they are the superior Cleave team, and they advance all the way to the grand finals here to get a cheap shot onto Axton. Big pressure onto Clapper. Tuna, though, using that wild charge and the Giga Tree, trying to reposition into the midfield, making sure that he's just keeping his team nice and healthy, but he might get polyed out of it. Look at that. He pre-sheeps out of it, realizing that as soon as it ends, Samuel might fish for a polymorph, and here comes Clapper. Here comes the damage. Clapper's got Avatar. What are you going to do? Tuna, though, taking a lot of damage. They Stormbolt Trill, pinning down Sam there with the spear. They sheep Tuna, and they're going after Clappers on the side of Team Liquid. Beautiful mind control there as well by Sidu. They continue the chain with another sheep onto Tuna. Big damage potential onto Clapper, and they will actually force his Rage, and he will be at least a somewhat decent target for them later on. They continue the damage, though, onto Tuna. Big swap, and they force out the Bark skin with that as well.
Alright, Liquid are now doing what they need to do. They're going on the Druid, they're sheeping him out of the swap, going on something else, and then returning back to the Druid, forcing the skin, forcing Trinkets out from everyone. Now a big swap on the Clapper. Ice Wall comes down. He will be fine, but I love these swaps. Full sheep on Tuna, gets his Trinket.
Nice.
Lovely.
Really nice, and this is what we were talking about in the pregame. Sam needs to find these plays here, needs to continue to keep the team of Left 4 Dead guessing. You get a DR Gouge onto Tuna. I really don't like that. Looks like they're trying to set up a very obvious swap now onto Tuna, but he's in bear form. He doesn't have Bark Skin, though, so maybe they can power through it. But Sam, did they actually proc the Guardian there? It looked like they might have actually procced it. I'm not sure. Sam got a massive heal there, but Tuna denying here on the swap with the big tree. Still 10 seconds before he gets that Bark Skin back, and look at Tuna, man. He pre-bears the swap. They're forced to trade out the Ring of Frost. They fear up Axton, but a swap onto Clapper instead. Big swap from Team Liquid, forcing out Clapper's Trinket. They have the Smoke Bomb in 25 seconds, so Team Liquid making the best out of a bad situation. Pre-blink on the Spear by Sam once again. Team Liquid, they're heating up, and they're showing signs of life.
Yeah, I mean, no one has a Trinket on the side of Left 4 Dead, and Sam does have that wall in 30 seconds. We'll see. Has the block overlapping the Ray as well. Unfortunate for Sidu. Trill under fire as well. Trades out Evasion should be okay. But Sam really wanting to look for that Ice Wall opportunity. 15 seconds now on the Ice Wall. If Tuna can Iron Bark it, pre-Iron Bark it, he might be able to save the game. Axton, of course, still has the Bubble Lay on hands as well. And this team is just so sturdy. This Red Warrior Druid, it's so hard. Even when you get a setup, you can't even force a cooldown. You just get him to 50%. How is Liquid going to get through with it? Sidu maybe looking for a drink across the map?
Yeah. He actually is getting some mana here. Smoke bomb onto Clapper, big attempt. They get the Chastise style, they get the cheap shot onto Tuna. Cedar's pushing in for the fear. They're actually swapping to Tuna, but it looks like they weren't on the same page there. Samayam wanted to swap to Tuna. Trill wanted to keep going on Clapper. And as a result, they waste their smoke bomb. They waste their icy veins. They still have a ice wall. I think Axton is the best target. Just ice wall Axton because he used his human racial on that previous kidney shot. So his trinket is fake news. It's actually on cooldown right now. But the UI doesn't show it. Can they go after Tuna? Who are they going after? There's the Ring of Frost. Who are they going to go after? It's going to be Axton. He doesn't have a way out. Nice intervene though from Clapper. Can they push for the Divine Shield? It doesn't look like it just yet. He will cleanse the fear with the Berserker Rage. Nicely done there by Clapper, denying that entire goal.
I mean, Tuna faking the kick now, getting the clone. Overlaps with the Blinding Light, so nothing really too much is going to happen. But I do agree with you. These swaps onto Axton, I think it's what needs to be done. You go on Clapper, you have the Ret support, you have the Druid support. It's just too much to go through. At least on the Ret, once he forced Bubble, then you might be able to catch him with his pants down.
Yeah.
Clapper, Ice Wall.
They're continuing on Clapper.
He's going to be fine.
Tranquility, though, blocking the kill there. And now Clapper, he's going to get offensive. He's got Avatar. He's got Wreck. Stamman pre-blinks the Stormbolt, but here comes the damage. Edu does not mess around this time. He trades out the Guardian instantly to keep Sam alive. And right now, there's just no opening here. Axton, he's going to have a trinket for potentially the next kidney shot. I don't know the exact timer. It's hard to say when that trinket doesn't show exactly that many seconds. But they get a blind onto Tuna. They do get his trinket there. So a bit of an opening now, potentially onto Tuna. Do you think Tuna is going to be the best target here for Liquid?
I don't think so. You still got to go through the Bob, you have the Sank, you have the Berserker Rage, he has Skin, and his Iron Bar coming in 10 seconds. If you're Liquid right now, it's 6.5 minutes into the game. You need to close the game out in the next minute or two, you're going to lose. It's hitting that point now where Sidu can't heal it anymore. And look at Tuna getting aggressive. Sam Yam in the Spear of Bastion. They're doing a Despy go on Tuna. Force the Skin. Yam gets kicked, has to swap, overlaps, block. Liquid, they're minutes, a minute or two away from getting knocked out of this one.
Yeah,
Full sheep on Tuna, the Clapper! He has Lay on Hands. Pops him. Good read from Axton. Resheep from Samayam. But again, Axton still has the bubble. He still has the bop. Tuna doesn't have a trinket, so yes, they have a bit of an opening. There is the potential for an MD on block as well, on bubble as well. Here's the bubble.
Yeah, they actually forced the bubble right there. And Sidu with the Guardian. I actually don't think it looks that bad right now for Team Liquid.
Sidu!
They have an opportunity. Oh my god, Sidu is getting absolutely blasted.
The roar, the Marination roar!
Oh my god, nicely done there. Trill is just peeling everything, triple blind. Sidu is going to recover, and this doesn't look too bad. They have a smoke bomb as well. In 10 seconds, they have a potential to maybe take Axton down. They could potentially take Tuna down as well. A small window. Liquid, what are you going to do? You have no cooldowns left, Samayam. You've overlapped everything at this point. Ice wall play coming up. I don't know if Sam is going to survive. He is not. Left for dead. Knock Team Liquid out of the tournament in the lower bracket finals and continue to advance to the grand finals, securing either a tiebreaker position with the Tiger Toads, where they are going to get to play for the 3rd seed, or if they win the finals, just securing themselves that 3rd seed in the region.
I mean, the Toads will hate watching this series, but it was not enough. Liquid go down 0-3, and you know, this game, it was back and forth. They forced some cooldowns, but Left 4 Dead, they had so much steel to work off of, and Liquid just couldn't keep up with the Ret Warrior Druid. The meta has completely shifted this week. Ret Warrior Druid is the new king.
It seems that way. It seems like there is a new meta, and they are the first to adapt to it. This Ret Paladin. It was Venruki actually who called it last week, saying that he's expecting to see a lot of Ret Paladins, and he was right. We've seen a lot of Ret Paladins being employed. The teams that both are in the grand finals, both have been playing this exact comp with the Ret Warrior, and a lot of it just comes down to what you were kind of mentioning during the game. The Warrior, it's like he's playing with 2 healers in a way. You can't really go after the Warrior in the match. The Ret has a lot of different defensive cooldowns to rotate as well. The Resto Druid is just super solid all around if they play as good as these Resto Druid mains are. And it's just a really hard comp to take down, and eventually you win in the late game. And you have the potential to just win early with an insane amount of damage like we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Ret Pally is just such a good dampening, such a good spec to have in dampening. The Lay on Hands, the big cooldowns, Bubble, Bop, it's just, it works so perfectly with the Warrior, with the Resto Druid. the Mage and the Rogue, they just take too much damage when it gets to that point, and it's too sturdy. It's just such a complete comp. RMP can't crack it. We'll see what Welcome to the Jungle are gonna do. Probably gonna be a mirror next series as well.
Oh my gosh. You guys tired of the mirrors yet?
I love it.
Chan loves it. Zico, what'd you say?
I said never.
Never.
Give me more mirrors. That's the best thing you can ask for. I love watching mirrors. I love seeing like the little things that make one team pull ahead.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and the better team usually wins, right? So
yeah, you
no excuses.
No excuse. No, I mean these teams are locked in. They're stepping up. They're not shying away from those mirrors, which they could do if they wanted to, but they're really not shying away to the challenge of mirroring them. So Left 4 Dead, I am for sure curious if we see another mirror from them against Welcome to the Jung, because like these guys have said so many times, this team is a brick wall. This is the ultimate challenge for Left 4 Dead. This is the ultimate stress test, the final boss. They've already unfortunately lost today from Welcome to the Jung. Left 4 Dead lost 0-3 earlier on in the upper finals. They're actually the team that sent them down here to the lower bracket, but they've got quite a lot more practice under their belt now, Chan, since we last saw them. Do you think that's going to help them against Welcome to the Jung the second time around?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, the last series, yes, there were some close moments here and there, but it was kind of a bit of a gap. Welcome to the Jung were quite far ahead in every single game in terms of pressure, in terms of mana, and it looked kind of hopeless for them. So, unless they've leveled up so much in this series, where it's against RMP, I just don't see how it's going to be any different. My prediction, it's probably a 4-0 or 4-1 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. I just think that Welcome to the Jung, they really are the immovable object of NA at the moment. They always have the best defense, and they have a good read on the meta. They always have, and it's hard to find that opening into them.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we've seen basically every single team in North America struggle against Welcome to the Jung. So we'll certainly find out, is Left 4 Dead up for the challenge? We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the North American Finals here in Cup number 3 before we head into the Grand Finals at the end of May. It's all coming to a head right here after this break. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the North American Grand Finals. Left 4 Dead beat Liquid. They are finishing the day in third. And now it's welcome to the Jung versus Left 4 Dead here in the Grand Finals. Left 4 Dead, they've already played this team before, Ven, and unfortunately did lose 0-3. But this is the second time around, so maybe all they needed was a second chance.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I feel like Left 4 Dead, now they know exactly what they're walking into with the Ret Warrior mirrors. I don't know if they've had much of an opportunity to like review the games or discuss what went wrong, because it's kind of been non-stop action for them. But at least they have a little bit of experience in the matchup now, and hopefully, it goes a little better for them, because welcome to the Jung, they were looking really good in that upper bracket final.
Okay, that being said, Ven, what is your prediction for this series?
I'm going to be going in favor of welcome to the Jung. I basically made a decision in the upper bracket that I will never be going against them again. So that's what's going on here.
Okay, fair enough. 4-0. Super tease.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, I'm very similar here.
Oh,
I
no.
think welcome to the Jung looked just so dominant here in this
Oh,
series.
wow. What?
Are we
No
going to all
way.
be in alignment here? We're all in alignment, all in agreement.
I'm so
That's
sorry.
brutal.
I feel bad, but like this is you gotta look at what this team is capable of. Like it's math. It feels like math. Welcome to the Jung. I mean, they've already beat this team today. I just Left 4 Dead, obviously an incredible team. I mean, they're the team that just beat Team Liquid 3-0. But welcome to the Jung is a god amongst men in this bracket right now, and I just don't know if Left 4 Dead can do it. I don't know if any team in the North American region can do it, but we will see. Time will tell. Left 4 Dead knows what they're up against. Let's see if they're up for the challenge. This game number 1. Welcome to the Jung. Left 4 Dead, best of 7 in the grand finals.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the zuggiest of them all? This is a North American way to go out here in Cup number 3. Ret Warrior mirrors. Both druids mirroring their Ancient of Lores right now, looking for some Cyclones. And I do think Cyclones can dictate the pace of the game a lot. We're seeing Zhang Bahai getting some here on accident. They're trying to swap to him to prevent him from going for any further Cyclones, but he's looking tanky in that bear. Clapper is getting low on health, and Clapper was the main focus point for Welcome to the Jung the last time around.
Zhang Bahai trading out some cooldowns very early on, gonna make himself nice and tanky, but he gets hodged. I love that they're going after Zhang a little bit more in this game. I mean, we heard it. This is what Flapper said. you really have to push on Welcome to the Jungle. They're so good at defense. You have to try to make them uncomfortable, and Nick might just outright die. This is looking way better. I really want to see Left 4 Dead just continue to pressure Zhang, because if he's not pressured, I feel like his efficiency is just so good. But this strategy is definitely working out nicely, but at the same time, Welcome to the Jungle, they're going to be going after Tuna, so maybe just a Druid race this matchup has turned into.
You only Zug once here in North America. It's a 1 versus 2. Tuna versus a Ret and a Warrior. Zhang Bahai versus a Ret and a Warrior. Tuna's getting good crowd control on Drake, but here comes the Freedom. Zhang Bahai kites across the map looking for his Cyclone. Gets it over here onto Tuna. I feel like Zhang Bahai has been getting way more Cyclones. That puts Axton in a precarious situation. Tuna fortunately has the Ancient of Lore and should recover with this tree, but Zhang Bahai again looking for more Cyclones than Tuna. He gets another one on Axton. Clapper's trying to charge forward, but he's not going to be able to knock down the tree right now, even though he's dual wielding axes. Zhang Bahai finally out of tree, but Clapper is just getting smacked around at the moment, and he's doing his best here to try and turn it around onto Nick. They got his medallion. He has no in-range regeneration. Maybe they can turn up the heat here. They got good pressure on Zhang Bahai. They actually catch him, but it doesn't matter. Axton, what is happening in these mirrors, man? Axton just evaporates from the game. I feel like I watched the Avengers, and he just got Thanos snapped, and I just watched him disintegrate. Like, what? There's no...
Come on.
What? I'm looking at Zhang Bahai at 30% in a Hodge. I'm not looking at Axton, who was, I think, at close to full health.
I watched it. I saw it pan out in slow motion. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it feels like no matter what's happening in the game, you have to just pay attention to Avatar and Recklessness. When those are up, someone could just die immediately. So you see Nick has access to those cooldowns right now. His damage is going to be sky high, and just watch Axton get melted. Like, he's looking like an ice cream cone in a Nevada summer, you know, just getting absolutely deleted. So it's crazy. I mean, I was looking at and watching Sidu tweet out a little bit after his last series, and he was showing some of the death logs of Sam I Am, and he's going 60-0 in like a fraction of a second, you know? So it is insane amounts of burst that can come in from that Fury Warrior. I mean, and Axton has plate armor. I mean, he's got plate armor, and it doesn't matter.
What is going on right now, man? Left 4 Dead. They shouldn't have revealed this comp to Welcome to the Jung. They made them stronger. Like, Left 4 Dead, they've been struggling cup to cup. They had some Shadow Priest compositions. They still managed to hold some decent placings, even despite having some, you know, lesser represented compositions. Then they found this Ret Warrior at the start of this weekend, and it enabled them to beat Liquid not once but twice. Stomp on Liquid not once but twice. But Welcome to the Jung are just like, hey, that comp looks kind of good. Thanks for showing us that. I think we're gonna take that. And now they're just the best Ret Warrior. They're like a chameleon team. They're like a Ditto in Pokemon. They just transform into anything that is going to be better suited for them to be able to find victory, and they just do it so rapidly. This feels like this was overnight that Welcome to the Jung have made this adaptation to play Ret Warrior, and coming in for 3.4 million almost with a Slayer Strike proc, so it was like over 4 million.
What is happening?
Why does Hammer of Wrath hit for 300k?
Ask questions. It's like you look at a Hammer of Wrath versus Execute.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's supposed to be the same ability. Was that like a proc hammer and not like a real hammer or something? Like,
it might have been. That seems too low. Normally the hammers
really
are bigger.
Small.
I don't know.
Hammer is very small here, but Execute very big. Nick is very happy with this Execute. Okay, game 1 win. You blink, you miss it. Welcome to the Jung continue to reign their dominance in the North American region, looking like they're going to be easily #1 seed, clearing the rest of the teams here as they've found their footing from the earlier cups where they were kind of lagging behind as far as figuring out what they were going to do, but they have fully transformed, and now Left 4 Dead have to deal with it. I think one of the major factors is just Cyclones. I feel like Tuna is very afraid to try to Cyclone, and I don't think he can win if he doesn't clone at all.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2. Don't blink. You will miss it. Pay attention. Nick, of course, has cooldowns up. So does Clapper. So anything can happen. It's going to be an explosion of damage. If you get executes, I mean, it is just absolutely horrifying to deal with that amount of damage. Nick gets topped off. Both Druids right now just going to be in their Ancient of Lore. It's unlikely anyone dies through that cooldown, especially if they use it to stay ahead of the damage. It's very difficult to push through that kind of throughput.
All right, Tuna got some good clones on Drake there. preventing his avenging wrath. Tuna re-stealths to avoid Cyclone. Jung Bahai goes for it again. They blinding light over top of it. Not going to be a big deal. Maybe the Clapper taking a lot of damage. Double in cap. Hodge. They're going Clapper. Big push. Sanctuary on the Hodge. Good play from Axton. Ironbark's up. They're training down the Resto Druid. They force Barkskin, but Axton's getting chopped, and I see those icons glowing below Nick's frame, and I'm just worried somebody's going to disappear. Axton, lay on hands. It feels like execute used to be a 20% execute range. Now it's like a 50% execute range, and you just get absolutely smoked. So Axton survives, lay on hands, but he's going to be on forbearance, and he seems like he still wants to get aggressive. But Jung Bahai is faking interrupts. He's getting clones. And Jung Bahai is also just a chameleon on these healers. He's just re-rolling. He's playing Druid better than Flop. He's re-rolled the Holy Priest. Like he's covering all of the bases for the team. Welcome to the Jung, are such a crazy multi-classing roster. But Clapper, he's starting to clap. He's getting that Blade Storm. He's tearing Jung Bahai apart. He's trying to put a point on the board against these legends. They opt to Cyclone Jung Bahai low, but Accident's getting destroyed still. And it seems like Drake and Nick, they're happy just training the Ret Paladin. They're really not pressuring Tuna. Tuna needs to find a way to punish this. We see him now looking for Cyclones. That's a great way to punish it. They catch Jung Bahai in a rebuke. Into a fear, just holding him in place. He's back into that Ancient Allure. Unlikely to go down, but Axton taking in some big hits. Nick is speared down, but they should recover with Ancient Allure. Spear's not going to get too big a value here, I think. Hammer of Justice, Sanctuary. Tuna pushes forward. Trying to keep track of those diminishing returns. Jung Bahai on the run. Oh, Hammer of Justice out of form. Is Barkskin going to be enough? Clapper, is he going to disintegrate? He disarms Nick. We can see those icons glowing beneath Nick's frame, which means he could just absolutely annihilate somebody. Clapper's going to pop the enraged regen and trade for them. Bladestorm coming through from Clapper, charging in to pummel the clone. Nick gets low. And so far, I feel like this game is looking better for Left 4 Dead. But I don't think it's not a certainty for them. They've got Jung Bahai in a position where he has no trinket, no skin. So if they get a Cyclone on Drake and stun Jung Bahai, that's where it's going to get dangerous.
They also got lay on hands from Drake too during that setup, so it was very important. There are a few openings here, and Left 4 Dead, they're just turning it into a straight-up healer race, and I really don't mind it. Just adapting the strategy. It seems like going after DPS isn't working out for them, but Clapper and Axton feel like they don't want to overextend. Now swapping over onto Nick. They get his trinket. Just looking really closely at the cooldowns for these warriors. You do not want to miss it. I feel like in the last couple of days, I've missed like 3 or 4 kills just because they can happen so fast. Jung Bahai down to 50% health, goes for a little bit of a shadow meld, so just avoiding some damage. He's in bear form for the stun. I think he should be okay, but Left 4 Dead, they're going after the healer and then swapping on DPS and really pressuring Jung Bahai in this way. It's a great strategy against Druids.
All right, Jung Bahai in that tree. Tuna doesn't have his. Clapper low. No cooldowns to trade. Might just disintegrate. Massive damage incoming. Clapper leaps out at 10%. Blessing protection trades. He's immune. They can't get rid of it. He might get Cyclone, though. Now Axton gets Cyclone. Now they're switching to Tuna. He's on the run. Stormbolt behind the pillar. Can't use Sanctuary. Swap back. Double in-cap roar. Jung Bahai has cooldowns. He's chilling in bear. Looking fine. They stun him. He gets Sanctuaried. He's chilling right now. Nick is going to be the target, but Jung Bahai's already loaded up. Full hots. Ready to go. He's getting Cyclones on Clapper. Jung Bahai has total control. Tuna fakes an interrupt. He's trying to go for Cyclones. Doesn't connect, though, it looks like at the moment. Clapper's blade storming, cleaving the targets. Blender ball in the middle of the map right now. Clapper's disarmed. Nick is low. Clapper charges in towards Jung Bahai. He's in bear. He's speared Bastion down to the ground. Axton's charging in, trying to get a kill and a point on the board, but Drake is there with lay on hands, I think, or it's just a big heal. Nature Swiftness from Jung Bahai. Drake trades up Blessing of Protection on Nick to stay aggressive. Trying to stay on Axton's back, trying to power him down. Drake out of nowhere is getting clobbered. Divine Shield, and this is the best game from Left 4 Dead so far.
Yeah, it looks good. They do have lay on hands rotating back up, so there's still some defense here, but I love this strategy. Really pressuring Welcome to the Jung. Left 4 Dead are looking to strike back, prove all of us wrong. We didn't think they were going to be able to get a single game, but this is not looking too bad. At the same time, though, Clapper's getting low. Drake needs to be very careful. Jung Bahai does trade out the Iron Bark as well as that Ancient of Lore. Massive heals inbound for his team. Mana in favor of Jung Bahai. I don't know how he does it. He's just always so far ahead on mana. So in the late game, if Welcome to the Jung can hold on, they'll have a massive advantage because of that. Drake needs to be very careful, though. Trying to kite away, just avoid some damage, but it could be it. Use the Divine Protection. Lay on hands have not been used, so still manages to hold on to that cooldown, and I think that's a big win for Welcome to the Jung.
What's Tuna going to do is 0 mana. His Ancient of Lore is 49 seconds away. I think you drink and use Enrage Regen here. A Shadow Melt drink or something. He just can't drop combat. I think the Keeper of the Groves are keeping him in combat. Clapper's just going to die. He's just outright dead. They just get overwhelmed and swarmed with damage, and Jung Bahai is just gapping every healer in the North American region, no matter what the healer class is. he swaps over and just makes a massive gap of skill that nobody seems to be able to close.
I mean, you look at the healing done. Zhang Bahai actually had to do more healing, and he had 50% mana still. Like, so he's healing more at 50% mana. So I don't know where the sufficiency
We have
is
like a
coming
breakdown from details or something. We can see like overall healing from each of the druids or something like that if we have that production, because I feel like that's how many times is Tuna pressing Reju versus Zhang Bahai? Like,
I wonder
what is going on between them. Is it a talent?
I wonder if it's
build?
talent. So you're a druid master. Maybe you should look at the talents and see if they have any kind of difference.
I mean, I'm still playing old tech as Resto. Okay, I'm an alt Resto druid. All right, like I play Keeper of the Grove from season 1 still, and these guys are playing Wildstalker now. It's a lot different, I think, for these guys. But I mean, their builds look similar, at least based on the UI. They're not running any sort of like Danny Carey tech or something like that.
Nothing crazy.
I wouldn't imagine that they're dramatically different from each other. In that sense.
I don't get how he's just so much more efficient though. Like, is it because he's being attacked? Is that why? Like, a lot of the damage in that game did go on Zhang, so maybe just able to heal through a lot with things like frenzied regeneration. Maybe that's where the extra healing is coming from. Just self-healing that's very efficient and doesn't cost any mana. Could be something like that. But ultimately, for Welcome to the Jung, it's just like we were talking about for Echo in Europe. Like, if the game goes long enough, having someone like Matt on your team or having someone like Zhang in North America, it just is so nice. You just win the late game. You just have, double the mana. So it's very interesting.
All right, game 3, Left 4 Dead. That was their best game, but they just kind of fall over at the finish line. They have to find a way for Tuna to play more efficiently if they're going to play this out. Because that game, I feel like he was looking a lot better on clones. He actually got clones on Zhang Bahai occasionally. And I think that was really putting his team in a good spot. So I think he's figured out offense a lot better. And now it's about efficiency. Because Zhang Bahai has both. He's just all well-rounded. He's got offense with clones. He's got survivability while they're training him. And he's got efficiency. And maybe that's the difference. When you attack the Druid, you get frenzied regen more. So that could actually be the major difference when you're and also if you're just training the Druid, you just keep hots on yourself the whole game, whereas Zhang Bahai's team is switching targets more frequently. So Blossom Burst is the Giga Tree, is #1 heal by a lot.
Good frenzied regen. So frenzied regen was 37 million.
And then if we look at the breakdown here for Tuna, it's gonna be like 0. They didn't even touch him. So yeah, most of the healing, and his bloom is also a lot lower. His Blossom Burst.
That's weird. That's a massive difference between the two.
This
Blossom Burst is free healing.
To switch back. Just like flip between the two of them. Yeah, it's free healing in the tree, so it's a lot lower. So I don't know what's going wrong with his tree. I've seen him casting Clone a few times when he's in his tree. So maybe he's not maximizing. He's looking for Cyclones, as opposed to using the Bloom Blossom on GCD basically. During that window. It's got to just be attacking the Druid ends up being better mana for the Druid, I think, is the main difference.
All right. Well, maybe they changed their strategy here. So it seems like going after the healer didn't really work out for them. There was moments, though. They were getting a lot of cooldowns. Like, there was a panic moment where they got the Lay on Hands, they got the Blessing of Protection, they got the Divine Shield kind of back to back to back. So for Left 4 Dead, I think in terms of pressure, that was probably their best game. Like, the most convincing game, even though they lost. And I think they ultimately lost because Tuna went out of mana, so they just ran out of gas. Clapper fell over, threw in Rage Regeneration, but there's just nothing you can do. Tuna's just sitting there staring at his abilities, and none of them can be pressed because you've got no mana left. Welcome to the Jung. Is it going to be a 4-0? They've been so dominant. It seems like no one in North America can really deal with this team right now.
Also, if Left 4 Dead win this series, they're guaranteed 3rd place. They're guaranteed top 3. They'll be in the grand finals. If they lose, they have to play a tiebreaker against the Tiger Toads. So they'd really like to just, win this and just be locked in and not have to worry about that, because who knows what the Tiger Toads are going to throw their way. You see Zhang Bahai is in the tree, and he's casting Cyclone, so not maximizing the Bloom Blossom globals every single time here. During that timer, spear down, Clapper gets disarmed on his cooldowns, in-cap roar from Tuna, so they're not training the Druid as much. They get a Cyclone, that's a nice setup from Tuna. I think it's a matter of, you can't just tunnel vision one strat. You can't just only attack the Ret, you can't just only attack the Druid. You have to be flexible and kind of just be like a pinball machine and just bounce around to anything and really keep the Druid on his toes.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest. That's one of the main reasons Ret Warrior is so good, is you can just swap on anything and you instantly have a ton of pressure. It's a very pressure, momentum-based composition. Drake getting a little bit low right now. Needs to be careful. Nick, it looks like Axton wanted to go for a Searing Glare, but he held onto it for the time being. Nick right now still bouncing around like you kind of mentioned. Welcome to the Jung Left 4 Dead, going back and forth at this point of the game. Zhang and Tuna actually equalized on mana. Cyclone's being cast out. Tuna looking for a counter Cyclone. Clapper getting incredibly low. He basically pops every cooldown and still might die. At the same time, Drake is getting desperately low on health. He's going to pop the Divine Protection, put into a Cyclone. I love that Cyclone there by Tuna.
I feel like we're watching Rock'em Sock'em robots fight right now with the Fury Warriors just furiously mashing their keybinds as hard as possible to maximize their DPS. Tuna gets into tree faster than Jung Bahai. I wonder if that's going to enable his mana to be more efficient because he's going to get to the next set of Bloom Blossom faster here, like at least maybe 10, 15 seconds faster than Jung Bahai in this position, as he's waited a long time to activate this Ancient of Lore. If it ends up being purely based on efficiency, which it kind of does, I feel like, you know, a good setup with the Cyclone or something could end the game, but mana definitely the name of the game into the late stages. Nick getting blasted. Jung Bahai doesn't even trade Iron Bark though. He gets away with just using Nature Swiftness. Hammer Justice, no Sanctuary. Could make a swap on him. They're going to go for double blind. They're setting up on Drake. Drake charging away. Oh, but Tuna catches him. Yeah, it looks like he's fine anyways. He's going to start, maybe not, maybe not. Trying to make his move forward here. The most pressure we've seen really from Left 4 Dead right now. Drake gets Cyclone low health. Is he going to trinket it? He's going to hold on to it. They swap some damage to Nick. Cycloned again at low health. Jung Bahai gets kicked. Another Cyclone, but he'd lay on hands. He's not playing games.
Oh, goodness.
You have to look constantly back and forth because at any second, just an execute proc, half your HP is gone. Nice Searing Glare from Axton here. It's two players. Drake wants to get some crowd control, but he's Searing Glared. He's trying to move towards Tuna. Instant Sanctuary. Jung Bahai is jumping in aggressively. Are they going to punish this? They're looking to. Nice Cyclones from Tuna here. He's rotating a lot more Cyclones than Jung Bahai in game 3.
All right, Disoriented Roar on Jung Bahai. Tuna looking for a potential Cyclone. The Hammer Justice comes down, and Jung Bahai is actually behind. Here comes the Blossom Burst, though, into the tree form. These healers are just mirroring each other. And we see this in the Priest mirrors. We see it in the Druid mirrors. You basically just want to be in this form as much as possible. It's because you get very efficient free healing. You're immune to crowd control, and it's just really strong to keep your head. Oh no, Clapper! He might just die through Frenzied Regen. I can't believe it. This Enraged Regeneration, he hops away. Tuna doing what he can to keep him alive. It looks like Clapper will be able to survive, but his cooldowns are going to fade. He pops back, though, using his avatar, looking to get some counter pressure here onto Nick. He immediately gets disarmed. Nick shuts him down, but now can finally sink in and try to get some pressure rolling.
Nick has cooldowns, and Clapper doesn't have disarm. He's getting one shot. He's just getting absolutely clobbered. Buster Protection. Oh my god, he's safe. He's actually safe, unless he gets cloned low. Oh, no, he's going to top here. Was that? No, it wasn't late. It looks like it just was a big heal coming through. Nick could be in a bit of danger here. Tuna's getting punished for pushing in, but I feel like he needs to do something for his team. They're going to lose on efficiency, I think. Actually, no, he's even on mana, which is fortunate for them, but they're behind on cooldowns. They stun Nick. They force his trinket. Iron Bark, maybe it's not enough. And they shred him through. It just feels like Left 4 Dead, they can die through cooldowns. Axton might just die. He's got freedom. He's running for his life right now. Nick is chasing him down in game number 3. One more hit, and I think that's lights out. Nick is there. Axton is down. Welcome to the Jung. Move to match point. And I don't understand how it's so big of a gap. Like, they just kill Left 4 Dead through their cooldowns. Like, Tuna's getting clones. I feel like he's getting good clones, getting good setups, but anything they look at just looks like it instantly dies.
They are 6-0 in this matchup today. Like, welcome to the Jung. They kind of come out of nowhere with the Ret Warrior. Nick playing phenomenally, I would say, on that Warrior as well. And now they've won 6 in a row. If you're Left 4 Dead, I mean, what is your headspace in? I mean, it just seems like no matter what you do, you just cannot pull off a win. And the thing is, a lot of people, when they think of these kind of cleave setups, they think like, oh, you know, there's not much skill here. You're kind of just attacking. Like, oh, yeah, Ret Warrior mirrors. Like, people laugh at it. But, I mean, there's obviously something going on here. Like, the difference, the fact that they're able to win 6 in a row, there's obviously some skill difference going on here. Welcome to the Jung. They're just so efficient with the way they rotate through cooldowns. I think you even mentioned it during the cast where it seems like when Welcome to the Jung makes a trade, they're not going to lose. Whereas for Left 4 Dead, they make a trade and then they have to overlap. It's still like a panic situation. So I don't know if it's just at the moment they're trading or what, but it definitely feels like Left 4 Dead is overlapping a little bit more.
I don't know if we have like on details to track like targets, you know, like time spent per hitting a target. Like, is it 30% Axton, 30% Clapper? Like, where is it broken down? Because there was a significant damage gap this game. I feel like Tuna has been improving throughout the series, and now Nick and Drake are getting ahead and building the advantage there. So it's like all 3 players of Left 4 Dead have to be playing at peak if they're going to take out Welcome to the Jung here, or even take a game, honestly, against them. Because, yeah, they're just getting crushed to their cooldowns.
3 million execute.
Only?
That's what do you mean only? Against plate armor? That's pretty good.
Only?
All right, well, I mean, I think it's good. I'm impressed.
Wait, I don't even
to say the
see it.
least.
Where do you see 3 million? I see 1 million, 1.5.
Well, I mean, you have to add up the offhand and the main hand, 2 million, 1 million at 7.22 seconds.
I'm
Press
looking
one button, you attack with both weapons.
Oh, up there. I'm looking at when he died. I'm not looking at
No, I'm looking at what actually like brought him into lethal range.
He gets healed, he's back up, and then he's just immediately dead after he gets healed again. Okay, Left 4 Dead. Gotta pick a map. Where are we going? I feel like you gotta pick a small map. Oh. I swear they need small. You gotta do something to mix it up, but maybe Zhang Bahai is just impossible to throw off. It might just be impossible to throw off. I feel like he is kind of solidifying his position as just the #1 healer in North America. I almost want to say the world. Obviously, we don't have like a place to determine that with certainty, but as far as like multi-classing, like Zhang Bahai is playing on a different level right now. Drake and Nick though, that last game. Drake and Nick, Drick. Now I'm mixing up their name. Drake. Drake and Nick coming together. They did a lot better that last game.
It's like their fusion name. Drick.
So, yeah, Drick or I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that combination of their names. Left 4 Dead. What are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do, man? You can't bring a Shadow Priest in. Gage is not gonna be helpful here. You kind of just have to do the mirror again. You just have to do it better. Like what? It sounds so bland for me to give criticism like that. You just have to do it better, but they need more damage. That was not enough damage last time. Tuna was playing much more effectively, getting a lot of good clones. Axton and Clapper didn't do enough damage. So this time around, I feel like it's just that simple in a Ret Warrior mirror. Rock'em Sock'em
More
robots.
damage.
Hit your buttons harder.
Better defensive cooldown usage.
I don't even. Is it really bad defensive?
Better swaps. Oh, so I'm saying that's what Left 4 Dead needs to do.
Oh.
Okay? Like, if I was their coach right now, I'd be amping them up. All right, you guys got to do better. You got to more damage, more cooldown usage, better swaps, better interrupts. Let's go. I mean, that doesn't really mean much, but yeah, it's going to be tough here.
It's way too generic here in this situation. So Left 4 Dead, man, they're facing Welcome to the Zhang. Welcome to the Zhang have improved so much over the 3 cups. They had a little bit of a shaky start, but as soon as they found their footing on a couple of compositions in the meta, they just look completely unstoppable, just on an entirely different level, a different plateau of existence in the AWC. And Left 4 Dead, man, they're kind of the newcomers as far as a roster. You know, they've been playing on the ladder, but they've come together for the first time in a tournament, and they're facing a Goliath. They are David, and they are staring down the barrel of a gun on match point. Welcome to the Zhang just need one more win to close it out. If you blink, you'll miss it. And after this, if they lose, they'll have to fight for 3rd place against the Tiger Toads.
Now let's see what they can do. I'm really going to be watching Zhang in this game to just see kind of plays he's making. It's going to be immediate tree form there, that Ancient of Lore to just get the free healing out, keep his team ahead. And this is a very common theme. Like I said, you're going to be seeing both Holy Priests and Resto Druids consistently do this in the match. Yeah, it's very important to just stay ahead on momentum.
All right, here we go. Tuna and Hammer of Justice. Axon uses Sanctuary. Nick getting blasted. Are they going to choke here? I just feel like Zhang Bahai just almost never chokes. Axon gets the Searing Glare. He's trying to limit the damage output. Swapping over to Zhang Bahai a little bit here. Trying to keep him pressured, playing near him. I think that's good, but it's just so much damage coming out from Nick. Recklessness just came off cooldown. Another clone on Drake. Nick, it's Cyclone. Nice Cyclones from Tuna. I do think Tuna has improved in the matchup. He just needs Clapper and Axton to pump. They just have to pump. They need to outdamage Nick and Drake here if they're going to be able to win it. Look at these Cyclones. He gets a Cyclone on Zhang Bahai. Tuna's having a really good game so far.
Yeah, you definitely love to see it. Heart of the Wild up for both Druids right now. That's going to give them really fast Cyclone cast time. So this is when the Druids are going to be the most active with getting up those Cyclones. Zhang Bahai right now, potentially looking for a maim stun here, trying to build up combo points with those swipes. Star Surge is incoming as well, and it's one of the cool things about Resto Druid right now. You get really rewarded for being active in the match in in cat form as well as caster form. Clapper taking quite a bit of damage. Tuna has to catch up. Looks like he will be playing that Iron Bark. He tosses out the Iron Bark onto Axton. Axton pushing in, trying to get some pressure. Gets instantly denied there by Zhang Bahai. Going to the Ancient of Lore once again, and we're just looking for those openings. Who are they going to go after? Cooldowns are up, but it's going to be Nick taking quite a bit of damage.
There you go. Now you got the other fusion name that I missed. Big heal comes out onto Axton here. Nice little Ancient of Lore here. Good fear on Zhang Bahai. It looks like they're not even going to use Sanctuary. I feel like it's almost disrespect not even to use Sanctuary on a full fear on your Druid in this position. And Zhang Bahai is just chilling in the back. He's making Tuna sweat. Full Hammer of Justice. Nice in-cap roar on Drake to delay the Sanctuary, but they couldn't chain it into anything. Clapper the target. Blinding Light. Clapper in trouble. They Cyclone him low. Hammer of Justice swap Tuna maybe? No. Sanctuary. They swap Axton. The swaps just seem to be so good for Welcome to the Zhang. They get Clapper low, they force the Cenarian Ward, they switch off of it, and then they go on the Ret Paladin, they get a major cooldown there, and then they swap back. They're just all over the place. They have decent pressure on Nick here, but they're not even getting his enraged regen. They really need to force that enraged regen with this pressure. They're still holding him at 50%. Blade Storms are coming through. They're on top of Zhang Bahai, which is a great position for their team, but Drake moves over and rebukes the Cyclone. Is he going to stop the Cyclone with a Hodge or something here? Yeah, Hammer of Justice. Nick in trouble. Clapper in trouble. Tuna had to Trinket. There's no Sanctuary. Big crits coming back and forth between these warriors. They're just watching their HP spike. Nick leaps over for a full fear with a Cyclone on Drake to stop the Sanctuary. Fear on Tuna into a Cyclone. Zhang Bahai is feeling confident now. He's just spamming Cyclones even with them in his face. He jumps into the Ancient of Lore. He knows he can fall back on this to recover. Bloom Blossoms are good. Team is topped off. Tuna now has his tree, but he doesn't have Nature Swiftness. They might need to cast it. Zhang Bahai jumps over to kick it. Crazy play from Zhang Bahai. Clapper almost dies for it. He did not anticipate the Resto Druid jumping in and interrupting him on that, but now he's got the Ancient of Lore, and he should recover, but it costs a Blessing of Protection too. This is so bad. They haven't even got Enraged Regen once from Nick, it seems like.
We'll have to see what they can do. Nick rolls over. They get actually a decent amount of damage here onto Zhang Bahai. Needs to be a little bit careful, but he's in bear form, and Drake has so many cooldowns, so there's a lot of help available here on the side of Welcome to the Zhang. I don't think they're going to fall pre-cooldowns. It's very unlikely. Good Vortex there by Tuna, though, keeping Zhang Bahai in harm's way. But the problem is, Clapper's just falling further and further behind. And if you're going after the Druid, you're kind of leaving both the Warrior and the Ret Paladin completely open. But I really like this. They go after Zhang, make him fall behind on healing, get a Hammer of Justice into a Blinding Light. We'll see if he's going to be able to recover here. He's got 15 seconds on that Ancient of Lore. Drake and Nick are getting a little bit low. Beautiful Blade Storm here by Clapper, but it just seems like the healing is available. Zhang Bahai has stabilized the team, but once again, they're trying to go after the Druid, pressure him as much as possible.
He's in bear. He's ready for it. Tuna's mana is looking better, but Axton is getting absolutely shredded. Nick is low. Can they finally push through? Zhang Bahai blocks it. Ancient of Lore, massive heals coming through. Tuna's firing in Star Surges, trying to turn up the heat, but he leap pummels the cycle. A nice play from Nick. Nick is having such a good game. Leap pummels, topping the damage meter, absolutely controlling the pace. Full fear on Tuna. Axton gets rebuked. He can't use Sanctuary. They're getting totally shut down. Hammer of Justice. Sanctuary comes through, but it's a little late. They get a stun on Zhang Bahai. Drake needs to use Sanctuary. He gets it connected. Zhang Bahai is free. He's looking for Cyclones. He gets one on Clapper's cooldowns. Oh, if you're Clapper, you're so sad right now. His Recklessness gets totally cycloned. He swaps over to Zhang Bahai, almost out of rage to try and stop him from cycloning, but he just can't. Axton's now into a stun. Zhang Bahai falling a little bit behind with those cheeky plays. Trades out Iron Bark, Nature Swiftness, recovers Nick. Iron Bark just fades on Clapper. Zhang Bahai needs to reposition away. They catch Clapper behind the pillar in a Stormbolt. Tuna jumps in, finds a full maim, forcing Zhang Bahai to Trinket. Tuna is doing whatever he can for his team to put a point on the board. They go for a DR Hammer of Justice, in-cap roar on the red, but a triple in-cap roar in return from Zhang as he retreats away with freedom. Now he's looking for Cyclones. Triple Blinding Light under the entire team of Left 4 Dead. Clapper needs to get ready to trade. If he trades too late, it could be the end of his life. He's got cooldowns up. Blade Storm coming through, trying to cut up Nick. This is the best they've looked, but Clapper's just dying on his own go. He's just dying on his own go through Enraged Regen. What is happening to Clapper? It's supposed to be Nick that's dying right now, not Clapper. He's at 50% health. Full stun on Tuna. He needs Sanctuary. It comes through. Spirit Bastion comes down on Clapper. He can't get away. Tuna doesn't have Ancient of Lore for 20 more seconds at this point. How can they stall? Nick gets Cyclone.
Ooh, nice pummel.
Full stun. Sanctuary. Drake Sanctuaries it. Zhang Bahai's out. Into tree. Should be able to recover Nick. And after they recover, I mean, Tuna needs 10 seconds. He needs that Ancient of Lore. He doesn't have Nature Swiftness. As Zhang Bahai kicks Tuna on his Ancient of Lore cast right here, I think they're going to lose.
Robert.
He's not going for it. Oh, man, I wish Zhang Bahai went for it. I think he could have kicked that, won the game. Nick is dying. Force Enraged Regen. They're doing whatever they can to stay alive in this grand finals, Ven.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead. They're making a good push. They get Lay on hands. They get basically everything. Zhang Bahai once again is going to be using that Heart of the Wild. It does fade though, but at the same time, Clapper's getting low. A full fear out onto Tuna. He's got no trinket. Clapper is in so much trouble, desperately trying to survive, but I think he's going to be taken down somehow. Tuna recovers him. Axton uses the Divine Shield. They're still going for Zhang, and Left 4 Dead, they are not making this easy. They do not want to lose 7 in a row. They want to put a point on the board, but Drake, he still has a Blessing of Protection. He still has the Divine Shield. Many cooldowns left, and I'm most afraid for Clapper here, Sid.
Oh, Stormbolt. Clapper at 50% health, and I think he's about to go down. He spears Nick. He's trying to retreat away with that spear, but Drake is rolling up as well. Hammers down. Clapper trinkets Bladestorm to try and get away, but Nick is leaping in, and Tuna doesn't have almost any mana at this point. Clapper is stalling. They Cyclone the Ret Paladin. Jung Bahai's into a stun. Sanctuary from Axton. Axton now into a maim stun. Nick is getting low. Maybe they can turn this around with a Cyclone, but Tuna gets intercepted with an incap roar. Leap pummel. Nice leap pummel from Clapper, making a couple of maneuvers here to try and pull out a miracle on Nick. Can they deny them of their perfect record? Can they deny them of their 7-0 in a head-to-head? But Jung Bahai is an Ancient of Lore. He's immune to death in this tree form. Clapper gets low again. He trades Enraged Regen. They're battling out of their minds to try and keep this game going. Nick trinkets out of the disarm to go for the kill, but now Tuna is into that Ancient of Lore. He gets a Cyclone. Tuna gets a Cyclone. They have to kill Nick right now. They just don't have any damage. Tuna's doing whatever he can. He's praying his team does damage. Do more damage. Tuna is saying he's getting clones, but Axton's on the back foot now, and it's looking like a 7-0 at this point. Welcome to the Zhang, have full control. Tuna jumps in. He stuns Drake. Axton could fall at any moment. Nick leaps over. Axton's getting cut down. Star Searchers fly through. He survives by the skin of his teeth, and out of nowhere, Nick has Iron Bark. Is he going to stabilize? I think he's going to. Searing Glare gets feared. That fear is game-winning. Axton goes for it again, but I think it's too late. He actually stays alive, but Tuna now into the Cyclone Trinkets at 10%. Tournament lives on the line. He kicks the Reclone. Clapper charges over, trying to avoid death. He gets bopped. He gets bopped at 1%, but no, Axton has nothing. He hodges the Druid. He's trying to fight it out, but Enraged Regen is there for Nick to block the kill, and I think Axton is likely to fall. It will be 7-0, and they're doing whatever they can to stay alive, to try and get one win against Welcome to the Zhang. Clapper leaps away at 10%. Tuna gets pummeled. He's hiding behind the pillar. Tournament lives on the line. Drake comes in. He charges in. He's going for it, trying to make a play, but Nick blocks it with Enraged Regen, and now there's the Ancient of Lore to block the kill. Clapper likely to fall here as he has fought valiantly, but it will not be enough. Welcome to the Zhang. The Giants have come to play.
This team is just unbelievable. I mean, the way they played this game out defensively, you have to give a lot of credit for Left 4 Dead because this was by far their best game. Zhang Bahai was completely out of mana. They got through every single cooldown. It was close call after close call, but ultimately, Welcome to the Zhang, they were able to deflect and secure that win 7 in a row on the day in these mirror matches. And that's a statement because I think before we saw Welcome to the Zhang go head-to-head with Left 4 Dead, I would easily see Left 4 Dead was like the best Ret Warrior that I've seen in North America, but I mean, obviously that's changed after these games.
Oh my god, bro. They put everything they had to stay alive. Just stay alive a little longer. Maybe there's a chance. Stay alive. Maybe there's a little longer. Just a little longer, Clapper. Just a little longer. He's just a little guy, dude. Clapper's just a little guy. He's just trying to make it work. In a big guy world, he's just trying to make it work. Come off the ladder. Try and take on the Giants. Welcome to the Zhang. North America's empire remains intact. Moving into the grand finals. And now Left 4 Dead, their battle is not over. Their battle is not over.
Oh, they gotta play again, Sid?
I mean, if they want top three. If they want top three.
Avoid the Gauntlet. I mean, Gauntlet is on the line. That's a lot of pressure. I'm not gonna lie. You have no idea what's gonna happen between now and when the Gauntlet is actually played. You know, things are going to be a little bit different. So for Left 4 Dead, they need to just shake it off. They gotta focus up on their next matchup. They look good against Liquid, quite honestly. So I feel like they're still looking good. It's just I feel like right now, when we look at Europe, for example, it seems like Europe is very close. But in North America, Welcome to the Zhang, they definitely seem like they're a little bit ahead. Like, they're just not losing to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that last game was definitely the best that they had in that entire series, but unfortunately just still not enough. That is such a difficult team to face off against. So we were talking about it before we went into that series, just how every single team in North America has struggled against Welcome to the Zhang and have not found a consistent or reliable way to beat this team. 4-0 is going to be the score there. That means every single one of us got that prediction correct. I think that's the first time that's maybe ever happened.
Does that mean we beat the coin?
I think so, yeah.
I hope so, because... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think this is actually the first time not only did we all predict the same thing, but it was a perfect prediction.
Hey, look at that. Sid and Ben are beating the coin. Congratulations. And
Zico,
chat. And
the
chat.
Smiley.
Oh, what is
Sad.
that? Put a little sad emoji
Put a
next
little
to his name.
sad emoji in his zero.
That's horrible. Oh my god.
Coin looks nervous. No.
He's tied with the coin. That's technically I would say above because he's got more perfect scores. Hold on. How did the coin get one perfect score?
Oh my
That's a great
Is
question.
it predicting the score points too, I wonder? Interesting. All right, well, chat, let us know how you did in terms of the prediction. It was 79% Welcome to the Jung and 21% Left 4 Dead. So not quite as one-sided as we thought here on the virtual casting desk, all of us predicting those 4-0s. But nonetheless, that is going to make Welcome to the Jung the third North American Cup first place winners. And that does mean that we will be going for a third tiebreaker, third place tiebreaker between Tiger Toads and Left 4 Dead. Here is that final bracket. You can see that the journey this team has taken. Left 4 Dead's run, Sid?
No, welcome to the Jung. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 4-0. I don't think they lost a game in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
It wasn't even 7-0. It was like 15-0 or something from the very beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, they are a scary team. I'm not gonna lie. And the thing is, like, they can just mix it up and play whatever they want. Oh, you want to play Mage Pharaoh? They're the best at that. Oh, you want to play Ellie Pharaoh? Yeah, we're the best at that too. Oh, you want to play Ret Warrior? Yeah, we're the best. This is like no matter what, whatever is good, they will play. And Jung Bahai as well. I mean, we can't speak higher of that player. I mean, he just whatever he plays, he's just the best at. Any healer. He's just the most efficient, never makes any mistakes, barely, messes up ever. And it's just really impressive to see.
I'm looking at the open bracket, and they didn't drop a single game in the open bracket as well. All 3-0s across the board. So, I mean, this team just slaughtered
What's their win rate? Do we have
entire North American bracket. What's that?
Their win rate's just 100%.
100% or
this tournament it actually is, yeah.
Something close to that, but I mean, this team is just dominating. They are a force that cannot be stopped here in NA. I mean, look at the gap between first and second place. Team Liquid got knocked out fairly early on today, and it is Welcome to the Jung that is very solidly in that first place. So, as you can see here with these standings, it's Tiger Toads and Left 4 Dead currently tied for third. That third spot is very important. Neither of these teams want to get sent to the gauntlet. Only one team can make it out alive of that situation. So, it is very much a safety situation for both of these teams. They are watching their back. So, that means that we will be going to a tiebreaker. And should we do predictions for this one?
I don't know if I don't think I put that one in yet.
Yeah, we're gonna do live predictions.
Oh, we're doing live predictions. Okay.
I'm making you do it. I'm making that call.
I'm trying to remember their previous win rate. I feel like
just do it based on your heart. Don't think about it.
They're the only team that has an arcane mage, and that's what I'm curious about. Is like, does the arcane mage make a big difference? Whereas if they try and mirror, I think Left 4 Dead are going to win. Left 4 Dead just got a huge masterclass on how to play the mirror, basically.
Yeah.
And obviously, I don't think Tiger Toads are going to play Ret Warrior as good as Welcome to the Jung. So I don't think Tiger Toads really have that option. So can they win as the mage comps? I think they have to play an arcane mage. Maybe a subtlety rogue arcane could be scary for Ret Warrior if they went that line. I think I'm leaning Left 4 Dead 3-2.
Left 4 Dead 3-2. Okay, Ven.
Tiger Toads 3-1. I believe in the arcane dream. I think that for Left 4 Dead, they're likely going to have to play Resto Druid, and I think just Cubsy on the arcane mage with Kleptomania, they'll have some comp that they can abuse that with. I think Tiger Toads is going to win this one.
Sheesh. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can get Chan and Zico's prediction for the tiebreaker, but that is kind of wrapping up the cups. We are apparently getting a interview with Nick, which we don't normally get to interview this team. So, well, I mean, what are some of the things that you guys want to talk to this team about? Welcome to the Jung. I feel like we don't normally get that chance to kind of pick their brains of what's going on behind the scenes.
I want to just know more about Jung Bahai, honestly. I just want to know what it's like to play with him.
That's fair.
Because he was kind of the newer addition to that roster. And I think when you look at like Drake and Prev, they could have picked any healer and Nick. They could have picked literally any healer in the game to play with. And they picked Jung Bahai, which is he was relatively unknown outside of like last season, So I think he's done quite well.
What is his like work ethic? Like how many hours a day is he logging on every class or something like that? Would definitely be something I'm curious about. Is he just natural talent? You just log on something without playing it, or is he putting the grind in?
I don't know their practice partners too, because I think there's a team that war games a lot. I wonder if they have like just one team that they play with a lot, like, or how exactly that works. That'd be good too.
Yeah. I mean, what is it about this team? I mean, you guys were kind of questioning that throughout that series, like just the difference between the teams that are playing the same exact comps as them. It just seems like if they keep playing this composition, nobody is going to be able to stop them. And I just really wonder what is making that difference.
Well, I get, you know, when I stream, I often get asked the question. It's like, hey, Van, you know, I'm a 2100 warrior. Like, how can I get elite? What do I need to do? And I'm like, well, there's a lot of things you could be doing better. I just don't know what it is. Like maybe you need better positioning. Maybe you need to save your cooldowns for the right moment to burst, you know, and you need to CC better. You need to peel for your team better. You need to just be more efficient with your damage. Like any of those things can lead to you being a better player. And I feel like for this team, they're just maxed out in all of those categories. And that's why they're so good at being a better player. And I feel like for this team, they're just maxed out in all of those categories. And that's why they're so good.
Yeah. Definitely a huge difference for this team, and you can see it in the way that they play. But with that, we are with Nick in Welcome to the Jung. Hello, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hello. First of all, congratulations. How are we feeling?
Thank you. Feeling great. I'm glad I was able to get some games in.
Yeah, we are also. It was good to see you. I mean, first off, I don't know how much of our conversation you heard before, but you guys 3-0'd, 4-0'd every single series that you did this weekend. Is that something that you like expected to be able to pull off, or what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of the meta's really weird now, so we don't really exactly know how every series is gonna go. To be honest, we had a lot of like 2-3 series the last tournament or whatever, so we kind of had no clue how it was gonna go. We just randomly picked up Red War and it seemed to be pretty good, so.
Yeah. Who was the one that what was kind of the process of making that decision to pick up Ret Warrior and then commit to it throughout most of the day? Is there like a playmaker in your team, or is it kind of a group decision?
Kind of a group. I mean, Drake really loves Ret Pally, and Ret Pally just got buffed in the previous patch notes, and we saw some teams playing Ret War, so I mean, we just decided to try it out, and it ended up working.
For sure.
But yeah, we can't really play Ret Warrior into Kearney's team, so that's why you didn't really see it yesterday, I guess, because yeah, they have that Arcane Mage.
Was there a matchup that was the hardest to face in your mind? Was it that team or any in particular?
I mean, as Ret Warrior, yeah, but we were pretty confident in that team regardless with the Ellie Feral.
This one came from Supatees. He is curious why you picked up Zhang Bihai, where he came from, kind of what that decision was to form your final roster.
I mean, we've always like versed him and seen him play, and he's always been really good and definitely underrated, so we kind of just asked him and started playing. Yeah, he's definitely not underrated anymore, but yeah, definitely before no one really knew him, but like most of the competitors knew he was really good, so we kind of just asked him to play, and he was down, and it's worked out for us.
Are the vibes good? Like, what are the comms like when you guys are tearing through the North American bracket? Yeah,
we're just chilling. I'm screaming a bit. Zhong's just chilling, keeping us up.
Love that. What's your practice schedule like then? I mean, these guys were kind of assuming that you guys just practice all day.
Yeah,
all
I was
night.
listening to a bit of that conversation. We honestly don't really get many war games, to be honest. But we we got some war games yesterday, or 2 days ago, which were nice. But yeah, I don't know. Most of the teams don't really want a war game, so don't get too many war games.
Were you worried at all heading into this weekend then that you felt underprepared or?
I mean, I don't think we were underprepared. It's just like most of the teams don't war game for some reason. It's just mostly like ladder, I guess, and just like occasionally some war games happening. But yeah.
Awesome. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Is there anything you want to mention or give a shout out to? Anything? such like that?
I mean, just shout out all our fans, I guess. Shout out my family, Drake's family. I know they watch every tourney, so shout out to them. But I think that's it.
Awesome. All right. Well, congratulations. What's the plan for practice between now and grand finals?
I don't know. Probably just chill a bit, wait for the meta to change, and then start playing again. Because I assume there will be changes, most likely. But yeah.
All right. Well, good luck with that. Congrats once again, and we will see you in May.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Nick.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are not quite done with the day yet. We just crowned Welcome to the Jungle champion for the 3rd Cup of North America. Now we've got a tiebreaker. Left 4 Dead lost that series, which means they are fighting for 3rd against Tiger Toads. Both these teams are ready to go. Left 4 Dead has had quite a long day, though. I think, personally, I'm a little worried about them. Tiger Toads, they've also played. They dropped from that Team Liquid series in the lower finals, so this one, for me, was hard to predict. Ven, what about you?
I went Tiger Toads 3-0. I'm just being brutal today.
Oh.
I think it's going to be, yeah.
Okay.
No mercy, no mercy.
I said
Cobra Kai
this.
Venruki.
I believe, and honestly, in the interview we did with Nick, he kind of confirmed my suspicion. He said, yeah, we can't play Ret Warrior into Tiger Toads because they have an Arcane Mage. So it's like,
Point.
that's
Oh,
a
no.
tough spot to be in if you're Left 4 Dead.
Wait.
You can't play into Cubsy? Well, guess what? I mean, he's going to be playing.
Wait, I want to change my prediction. That's such a good... Oh, no. Or okay.
No, you can't change now.
You know
Come
what?
on, you got to pick up on the little details. Before
You're right. You're right. I'll
What?
stay.
It just flipped. There, it's EU versus NA. Keep it
Thank
like
you.
this.
You
EU
saw
versus
nothing.
NA.
Saw nothing,
Predictions.
chat. But no, I mean, Left 4 Dead. I just think they're feeling warmed up. They're feeling good. You know, that last game against Welcome to the Jung, despite them losing, they did make it kind of hard on them. So I'm hoping that they can capitalize that against their series here against Tiger Toads. But you do make a good point there, Ven, with that Nick interview. So we'll see. We will certainly see, but we're going to get that series locked in. But, I mean, this is a really important series for both of these teams. Of course, we've been saying all season long, it is that top 3 that these teams want to be in. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd team instantly get their ticket into the grand finals at the end of May. It's that 4th spot that they are fighting for if they get sent to the gauntlet. 5 teams get sent there. Only 1 will make it out alive from each region, and it turns into a bloodbath if you've seen any of those gauntlets from NA or EU. Here's how the bracket is currently looking, and here is that gauntlet so far. So we have 1 team that we are looking to spot into that round 4 position. Iron Will versus Control Alt Defeat. That is round number 1. Round 2, winner of that goes off to face YPPM, and then the winner of that to Gustbusters. The winner of that faces either Tiger Toads or Left 4 Dead. So if you're starting from the bottom, or really anywhere Super T's in this gauntlet, you're gonna have a long day.
Yeah, and there's like a diverse set of rosters and compositions, and given that there's more time moving forward, like, you want to avoid that gauntlet at all costs, and that's what these teams are fighting for right now.
They definitely are, and this game is starting. 3rd place grand finals. These teams want it so badly. You can see it in their gameplay already. Here it goes. Tiger Toads versus Left 4 Dead. Tiebreaker for 3rd place. Game number 1 starting now.
What? Okay, so Clapper is actually now a Rep Paladin. Okay. So, Cubsy, we'll see how the Arcane Mage goes, but I still believe in the Arcane Mage versus the Resto Druid. I think that Kleptomania is going to be very strong. Cubsy going for a run cast at Arcane Surge here is playing that traditional Blink that he's kind of known for. So we'll see how this goes, but this is a very interesting pick here for Left 4 Dead. I'm sure Clapper set a bit of a crash course on Rhett here by accident.
Okay, interesting. So no, they don't want the Warrior into the Arcane Mage. That's like the number 1 counter probably for Warriors and Arcane Mage. So they bring in a Feral Druid instead. It is a Subtlety Rogue also. So I'm wondering if Calvish can find any openings with that. It's a lot of burst damage available to that specialization. Never seen this matchup ever. I think in the history of AWC, Feral Ret versus Subtlety Arcane, like at any point in the game's history, and it's been around a long time. AWC, one of the longest standing esports, and we're still seeing new composition matchups here in game number 1. Although this does kind of reek a little bit of desperation for Left 4 Dead, because they must know that Ret Warrior is just going to be automatic defeat. But here comes the setup on Clapper. Nice chastise from Kearney. Looking at he's not going to go for the Psychic Scream. Axton, though, is getting decent damage. Clapper low. Cubsy recovers. Clapper recovers. No huge commitments as far as cooldowns are concerned just yet. Tuna looks like he got through the counterspell, so he's getting Cyclones. Nice. Or sorry, Axton is getting Cyclones. Gouge on Calvin, or from Calvish on Axton. Into a polymorph, a little bit of cheeky play, not going to really mean too much. It seems like they're just sending one-shots on Clapper over and over and over. Just get some crowd control on Tuna, send some damage and a stun into the Ret Paladin, and they're just rinse repeating that over and over.
Yeah, winning on mana too, so that late game mana condition definitely going to be going in favor of Tiger Toads, but they need to be careful. And the thing is, like, they do have a Feral Druid, but they no longer have that Warrior. However, there's decent damage here, but I was going to say the Ret Warrior's win condition is quite often the Fury Warrior just one-shotting something. So you lose on that a little bit here with the Pharaoh Druid, but the Pharaoh Druid's going to have a little bit more free reign in this matchup compared to a Warrior against a Mage. So we'll see how it goes. But so far, I think Tiger Toes are probably happy with how this game is going. They haven't forced out an Ice Block just yet. There's been good control. Axton doing what he can to be annoying here to Cubs. He gets a Disorienting Roar on that Kleptomania into a full Cyclone. And now they're actually going after Calvish. I mean, Calvish could be vulnerable. He has the Cloak of Shadows. He's got Shadow Blades up right now. Axton just not even really bothering putting damage onto Calvish. Just really just trying to get control of Cubsy here.
Very unexpected pick, but I feel like they're getting more pressure than they would have if they actually ran the Ret Warrior. Tuna soaks a counterspell. Now they can look for Cyclones if they want to as a team between Axton and Tuna. And just repositioning. I want to call Cubsy like the ankle breaker. He just breaks any melee DPS's ankles, and you're just walking with broken ankles for the rest of the game trying to get to him in any match. And that's why I think they're focusing Calvish a little bit more. They don't want to fall for that bait of just chasing the mage the entire game. Arcane is almost kind of like a trickster specialization where he's feigning that he's the target, and he just baits and he soaks damage for the entire game, and then you fall for that trap of just training the mage the whole time. Nice Vortex pulling Cubsy in on that blink. He wants to go for an Arcane Surge, but he's kind of stuck here now. He fakes the interrupt. Oh, it's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, he didn't get the cast off. Clapper actually ran through his Arcane Surge. Now he's committed. Arcane Surge, touch the Magi. Big missiles incoming on Clapper. Cheap shots connect. Calvish is there. Might be a Divine Shield. They just have to Divine Shield. Cubsy connected all the cooldowns there. Exodia Arcane Mage moment. Clapper's going to respect it, but now being down to the Divine Shield, it'll be trouble. He gets a Hodge into blind. Calvish in a stun. Oh, he's not trinketing. They get away with it. Being greedy. Life grip Calvish away from the cleave. Trying to escape. Axton lands an interrupt on Cubsy. Trying to keep bleeds on multiple targets. Play this into the late game, but I mean, in the late game, Tuna's mana is looking dicey.
It definitely is, but I could also see a world where Calvish potentially goes down. Clapper, though, with no trinket, no Divine Shield, could be vulnerable here. Big barrage of missiles coming in from Cubsy. He's being left alone for a little while. Finally, Axton's going to roll over, kick him on Arcane, slow down that damage just a little bit. Kleptomania once again here from Cubsy. Do they have
Big
the
hit.
damage? It looks like actually it's Calvish that's in trouble. Not really many cooldowns. Beautiful Cyclone out onto Kearney, and Calvish is getting low. He's kiting away, so it might be more of a defensive positioning here for Tiger Toads for a little bit. They need to recover. However, Kearney still has basically everything available, so not that scared for Tiger Toads just yet.
He's being very patient. Doesn't want to overlap unless it's absolutely needed. It's like his Feral Ret doesn't have a lot of execute power, especially playing the Herald of the Sun Ret Paladin. Big burst. Oh my god. Almost getting evaporated. Tuna recovers with the Ancient of Lore, pulling Clapper back into the fight, but Kearney's in Angel form, just extending his mana lead. Although Tuna did get a bit of mana back here in this position. He's pushing up maybe more aggressively, and now he's pulling him away now. Calvish getting destroyed. Lots of damage. It seems like he's able to just deal with it. Gouge on Clapper, slowing down the wings. Ring of Frost. Gets caught in a stun. Clapper's there. They get crowd control on Kearney. He's got to deal with a fade. He gets cheap shot. Oh, they're going to go for a maim stun. They blind Axton on his trinket. Calvish is still low. Might get soloed by the Ret Paladin? No, there's no way. Guardian Spirit. Calvish is going to get healed back up here. He's setting up for another go on Clapper. Clapper's low. Gets topped off by Tuna, it looks like there. Calvish is just building combo points, getting ready, but his healer's in a Cyclone. Tuna just keeps getting these clutch Cyclones. If they win this game, it's going to be as a result of them.
Yeah, it seems like Left 4 Dead, this composition is actually somewhat working here. And that's going to be the Mass Barrier coming in from Cubsy, but it gets Cycloned. Nice Cyclone. That's the nice thing about having a Rusted Druid and a Feral Druid is you can really only stop one of them with that ranged interrupt. So you have to be very careful. Crowd control will come out. Full kidney shot on Axton. It's a pre-bear. He's not going to be going down. Calvish gets up triple stuns right now. And Clapper might be in danger. Uses the Shield of Vengeance. He's on the run. It's going to be line of sighting for the time being. Looks like a little bit of a mind control, cheeky play there onto Tuna. I mean, Tuna's got to recover, but at the same time, Calvish is getting low. It's very back and forth. Dampening is getting high. And Sid, I have a feeling these games are going to be going the distance.
You see Cubsy, you see 10-minute games. That's where your future is going here when he is in the arena. He is the master dampener. I feel like he's taking the title away from Swapsy. Swapsy used to be that title holder of just dragging the game on as long as possible. Cubsy is the lord of the damp. He was born in it, molded by it, and now it's up to Left 4 Dead to try and find a way to navigate through the dampness in order to find a kill, because otherwise they're going to be in the gauntlet, and that's complete chaos. No one knows what the meta is going to be. There's so many teams in that gauntlet that you're going to have to consider going up against, and it's almost impossible to really prepare for 100%. So you'd much rather just be sitting in that third place position in the finals, a guaranteed spot. It's really important for Left 4 Dead, but it just feels like they're falling behind. Fortunately, Clapper does have his Divine Shield coming in back off cooldown due to the duration of the game. He gets 2 of those, but a Smoke Bomb might just force it. As soon as he gets it, he's getting ripped through it. Oh my god! Cubsy just absolutely tears him apart. 400 million damage. They left him open for a little bit there, and he just squeezes so much damage out there in that moment. And Left 4 Dead, they must be shaking, because I don't think this Ret Feral is something they can lock blind.
Maybe? I don't know. I think Tiger Toads is just going to be playing this the whole way through. I don't see Tiger Toads changing up their composition at all. I think they're just going to play this composition. And I mean, I don't want to count Left 4 Dead out, but I feel like if Tuna's going to continue to play Resto Druid, it's just not going to work. I don't know. It's just so difficult. You just get into these points in dampening. Look at Kleptomania. Just every heal over time effect is removed. Tuna runs in, but well, what can you really do? You know, he could have maybe gotten off an Iron Bark there. I think there might have been time to get the Iron Bark off, but you have no heal over time effects. It's just in a split second. Cubsy, especially if he has Power Infusion, which I think he does. He gets the Power Infusion. Look at how fast his Kleptomania is. And it just removes everything. And that is the sound effect of Kleptomania, by the way. Like, it's one thing we could look at if we really wanted to is Dispels. Just in case you've never played Arcane Mage, you've never played Resto Druid, you don't know what it feels like. If we look at, you know, the details, Dispels, you'll see what Cubsy is doing to this Druid and why it's just such a nightmare for Tuna.
He just puts his straw, he just starts, all the hot's gone.
Vacuum.
Is gone, just all sucked away. And he's not expecting to die through Divine Protection and Shield of Vengeance. He's thinking like, oh, we can save this, we can bubble Nexco. But then the Kleptomania, you got to reassess that calculation. And it was not enough. Now, you know, the double Druid, like, I think Tuna playing a Druid is going to be an issue in this series. Like,
yeah.
But what class is even better, though, in this matchup if you're going to run Ret Feral? You can't play Shaman into Arcane either, right? Because they're just going to take your Earth Shield the whole game. Not that I think we'd see a Shaman anyways, but I'm trying to think of, like, what would work best, synergize best with a Ret and a Feral.
We haven't seen any Shaman. Have we seen a single game of Resto Shaman in all 3 cups?
I don't think so, which is really funny because, like, leading into the cups to begin with and at the start of the season, I thought Shaman was going to be, like, a top 2 healer. But I think damage just got out of control at a certain point. Like, Shaman excels when it's Shadow Priest Warlock meta, which is what it was kind of looking like at the start. And then Windwalkers and Warriors just ended up giga critting everybody, and it was like, okay, Shaman can't keep up with this pace anymore, and Shaman just completely got left behind. And Prez Evoker can keep up with it, but if it gets caught and stunned or CC'd by the mages, it kind of just falls behind, so you can't really run Prez. Can't play a Prez Evoker here. Can't play a Resto Shaman here. I don't think you can play a Resto Druid here. You don't want to run double Paladin, that's terrible.
Priest?
Disc or Holy?
Probably Holy. I don't mind Disc, but I think Holy's probably just better right now.
You just kind of have to play it, I guess. I don't think there's any other option. Into the Arcane, and then given the current strength of some specializations right now.
We gotta play Shadow Priest.
Yeah. Shadow Priest Feral? We're going back to Cup 1 meta?
What about Shadow Priest Warrior?
We still have the Druid healer problem, though.
Yeah, that's true. Shadow Priest Warrior Druid would probably get destroyed.
Into Arcane, I don't think you can do that. I definitely think Shadow Priest Feral could maybe be okay. What to do here? They don't got much. All right. Oh. Okay.
Paladin.
Double Paladin. My brain's loading. Okay, it's taking a second to load this.
I feel like I wouldn't. I kind of wish they played Shadow Priest Feral Paladin.
Yeah.
I would actually believe in that in this matchup.
Could be okay. Maybe, you know, the spirit of Hetsuki could live on in the North American region. Or Tuna, possibly. I definitely think they should have got Shadow Priest in this game. Shadow Priest Feral, spam Purge, AoE damage, maybe swap Holy Priest some point. Double Paladin. Can you all in the Holy Priest as this comp? Is that a thing?
I don't think so. But maybe, I mean, it's possible. I don't want to count them out. I just feel like this is going to be I think this is just one of those matchups where that's kind of the interesting thing about Tiger Toads is if you don't have an answer for the Arcane Mage, they'll abuse you really bad. And that's, I think, what's going on right now is like Tuna's going to have to play Paladin. I think Tuna's a pretty solid Paladin, actually, so we'll see. But double Paladin, not sold on it yet, but maybe it ends up working out.
Okay. Tuna doesn't want to be a druid. That's just, I don't think you can be a druid. Druid, and if shaman was good, I don't think you can play druid or shaman into arcane. It's just all of your healing effects become their healing effects, and your main mechanics get completely neutralized. So arcane just automatically wipes that off the table. Those are not options. And then obviously Tuna maybe feels more comfortable with Paladin, given that I think he was playing it last season when it was more of the meta healer, as opposed to Holy Priest, which is something if you didn't preemptively have prepared, you're probably not beating Kearney, especially if you're at a disadvantage in terms of your melee DPS versus the mage and the rogue setup. So I think this is probably likely just comfort in realizing like you can't run Resto Druid into Cubsy. It's not going to work at all here. So Tiger Toads, their investment having Cubsy on the roster, because not many people can play Arcane. I feel like Cubsy is the only one competing right now that can like legitimately make it work. Like we watched when Zeepai tried to pick it up. Not so good. It's not a spec that you can just like walk into and play. Arcane is a spec that you got to dedicate yourself. You got to be a one trick almost in some cases at this level of play to make it work. So Cubsy's dedication to the spec paying off right now. It's paying off. Sometimes the Arcane dream pays off, and it's looking good to get them a top 3 spot.
I think there's a few things that are good here. One thing that there's a few things to consider here. So I think the worst thing about losing the series, because if you're just tuning in, the stakes of the series is basically the winner is going to be making it into the top 3. The loser is going to be the final boss of the gauntlet. The problem is, if you're the final boss of the gauntlet, even if you win, your first round is against Welcome to the Jung. So that to me is the most scary thing. I wouldn't even say the biggest problem is making it out of the gauntlet. It's that you have to immediately face Welcome to the Jung, which I think is going to be, obviously a very difficult thing to do. So both these teams obviously really want to win. It's looking good for Tiger Toads, but Tuna with some adaptations going to be coming in on the Holy Paladin, and we haven't seen that much Holy Paladin. Honestly, this week the Holy Paladin surprised me a little bit in Europe, so maybe it'll be good here too. It's possible.
Well, let's see if it's going to work out for them here. Left 4 Dead, they got brutalized, dominated by Welcome to the Jung, and now they're fighting Cubsy, the just master of Arcane, which is just their kryptonite. It's just their kryptonite. You're fighting the best player on Arcane Mage, and it's the #1 thing that counters you. And it's for a 3rd place finish. Otherwise, you're in the gauntlet. You have to deal with the chaos. You have to deal with all those different compositions that might rise to the occasion by the time we hit the finals as they're moving in. So there's some technical issues here for one of the teams here, as we are going to be reloading them into the match. Left 4 Dead need massive damage. They need to be able to swarm, swap around, get pressure going. I do actually think that they should play Repentance, though. I feel like the Blinding Light with the Feral is kind of too much overlap. I think that a Repentance could actually be a big deal. If they're spam casting Clone and they're spam casting Repentance, that might actually be a way to get around the Tiger Toads.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would definitely be interesting to see. My only fear is that he just gets kicked and Anno snapped by a barrage of missiles. But if you have, if you're both doing it, maybe both Tuna and Clapper should be doing it, and they could just spam rep the entire game. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. I do think Left 4 Dead, they're going to have to throw some kind of curveball here. This is going to be tough. Do you think that there's any world Left 4 Dead could actually out mana Tiger Toads in this game?
I don't know. I just see Tuna's performance first. I think it's possible, but I have to see how well he plays in the Paladin to get to that point. Gates are opening. There's no turning back. They're fighting for 3rd place. They're fighting for a spot in the Grand Finals for North America right now. And it looks like Left 4 Dead are desperate. They tried double Druid Ret, didn't work. They're trying double Paladin Druid now to try and defeat the Tiger Toads RMP. Calvish is moving forward towards Tuna, building up some combo points. Kidney shot on Clapper, could swap Tuna. Not cheap shot, setting up Kearney. Purge off the Sanctuary, decent damage on Cubsy. Tuna's right there, but Kearney is going to go into Angel form. We don't see any Repentance yet. I feel like they have to be. If they're both playing Repentance and they have Cyclone, I feel like that's the only way you could win the matchup. If they're not running it, I think they're in trouble even without that. Oh my god, they broke Shield of Vengeance at like 1 millisecond. They're going to top off with Lay on Hands, and they're using Tuna's first because the longer cooldown, so they're hoping to get 2 of that, I think, later on. But he's just getting destroyed. Cubsy's doing so much damage. 1.5 million DPS here, about a minute in.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst damage available on that Arcane Mage. He's going to be using that Stone form as well. Cubsy throwing in a barrage of missiles, still just cutting away. And the one thing about Tuna on the Paladin, he's a lot more susceptible to crowd control. Oh, Cubsy's going to be blinking away, taking some damage. He just places back. Nicely done there by Cubsy. He uses his alter time to get back in range, but they're all over him. It's going to be difficult with the Feral. Oh, Clapper, though, forced to use the Divine Shield, and that's what I'm talking about. It's going to be way easier for Cubsy to get Polymorphs, Ring of Frost onto Tuna, and Clapper might just outright die. Tuna might have to make a big trade with the Divine Shield. Looks like they're going to be able to greet it, but this is not looking good. Tiger Toes might be able to close this out much faster.
Yep, Ice Wall down. Tuna's isolated. Clapper's in trouble. There's the crowd control. Tuna bubbles. It almost doesn't matter. Clapper is taking so much damage at the moment. They finally recover, restabilize, but in terms of offense, they have none. They've forced no major cooldowns. They haven't got a greater invis from Cubsy. Finally getting the Guardian Spirit, but that's really just a flesh wound, if we can even call that. From the side of the Tiger Toads. They're leading in. They want to win this. There's no medallions remaining. Gouge to initiate. Fear on Axton. Kidney Shot connects. Clapper is in so much trouble. Tuna bops it. Sacrifices to redirect damage, but they might just get a double kill. They can probably kill Tuna at the same time if they can cleave them down at the pillar. If they stay triple stacked against an Arcane Mage. Arcane Orbs are proccing. Kearney staying a safe distance away. Looks like he fades the Hodge. Nice play here from Kearney, avoiding the crowd control. Smoke Bomb is down. It's desperation for Left 4 Dead at this point. Clapper stun locked multiple times. Full polymorph on his healer. Has to make a choice. Lay on Hands. Lay on Hands comes through right before the Fear. Is Sanctuary for the Fear. They live with Lay on Hands and Sanctuary. They got Calvish's Trinket. I think that's, if there's an opening, it's Calvish's Trinket. A little bit later on in a stun, but they have to survive again. I mean, Tiger Toads, it's just, they have full control of this. They're just getting completely dominated. Left 4 Dead are just totally desperate to try and make anything happen.
Oh, that double ring as well kind of sets up Cubsy. They get the full polymorph. Clapper is in so much trouble. Full stun lands. Can Cubsy get there for damage? Axton doing what he can, trying to keep his team alive. If Blessing and Protection lands, that's going to get stolen immediately by Cubsy, just spamming out the spell steals, and Clapper's defense is now, unfortunately, in favor of Cubsy. He's got the Arcane Surge available. He's got the Touch of the Magi rolling back up, and I'm afraid that combination might just wipe Clapper off the face of the map. We'll have to wait and see, though. They're trying to get some pressure onto Cubsy, but a large Arcane Surge. Here it comes. Massive pressure onto Clapper. Massive missiles. I think this could easily be the end of the game. It's a massive swell of damage. Clapper's trying to line of sight, but Calvish is there to get the stun lock. Same time, Dragon's Breath out onto Tuna. It looks like they will survive. Surprisingly, they survived the burst, but it's still just so dangerous here for Clapper.
And it has Lay on Hands again because he used it so early. Shadow Blades is still rolling. They have another Shadow Dance. Really let it rip whenever the stun diminishing returns fade here. Calvish is staying aggressive on top of the Paladins. Kidney Shot, Cheap Shot. Here comes the engagement. Axton pre-walls, but he's not even the target. Clapper's dying through Divine Protection at this point. He's going down. And Axton cannot finish off Calvish in the exchange. Tiger Toads lead 2-0. Paladin does not work. Okay, we tried Druid Paladin, look even worse. There's no shot Paladin is better as the healer in this matchup. I mean, unless they want to play Repentance, but even if they play Repentance, it just feels like they're literally CC'd the entire game. They can't, there's like no point where they can really get a hold of the Tiger Toads at all. It's literally like Tiger Toads are in a perma-go.
I feel like I would actually rather see Ret Warrior Holy Paladin on a small map like this. Like, yeah. I don't know. To me, it just seems like the Ret Paladin needs the Warrior. You just need the explosiveness of the Warrior to really force the enemy kind of away. Axton's, I think, having a decent game here on the Feral Druid, but I just don't think Ret works. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like the magic happens when the Ret has the Warrior and the Warrior has the Ret. Like, that's the magic combination, and I just don't feel like they're getting the pressure you would normally expect. I think it is that Fury Warrior that's bringing in, the massive crits, the 3 million executes where you can basically just drop someone from 50% health right away. That causes a panic, and I just don't think we're seeing that same amount of damage from the Feral Druid.
Yeah, it's not lethal enough. And if it's not lethal enough, then they just play on top of you. And if they can play on top of you, get triple stuns like this, like, you got no chance. Double ring, double fear, just dead through Divine Protection, no shot of survival. Cubsy is just clearing any possible damage meters that have been laid before him, and they're pretty happy about this. I think the Tiger Toads on getting this matchup. So if you want to put a win on the board right now as Left 4 Dead, I think you try Shadow Priest. But I don't know if you can blind lock it. Like, what happens if you blind lock Shadow Priest? You're going to fight Feral Mage maybe, or Rogue Mage? Like, maybe you do. Maybe you just have to do Shadow Priest, I think, the whole way if you're going to do anything right now.
I would have preferred a small map. I don't want to see Druid. If they go Druid, I think it's over. 100%. I don't believe. No. Oh, okay. We are seeing Shadow Priest. I do think the Shadow Priest. People are writing it off, but I actually would have preferred this composition on a small map, though. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the
for them
large
to
map.
really like get AOE pressure, right? The Feral Druid can't multi-dot. It's a lot harder. So the mage is just really lethal. If he gets like really far away, he gets a lot of distance, and he can kind of just blast for free. So we're seeing that the Ret Warrior has weaknesses, though. It's the Arcane Mage. So I wonder what teams are going to prepare, because Arcane is a tough thing to prepare at this level. But it seems like if you can do it, man. Left 4 Dead, you know, they just stomped Liquid, right? Just completely stomped them. It was 6-0 between their 2 series. If they had an Arcane Mage, they'd have Left 4 Dead looking like this, and they would have been in the grand finals. So I think investing in an Arcane Mage is actually very important right now as far as the meta is concerned, to try and flip the script on the cleave. Yeah. Well, even if you don't have a Druid, like Ret Warrior Priest, like, that's still hard, I think.
I'd have to see it. I'd have to see it play out. Yeah, you could be right about that. But, yeah, I mean, this is just... The Arcane Mage seems good. Definitely. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you have a lot of offense. Your damage is kind of never ending, which is really good about it. Every time you have a Touch of the Magi, you have lethal pressure. Even without the Touch of the Magi, you're constantly getting clear casting procs. The 2 set and the 4 set for Arcane Mage right now, I think is one of the best set bonuses in the entire game. It's super strong. Like I said, you're just randomly proccing clear cast when you use damage. When you use your Touch of the Magi, you're getting a massive barrage with that Aether. So it's super scary for Left 4 Dead here. But I do like the fact that Gage is at least getting a chance. He's getting a chance here. Coming on the Shadow Priest. But, you know, defend his team. See how it works.
Maybe it shifts the whole momentum. Maybe Shadow Priest is actually in the meta as far as a counter to the counter of the counter of the counter meta as we see more and more specializations roll out. But obviously I think Left 4 Dead would much rather be relying on their Ret Warrior right now. Sap on Gage. Axton's just going to open up. That Calvish sees that. He's like, oh, okay, thank you. Cheap shot for free. Kidney shot on the healer. Everyone's crowd controlled. They're silencing Mage, which honestly I don't mind. I think trying to limit that initial Touch of the Magi damage is important. Desperate Prayers traded. Gage is going to free cast here. He fakes the interrupts. He's getting full dots onto the whole team in this position. I do wonder if he's playing Thought Steal also, which has been some tech I've seen from Shadow Priest against Mage, where you steal the polymorph and then you polymorph the enemy healer. It gives you a lot of extra crowd control. I really hope Tuna's playing Repentance. I feel like with the Shadow Priest soaking your interrupts and with Cyclone and Feral Druid, that Repentance is very important.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. He's in a kidney shot right now, but I like the pressure here from Left 4 Dead. Gage did trade out his trinket very early on in the match, so we're in a situation where all 3 members of Left 4 Dead do not have trinkets, so they decided to get the medallions out of the way. The next setup is probably going to be Dispersion or like a Divine Shield, something like that, but we'll see what Left 4 Dead does. We definitely don't want them to overlap. They have good pressure right now onto Calvish. Left 4 Dead not looking bad in this matchup so far.
All right, let's see if they can maintain their momentum here. Calvish still at half. Nice in-cap roar. That forces Cloak. Kidney shot engagement. Triple crowd control. Gage is isolated, but Calvish is still low. I think Gage needs to disperse here. Oh, no! Oh, he void shifts over to Tuna. Avenging Crusader. Big heals coming through. They're going to restabilize. I don't actually entirely hate that. He had no trinket, right? So typically when you have no trinket, void shift's a hard cooldown to use. So using that one instead of the dispersion. Also, if the game goes long, he'll probably see 2 of it. I think that was actually the right call from Gage in this position. Here comes the Touch of the Magi, though, in a second with Arcane Surge. Cubsy's ramping. Oh, they Cyclone him. Nice Cyclone on the Arcane cooldowns. But Calvish now has cooldowns as well. They could swap Axton. I'd love to see like a Chastise on Axton, and just maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they just kill Gage. They get Dispersion on a kidney shot. They swap over with the Dragon's Breath. Cheap shot on Axton. No more crowd control. Kearney and a Hammer of Justice. Maybe an opportunity here. Repentance. This is critical. This type of crowd control on Kearney is where they can get their momentum. This is when their dots are going to start to sink in and do damage. Yes, this is the type of CC chain they need if they're going to win. They get Kearney's Trinket. If they can get chains like that, Stun, Fear, Clones, Repentance, that is how Left 4 Dead can win this matchup. But in terms of defense, it's looking shallow. Here comes another attempt. Gage trinkets immediately. Life grips Tuna away from the Ring of Frost. Good plays with the Polymorph connects. Master Spell hits too. Gage has a crazy power play right here. That was amazing Shadow Priest utility.
A really good job there by Gage. We'll see what they do. I mean, getting Kearney's Trinket out of the way, especially when you have Master Spell on your team, you can really turn this fight quickly. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Mamestun going out onto Kearney, and Cubsy might have to go into the Ice Block. Great pressure here for the side of Left 4 Dead, and they do have cooldowns to trade. Full Kidney Shot lands. Gage, though, in a stun. Smoke Bomb drops. It's going to be an immediate Blessing of Protection. Tuna is not messing around whatsoever to keep him alive. Another Repentance being cast out here. It is on Kearney. It's on diminishing return, unfortunately, so not getting the most value. Calvish just farming Shadow Dances. He almost has a Shadow Blades available. Tiger Toads is going to have a massive hit of damage coming up.
Why is Axton playing in-cap roar? I guess for the cloak, maybe? It just feels like that's a bit of a waste for Axton. in this matchup. Sits through the full blind into the double fear. Disperse comes up in one. He's just going to shove it as soon as he gets it. That's a full polymorph too. Oh no. Okay, they break the crowd control with damage. Maybe they can push in. Never mind. Kidney shot. Gage might just be dead. It's match point. Tuna is just bubble Divine Shield, run in, get crowd control, try and win the game, I think, at this point. Hammer of Justice. He waits for the fade. He's getting the Repentance, immune to crowd control with that Divine Shield. Nice stun on Calvish. Great pressure. Forces Kearney's Medallion. Another Repentance. Getting casted onto Kearney. Trying to keep some momentum on Calvish here. They're fighting for a spot still in the third place finish. Kearney sits through the Cyclone. They get all of Calvish's personals, and they get Kearney's Trinket. If they can survive, which I don't think they're going to here in a second, I think they can win. I think they have a kill condition on Calvish.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Gage is getting low on health, though. Full Ring of Frost. Can they survive? Gage! Oh, no. The top 3 on the line right now. I mean, this is just absolutely devastating for them, but they're still fighting. They managed to top off. Great job there by Tuna. Getting some damage here out onto Kearney. Tiger Toad's rotting down just a little bit and dampening, getting higher and higher. The Shadow Priest Feral damage is really going to start paying dividends for this team if they can. Kearney's going to really start struggling to heal through this pressure. A full polymorph lands on Tuna once again, but he's got the sacrifice. Cooldowns are rotating back up here for the side of Left 4 Dead, and they might be able to survive. Massive barrage. Oh no, Gage! He's so low on health. The sacrifice isn't enough. Tuna deflects the attack with the sacrifice at the last second, but they are in shambles right now here, Sid.
Oh, and they wanted to set up. They stunned Kearney. Now he's an Angel. He's immune. He can top Calvish. Calvish will have Trinket. Kearney has Trinket coming up soon. Their Incarn can't get any value with that Angel. It's so rough for them. They do at least have Dispersion. Cubsy gets cloned. He can't keep his aggression going. Maybe they just kill Tuna. Calvish is soloing Tuna. He gets intercepted. He trinkets to go for the win. Tuna deflects it. They stay alive. Left 4 Dead are not going out without a fight. Calvish is still on his tail. Tuna's trying to retreat. Line of sighting Cubsy. Ice wall coming down. Accident isolated. Is there a gap there? He cancels the wall. Or, I don't know, it's a massive spell, it looks like. Kearney repositions. Symbol. Trying to get some mana in case this goes a little late. They're actually starting to lose on mana. Maybe they can just take it a little more patiently. Maybe just win with damage in dampening here. Grip on Calvish, pulling him away from the stun. Gage is multi-dotting. Void Volley, reapplying. Void Torrent. Has to fake a kick here. It's a fear. Nice fear, but a double ring. Oh, Touch of Magi.
Oh, no.
Is he going to crit? Big hits coming in from Cubsy. It's match point. Dispersion is forced from Gage as he retreats, but Tuna's still in a fear. Into another polymorph. Dispersion is concluded. He moves next to Tuna for a heal as soon as he comes out of that polymorph. Oh, that counter spell on Gage. They overlap kicks. There's no interrupts. They can cast Clone and Repentance here. It's a big opportunity. Cubsy's getting rotted. They need to look for crowd control while the interrupts are on cooldown if they want to win right now.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead could easily win this right now. Kearney goes for a Dispel. He crowd controls himself. At the same time, Cubsy uses the Fireblood, Rachel. Big Arcane Surge, though. Gage is in trouble. The Smoke Bomb comes down. Tuna, can he deflect the attack? He's got the Sacrifice rotating up so soon. But at the same time, Calvish, Cubsy, and Kearney, they're all rotting down. Left 4 Dead, and especially Axton, is looking for some serious damage here onto Cubsy. Still has the Ice Block available if he can find it. Axton potentially looking for a defensive Cyclone. Tuna's in crowd control, though, and Gage is still, once again, in a lot of trouble. He's got the Void Shift. There's still cooldowns to deflect. Left 4 Dead, they just have infinite cooldowns to rotate through. Can they stay alive? A beautiful Ice Wall from Cubsy. Gage is desperately trying to get there, and it looks like they are able to snipe off the wall. Gage gets interrupted into a cheap shot, kidney shot on Tuna, and they are looking to end this game. Ooh. Gage goes for the Void Shift. It's just so back and forth. They're holding on by a thread, but they're finally starting to get some pressure here, Sid.
Big pressure on Cubsy. Angel Form about to end. Dying through Angel Form at the moment. Dampening is high. Gage is free casting. The overlap kicks. That overlap. Axton needs to spam Clone right now. He needs to spam Clone. Keep bleeds up. They force the block. Just crowd control Kearney. They can win the game here. Spam Clone. Just keep spamming it. There's no interrupts right now. I guess this is a counter spell. He's going for clones. He's getting them on Calvish. He needs more clones. Dark Ascension behind the pillar to avoid interrupts. Well played here from Gage to get his cooldowns off safely. He's got a Psy Fiend. He's got a stun. He's got a Shadow Fiend. Gage has a lot of damage in his back pocket. Cubsy has no block. They're in a great spot to potentially win the game. He grips them, but he grips them into a ring. It puts him on double DR, I guess, and maybe the AoE will break, but Gage takes so much damage. He has to disperse immediately here, almost dying through it. Manages to recover. Tuna's going to be free of crowd control. They have land hands, but here comes an Arcane Surge. Touch of the Magi available. Maybe you just swap Tuna with no trinket here. It's going to be big damage from Cubsy. He wants to close this game out here with this Touch of the Magi that he's likely going to activate at any moment. Here comes Touch of the Magi. Tuna uses lay on hands right away. Vampiric Embrace has fallen. They engage. Triple crowd control. They're trying to take down Cubsy despite all of his power right now that's been activated. Can they race the clock? Tourney trinkets an in-cap roar. Dispels off some dots. Gage is getting blasted. They clone Calvish. Axton's doing what he can. Gage gets back behind the wall. Not the best wall we've seen here. Gage is going to recover. Tuna has Sacrifice. He's Searing Glares the Rogue with a root. Gage tanks both kicks. There's no kicks. There's no kicks. Just a clone on Kearney right here wins the game, I think. Axton, can you get it? He gets the clone. I think that might be doing it. There's a shield up. They fear Void Torrent. Axton, go in. What are you doing? Just go in. Finish the game. He's got no trinket. What are they doing? Just kill Cubsy. Why is Axton not attacking the mage right now? I can't believe he didn't just go for the win right there.
I think he might have been invisible. I think he used the overpowered barrier blink, and that's what ended up happening there. But Kearney's still rotting down low. This is a race to the finish. 50% dampening at this point of the game. And Tuna just gets taken out. Oh no, he's so low on health. Can he stay alive? It's desperation. Oh, their lives are on the line right now. They want to stay in that top 3, but Tiger Toads is looking to end this. Can they drop Tuna? He's just barely holding on. I can't believe he's still alive. Somehow he does it in defiance. The blind lands. He's just still low, but if they manage to get stunned here, I think Calvish has the diminishing return, and this should be the game. A beautiful clone by Axton, and somehow, some way, Tuna stays alive, and Tiger Toads could now be in trouble. No, Tuna stunned again. He's on the run. Can he survive? Cubsy's getting low. How is Tuna alive? Kearney! Oh no, Kearney! He's almost dead. He's getting soloed. He's getting soloed. He's dead. I can't believe it. Left for dead. They bring in the Shadow Priest.
Can they 2v3?
I don't think so.
No
No
I think
way.
Cubsy's toast. I think
Dude,
Cubsy's toast. Gage was the key. Calvish is killing Axton by himself right here, I think.
Gage.
Huh?
You did it, Gage. All the Shadow Priests.
Gage is so happy. I won a game for my team as a Shadow Priest. Yes.
No, he not only did he win a game for his team on the Shadow Priests, he won a game for all the Shadow Priests out there who have been trained down by Fury Wars. They're getting out wizarded by mages. But finally, a victory here for Left 4 Dead. They put a point on the board. The Paladin, the Shadow Priest, it worked. It actually worked. I mean, that was dicey. Very dicey, but it actually worked. I can't believe Tuna lived here. Big shout out to Tuna.
Oh my god. Tuna, yeah, this is an MVP here for Tuna, definitely. As far as survival, and Gage just goes for the win on Kearney. He's like, all right, Tuna, you live. I killed that Kearney. That's it. I'm going for it.
Kearney had Void Shift, too.
Pokes him with some dust.
That's so sad.
Oh, no one was in range? Or he just didn't expect to die?
Well, he ranged himself. Look at him. He's
so far away.
They're trying to kill Tuna, and Kearney's like, I'm just going to the other side of the map. But it's like, you got Void Shift.
His Desperate Prayer falls, I think, too, is the issue. He didn't expect to lose that much HP. It's borrowed time with that Desperate Prayer. He's moving far away, and he thinks he's okay. Maybe it wasn't even Desperate Prayer falling. Maybe he just gets hit hard. The collapsing void. Wow. Yeah. Womp, 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 womp. Big damn. Dead to a mind flake. Oh my god.
So sad.
I mean, if he void shifts, I feel like Calvish just dies instantly, no?
Maybe he's
it
can only bring you so low, right?
Maybe he's thinking if he void shifts, the rogue's just gonna die and he wants the rogue to kill first, you know, like trade healers or something?
No. I don't think there's that's wishful thinking, I think. But because Void Shift can only bring you so low, I think he can maximally bring you to 20% health, right? At the very least, if he does it on Cubsy, he's going to have 20% health left. He's not just going to get insta one-shot.
I guess. All right, we're doing it again. Is Gage the secret formula to getting Left 4 Dead into a top 3 position?
I'm afraid here that they just play Frost Mage.
Yeah.
That might be the scary thing.
Yep. Well, let's see. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. I think Outlaw would be better too, but we'll wait and see here for a second what they're gonna do as far as lock-ins. They're taking their time. Maybe they didn't even think this was gonna be like an option. They could just run the same thing. I feel like they were so close. Like, I mean, it's skill, but a little bit of luck too, to be able to live that many times at that low of health for that long in the game. And they also didn't start attacking the Paladin until very late. So maybe if they did that earlier, they could have just closed the game out even faster. They got wiggle room. They got a couple games to play around with as well. If they have a warrior, though, I feel like Gage would just auto die. If Tiger Toads have a warrior at all.
Yeah, literally.
So
they have been practicing warrior. Didn't they play Ret Warrior?
Is this the Ret Warrior angle? They should Ret Warrior. They would just completely own Gage. Yes, they should play Ret Warrior. What am I?
I hope they do. I just hope we see the Ret Warrior.
Maybe
you'll see why Shadow Priests are extinct right now.
Imagine Left 4 Dead lose to their own comp in the final hour.
I mean, it's entirely possible. Or Tiger Toes. I honestly think if Tiger Toes locks in the Arcane Mage, they're making a mistake here. It's like, I think they can win, but also it's like risky. Although the Ret Warrior looked a bit risky too, if I'm being honest, when I watched. It was not that polished in their games.
Yeah, but it's a Shadow Priest. I don't...
It's a good Shadow Priest. Left 4 Dead is a very good.
Ret Warrior into a Shadow Priest. I just feel like this is just play Ret Warrior, train the Shadow Priest. He's mad because he's a Shadow Priest against Ret Warrior. You win the game, go next, you're third. If it doesn't work, then play Rogue Mage, but it will work.
You think so? 100% guarantee Ret Warrior wins this?
They're just doing the same thing. Gage might be having a comeback. He's been on the bench all day. His team has just been clapping as Ret Warrior the whole day. And now in the final hour, he's like, yes, this is why I'm on the team. This is why I'm on the team. Put me in, coach. This is my time. I can get us a top 3 position on Shadow Priest. Let's do this thing. Gage. Let's do this thing. And I'm glad they're playing the Repentance build. I think Repentance clone spam, super underrated combo, especially into these Holy Priest teams. So if Left 4 Dead can keep getting those types of setups, getting the type of crowd control, then there's a lot of potential here for them in this series. I think at least to take it to a game 5, if then the Tiger Toads reconsider their options. But these pillars are also a lot smaller, so Tuna's ability to avoid death like he did last game is going to be a lot more limited.
These are long games. These are damp. This is going damp. It's like you said, if Cubs is in the game, you're basically guaranteed dampening in these series, especially Empyrean Domain. I mean, this is a huge map. But the thing for Left 4 Dead, if you noticed in the last game, is Left 4 Dead, they basically have an infinite cycle of cooldowns they can rotate through. I think if they trade at high health at the right moments, like their defense can rotate for a very long time. And I do think you called it out many times for Accident. It's going to be about just spamming out Cyclone. The more you can Cyclone in the match, the more freedom you give not only Tuna, but as well as Gage in this matchup. The problem is he's getting crossed. So when they are doing setups, Kearney's quite often just going for like a Chastise on Axton, into a Fear. Meanwhile, obviously Calvish is setting up for his team, but we'll see. Can they tie it up? Is it really going to be a Shadow Priest that wins them this series?
Nice double in cap in the opener from Axton. He's going to get gouged. They're going Shadow Priest. Pre-fade on the go. Oh, Silence the Rogue is not good, though. Gage fakes a kick, at least. Dark Ascension, he's going to free cast in the opener. And get some decent damage out here with that. They get Calvish's Trinket. But he's just playing aggressive. Calvish is going all in the opener. Gage is interrupted on Shadow for a moment. I think swapping Axton is also underrated. Cubsy got to be a bit worried about standing right on top of them. He's going to be forced back for a moment. And Calvish is just the aggressor. He's just in there. Axton's trying to pressure the mage a bit. Love to see, Axton look for some cyclones here. Yeah, there's no counter spell. Jump over, stun, clone. There it is. Stun, clone, in cap, clone. Oh, he's DB'd. I don't think he's going to get. He kicks ring. Clone again, maybe? Tuna's chastised. I just want to see spam clones and take the rogue and the priest out of the game. Gage is in trouble again. Dispersion forced. Nice ring of frost. Axton's cheap shot. Big swap on the feral. It looks like he's going to recover. Tuna's out of crowd control. Axton charges through the ring. Tuna dashes over it as well. Big arcane orb procs on Gage here, but Gage is faking a lot of interrupts here in this game. He's ramping a lot of pressure. Cubsy restabilizes though nonetheless. Axton's moving forward, getting bleeds up, reloading the damage over time effects, trying to get some raw pressure. There's the stun clones. These are the types of plays I want to see from Axton. And if Tuna can sneak in and get a rep, that's even better, but he's getting intercepted. He can't get there. Kidney shot. They stop the poly for a second. Cubsy goes for it again. They stun it. They're protecting Tuna well from the polymorph. The Cubsy's just going in. Arcane Surge. Touch of the Magi. Available. He's trying to fake a kick here. Touch of the Magi committed. Axton's counterspelled. Big damage incoming from Cubsy. It's match point still for Left 4 Dead. They'll be the final boss of the gauntlet as they lose this. Master Spell on Tuna's crowd control. Gage is doing everything that he can on this Shadow Priest to keep his team alive in this tournament, get them into a number 3 position for the grand finals in North America. A guaranteed chance at the big prize money here for Cup number 3. Can they manage to do it? Do they regret not just utilizing him from the very beginning?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. We'll have to see if Tiger Toads actually ends up adapting if they lose this, but that's a big if. That last game was very close, and it looks like that is going to be the sacrifice here onto Axton. They do manage to get the Divine Shield as well. Gage just free casting right now, though, with Power Infusion. So a lot of damage is going to be available. I think one of the big struggles here for the Shadow Priest has been how good both Holy Priest and Resto Druids are at dealing with spread pressure. So they've kind of lost their niche, and they kind of require a little bit of dampening to actually close out the game if they're not getting the big crowd control chains.
Oh, big swap on Axton. Massive Arcane Barrage is incoming. He gets the Survival Instincts off, but a Ring of Frost connects. Axton pre-bears his Heart of the Wild.
Nice
looking
fear.
Durable. Good crowd control, but Axton has good defense. Double in cap. Is he going to stabilize out of that fear? He lands a kick on Kearney, looking for some Cyclones. Tanks a kick here. He fakes it. Is he going to go for Clone again? Doesn't look like he wants to just yet. Maim stun, slow down the damage. Cubsy's free casting. He's blasting another kidney shot. Axton just hasn't recovered. It's so much pressure. Lay on hands, Divine Shield. A big commitment from Tuna. They are between a rock and a hard place now. They could swap to Tuna at any point. Axton still has no trinket for Smoke Bomb. Kearney's getting soloed again by Gage. Can Gage kill the healer by himself? Doesn't look like it at this time. Axton, another setup. He bears it. He still has Heart of the Wild and Barkskin. He should survive here. I think going Feral it looks so much better. Maybe you like attack Shadow Priest, but you send your goes on the Feral Druid. I would anticipate would be the best way to play this, because then you can polymorph the Priest occasionally as well. Gage is getting set up on here. Maim stun, Cyclone. Axton's not going to go for it. I'm surprised he didn't just go for the stun clone there. He stuns, then he was trying to clone Cubsy, but now he's just kind of stuck over here. He doesn't want to get stunned out of bear form, I think, is what's going on right now. He's trying to re-stealth. Is he going to be able to? Is that the right dispersion?
This is looking sketchy.
I mean, he wants this. He wants the go sent on Gage so that he can just trade dispersion and live. So Axton's going to okay, he's going to die too. He missed the void shift, and now he's feared. I think he spent way too long. Axton spent way too long in hiding right there. He needed to stun Calvish. He's going to bear. He has nothing. That's why he's afraid if he gets opened on right here. He gets caught in cat. Smoke Bomb might be it for him. It's match point. Gage is there. He gets a fear. Calvish is immediately out. Double in cap, trying to buy time. He survives the Smoke Bomb. That's what he was afraid of. He didn't want to get caught in a stun Smoke Bomb. He ultimately did get caught and still didn't die, though, so maybe it wasn't worth running around that much. Big barrages coming in. Cyclones on Calvish are good. They're just not crowd controlling Kearney enough, and I mean, he's not making it easy. He's just playing max distance, dispelling Vampiric Touch the whole game. But without crowd control on Kearney, it's going to take a lot of dampening in order to get a kill. Axton jumps forward. Full blind, no trinket. Gage in trouble. This could be it for them. Tuna bops out of the blind, trying to connect some heals here. Gage is so low here on match point. The pressure is at its highest. Stun silence, trying to combo them together and buy time for Tuna to recover. And Gage once again pulls off a miracle in that situation, utilizing his silence on Mage and his stun on Rogue. Kearney has to make a decision to dispel one and not the other, and it bought time for Tuna to recover. And now Gage is trying to reposition. They need to stall. Dispersion is coming up in 15 seconds. Root on Calvish. Gage is trying to reposition. Kearney's behind Tuna. Here comes the engagement. Cubsy is low, but Gage is in trouble. In cap roar defensively. Axton's trying to buy time. Vortex on the Rogue, but it's not going to do anything. Calvish is connecting. He evasions to avoid stuns. He's got cloak for the clone. Calvish steps over. It looks like he missed his kick, though. He forces dispersion. He committed a lot. Calvish committed a lot right there. I think they can punish Calvish if they survive. Like right here, punish Calvish. Punish that. Punish that. That was crazy overcommitment from Calvish, I feel like, in that position. They get Kearney's trinket. One crowd control on Kearney. I think Calvish will die.
Yeah, that's all they need is one crowd control. Axton, he's moving forward. Can they get it? They already got the trinket from Kearney. There's not much defense left. Can they survive, though? That is the question. Gage is getting absolutely destroyed. Tuna doesn't have the Divine Shield. He doesn't have a trinket, but they're grouped up. Axton potentially looking for a Cyclone here. Isn't able to find it. Kearney still sits positioned so far away. Tuna gets the Hodge. Does he have a follow-up? Is there going to be a Repentance? He's casting it. Cubsy stops it, though, with a Dragon's Breath. Great defense. Calvish, though, still in trouble.
Go for the rep again. Who cares if he deaths it? Just go. Just CC Kearney at all, and his Rogue will die. I swear he's going to explode. Any CC on Kearney right now. They just can't get it. He dispels something. Can they punish it? Calvish has vanished. He's almost going down. He's fully dotted. Mind Flay Insanity, double proc. He pre-fades the go, but it doesn't matter. Calvish is patient. Smoke Bomb comes down. Tuna wraps into it. He's got Lay on Hands. He's going to commit it. He's just dying through it. He gets full sheep. Is there a Master Spell? Fear the Rogue Master Spell?
Maim.
They're trying to do it. Maim clone. They get the full clone. Calvish can dive. He has a stun. Do they have a Hodge? Shadow Priest stun? Anything. Any stun on Calvish. They don't have it. They're going to have to Cyclone him low. Try and prevent his recovery. Oh my god, Left 4 Dead are actually so close to being able to pull this off, but Touch of the Magi is coming off cooldown. And Cubs is going to have a lot of damage. But Axton has Barkskin. Gage has Dispersion. Calvish is in trouble. He's running for his life. He regrets that overcommitment. Calvish is going down. Left 4 Dead are taking it to Game 5.
Let's go, Left 4 Dead. I mean, I can't help but cheer for the Shadow Freeze here. We just have not seen too much Shadow Freeze. They're bringing it in. And Tiger Toads, I feel like they're making a mistake playing this composition. I really think they need to make some sort of adaptation here. But Left 4 Dead's going to be happy. They managed to tie up this series with Gage on the Shadow Priest. Their defense was very solid. They managed to get game-winning crowd control on Kearney at the end. I think Axton had some great plays. So he gets the Cyclone onto Kearney. Then he actually goes on Calvish. Realizing they're probably not going to kill Calvish, he gets a beautiful Vortex on his Shadow Step, gets a Cyclone on him, and at this point, Left 4 Dead realizes, hey, we've got Divine Shield, we've got Trinket, we can make a play, and they just explode him with that Incarnation. What a great final push there.
All right, they're doing it. They're pulling off the Shadow Priest miracle right now. This is why he's on the roster. Imagine. Same thing for Cubsy, though. Imagine Cubsy wasn't on the roster. We got the one-trick Shadow Priest, one-trick Arcane Mage being vital for each of these teams. in order to navigate strategically through their composition picks. And Tuna picked his moment. He was playing passive most of this game, but right when they saw the opportunity, they put the pedal to the metal, got in there, got the crowd control, got the Hodges. And I think they made the right call. They pushed when Tuna has crowd control breakers. Like if he's got Bubble and Trinket this late in the game, get the Paladin butt in there. It's time to get some crowd control, and Tuna's just leading the charge. Silence out of Hodge out of silence, just big blast of damage. Really well played there in the final moments, and now we got a series. I was thinking it was going to be a wash or close to a wash, but we have a series, and I think the chat is very happy about their prediction. Possibly, I think they were leaning more towards Left 4 Dead, at least the last time that I checked. Yeah, game 5 for third place. You couldn't ask for a better way to kind of end this series, to get into that position. Guaranteed spot in the grand finals. One game decides it.
That's actually crazy. Now we're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum. Left 4 Dead, they have no choice. There's no way they switch off this composition. I would wager anything that they're going to be playing the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin once again. Tiger Toads, what are you going to do? Are you going to play the Arcane Mage? Because I feel like Arcane Mage, Subtlety Rogue Priest is just being stubborn. But I mean, Ret Warrior would have to win this matchup, right? And I mean, they have it prepared. They literally played it today.
There's a reason Gage doesn't play ever, right? It's Ret Warrior, I would think.
Well, it's not just Ret Warrior. It's like Feral, just anything.
Windwalkers.
Actually, there we go. All right, no more
the big
messing
bad
around.
Ret Warrior, Left 4 Dead have to face their demons. They have to face the comp that they've been bullying Liquid with now. They get to see what the receiving end of Ret Warrior is here in Game 5. Can Gage beat the final boss of Shadow Priest? Ret Warrior, Resto Druid. If he pulls this off,
if Left 4 Dead actually win?
If he pulls this off, I feel like he's going down in like the history books. Okay, like WizK is a legendary Shadow Priest. Gage is getting a spot there, I think, too, in the history books. If he wins this game here against the Tiger Toads, this is a scary matchup as a Shadow Priest.
You know, I will say, you know, from watching this cup this week, it does feel to me that Holy Paladins fit quite nicely with some of these melee or some of these caster DPS that just get ran down. Like the Holy Pally Ellie Shaman we saw in Europe, Holy Pally Shadow Priest as well. Gives you a lot more durability when you have Sacrifice up. You know, when you're getting freedom, you can actually use different things to just outmaneuver and actually kite. Yeah, I feel like it's nice. It gives you a lot more freedom defensively, so maybe the Paladin Shadow Priest Feral can do it. I mean, they're going to have the blinding, sorry, not the blinding light. They're going to have the searing glare. That's going to be a great defensive for them. Axton's going to be able to put out pressure on all three members. I think it's likely they go after the Druid, and I don't know. I kind of feel like Left 4 Dead can win this.
I think you might be overselling the Shadow Priest a little bit. Okay, I think this. If you played a Shadow Priest into a Fury Warrior recently, I don't know if you would be holding your reservations, but I think the freedom, the fact that the Ret Warrior Druid can't purge it, it does give the Shadow Priest some leeway here with Angelic Feather and Powered Shield Sprint. You can get around the map with that freedom. I feel like they're going to have to play on top of the Druid. Whether it's attacking the Druid or crowd controlling the Druid, I'm not certain, but if they just ignore the Druid, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get pressure. They have to get triple damage, they have to swap Druid, get the triple bleeds, and kind of keep their momentum going in that sense, and use Searing Glare and Cyclone to slow down the melee attacks is what I want to see from Left 4 Dead. But the Tiger Toads, they've only been playing Ret Paladin for a day, and they're banking a top 3 position on their day 1 Ret Paladin. So, day 1 Ret Paladin versus lifetime Shadow Priest. Can the Shadow Priest overcome this disadvantage?
Left 4 Dead, this is a roster that has been playing together for a long time, and this is one of their main compositions, I would say. This Shadow Priest Feral, I think Gage and Axton, they have a ton of synergy together. I know every Shadow Priest in the game right now is thinking there's no way you could beat a Ret Warrior, but I don't know. I feel like there's a chance. If there's any Shadow Priest that's going to be able to do it, it would be, you know, Gage, WizK, those type of players, so we'll see. I think Gage has a lot of experience being trained, and I think maybe the Holy Paladin is that little bit of extra spice that could be nice to actually win this matchup, but this is crazy. It looks like Tiger Toads is going to be taking their tactical pause.
Oh, they need to make dwarves. That's what this is. They didn't have dwarves. They didn't think they needed a dwarf Ret Paladin and a dwarf warrior. They're making dwarves 100%.
You think even the warrior is going to be a dwarf?
Maybe not. Maybe the warrior be gnome. But I still think the warrior being dwarf is not bad either. I don't know. You just completely immune to the feral burst, and then you can stay on the Shadow Priest. I don't know if it's that bad. Play double dwarf here, but that's definitely what they're doing. Is one of them at least is going to be dwarf, maybe both. anytime I see a tactical pause, it's literally just someone didn't make a dwarf for their spec, and they use it, and it's a dwarf. So it's like, it's
We're talking strategy.
100%. There's no way. No, it's strategy, bro. It's Ret Warrior. What do you mean they have to talk strategy? This is how their strategy is gonna go, right? Zug, 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 zug. There you go. They're
How
done.
dare you.
They already know. They already know what they're doing. That's it. They're done. That's it. That's all the comms.
Vanguards right now is listening in horror to you describing what it sounds like to play a Ret Paladin and Warrior.
Maybe not Ret Paladin in general, but Ret Warrior together for sure. Exactly. And Left 4 Dead, the one-day Ret does not have a good record right now. So 6 and 7, banking your number 3 position, a guaranteed slot in the grand finals.
Look at their record as Shadowpriest Feral.
Yeah.
As Shadowpriest Feral, they're 1-9 with the Druid.
Am I looking at the? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong roster there. That was. That their win record's bad because they just lost to Welcome to the Jung. I thought I was looking at Tiger Toad's Ret Warrior and lost. It's been a long day, okay? Left 4 Dead, their win loss is bad because Welcome to the Jung has just beat them like 7 games in a row. All their losses are Welcome to the Jung. Whereas on this side, 2-2. I don't know, man. Dazed on the Warrior was knocking a lot of damage out, but it was against the Mage. So I think against the Shadow Priest, it should be a little bit better for him to get damage out here. It's game 5. Oh my god, alright. Tiger Toads, man. You don't want to be in that gauntlet. You don't want to be in that gauntlet. This? You don't know. I mean, Tiger Toads should win. Tiger Toads should win.
You're believing in the fresh Ret Warrior against lifetime, years of experience, Shadowpriest Feral?
It's Ret Warrior, bro. What do you want? What do you want? It's a Shadow Priest. You're literally paper. Like, the Fury Warrior touches you,
I'm going with Left 4 Dead.
You're going for Left 4 Dead. You're changing your bet?
I'm changing my prediction, yeah. I'm not officially changing my prediction,
that, but okay,
but I'm just saying I think Left 4 Dead could win this one. Let's see what happens. Calvish on the Retribution Paladin. You can see Kearney just sitting in stealth right now, likely going to be going into that tree, immediately getting that free healing out, and we'll see. Tuna on the Holy Paladin. Can he keep Gage alive? What is Gage going to be able to do? Because Dazed is going to be ripping in.
Yeah, he's caught in the spear. Does he have Fade to get out of the spear? He's doing a good job spamming Purge on Hots, keeping dots up with Shadow Crash. He doesn't have to expose his tree. He's been faking kicks with Mass Spell. He fakes another kick. That's what decides this game, is if Gage can fake interrupts. So he's already faked 2 interrupts this game. It's going to enable him to power through. And Accident doing damage and getting clones on Kearney. I think that's the big deal. Right now, Accident's top damage. Tuna's getting crowd control, but he bears. He can't Repentance a bear. Dazed is feared. Calvish is getting stunned. They have decent pressure. Really good damage right now, actually, on Calvish. Is he just getting down without bubbling? Lay on Hands comes through. And Gage is keeping up on the meter. He's using Flash Shield to bait kicks. Vortex to keep them away for a moment. Now they're connecting. Nice stun on Dazed. Trinket Blade Storm. Big damage. Oh my god. They disperse and lay on hands. They're so scared of just dying from 50% health. They panic. They overlap. That's a big opportunity. But it's stun. Repentance. Oh, I love Tuna pressuring Kearney. It's getting them off of Gage. That's what they need. Tuna has to play aggressive like this. Nice Searing Glare. Oh, he gets pummeled, but there's no pummel for the Shadow Priest. Gage is happy about this. Tuna's doing a good job playing aggressive and soaking aggro, basically, for the Shadow Priest. You got to taunt the Warrior to stop attacking the Shadow Priest. Double Fear with no Berserker Rage is really good here. Axon needs to get a stun clone or something. I want to see Axon go for clones more in the matchup. Stun on Daze. Searing Glare from Tuna again. Maybe get a rep out of the tree. He's not going to go for it. No Dispersion is scary. It's really scary. You could just get crit at any moment from this Warrior. Here come the Warrior cooldowns. He's kicked on Shadow. Big hit of damage on Gage. They have to use Blessing of Protection.
Oh,
Cyclone!
No.
Nice silence on the Cyclone. They reposition. They're falling behind on cooldowns. It's looking so bad. I don't know how they're going to pull this off. Dispersion's up in 30. He has no trinket if he gets stunned. He's trying to just run for his life right now, staying max distance. He's getting good distance. They just switch to Axton. He's getting cleaved in the Fear. Tuna is feared as well. They swap back on Shadow Priest. Spirit Bastion. Does he have Fade? Looks like he's got Fade. He escapes the Spirit Bastion, but he's getting chopped, man. Look at this damage.
No.
Oh, no. He void shifts. Everyone's dying. Everybody is dying. Tuna's doing what he can, but he can't get crowd control if his entire team is dead. Axton's getting soloed by the Warrior.
Axton!
It's over. Tiger Toads are in 3-2.
Glad I didn't officially change my prediction.
Yeah,
there.
you did.
Tiger Toads.
You're over here like
the
a Shadow
Ret
Priest
Warrior.
could win. No.
I thought they could. Tiger Toads.
No.
Well, this is what's nice for Tiger Toads. I mean, my main criticism of this team is they're a very good team, right? And they have these main compositions that they play well, but I like that they're diversifying a little bit, because when they're losing a matchup like this, just playing the Arcane Mage over and over and over and losing isn't ideal. So the fact that they actually have the Ret Warrior, they come in with the counter comp, they get an easy win here in this final game. They secure their place in the top 3. I mean, this is a big victory for their team, and Daze just absolutely crushed here on this Fury Warrior.
Yep. Oh man, if they could stay alive, they're actually winning heavily on mana. They overcommitted, lay on hands, and disperse.
It's so hard not to sometimes.
I guess it's just like I'm trying to like nitpick all the like the little tiny details. Maybe the fears on DPS aren't as good as clones. Also, would be something else to maybe consider.
Let's watch Daze just destroy Axon. I just want to see that. Look at Gage, he's just on the run. Axon's like, I need to get a Cyclone, and Daze is like, nope. Stormbolt, one shot. Goodbye.
Calvish dunk.
Boom. He had Survival Instincts at the end too. Still got chunked for 20% of his health. He might have even had does he have Sacrifice and Survival Instincts?
I think he's Sacrifice on Shadow Priest.
Okay, I was gonna say that's a remarkable amount. Let's see.
They had a really good game as far as
Gaze,
offense.
yeah.
Like I feel like Gage did a really good job as far as like faking interrupts and getting pressure out, because I was expecting his damage to be like totally neutered. I thought he would just do 0 DPS, but he actually did a really good job as far as damage. It just felt like defense. They didn't know how to deflect them when they were pushing on top of them effectively enough. Not that there really is maybe a lot you can do, like assuming the matchup is played at skill cap.
Woof. All right, well, there it is. And that means we've got our final gauntlet and top 3 for both Europe and North America. I'm regretting not changing my prediction. I should have just let production keep those numbers flipped. But I mean, regardless, very, very close. Or oh wait, there. Yeah,
you don't regret it. You're happy about that.
Wow, look at that.
You're happy about that.
Oh, I was right the entire time. Tiger Toad's gonna be winning that tie-breaking series, and here is the gauntlet for North America. Round number 1, Iron Will, Control Alt Defeat in round number 1. Winner of that moves on to face off against YPPM. Winner of that facing off against Gustbusters, and the winner of that will finally face off against Left 4 Dead. It's certainly possible for a team from round 1 to make it all the way up to round 4 out of the gauntlet. We've seen it before, and it potentially could be done, so definitely be tuning in for that. Only one team will make it out alive here into the final 4 bracket for North America to face off against Welcome to the Jung. And then we've got Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads also in the quarterfinals for the North American bracket on the end of May. And we also had Europe's teams competing earlier today. DOBOB ended up taking home that victory versus Overload. A lot of crazy games over in there in that series as well. So if you want to go check it out over on YouTube, definitely go check out that VOD, because that is not something that you want to miss. The gauntlet winner will be facing off against DOBOB, and then in that upper bracket as well, we've got Overload versus Echo. There is so much that could potentially be happening between now and when we next see these teams. They've got quite a lot of time. There's a patch dropping. We've got 11.5 coming. So much could happen that would determine what exactly goes on in this gauntlet. We've got Super Duper Gamers in round 1, StreamerZone.gg versus them. Round 2, Forged RMP. And then in round 3, Locked In. And then round 4, the final boss of the gauntlet here in Europe, Chibaku Tensei. And both of these gauntlets looking to be an absolute bloodbath. This is definitely not something that you want to miss, because, like I said, only one team from each region will come out alive from that gauntlet. So things are going to be really exciting. Definitely be sure to tune in for the AWC finals on May 23rd. Here is the calendar. We've got a lot of dates coming up here. We've also got, of course, MDI coming on May 2nd. And you can see there in May 23rd through the 25th will be the grand finals as well as the gauntlet. So if you want to see who will be the champion of both regions, make sure you are tuning in then. And then, like I said, of course, we've got the MDI, starting on May 2nd. So that is going to wrap everything up for us for this first season, of course, besides the grand finals, second season. And what a season it's been. Ven, any closing thoughts before we head out?
I mean, it has been a crazy season. All 3 cups, I feel like, were very unpredictable. Competition is as high as ever. Every single season, I feel like I'm just repeating myself. Yeah, this is the craziest season ever, but it really does seem that way. And just shout out to all the competitors. They've had to adapt through like kind of an ever-changing meta through the cup stages, and they're going to have to keep adapting. So I'm curious to see what they come up with for not only the gauntlet, but the finals. But yeah, it was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Me as well. Super Tease. Anything from you before we head out?
I mean, you couldn't ask for much better, right? We've had 2v3 comebacks. We had that 2v2 in Europe that was wild. Like, today has just felt like an insane day. Like, I'm kind of exhausted just from the level of play that's been coming through to try and represent the players as best as I can throughout it. So yeah, shout out to the players, shout out to the production for making it really fun as well. And I'm just more than excited for the finals now that we've set the stage for.
I am too. All right. Well, with that, we are going to head out. Thank you so much for all of the viewers for sticking with us for this season. It's been so exciting. It's been an honor to host this show alongside you guys as well. So thank you guys so much. We will see you on May 23rd for the finals for EU and NA. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you soon.